Chapter 1. Reborn as a rabbit. The dim light in the room flickered, casting an eerie ambience. The alternating brightness added an unsettling quality to the space, where antiquated furniture was strewn in the corners. Gabriel, clutching his head, groggily regained consciousness from the floor, struggling to sit up. He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, shaking his head in an attempt to clear his mind. He finally managed to open his eyes. As his gaze swept across the unfamiliar room, a sense of vertigo enveloped him. The interior, reminiscent of a bygone era, left him bewildered. Where was he? Rubbing his still dizzy head, he sought to alleviate his discomfort. His hand instinctively moved to the crown of his head, and he froze in astonishment. There seemed to be something atop it. Tentatively, he reached up to investigate. It was soft and pliable, reminiscent of an animal's ear. When he tugged at it cautiously, a sharp pain shot through his head. What was happening? Frantically, Gabriel examined his body, realizing it was not just his head that had transformed. His entire physique was unrecognizable. Delicate, elongated hands, and a petite, childlike form with dainty, white feet. His body had shrunk and lightened after a thorough inspection. Gabriel was left with a multitude of questions. Where was this place? What had happened to his body? As these thoughts intertwined, he fell into contemplation. Suddenly, a piercing pain surged through his head. Fragments of memories, not belonging to him, began to whirl like a carousel in his mind. These recollections were at times hazy, at others vivid, and often disjointed. Such chaotic memories might explain the throbbing in his skull. Have I been reborn? Gabriel murmured to himself, as the last remnants of memory settled into place. It became evident that he was no longer on Blue White Star. He was in a realm known as Zhao. According to his recollections, Zhao was no ordinary place. This Zhao was a mobile island perched upon the back of a colossal elephant. Not only was the island itself peculiar, but the inhabitants were even more extraordinary. His memories revealed that there were no normal beings on this island. Rather, it was home to creatures endowed with human intelligence and animalistic strength, a unique amalgamation. They were known as the Furfolk Zhao. Furfolk? Gabriel sighed softly, rising to his feet. A strange island and an unfamiliar race. It was clear he had entered a wholly foreign world. Based on the knowledge in his mind, this unfamiliar realm likely harbored considerable dangers. Since I am here, I shall make the best of it, Gabriel resolved. As he stood following the memories, he made his way to the corner of the room. There, he discovered a weathered, gray wooden cabinet, faded with age and cluttered with various odds and ends among the assorted items. He found something he sought, a sleek mirror, reminiscent of modern craftsmanship. He retrieved it from the drawer of the cabinet. Gabriel hesitated as he held the mirror in his hand, clearly struggling to come to terms with his appearance. With a deep breath, he reluctantly raised the mirror to his gaze. Reflected within it was a figure that bore a striking resemblance to a blend of human and rabbit. Two white ears stood erect atop a cascade of silver white hair, and a pair of expressive black eyes gazed back at him from a youthful and endearing face, complemented by a nose reminiscent of a rabbit's. Though the reflection appeared rather charming, the realization that this would be his future visage sent a shiver of unease through Gabriel. With a heavy sigh, he returned the mirror to its place and stepped outside to explore in the right flank of the land of Zhao. The crocodile forest sprawled before him, dense with foliage that intertwined to form a seemingly endless expanse. Above, thick branches resembling giant serpents twisted together, while beneath them, vibrant green vines hung down. Suspended within these vines were houses shaped like pineapples, swaying in the wind without a hint of instability. Cat Viper, meow. Do you think Gabriel will join our expedition? I believe he will consent, considering it is the land of harmony. What if he declines? Our plans would be laid bare. Fear not, for I possess a secret weapon. In due time, Gabriel will have no choice but to agree. Amid the undergrowth beneath the treehouse, the Cat Viper and the Dog Gale made their way through the thicket. The Dog Gale wore a troubled expression, while the Cat Viper exuded an air of mysterious confidence. They were about to embark on a bold undertaking, a journey from Zhao to the land of harmony. Rumors suggested that Zhao and the land of harmony were allied as brothers, and their curiosity piqued. They yearned to discover what their brethren were truly like. To this end, they devised a series of plans for their journey. But first, they had a task at hand: to persuade Gabriel to join them as the Cat Viper's closest companion. It would be remiss not to include him in such an adventure. Suddenly, a sound reminiscent of an elephant echoed across the island. The ground trembled beneath them, and a deep blue object resembling a volcano emerged at the island's edge. The Cat Viper and the Dog Gale exchanged alarmed glances, their fears confirmed as they gazed skyward toward the island's volcanic rain. How infuriating that it should arrive at this moment! The Dog Gale exclaimed, panic etched across his face. Why are you still dawdling, Dog Gale? Climb up! The Cat Viper shouted, having already ascended the great tree. noticing the dog Gale's hesitance at the cat viper's urging. The dog Gale snapped back to reality and hurriedly began to scale the tree in a matter of mere minutes. The two had ascended nearly 10 meters up the towering tree. Upon reaching the trunk's midpoint, they gazed downward and realized the distance had become significant, yet they deemed it unwise to continue their ascent. A sudden thunderous roar echoed through the air. An object reminiscent of a blue volcano erupted, unleashing a deluge of seawater that surged forth like a tidal wave. In an instant, the entire island was enveloped by this inundation. The water surged rapidly, submerging everything in its path, the island's water level visibly rising before their eyes. With the volcanic eruption subsiding, the torrential sea cascaded down, crashing against everything upon the island of Zawis. Subsequently, the seawater flowed through Zawis' specially designed drainage system and into the ocean. Standing on a branch, Inland gazed at the furious waters mere centimeters away. His face paling. Had he been delayed by just a few seconds, the flood might have swept him away. In contrast to Inland, the cat viper moved with remarkable agility unbeknownst to them. The cat viper had already reached the pinnacle of the tree. From this high vantage point, the cat viper surveyed the tumultuous waters below. Exhilarated by the spectacle, soon he would ride the undulating waves far into the distance. Inland, are you all right? After a moment of excitement at the tree's summit, the cat viper recalled Inland's presence beneath him. However, upon looking down, he saw no trace of Inland. A sense of foreboding washed over the cat viper. Could it be that Inland had been swept into the sea by the volcanic deluge? Calling out yielded no response, and reluctantly, the cat viper began a cautious descent to assess the situation. Upon reaching the midsection of the tree, he finally spotted Inland's figure. Inland, are you okay? The cat viper inquired urgently. I'm fine, Inland replied, his pallor betraying the fear instilled by the volcanic rain. Meow. It's good to hear that, the cat viper said, extending a paw with a smile upon seeing Inland safe. Chapter 2. The rabbit deceived into the sea in the crocodile forest. Beneath the great tree, the pineapple house hung, suspended. The cat viper and Inland had navigated the intricate branches to reach Gabriel's abode. Meow. We've finally made it, the cat viper exclaimed, collapsing onto the house's balcony. Sweat glistening upon his brow, Inland lay on the ground, too exhausted to utter a word. They had anticipated that the journey through the branches to Gabriel's pineapple house would be far easier. However, the reality of their trek had far exceeded their expectations. God viper, Inland? Gabriel called from the balcony, gazing at the rushing waters below. Hearing movement nearby, he turned his attention toward them, spotting the two small figures, one covered in golden fur, the other with a face as broad as a sunflower, seated on the ground. A dog, adorned with a coat of crimson fur and a youthful visage, reclined upon the ground, where droplets of water continuously seeped in. It remained uncertain whether these droplets were the result of its own perspiration or the cascading volcanic rain. According to memory, Gabriel held a faint recognition of the two individuals before him. The cat viper and the canine Gale were among the few companions with whom this body often played. Under normal circumstances, Gabriel would have felt no surprise at their presence. However, given the current eruption of volcanic rain, curiosity stirred within him. Cat viper, canine Gale, Gabriel tentatively called out to them. Meow. Gabriel, it has been a while. The cat viper, upon hearing the call, rose and extended a paw in greeting. It has indeed been a long time. What brings you here? Gabriel inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Meow. Do you recall what I mentioned last time? I wonder if you have any interest? The cat viper approached Gabriel, speaking with an air of mystery. Last time? Gabriel's expression conveyed his bewilderment. He stroked his chin, searching his memories, but found no recollection of the conversation. What did you say last time? Gabriel asked, still pondering. Meow. Please don't tell me you've forgotten. The cat viper's eyes widened in astonishment. It was noteworthy that during their previous discussion regarding the Land of Harmony, Gabriel had exhibited remarkable enthusiasm. At that time, the cat viper had yet to mention anything about the Land of Harmony. Now, merely a few days later, Gabriel had seemingly forgotten. This revelation was a shock to the cat viper, who had not anticipated encountering someone with an even greater propensity for forgetfulness. I seem to have a vague recollection, but the details elude me, Gabriel replied, attempting to brush off the matter. It pertains to the Land of Harmony we discussed last time. The Land of Harmony. Upon hearing this name, Gabriel felt even more perplexed. According to his recollections, he possessed no information regarding the Land of Harmony. Now, with the cat viper mentioning it, he found himself utterly bewildered. Do not tell me you do not even remember the Land of Harmony? The cat viper cast a skeptical glance at him. At that moment, he truly doubted whether Gabriel had any knowledge of what the Land of Harmony entailed. You mentioned it, so I certainly know. I'm merely curious about what you wish to convey next. Gabriel feigned calmness as he nodded. Meow. The purpose of my visit is to invite you to the land of harmony. I wonder if you might be interested. The cat viper articulated the intent of their visit. To the land of harmony? Gabriel pondered. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, he felt a certain allure towards the land of harmony, as the name suggested a realm established by humans. Compared to the country inhabited by monsters, Gabriel would prefer to dwell in a place inhabited by humans, for he was, at heart, a human himself, yet his understanding of the land of harmony was remarkably scant. To make a decision regarding his potential journey, Gabriel resolved to first seek further understanding of this enigmatic land. What is so appealing about the land of harmony? Why do you wish to go there so fervently? Gabriel questioned. His curiosity piqued. The land of harmony is home to numerous sword-wielding warriors, along with a variety of radishes. Isn't such a wondrous scene intriguing to you? The cat viper urged, patting Gabriel on the shoulder. The cat viper was well aware of Gabriel's weaknesses and was confident that he would find such temptation irresistible. After all, the legendary sword-wielding warriors and the diverse radishes represented Gabriel's lifelong dreams. Gabriel's expression faltered while he could comprehend the notion of warriors. The reference to radishes left him bewildered. Was it possible that the cats here had developed a penchant for radishes? However, Gabriel held a genuine interest in the warriors according to his memories. The term warrior was non-existent in Zao. It was evident that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the land of harmony was a realm created by humanity. Rest assured, the land of harmony is quite safe. It has been our brother nation for centuries. The cat viper continued, sensing Gabriel's hesitation and pressing on. Brother nation? Gabriel was taken aback by this peculiar assertion. Could it be that humans were bound in brotherhood with monsters? Yet, upon reflection, he realized that this was indeed a world beyond his imagination. In such an extraordinary realm, it was not surprising to encounter elements that defied his expectations. After a conversation, Gabriel gleaned from the cat viper that the land of harmony was an ancient nation, technologically lagging behind civilized societies by several centuries. Its weaponry consisted primarily of swords, with warriors serving as the embodiment of its military strength. Given that warriors were its prominent representation, it was no wonder that numerous tales about them circulated among various nations. In a highly advanced society, one would expect to hear not of warriors, but of sophisticated armies driven by curiosity about the land of harmony and a yearning for the human race. Gabriel ultimately resolved to join the cat viper's expedition. The rapidity of this decision surprised Inuzuka. He understood Gabriel's character, while the latter was inherently timid and would typically reject the perilous venture of seeking the land of harmony. Even with prior preparation, Inuzuka was taken aback by Gabriel's swift consent. In contrast, the cat viper exuded confidence to him. This outcome was inevitable. No man could resist the allure of warriors. Just as no rabbit could escape the fatal temptation of radishes, the group hastily descended from the treehouse and ventured deeper into the crocodile forest. After traversing beneath the pineapple treehouse and walking several kilometers, they arrived at a colossal tree, which was the objective of their journey. According to the cat viper, it was a secret base constructed by him and Inuzuka. From there, they could effortlessly reach the land of harmony. Gabriel did not contest this assertion. After all, as a newcomer to this world, he was utterly oblivious to its intricacies. Perhaps the two of them have indeed discovered a portal leading to the land of harmony. After all, this world surpasses Gabriel's imagination, and encountering phenomena beyond his comprehension is rather commonplace. Chapter 3. The small boat setting sail. Gabriel's desire to stew a cat. Deep within the crocodile forest, a colossal tree, exceeding Gabriel's imagination, stands tall. This giant tree reaches approximately 100 zhong, soaring into the clouds. With a width of about 100 meters, seemingly endless to the eye, here lies the Mo tree, renowned as the second largest tree in Zao. This magnificent tree is quite extraordinary. It is said to have existed since the formation of Zao itself. It is one of the oldest trees currently found in Zao. In terms of age, this tree likely boasts a history of around 800 years. Above the giant tree, the branches intertwine, forming a pathway that stretches towards the heavens. The cat viper ascended with Gabriel, yet their purpose was not to reach the summit. At the midpoint of the towering tree, approximately 100 meters above the ground, 3 robust branches converged to form a natural wooden platform resembling terrestrial soil. Here lies the objective of their journey, the clandestine base constructed by the collaboration of the cat viper and the dog gale. The so-called secret base is rather lacking in facilities and structures. It consists merely of a small boat docked here, accompanied by a few wooden rafts atop it. The boat is modest in size, likely accommodating only 3 to 4 individuals. It is not particularly tall, and a slight elevation reveals everything within. The wood of the boat appears remarkably new, indicating it has been constructed quite recently. Meow. Upon sighting the boat, the viper cat was overwhelmed with excitement. He hurried over, caressing the boat, his heart racing with anticipation. After months of effort, the day of setting sail had finally arrived. Not only the viper cat was exhilarated, the canine storm, too, gazed at the long-cherished vessel with palpable enthusiasm. However, unlike the viper cat, he maintained a composed demeanor, standing at a distance with eyes aglow, fixated on the boat. Could this truly be your secret base? Gabriel mused, observing the diminutive boat, barely taller than himself, as a shiver of unease coursed through him. He now harbored serious doubts about these two characters and their intentions to set sail with this vessel. Gabriel harbored a sense of reluctance towards the vessel before him. Instinctively, he perceived this ship as unreliable. Although he held a deep yearning for the land of harmony, he cherished his own life even more. As the saying goes, hope is a beautiful thing, yet life is of greater value. This vessel served as the clandestine base for Meow and Dogstorm, a revelation that was both astonishing and unexpected. The cat viper, however, beamed with pride as he patted the small boat. It was important to note that they had invested a month of effort into this little craft. Whether embarking on a voyage or navigating the waters, the cat viper possessed unwavering confidence in their creation. Forgive me, but I have pressing matters to attend to and shall postpone my journey to the land of harmony, Gabriel declared, waving his hand dismissively. What folly it would be to set sail for the land of harmony on this vessel. Gabriel needed no further contemplation to foresee the outcome. It was akin to searching for light in a cesspit, an invitation to demise. Meow. Gabriel, you cannot do this. We had promised to journey to the land of harmony together. How can you go back on your word? The cat viper, seeing Gabriel's hesitance, rushed over to grasp his arm. Well, I suddenly find Zaowu quite appealing. I am not inclined to visit the land of harmony at this moment, Gabriel replied evasively. Do you not wish to see the warriors or the expansive fields of carrots? The mention of warriors and carrots made Gabriel's eyelids twitch. Well, I am currently disinterested, he retorted, breaking free from the cat viper's grasp, intent on departing. Upon hearing Gabriel's words, the cat viper's expression clouded with disappointment. He had not anticipated such a response from Gabriel. Gabriel, for the sake of our long-standing friendship, why not come aboard the ship that Meow built with his own hands? Let this be our farewell, the cat viper said, his voice laced with melancholy. Who knows when I shall see you again on this journey to the land of harmony? This separation may very well be eternal. Is it too much to ask for such a small request, given our years of camaraderie? Although Gabriel initially resisted, the sight of the cat viper's eyes brimming with unshed tears softened his heart. This vessel, perched atop such lofty trees, surely poses no issue even if one were to ascend and take a seat. After all, embarking on a maritime journey necessitates reaching a waterbound destination, such as Zaowu. The absence of the sea and the lack of flowing water should pose no issues, Gabriel consoled himself internally. After much hesitation, he ultimately acquiesced to the request of the cat viper. Meanwhile, Inazuma remained silent, trailing behind, quietly observing the cat viper's actions, astonished by the cunning displayed. Sigh indeed. The cat viper is quite the crafty one, he mused. One by one, they boarded the small vessel. After a moment of indecision, Gabriel was also pulled aboard by the cat viper. While seated, he felt an unsettling twitch in his eyelids, sensing something amiss. Yet, upon surveying his surroundings, he discerned nothing out of the ordinary. There was neither vast ocean nor tranquil lake. Even if the small boat were to move, it would be impossible. It was not the environment that was troubling him, but rather the boat itself. Despite sitting in it, it felt unremarkable. Nothing seemed awry. As Gabriel pondered the oddity, a sudden noise jolted him into realization. A familiar rumble echoed from within the island. Hearing that sound sent a wave of panic through him. Could it be? Hey, cat viper, now that I'm seated, I have some matters to discuss regarding disembarking. He intended to negotiate with the cat viper, but upon turning to speak, he found the cat viper completely oblivious to his words. The cat viper and Inazuma, gripping two wooden rafts, were glowing with excitement, utterly disregarding Gabriel. Setting sail, they shouted in exhilaration. A colossal wave surged from the sky. Before Gabriel could comprehend the situation, the wave was upon them. The tumultuous waters surged perilously close, less than a meter away, revealing the extent of effort the cat viper and Inazuma had invested in this venture. With a swift motion, they thrust the wooden raft forward, propelling the vessel into the heart of the wave. The boat was swept along, swiftly surfacing amidst the tumult. Meow. The land of Wano is upon us. The cat viper exclaimed, riding the wave with uncontainable joy. Meanwhile, Gabriel sat in the boat, his face etched with fear, terrified that the vessel would capsize and hurl him into the depths. Cat viper, Gabriel shouted from the bow, feeling the vessel sway dangerously. Calm down, calm down. Trust in me. The land of Wano will not disappoint, the cat viper reassured with a playful grin. If only I had a pot right now, I would surely cook you. How could this flimsy boat possibly reach the land of Wano? Gabriel roared in frustration. Despair filled Gabriel's heart as he clung to a singular thought. I must disembark. I want to get off. Trust in me. I promise you shall not be disappointed. The cat viper encouraged. The cat viper chuckled heartily. Chapter 4. The three stranded by the rising tide. The sea was tumultuous, waves crashing against the shore. Debris from sunken vessels was scattered along the beach, drifting with the foamy surf. Upon the sand, several peculiar children lay sprawled out. Their eyes were clouded, foam escaping their lips, with remnants of wreckage floating nearby. It was evident they had capsized, a consequence of their unfamiliarity with the ocean and the operation of boats. A sudden surge had overwhelmed them completely. What manner of beings were these? Animals? Or perhaps humans with an abundance of hair, or some strange aberration? On the shore, a figure resembling a kappa, adorned with a conical hat and a red cloth wrapped around his neck, curiously observed the three prostrate individuals while leaning on a wooden staff. Before this kappa could ascertain the nature of the fallen trio, a human who had silently followed him struck him down with a wooden stick. Is it dead? A timid man in blue clothing inquired. It must be, confirmed another clad in green, wielding a stick, as he verified the creature's motionless state. Indeed, it was a monster. Upon hearing that the creature had been vanquished, the previously timid onlookers surged forward to investigate. The bizarre appearance of the fallen figures prompted them to commend their prior decisive actions. Clearly, such monsters deserve to be incinerated upon this cursed shore. They gathered firewood and bound the unconscious creatures to wooden stakes, preparing to set them ablaze. As the flames ignited and the wood crackled, a torrent of heat ascended. The rising warmth roused the onlookers from their stupor. What is happening in Wano? This is dreadful. The cat viper was the first to awaken, tears streaming down his face at the sight. Let us go. Dogstorm awoke next, shouting in protest. I'm still a child. You can't do this. The kappa, witnessing the encroaching flames, also burst into tears. Ah, if only I had known not to venture out to sea. Dogstorm lamented, deep in remorse. What happened to friendship and loyalty? They are all liars, all liars. The cat viper howled in despair. As the flames consumed the wood, the temperature escalated, amplifying their cries, which resembled the wails of slaughtered pigs. It's so hot, so hot. Gabriel, who had been unconscious, awoke, feeling an intense heat enveloping him, struggling against his bindings. He realized he was tied to a stake, bewildered as he surveyed the other unruly children bound alongside him. The fierce blaze roared beneath them, while not far off. Several men in traditional garments observed with expressions that were both amused and inscrutable. What is this situation? Could it be that one has set oneself ablaze? Mistaking oneself for a monster? Good heavens, isn't this just a bit too extravagant? The cat viper, the cat viper. Meow? Cat viper. Did you not claim that the land of harmony and the fur tribe were brethren? What on earth is happening? Meow? Even I do not comprehend. The cat viper shed tears of despair. Curse you, cat viper. Gabriel roared. Before departing, he had assured that the land of harmony would treat their brothers with utmost respect. Yet now he found himself roasted over an open flame, only to be told ignorance of the circumstances. If the cat viper has a future, I shall never again believe your deceitful words. Gabriel lamented, tears of regret streaming down his face. If life were to grant him another chance, he would never have placed his trust in the cat viper, sitting aboard that cursed vessel. A large fish glided through the tranquil sea, and soon a towering man, his hair resembling an umbrella, swam to the shore. Upon hearing the cries of children in distress, he initially thought it an illusion. However, upon witnessing the raging flames, his fury ignited. What are you ruffians doing? Kazuki Oden hurled the massive fish directly into the inferno. Boom. The fish landed heavily, scattering wood and extinguishing the flames in an instant. Do you not feel any shame? To so cruelly harm these small children merely out of your own ignorance and fear. Oden descended before them clad only in trousers. Kazuki Oden, the demon of curry, flee. The residents of the land of harmony, who had intended to roast the peculiar-looking children, were taken aback and hastily retreated upon seeing him. They were acutely aware that against such a formidable devil, they stood no chance whatsoever. Truly, Kazuki Oden shook his head at the fleeing figures. Indeed, in this feudal state, ignorance abounds. How I long to escape and see the world beyond. Oh ship. Oden sighed inwardly. I must ask, could you please remove the fish? I am on the verge of suffocating. Beneath the massive fish, Gabriel was pinned down, his complexion turning purple as he struggled for breath. Fortunately, Gabriel still possessed the strength to speak, while the other three trapped beneath the fish were far less fortunate. Their faces had grown pale, their eyes glazed over, clearly having lost consciousness. If the fish were not removed soon, they would undoubtedly meet their demise. My apologies. Upon witnessing the scene, Kazuki Oden hastily lifted the fish and shifted it to the other side. As the large fish moved, Gabriel felt an unprecedented release, a sensation of liberation coursing through his body. He swiftly turned and sat on the ground, inhaling the fresh air with fervor for the first time in his life. He truly appreciated the freshness of the atmosphere. His complexion gradually returned to normal, and his consciousness became clearer. As Gabriel raised his gaze, he finally discerned the visage of his savior. With a blue-purple longsword slung over his back, bare-chested and clad only in shorts, he sported a peculiar hairstyle reminiscent of an umbrella. How strange that hairstyle appeared to Gabriel at first sight. Thank you, my brother, for saving my life. Despite his curiosity, Gabriel refrained from probing further, out of respect for his benefactor. I'm glad you're all right. Kazuki Oden exclaimed with a hearty laugh as he prepared to drag the large fish away. At this moment, Inu Erasure, Nico Mamushi, and Kawamatsu had awakened, only to discover that their benefactor had already departed. Gazing at the fading silhouette, the group exchanged glances and, almost instinctively, made a unanimous decision to follow their savior. Chapter 5. Yuda's Special Dish. Oden Kazuki Yuda's residence in the daimyo's estate, curry. Within the room, a crowd had gathered around a vast platter of Oden. The aroma wafted throughout the space, rendering four ravenous children nearly insatiable with hunger. The other retainers of Kazuki Yuda observed the peculiar appearance of these beings and engaged in lively discussion. Are they animals? Kinemon pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Indeed, they appear to resemble animals. Azura boy nodded in agreement. Yet, animal speaking? Is that not rather strange? Aizo held a contrasting view, asserting that beings capable of speech and possessing their own thoughts should, by definition, be considered human. Curiosity painted the faces of the onlookers, while the four peculiar figures paid no heed to the strange stares directed at them. Their primary concern lay in their overwhelming hunger. They had not consumed any food during the days spent at sea. This is my special dish, Yuda's Oden, announced Kazuki Yuda as he unveiled the Oden, a golden light shimmering forth. The crowd's eyes sparkled with anticipation, driven by hunger. Everyone, please enjoy, Kazuki Yuda gestured, inviting them to partake. Gabriel, without hesitation, extended his rabbit-like paws, plunging them into the pot to savor the delectable ingredients. Having gone several days without food, he cast aside any notions of etiquette. Seeing Gabriel begin to feast, Kawamatsu, Inu Erasure, and Nico Mamushi eagerly joined in, especially Kawamatsu, who had only ever tasted scraps as a child and had never before experienced such exquisite flavors. The delectable dish captivated him the moment it touched his lips, and at that moment he had completely discarded all notions of etiquette. Even the usually decorous Inazuma found himself indulging without hesitation. Only the cat viper displayed a countenance of despair, for the food was scalding hot. Even when he attempted to grasp it with chopsticks, it felt too hot to handle, let alone place in his mouth. So hungry, so hot, was the refrain echoing in the mind of the cat viper. This is my special delicacy. A delightful Oden from Yuda, remarked Kazuki Yuda, observing the group devouring the food with great enthusiasm. Indeed, this is the most delicious thing I have ever tasted, declared Kawamatsu, savoring the Oden with a look of utter satisfaction. Yes, quite good, nodded Gabriel, also relishing the dish. Although it was not his first encounter with Oden, he had never experienced such exquisite flavors before. Such a delightful dish. My gratitude to you for your hospitality, esteemed elder, he added. In contrast to the somewhat perfunctory attitudes of the two, Inazuma was much more earnest. The cat viper, however, remained silent, not out of a lack of desire to respond, but rather due to the fact that he could not, as the food was too hot for him to consume, while the others were nearing their fill. You all appear rather unusual. Are you not from this land? Where do you hail from? Inquired Kazuki Yuda, intrigued by the peculiar appearances of the group. I am Kawamatsu, a kappa, a wandering orphan. He introduced himself first. I am Inazuma, from Zo, a member of the mink tribe, he said while enjoying the meal. I am Gabriel, Also from Zo. I heard that Wano and Zo are brother nations, so I came to see for myself. Gabriel chimed in, voraciously devouring the food. I am the cat viper, also from Zo. I came here today to explore the outside world, he added, blowing on a taro and his eyes glinting with determination. The mink tribe of Zo, you say? Mused Kazuki Yuta, stroking his chin as he contemplated the term. The name seemed familiar to him. He had heard his father mention it. Centuries ago, the Zopi Miao tribe had apparently forged a brotherhood pact with the Land of Harmony. The tales he had heard then could not compare to the wonders he beheld today, witnessing such peculiar creatures. Koyuki Oden felt an overwhelming sense of the vastness of the world beyond. Outside lay adventures beyond his wildest imagination, along with an array of life and sustenance. It's unbearably hot. How am I supposed to eat this? As he tasted the dish, a wave of heat surged onto the tongue of the cat viper. Its eyes glowed a fiery red as it overturned the pot, unaware that its feline tongue was most sensitive to heat. The pot toppled, juices spilled, and food scattered across the ground. The onlookers were left in stunned silence at the cat viper's antics. Gabriel, in particular, had endured the creature's antics for far too long. Were it not for this rascal, he would not have suffered so much. You fool, what are you doing? Before anyone else could react, Kinnaman, who had been watching from the sidelines, charged forward, determined to give the little rascal a piece of his mind. Hey, what are you doing? Aizu stepped in to pull Kinnaman back, perplexed by his impulsiveness. That rascal has betrayed Lord Oden's goodwill, Kinnaman exclaimed, his eyes glistening with indignation. Even if that rascal has wronged Lord Oden, he is merely a child. Do you really wish to quarrel with a mere child? Aizu replied, his expression revealing his discomfort. But, haha, it's fine, we can simply cook another pot. Oden interjected with a hearty laugh, diffusing the tension. It's all good. I believe it's still edible. As the broth splattered and food lay scattered, Kawatsu picked up a piece from the ground and savored it with delight, unbothered by its fall. The food before him was a delicacy he had never savored before. However, such consumption was undoubtedly unsanitary. Kazuki Oden, witnessing Kawamatsu's actions, could not help but intervene, chuckling. If you are still quite hungry, I can prepare another pot. Having wandered as a vagabond since childhood, I had only ever feasted on leftover scraps. Thus, this meal was the finest I had ever experienced in my life. Even if it were a tad unclean, I felt content. If permitted, I would be grateful if you could allow me to finish this food, Kawamatsu said, picking up a piece of Oden from the ground. Meow, compared to the kappa, the cat is exceedingly rude. Hearing of Kawamatsu's plight and request, the cat viper could not help but shed tears. To express her apology, she resolved to assist him in consuming the remnants. Rushing to the scattered food, she picked up the morsels without a second thought and took a bite. The warmth of the food surged into her mouth once more. Meow, so hot. The cat viper blushed deeply and hastily spat out the food, tears glistening in her eyes as she discarded it. It was not that she did not wish to eat. It was simply too scalding. Cat viper. The food, rather accurately, struck Gabriel on the head. Gabriel shot her a peculiar glance. I apologize. It was unintentional, the cat viper stammered, raising her gaze to meet Gabriel's strange expression, quickly offering her apologies. Cat viper, come here, I need to speak with you. Gabriel's face darkened, his eyes glowing red as he extended his right hand. Today, he would ensure the cat viper understood why flowers bloom so brilliantly. Inu ran, save me. The cat viper was dragged away by Gabriel. She cast a pleading glance at Inuran, who merely turned away, pretending not to see. He too felt that the cat viper had gone too far this time. Chapter 6. The beaten cat viper. The group, having indulged in their meal, began to frolic and play with the children, including Kiku no Jo. Meanwhile, in the hall, Oden furrowed his brows, not due to anything else but the incessant chatter of Kinnaman, which was quite bothersome. Is it really necessary to adopt a few children? Kinnaman lamented. It was not that Kinnaman was cold-hearted and unwilling to shelter the homeless children. Rather, the finances of the current Kazuki clan were insufficient to support these additional mouths. Well, I have already promised them, Kazuki Oden replied with a weary nod. But, our budget in Wano is already stretched thin. You cannot be serious. Enough with the finances. We will find a way later. Kazuki Oden waved his hand dismissively. But, all right, enough, Kinnaman. Must you be so stingy? They are just children. Can you really bear to see them wandering the streets? Kazuki Oden was about to speak when Kinnaman hastily interrupted him. While one might interpret Oden's act of taking in children as a sign of compassion, a reluctance to see them destitute on the streets, Kinnaman could not fathom why Oden would lend money to Kaido. Lord Oden, our finances are already insufficient. Kinemon exclaimed in utter confusion regarding this matter. Well, you see, Kaido is affiliated with the Kanji family. When he came to me in his hour of need, it would not have been proper to refuse. Oden recalled with an awkward chuckle the pitiable visage Kaido had presented when requesting the loan. His amicable relations with the Kanji family and the plight of his subordinate left him with no grounds for denial, whether driven by sympathy or the Kanji family's reputation. Oh, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Oden declared, leaping through the window without waiting for Kinemon's response. Lord Oden. Kinemon sighed heavily as he observed Oden's retreating figure. What's the matter? Are you facing a dilemma? Ray Eyes queried, noticing Kinemon's troubled expression. It's merely that the budget for 9 Mile is insufficient, and now Lord Oden intends to support even more children, Kinemon lamented deeply. The funds for 9 Mile were already scarce, and with Kaido's loan and the additional expenses for more children, Kinemon was truly at his wit's end. Regardless of how frugally 9 Mile managed its finances, it would never suffice to cover the expenses of the daimyo's estate and the sustenance of the populace. Is that so? Ray Eye's countenance darkened upon hearing this. As a fellow retainer of 9 Mile, he felt it was his duty to assist Kinemon in navigating this precarious situation. Pondering like Oden, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. The core issue 9 Mile faced was clear: money. If they could secure funds, all troubles would be resolved. After a moment of contemplation, Ray Eyes devised a plan and eagerly shared it with Kinemon. Kinemon remained silent, his face awash with astonishment, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Is that not ill-advised? Kinemon stammered. Do you wish to resolve the issue or not? Ray Eyes retorted, casting a doubtful glance at Kinemon. But that is Lord Kanji. Kinemon felt parched and overwhelmed. His unwavering loyalty and respect for Lord Oden as his superior made the thought of undertaking such actions against a fellow daimyo like Lord Kanji insufferable. Kinemon found himself at a loss for words to express his tumultuous emotions. Do you wish to alleviate Lord Oden's burdens or not? The words of Rizang struck Jin Wyman's heart like a bolt from the blue. Without further contemplation, Jin Wyman grimaced, gritting his teeth in agreement to Rizang's proposal. After all, he was a vassal of Lord Oden, not a servant of the K family. As long as it alleviated Lord Oden's burdens, any action taken was worthwhile. Very well. I shall gather our people and we will act tonight, Jin Wyman declared through clenched teeth. Then I will return to prepare, Rizang replied, setting off to ready the night attire needed for their endeavor. The two departed in succession, leaving little attention to the forgotten cat viper, who was evidently overlooked. At that moment, the cat viper was in dire straits. On the other side of the room, surrounded by walls on 3 sides, the door was tightly shut. Outside, nothing was visible, only sounds could be heard. Meow, meow, meow. A cacophony of noise erupted from the door, followed by a series of agonized meows. The wretchedness of the cries was beyond comprehension. Even Izang, passing by, felt a shiver run down his spine. What on earth is happening? He wondered, drawn by the heart-rending sounds. Just then, Inuzuka happened to walk by, prompting Izang to inquire, what is going on in there? Nothing much, they're just playing a game. Inuzuka replied, shaking his head. Is that so? Izang hesitated, feeling skeptical. The pitiful meow sounded far too extreme to be produced by any normal being. Yet, hearing Inuzuka's words, he could only begrudgingly accept this explanation. Inside the room, the cat viper sat on the floor in a state of utter disarray, bruised and battered. He could scarcely keep his eyes open. Gabriel's fists bore the marks of purple and blue bruises, though these were not inflicted by the cat viper, but rather resulted from the punishment he had endured. This clearly illustrated Gabriel's deep resentment towards the cat viper for the deceit he had suffered. However, upon reflection, the cat viper had indeed gone too far. Being inexplicably lured out to sea, nearly drowned by tumultuous waves, singed by flames that nearly turned him into a skewer, and now deprived of food for several days. He had even seen his provisions overturned. Even if a different individual were to take their place, it is likely that the animosity would not diminish. Meow, Gabriel, you have erred. The cat viper, bruised and battered, waved its paws in surrender. Initially, it was presumed that Gabriel would merely deliver a simple thrashing and send him on his way. However, it was unexpected that this fellow exhibited such ruthlessness. Henceforth, do not deceive me. If you do, this shall be your fate, Gabriel threatened while brandishing his fists. Meow, I understand now, replied the cat viper, touching its swollen face, which had long since lost its former charm. Observing that the cat viper appeared genuinely remorseful, Gabriel had no intention of tormenting him further and thus prepared to leave alone. The cat viper, sensing Gabriel's forgiveness, was eager to escape the oppressive atmosphere of the room and hurriedly followed him outside. As they emerged, they encountered Jinweiman, who looked upon them with astonishment. His gaze fell upon the cat viper's face, which struck him as decidedly uncharacteristic. "What has happened to your face?" Jinweiman inquired, pointing in confusion. "I was merely walking down the stairs when I lost my footing and fell," the cat viper explained, cradling its reddened visage. "Is that so?" Jinweiman remarked, his right hand forming a fist as he clapped it against his palm, revealing a look of realization. "I suspected as much." The transformation of the cat viper's face was indeed not a mere figment of my imagination. "By the way, your timing is impeccable. I have a plan that requires your assistance, so gather together." Jinweiman slapped his forehead in private chagrin, nearly forgetting the matter at hand. "A plan? What kind of plan?" Gabriel queried, his expression one of bewilderment. "You all should convene on the second floor. I will gather the others and explain everything shortly," Jinweiman directed, gesturing towards a room on the left of the second floor. With that, he began to roam in search of the inhabitants of the mansion. Gabriel, stroking his chin, felt intrigued and decided to investigate further. However, before doing so, he intended to make a brief stop. Chapter 7. The Plan 9 Miles. The second floor of the mansion was now teeming with people. Inuzuka, Gabriel, and Ikuzu, among others, were left in a state of confusion, their eyes brimming with curiosity about the unfolding events, yet it was evident they were entirely in the dark. Resigned, they settled on the ground, awaiting Jinweiman's arrival. Meanwhile, the cat viper seemed indifferent, contentedly munching on fish balls from a box, a look of satisfaction adorning its face. These fish balls are no ordinary delicacies. They have been meticulously prepared by Gabriel. First, they are seasoned with spices, then simmered over a fierce flame until they are nearly cooked through and fully infused with flavor. Once the fish balls reach the desired state, they are removed and placed in a porcelain bowl, cooled in cold water without any broth. While their flavor may not rival that of those simmered in a hot pot, they nonetheless captivate the interest of the viper cat. "Where did you acquire these fish balls?" Inuzuka, intrigued by the viper cat's delightful enjoyment, inquired. "Gabriel provided them. Indeed, he is a true friend to me," the viper cat replied, a look of contentment gracing its features. At that moment, it seemed as though the viper cat had completely forgotten the cruel treatment it had just endured at Gabriel's hands. "A true friend?" Inuzuka couldn't help but grimace, gazing at the still swollen and reddened visage of the viper cat. He found it difficult to fathom how it could so swiftly dismiss the recent beating it had received. Inuzuka turned his gaze toward Gabriel, but Gabriel averted his eyes, unwilling to engage in conversation. Regarding the fish balls in the viper cat's possession, Gabriel felt no desire to partake. He had reluctantly prepared them, fearing that the viper cat might suffer if left unfed for too long. "Looks like everyone has arrived," Jinweiman announced as he entered, followed closely by Rize and Tanshir. At that moment, Rize was holding something unknown, handling it with unusual caution. "Jinweiman, what brings you to us?" "It's," unable to remain seated, was the first to question. "Before we proceed, I have a matter I wish to discuss with all of you, and I hope for your honest responses." Jinweiman positioned himself cross-legged before the group. "Just speak plainly. Do not keep us in suspense," Ashura, frowning, expressed his impatience. "Each of you, in one way or another, has received some favor from Lord Yuta, correct?" Jinweiman continued, addressing them. "What exactly do you wish to convey? Speak plainly, without the hesitation of a coward," Ashura urged, his tone growing increasingly impatient. Seeing Ashura's agitation, Jinweiman hastened to reveal the purpose of their gathering. "The situation is this. Kiri is currently facing a financial crisis, and we require your assistance." "You want us to commit robbery?" Ashura's brow furrowed in disbelief. Although he had once been a thief, he had since reformed under Lord Yuta's guidance, and the idea of returning to such a life was somewhat repulsive to him. No, not at all," Jinweiman quickly interjected, fearful that Ashura might act irrationally. After all, before being redeemed by Lord Yuta, Ashura had been a genuine villain. "What is it that you truly wish to convey?" Ashura's voice was laced with impatience. "It is this. We would like you to join us in forming a team to secure a loan to sustain Kiri's finances." "A loan?" The crowd was utterly bewildered. It is important to note that all present were impoverished individuals. How much money could a poor person possibly borrow? Amidst the confusion, Jinweiman finally revealed the plan for their endeavor. Dubbed as borrowing money, it was, in essence, a scheme of theft. The intention was to pilfer the wealth of the esteemed Kong family from the neighboring Baiwu daimyo's estate to cover the expenses of the Jiuli daimyo's residence. The notion of stealing from the Baiwu daimyo left everyone in a state of shock. Lower your voices, Jin Weimin urged as he hastily gestured for silence. Fearing that if Lord Ocean discovered their intentions, their plan to assist him would be jeopardized. However, we have not been trained in the art of infiltration or theft, sighed Izo, who found the situation quite disheartening. If thievery could genuinely aid Lord Ocean, it might be acceptable, but they simply lack the skills. With their clumsy abilities, they would likely be caught before even reaching the Baiwu daimyo's estate. Fear not, for I am here to guide you in the ways of stealth, announced Rizo, who had remained silent until now, stepping forward with 10 sets of stealth attire in hand. Very well, if this can indeed assist Lord Ocean, count me in, said one of the onlookers, as Azura Boy was the first to step forward. Having pledged allegiance to Kazuki Ocean, he felt compelled to share in his burdens. Azura Boy's fervor quickly ignited the spirits of the crowd, and many began to rally around him. Only Gabriel remained seated, lost in thought. I have a question. If you don't mind? Gabriel raised his hand and spoke. Go ahead, Jin Weimin replied, willing to listen patiently as a fellow retainer of Kazuki Ocean. Despite uncertainty about Gabriel's inquiry, why do we resort to theft rather than simply borrowing, considering both estates are under the same banner of Wano? Gabriel expressed his curiosity. Although unclear about the relationship between the Jiuli daimyo and Baiwu daimyo, he assumed that as fellow lords of Wano, they would not refuse a request for assistance in difficult times, given their shared homeland. This question momentarily left Jin Weimin at a loss for words. He indeed had not contemplated this issue. To openly seek a loan from the esteemed Baiwu Daming Mansion seems rather audacious. Yet, would they be willing to lend to someone of his humble stature, merely a small-time scoundrel? Perhaps it would be more advantageous if Lord Yutian were to personally make the request. After a brief contemplation, Jin Weimin decided to abandon the issue entirely. As vassals of Lord Oda, it was their duty to alleviate his burdens. They could not possibly trouble him over such trivial matters. No, it was imperative that we, as loyal retainers of Lord Oda, shoulder his concerns, rather than impose upon him for such insignificant issues. Jin Weimin outright rejected Gabriel's proposal. I never suggested that we involve Lord Oda in this. Matters of borrowing should be handled by ourselves. Gabriel found the title of Lord somewhat cumbersome, and after repeated attempts, he barely became accustomed to it. It's futile. We are mere ruffians. Those influential figures would never lend us money, Jin Weimin stated, shaking his head. He was all too aware of the contemptuous attitudes of the powerful. Even if we are lowly thugs or refugees, we represent the esteemed Kiri Daimyo's domain. If we approach them for a loan under the banner of the Kiri Daimyo, and as retainers of Lord Oda, they cannot simply disregard us, can they? Why complicate matters? Would it not be swifter to steal? In this manner, we would not have to repay anything. Riai's interjected at this moment. Stealing? Gabriel's brow furrowed involuntarily. He simply could not comprehend the erratic thoughts of these individuals. Have you considered what our fate would be if the theft were to fail? Gabriel hesitated. Fear not. I am a professional ninja. Being captured is an impossibility, Riai's declared confidently. I'm speaking hypothetically. Engaging in such activities inherently carries risk, Gabriel countered, waving his hand. If we are indeed captured, we are prepared to die for our country, Riai's proclaimed with unwavering resolve. Indeed, I am willing to give everything for Lord Oda. Even my life, Jin Weimin, standing behind him, appeared unabashedly enthusiastic. Gabriel was left utterly speechless. It seemed that understanding these individuals and communicating with them in a rational manner was a formidable challenge. Have you not considered the repercussions of failure or being discovered? What impact would that have on Kiri? Gabriel sighed. Impact? What kind of impact? Riai's responded, his expression one of confusion. Please, we represent the Kiri Daimyo's estate. And by extension, Lord Oda himself. Our actions inevitably affect how outsiders perceive both the Kiri Daimyo's estate and Lord Oda. In other words, our every move reflects upon the reputation of the Kiri Daimyo. Do you comprehend this? I do not understand. It was not just Riai's. The others present wore expressions of bewilderment. In their minds, Lord Oda was simply Lord Oda, and they were merely themselves. How could such lowly ruffians possibly stand in for Lord Oda? Sighing, Gabriel felt reluctant to further explain to the group. Yet, contemplating the future, he found himself deep in thought. Are we not the vassals of Lord Oda? The crowd nodded in agreement. Lord Yutian is in charge of the Ninely. Is he not? Again, the assembly nodded. As vassals of Lord Yutian, It is only natural that we should assist him in governing the 9 Li in the future, a notion that none could dispute. After all, alleviating Lord Yutian's burdens is our solemn duty. Yet, what is it that you wish to convey? The Azura boy, unable to contain himself, was the first to speak up. Consider this. How would the people of 9 Li perceive us if they were to discover our thievery? I trust that those present do not care about this. However, have you pondered how they would regard Lord Yutian? We must remember that we are acting on his behalf. Would they not suspect that Lord Yutian had instructed us to steal? It is crucial to recognize that we have been serving Lord Yutian from the very beginning. Upon the mention of Kagetsu Yutian, the assembly fell into a profound silence. These individuals are not considering their own interests. However, for Kazuki Oden, they must ponder deeply. After aligning themselves with Kazuki Oden, they have resolutely determined that they would sacrifice their very lives to assist him. How could they now, for their own reasons, bring ruin to Lord Oden? In Chapter 8, plans were altered, and a new scheme emerged, borrowing money. Under Gabriel's persuasive counsel, the group ultimately embraced his proposal. Yet, the question of who would procure the funds became a challenging dilemma for those present. It is crucial to recognize that this instance of borrowing differs significantly from those in the past. This time, the act of borrowing money represents the esteemed Julie Daming Mansion and Lord Yutian. Should we suffer humiliation during this borrowing, it would not only tarnish the reputation of Julie, but also that of Lord Yutian himself. Thus, no one has stepped forward to take on this responsibility, as they all fear the possibility of failure. Jin Weiman, perhaps you should take the lead. Having accompanied Lord Yutian the longest, you are best suited to represent him. It was Izang who broke the peculiar silence. Me? Absolutely not. How could a mere rogue like me possibly attend such a grand occasion? Jin Weiman, in a flurry, hastily declined, passing the responsibility back to Izang. I cannot do it. I am but a wandering soul, a mere songstress earning my keep through performance. How could someone like me represent Lord Yutian? Izang shook his head in dismay, feeling unworthy of the task. We are all vassals of Lord Yutian. We must not let our past identities constrain us. Therefore, Izang, you must not refuse any longer. I believe Jin Weiman is indeed the more suitable candidate. After all, you have been with Lord Yutian from the very beginning. Surely, this task cannot be fulfilled without you. Stop hesitating. If you all refuse to undertake this duty, I shall do it myself, Ashura interjected, his displeasure evident as he seized the weighty responsibility. Absolutely not. The others protested in unison. Among these individuals, everyone is eligible except for the Azura boy. The reason is quite simple. The Azura boy possesses a temperament that is excessively aggressive, coupled with an appearance that is rather fearsome. Those familiar with him are aware that he is seeking to borrow money. However, those unaware of his intentions might mistakenly believe he is there to rob. Therefore, do not dawdle. Make your decision swiftly. As he spoke, the Azura boy turned away, disregarding the crowd. While the others were lost in contemplation, the cat viper was free from such worries. As the group deliberated, the cat viper approached Gabriel, gracefully swaying its paw and gently tapping Gabriel's shoulder in a gesture of flattery. Truly, as a commendable companion of felines, such a method of borrowing money is ingenious. Gabriel gazed at the still swollen face of the cat viper, his brows furrowing in annoyance. Does this fellow not comprehend what a face is? Is there an issue? Gabriel inquired with a hint of perplexity. Meow, brother is still quite hungry, the cat viper remarked as he presented the now empty box before Gabriel. Very well. Gabriel conceded that he had underestimated the cat viper. Indeed, this feline possessed no face. Observing the heated debate among the others, Gabriel felt somewhat detached and decided to fetch fish balls for the cat viper. After Gabriel's departure, the discussion among the group intensified. The names of Jin Weiman, Izu, and Lizu were fervently exchanged, yet the name of Ashura boy was conspicuously absent, clearly indicating that he had been forgotten. How about this? Jin Weiman and Izu should go together, that way everyone can rest assured. Tsunetaro finally proposed a concrete plan. This plan is quite commendable, I agree. Kanjiro was the first to express his support. I concur. Ashura boy also raised his hand in approval. For him, it mattered little who went, as long as someone did. With the three affirmations, the majority present subsequently echoed their assent. Only Jin Weiman and Izu remained, looking utterly bewildered. They were internally reluctant. Yet the hopeful gazes directed at them made it difficult to decline. Amidst the multitude of eyes upon them, they ultimately had no choice but to accept the task. Jin Weiman, Izu, we believe in your capabilities. You can do it. Good luck. Tsunetaro, seeing their hesitation, clenched his left fist to rally their spirits. "All right, we shall embark on this perilous mission," Jean Weimin, inspired by the fervent call, agreed to the resolution with a newfound determination. Aizu, feeling a sense of resignation, raised his hand in agreement, understanding that with Jean Weimin's consent, he had no alternative but to comply. "I believe Gabriel should accompany us as well. Do not be deceived by his size. He is quite clever," the cat viper suggested without hesitation, showcasing his good brother Gabriel amidst the fierce contention. "Such a fortunate event cannot be complete without his good brother." "Indeed, I find that little rascal quite commendable," Jean Weimin nodded. "As for that rabbit, yes, I too think highly of it," Izong affirmed with a nod. "It is evident that they do not intend to let the instigator of this borrowing escapade slip away unscathed." At that moment, Gabriel also entered, holding a box brimming with fish balls. The fish balls he had prepared were all that he could offer. If they proved insufficient, he would have to resign himself to letting the cat viper fend for itself. He presented the wooden box of fish balls to the cat viper. "Meow, thank you, dear brother," the cat viper said, its face brimming with gratitude as it accepted the gift. Almost immediately, it began to devour the fish balls with fervor. Upon seeing Gabriel enter, Jean Weimin and his companion's eyes sparkled with excitement, and they seized Gabriel, eager to embark on their mission. "What are you planning to do?" Gabriel protested as they pulled him along. "Of course, we are about to conduct serious business." Despite his attempts to resist, Gabriel found himself utterly overwhelmed by the two ravenous companions. In mere moments, he was thoroughly subdued. It seemed Gabriel was indeed quite popular. The cat viper, savoring the fish balls, couldn't help but feel a pang of sentiment as he watched the others escort Gabriel away. "Are you serious?" Ainaran, standing beside the cat viper, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. At the entrance of the prestigious Gelida Mingfu, Jean Weimin explained the situation to Gabriel, expressing their desire to borrow money together. Though Gabriel felt an instinctive refusal, he turned to face his encircling companions and, in that fleeting moment, made a decisive choice. Such a time dedicated to Lord Mitian cannot be diminished. "Indeed, I have great faith in you. Your future is promising." Jean Weimin chuckled as he patted Gabriel's shoulder. The carriage approached at a leisurely pace. Raizang sat at the front of the carriage. "Step aboard. Allow me to escort you for this final journey," Raizang stated with a serious demeanor. "Final journey?" Gabriel raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Was it truly necessary to frame a simple loan in such a grim light? Could it be that the name of Lord Baiwu carried a sinister reputation? Before Gabriel could ponder further, Jean Weimin hoisted him into the carriage. "Let us be on our way, Raizang," Izong called out from within the carriage. "Onward to the estate of Lord Baiwu." With a flourish of his whip, Raizang set the horses in motion, departing with the group. Inside the carriage, Jean Weimin and Izong began to deliberate on the matter of how to approach the Kong family for a loan at the estate of Lord Baiwu. Chapter 9. The Loan. At the estate of Lord Baiwu, a burly middle-aged man with a voluminous explosion of blue hair sat quietly on the ground, clutching a scroll of white parchment. This individual is none other than the esteemed Kong family of Baiwu. In their possession lies the financial statements pertaining to Baiwu. As they scrutinize the figures presented, a wave of anxiety washes over them. According to the financial report, this year they can barely sustain the expenditures of the illustrious Baiwu residents. This marks the third consecutive year of declining financial revenue for the Baiwu region. If this trend continues, Baiwu will inevitably face insolvency. Master Kong, Master Kong. The black charcoal serpent rushed in, drenched in sweat. "What is the matter?" Master Kong inquired, puzzled by the serpent's distressed appearance. "There are individuals seeking an audience." The black charcoal serpent gestured toward the entrance. "Individuals seeking an audience?" Master Kong expressed his confusion, as it seemed unlikely anyone would come at this juncture. "Who are they?" "They claim to hail from the Jili Prefecture." "The Jili Prefecture?" Master Kang's curiosity deepened. Wasn't that the territory of the Imperial Fields? Could it be that the Imperial Fields had come? However, upon further reflection, it seemed implausible. If it were truly the Imperial Fields, they would not adhere to such formalities. "Let them in." Master Kong waved his hand, signaling for the visitors to enter. The black charcoal serpent hastened to the entrance to receive them. The representatives from the Baiwu Prefecture, including Jean Weimin, appeared visibly tense, clearly apprehensive about the prospect of borrowing money. "Please, come in," the black charcoal serpent said, rubbing his hands together with a smile. "Thank you." Jean Weimin nodded courteously. The black charcoal serpent led them into the chamber. Jean Weimin and his companions seemed particularly uneasy, while Gabriel appeared remarkably at ease. At least from the style and decor of the residence, It was evident that the Baiwu Lord was not a malevolent tyrant. Yet, seeing the black charcoal serpent in such a subservient state incited a sense of distaste within Gabriel. Perhaps it was due to the serpent's excessively humble demeanor. The group soon found themselves before Master Kong, who commanded their attention. They promptly knelt in reverence. Although they were vassals of Jiuli, they were obliged to show deference to the Lord of Baiwu, especially since they were seeking his assistance. Gabriel, however, felt averse to such subjugation. Yet, he understood that he had no power to alter the situation. Thus, he resigned himself to the necessity of compliance. "Rise," Master Kong said sternly. "What brings you here?" "Master Kong," they began, "we are currently facing a temporary financial crisis in Jiuli. We hope that you might lend us some funds to help us through this difficult period." It was evident that Jin Wei-min was unaccustomed to such scenarios. However, having grown up among ruffians, the disparity of negotiating with a regional lord was a natural source of discomfort. "Is that so?" Master Kang's expression hardened as he scrutinized them. "If Jiuli is in trouble, why has the Imperial Fields not sent you to speak on their behalf? As vassals of Lord Yutian, it is our duty to assist in resolving issues. So we felt it unnecessary to inform Lord Yutian prior to our arrival," one of them, with his head bowed, explained. "Is that so?" Kong Jia observed the group, hesitating to respond. Clearly, he harbored reservations regarding their sudden request for a loan. "Pray tell, what do you intend to accomplish with this loan? How do you plan to ameliorate the current state of Jiuli?" The unexpected nature of this inquiry had taken both Zhang and Jin Wei-min by surprise. The thought of improving Jiuli's conditions and the purpose of acquiring the loan were matters they believed should be deliberated by the Lord alone. Their role was merely to assist him. Meanwhile, Gabriel knelt on the ground, his eyelids fluttering with anxiety. Sensing that silence might jeopardize their chances of securing the funds, he pondered for a moment before uttering a well-known adage: "To achieve prosperity, one must first lay the roads." This sentence startled Jin Wei-min and his companion. With beads of cold sweat on their foreheads, they lifted their gazes towards the Kong family, and only upon noticing their inaction did they breathe a heavy sigh of relief. "Is the path to wealth paved with roads?" pondered the Kong family, stroking their chin thoughtfully. The individual spoke with a certain depth. Observing the crowd's lack of response, Gabriel raised his head in confusion. Surely, there should be some acknowledgement? Even if they did not agree with his words, a reaction was warranted. Just as Gabriel pondered this, the Kong family presented an array of treasures. Piled high were numerous chests, yet the Kong family deemed it insufficient and withdrew a bag of gold from their robes. The sheer wealth astonished everyone present. Although the contents of the chests remained unknown, one could surmise that whatever was offered by the esteemed Kong family would be extraordinary. As they beheld the substantial bag of money, Jin Wei-min and his companions felt a surge of awe. They had initially believed that borrowing 5,000 gold pieces would be remarkable, but judging by the quantity before them, it must surely exceed 10,000. Due to the isolation of the Kingdom of He, two primary currencies circulated: gold and silver. One gold piece could be exchanged for approximately 10,000 berries, while one silver piece was equivalent to about 100 berries. You have a fondness for Yutian, do you not? If so, utilize this wealth to arm yourselves and become true warriors. Despite these individuals not resorting to theft as was customary, the Kong family discerned their true capabilities at a glance. Their disguises were woefully inadequate, revealing their inherent flaws with ease. "Thank you, Lord Kong." Jin Wei-min and Yizong bowed deeply in gratitude. "Remember, Yutian is destined to become a general of the Kingdom of He. Thus his retainers must also be the finest warriors of the land. I hope you will strive diligently." With a wave of his hand, the Kong family signaled for them to depart. "We shall not betray the trust of Lord Kong. We will undoubtedly become the foremost warriors of the Kingdom of He and protect Lord Yutian," Jin Wei-min declared, his eyes gleaming with determination. "Go forth and earnestly aspire to become the premier warriors of the Kingdom of He," Lord Kong replied, turning without a backward glance as he retreated into his residence. Once inside, faintly audible from outside were sounds reminiscent of a dispute. "Lord Kong, our finances in Baiwu are already dwindling. Why must we lend to them? Enough, regardless of the circumstances. They are individuals taken in by Yutian. Now that they are in distress, how could I turn a blind eye? Rest assured, though Baiwu's finances are strained, I will devise a solution." Amidst the argument, the mention of Baiwu's financial difficulties was unmistakable. Gabriel could not help but reflect on the situation. He had initially thought Baiwu a daunting place, yet it proved otherwise. "Little rabbit, what are you gazing at? Come and help with the treasures." Jin Weimin exclaimed as he placed a large bag of gold upon Gabriel's shoulders. Hey, is this really fair? I am but a child. And you expect me to carry such a heavy load? Gabriel protested as the weight of the gold settled in his hands. Very well, considering your contributions. You may carry just this one bag. The rest we shall manage, came the reply. With a faint smile, Izang remarked, this is what you said. Gabriel, chuckling, embraced a large bag of gold and departed. Meanwhile, Izang and Jin Weimin slowly walked out, each laden with a multitude of treasures. Izang, you will spoil the little ones if you continue like this. It cannot be allowed in the future, Jin Weimin commented, cradling the riches. Come now, Jin Weimin. Do not be so stingy. That little fellow has been of immense help to us today, so let us not quibble over such trifles. Very well, Jin Weimin conceded, clearly somewhat persuaded by the events of the day. Had it not been for Gabriel's words, acquiring wealth today would have been a question. Chapter 10. The Astonished Crowd and the Oden Gathering. The treasures were placed into the carriage, and soon they returned to the estate of Julie. The group was truly laden with bounty. Upon their arrival at the mansion, Ashura and his companions awaited with expressions of anxiety, clearly burdened by their concerns regarding the outcome of the endeavor. Everyone, we have secured the funds, Jin Weimin declared as he disembarked, eager to showcase their success. Is that truly the case? Ashura inquired skeptically. As expected of brother Jin Weimin, I knew he would prevail, Sujiro asserted, unwavering in his faith in Jin Weimin's capabilities. In his view, when Jin Weimin took action, there was no problem insurmountable. Indeed, it is true, Izang nodded as he stepped down. Splendid, Kenjiro exclaimed, tears of relief welling in his eyes. Now, let us enlist everyone's assistance to transport the treasures into the mansion, Izang instructed, gesturing towards the riches in the cart. Very well, let us proceed. Ashura stepped forward to take on this significant task. The others promptly joined in to lend their aid. Only the young cat viper stood idly, lost in thought. In his eyes, he was still a child, and such matters were best left to adults. What are you doing? Come help us. Inazuka shouted at Cat Viper, who remained dazed. Meow, must I join as well? Cat Viper hesitated. What do you think? Inazuka shot him an exasperated glance. All right then. I shall come, Cat Viper, feeling a bit embarrassed at Inazuka's insistence, decisively approached to assist. One by one, they began unloading the treasures. Ashura and his companions were somewhat astonished, having initially expected to secure only 2,000 or 3,000 coins from their loan. Gazing at the quantity, Ashura could not help but inquire, how did you manage this? These riches, even in the realm of Baiwu, would indeed amount to a substantial fortune, of course. Acquired through our relentless efforts, Jin Weimin chuckled. However, apart from Chuan Sujiro, who harbored unwavering trust in Jin Weimin, the others cast skeptical glances his way. Over time, they had become well aware of Jin Weimin's true worth. This time, the ability to procure funds was indeed thanks to that little rabbit, Izang remarked candidly. Little rabbit? The group expressed their confusion. Meow, as expected of a brother of the Meow, I knew he would succeed, the cat viper remarked, exhibiting an inexplicable confidence. Indeed. It was the rabbit accompanying these mischievous individuals. Izang pointed towards the group surrounding the cat viper. The others were left even more perplexed. What could a mere rabbit possibly accomplish? It was only with the aid of that little creature that Lord Kong decided to lend us the money. Izang sighed as he revealed the truth of the matter. With the help of that little creature? The group's bewilderment deepened. What could a mere infantile creature do? If you do not believe me, you may inquire with Jin Weimin, Izang urged, pointing at him. Yes, that is indeed correct, Jin Weimin replied, his gaze evasive as he scratched his nose, ultimately confessing this humiliating truth. The group was taken aback. They could scarcely fathom how a little rabbit could achieve what both Jin Weimin and Izang could not. By the way, have you seen that little rabbit? I have not spotted him since we disembarked. Izang suddenly recalled the absence of Gabriel. I haven't seen him either. Me too, the others shook their heads, expressing their lack of sighting. Jin Weimin, did you notice if that little fellow boarded the vehicle? Izang inquired, his eyelids twitching. Jin Weimin found himself momentarily stunned by this question, as he had been preoccupied with thoughts of wealth throughout the journey. You didn't pay attention either? Jin Weimin's expression stiffened. Izang's countenance gradually became rigid. Truth be told, he had been too exhilarated upon boarding to notice Gabriel's absence. Had they forgotten to allow Gabriel onto the vehicle? A ludicrous thought began to take shape in the minds of Jin Weimin and Izang. Are you looking for him? The cat viper pointed towards Gabriel, who was sleeping atop a treasure chest. Jin Weimin and Izang's expressions froze. It seemed they had been overly sentimental. I shall awaken him, Jin Weimin said, rolling up his sleeves and preparing to act. No, let it be. Izang hastily intervened, suggesting that Jin Weimin take a moment to rest. I would appreciate it if you all could temporarily place the treasures within the daimyo's estate. With a nod, Izang signaled to the others to lift the treasure. But, Izang, you haven't explained how that little rabbit managed to acquire the funds. Sujiro was eager to discover how the younger one achieved what even his elder brother could not. Not only Sujiro, but the entire assembly was filled with curiosity, their inquisitive gazes directed towards him. All right, let us first transport the treasure to the Lord's mansion. And we can discuss it later, Izang chuckled lightly. Observing that Izang was no longer hesitant, the group commenced the task of moving the treasure. They carried it to the highest point of the Lord's mansion, temporarily stacking it there. The subsequent distribution of the treasure would be deliberated upon later. After the treasure was secured, Izang gently roused Gabriel from his slumber. Gabriel awoke groggily, and under Izang's guidance, they ascended to the second floor. In the attic, a large pot of Oden was already simmering. To prevent the cat viper from toppling the pot, they mimicked Gabriel's method and prepared some ice water for the serpent, allowing the food to cool. This Oden is not solely the creation of Kazuki Oden, but rather an imitation by Ashura Duji. Of course, this time they did not invite Kazuki Oden. This gathering belongs to them, the loyal vassals of Jiuli. It is a celebration, not for any other reason, but to commemorate the successful acquisition of funds. Steam rises, and the enticing aroma of Oden wafts through the air. Fishballs, meatballs, and a generous helping of konjac have already surfaced in the pot. As more guests arrive, the Oden nears perfection. The Oden stands proudly, surrounded by 10 places at the table. Each spot is adorned with a bottle of sake, suggesting that these revelers intend to drink until they are inebriated. The attendees, brimming with excitement, settle down with the Oden, and the atmosphere reaches a crescendo. Let us toast to our victory. Jin Weimin raises his cup and drains the sake in one gulp. Cheers. Ashura, appearing rather casual, swiftly downs his sake as well. Haha, count me in. Lazon chimes in, bringing his cup close and drinking heartily. Several older vassals sip their sake, while Izuko, seated on the ground, shakes his head in bemusement. Not one for drinking, he realizes that at this rate, he might succumb to intoxication after only 3 rounds. Sake, what a delightful elixir, says the intoxicated cat viper. His cheeks flushed. Below him, Inu Arashur has already been laid low by his indulgence. Inu Arashur, it seems you cannot handle your drink, Cat Viper remarks, patting Inu Arashur's body. What is this, Cat Viper? Is it truly enjoyable? Kiku no Jo, intrigued by Cat Viper's satisfied demeanor, approaches him. This is a fine brew. Kiku, would you care to try? Cat Viper, his face aglow, raises the remaining half bottle of sake. Am I really allowed? Kiku no Jo gulps, eyeing the bottle with curiosity. Here, Cat Viper says, handing the sake directly to Kiku no Jo. Kiku no Jo tentatively takes a sip. As the sake flows down his throat, he is greeted by a sharp sensation, soon followed by a wave of sweetness. What a peculiar flavor. Kiku no Jo expresses with distaste, sticking out his tongue. Sake is not meant to be drunk this way. Cat Viper takes the bottle back, demonstrating the proper technique. Leaning against Kiku no Jo's shoulder, he pours the sake into Kiku no Jo's mouth. Within minutes, half a bottle has vanished, leaving Kiku no Jo blushing and sprawled on the ground. Well, it seems you cannot hold your liquor, Cat Viper observes, shaking his head at the sight. Long live sake, Cat Viper exclaims, grabbing another bottle and resuming his drinking. In just a few moments, he can no longer withstand the intoxication and finds himself lying on the ground. Jin Weimin, you haven't yet spoken of that little rabbit. Sujiro interjects, nudging Jin Weimin at the table. Little rabbit? What is there to discuss about that hare? Let us instead delve into my experiences of dominating the gambling scene. Jin Weimin laughed heartily. Indeed, Jin Weimin, do not be so stingy. We are also eager to hear how that rabbit managed to persuade you to borrow money. Ken Sherlang expressed his dissatisfaction. Yes, I too am quite curious. Do share the tale with us. Riai's remarked, striking the ground in frustration. Very well, I shall recount the details for you. Observing the curiosity of the crowd, Jin Weimin decided to divulge the circumstances of that moment. What? One mere statement led Lord Kong to lend us money? Jin Weimin, surely you jest. Ashura TKO exclaimed incredulously. If you doubt my words, you may inquire with Iz. He was present at the time. Jin Weimin, seeing the skepticism in their eyes, pointed to Iz, who was sighing nearby, urging them to ask him. Jin Weimin spoke the truth, indeed. That rabbit did convince Lord Kong to lend us money with just a single phrase. It is not just you. Even now, I find it hard to believe. Iz shook his head, expressing his continued bewilderment over why the Kong family would lend them money based solely on that utterance. The discussion among the group grew increasingly animated, and the discourse regarding Gabriel became ever more chaotic. Iz rubbed his temples, sighed, and stepped outside. It was evident that such a tumultuous atmosphere was ill-suited for him. Chapter 11. Distribution of Wealth. Conversations with the Kong family. Night descended. The crescent moon hung overhead like a silver arc, while the stars twinkled brilliantly across the night sky. Guided by the dim light of the moon, Iz made his way to the rooftop. Upon reaching the mound of wealth, he began to contemplate the utilization of these riches. The arrival of this wealth not only alleviated the financial shortcomings of Jiu Li, but also provided a surplus of funds. The aim of this surplus is what concerns Izumi. It is essential to recognize that Lord Yuta is destined to become a general of the Land of Harmony. However, in their current state, do they truly deserve the title of vassals to the future general? With a heavy sigh, Izumi resolved to categorize this wealth, replenishing the deficits of Jiu Li's finances. He intended to allocate a portion of the remainder for the acquisition of books and weaponry. His aspiration was to fundamentally transform the retainers of Jiu Li. As Lord Kei's words echoed in his mind, Yuta of the Keizuki clan is to become the general of the Land of Harmony. And those who serve the general must be the foremost warriors of the realm. Their objective is to attain the status of the premier warrior of the Land of Harmony. After devising a plan for the finances, Izumi hurried downstairs, arriving at the chambers on the second floor. At that moment, Kinemon and the others lay sprawled on the floor in slumber. The children of the cat viper were also resting on the ground, the scent of alcohol wafting from their mouths. As for their discussions about Gabriel, he had long since vanished, likely having found a place to sleep after their revelry. Observing this scene, Izumi could not help but let out a sigh. These fellows, in their current state, are utterly unworthy of being called vassals of the general from the Land of Harmony. Change. It is imperative that transformation occurs. This notion had deeply rooted itself within Izumi's heart. However, before making any changes among these fellows, he had one more task to accomplish: to tidy the room. Otherwise, if any of these reckless individuals were to roll over and accidentally topple the Oden, the consequences would be dire. Rising cautiously, he entered the room, surveying his surroundings. He chose a less crowded spot and gingerly grasped two corners of the Oden, slowly maneuvering it out. With every step, Izumi was exceedingly cautious, fearing that someone might stir. Once the Oden was safely in his hands, he couldn't help but exhale in relief. He hurried downstairs to the kitchen to attend to the Oden. After finishing the task, he quickly ascended to gather the scattered items from the floor. He tidied up the bottles and debris, but by then, it was already deep into the night. The cold night air sent shivers down Izumi's spine as he gazed at the individuals sleeping on the floor. He couldn't help but shake his head. Although he felt the urge to sleep, the sight of everyone prompted him to cover them with blankets for their rest. After all, the weather was so unpredictable. Catching a cold would be unfortunate. Sitting on the ground for a brief respite to regain some strength, Izumi gradually stood up and made his way to their resting room. Collecting several blankets, he began covering each person, starting with the children. When the blankets proved insufficient, he made extra trips. Once everyone was covered, Izumi finally relaxed. Standing up, he stretched and eased his stiff muscles, preparing to return to rest. The following day, as the sun began to rise, its rays illuminated the estate of the Haku dance. The others had yet to awaken and commence their duties, while Jigetsu had already arrived at the Kei family's residence. Inside the estate, where the Kei family typically managed their documents, Kei sat on the floor addressing the financial matters of Haku dance. Out of the corner of his eye, a familiar figure caught his attention. Looking up, he was surprised to find Jigetsu standing before him. "What brings you here?" Kei inquired, astonished. "Why shouldn't I come?" Jigetsu replied with a smile, taking a seat beside Kei. Kei, somewhat taken aback, noted, "It is surprising that one who usually follows their whims would rise early to seek me out." He observed the financial report in his hands and shook his head. Presently, the finances of Haku dance were somewhat beyond Kei's calculations. After allocating a portion of the funds lent to the Kei family, the remaining money was hardly enough to sustain the basic operations of Haku dance. It seemed that alternative solutions were required for Haku dance's financial predicament. After a moment of distress, Kei placed the financial report on the ground and sighed. "Speak, what brings you here?" "I merely came to check on you." Nothing more. Getsu replied. Kazuki Oden smiled lightly. You merely came to see me? The Kong family's eyelids twitched. Stop holding back. I know your character well enough. What is it that you wish to discuss? With a sigh, the Kong family spoke. Since you've put it that way, I shall not be coy. You are aware that my esteemed residence in K-Ri has only recently been established, and I find myself facing a minor fiscal predicament. I seek to borrow a sum of money to tide me over. Didn't I lend you some yesterday? Is it insufficient? The Kong family's eyelids twitched again. If the funds from yesterday were inadequate, there would be little recourse. It was worth noting that the wealth borrowed the previous day had nearly depleted the coffers of the White Dance. Yesterday? Kazuki Oden looked perplexed. Did your retainers not report this to you? Noticing Oden's confusion, the Kong family inquired further. Report what? As Oden listened to the Kong family, his bewilderment only deepened. Yesterday, your retainers borrowed a substantial sum from me, citing insufficient finances in K-Ri. Did they not inform you? Kazuki Oden awkwardly smiled. It was quite peculiar that he had been absent from K-Ri the previous day, leaving him unaware of their actions. Ah, Oden, you are destined to become a general. Must you not temper your demeanor? The Kong family, now understanding the situation, shook his head with a soft sigh. Is that so? They sought to borrow money from you yesterday. Did you find them to be satisfactory? Oden smiled awkwardly, clearly reluctant to delve into his own inquiries. Indeed, I encountered a rather intriguing young lad among them. The Kong family recalled the brief meeting with the rabbit-like figure, nodding thoughtfully. Is that so? Oden expressed mild surprise at this revelation. I had assumed you only entertained peculiar individuals. I did not expect there to be exceptions. The Kong family nodded in agreement. How did you find that fellow? Oden continued to inquire. If nurtured properly, he might indeed bring a unique perspective to the land of Wano. This left Kazuki Oden somewhat astonished. It is well known that the K family possesses an exceptionally discerning eye among the myriad samurai and talents in Wano country. Few have garnered their admiration. The fact that a mere child could evoke such praise from the K family piqued Oden's curiosity about the identity of this individual. However, when the subject of the child arose, Oden refrained from inquiring immediately. After all, among his retainers, there were only a handful of youths. A simple question upon his return would suffice to unveil whom the K family referred to. The conversation progressed, with the K family speaking volubly, yet Oden appeared somewhat distracted. The objective had been achieved, and his continued presence here felt rather superfluous. After several exchanges, he hastily took his leave. The K family watched Oden's departing figure, shaking their head in concern for the future of Wano. Chapter 12. Aiza's vision for the future. The following day, sunlight streamed into the second-floor loft of the Kurizumi estate. Yet the inhabitants had yet to awaken. Aizu had already arrived at this place. This time, he held an additional object in his hand, a gong and a mallet. Behind him, Gabriel felt a chill sweep over him as he beheld the item in Izong's grasp, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Gabriel was all too familiar with the pain this instrument could inflict. Indeed, the sound of the gong was a torment to the ears. Sighing, he recalled the resounding clang from that early morning, a sound that lingered in his mind despite the passage of time. Even now, his ears still buzzed with the memory. Clang, clang, clang. As the gong was struck, the piercing noise assaulted him once more. Gabriel instinctively pressed his ears down, seeking refuge from the cacophony. He was genuinely frightened. The sound was akin to a soul-rending bell, causing suffering to his ears and torment to his mind. What was happening? What was that noise? My goodness, what on earth is going on? Meow? The gong reverberated, startling everyone awake. They hurriedly rose from the ground, glancing around in confusion, eager to comprehend the situation. Before them stood Izong, solemnly holding the gong. Izong, what are you doing? Do you wish to deprive us of our sleep? Meow? The crowd grumbled at Izong. Some, seeing nothing amiss, attempted to lie back down and continue their slumber. Yet, as they settled in, they were once again met with the discordant clamor of the gong, which proved to be an incessant annoyance. Izong, could you refrain from striking that wretched gong? It is exceedingly bothersome, Jean Weiman murmured, squinting with displeasure. If you have something to discuss, could it not wait? I am utterly exhausted, Leizong chimed in hastily. No, everyone must rise. Today, I have an important announcement to make. Izong, observing the still drowsy crowd, struck the gong once more. Although the assembly longed for sleep, they recognized that such a desire was futile given Izong's demeanor. They groggily shook their heads to clear their thoughts and slowly began to rise. Sitting on the ground were the children, including the likes of Cat, Viper, Snake, and Dog Gale, positioned at the forefront. The group, lacking energy, gazed at Izong, eager to discern what he had to convey so early in the day. Gabriel, you have arrived as well? Cat Viper Snake exclaimed upon noticing Gabriel's slow approach. Gabriel looked at Cat Viper Snake with a bemused expression, unable to fathom what was so joyous about being roused by the clang of the gong. Izong, if you do not provide a reason for this gathering today, I shall make you regret it. While others may have been more tolerant, the Azura boy was not one to hold back. He glared fiercely at Izong, demanding clarity. Yet Izong remained unfazed, gazing calmly at the assembly. Once he deemed that the majority were awake, Izong announced the purpose of this gathering. Today, I have summoned you all for but one matter, and that is to learn. Learn? The crowd appeared utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the intentions behind Izong's words. What do you mean? Please clarify, expressed the dissatisfied Azura boy. It was not just Azura boy. The others also cast disapproving glances. Being inexplicably summoned by the resounding clang of a gong left them perplexed and bewildered. It is likely that anyone would find this difficult to accept. In the presence of so many, even Izumi refrained from elaborating further. As vassals of the general, what should one expect from them? Given their position, they ought to embody the foremost warriors of the land of harmony. Without a moment's contemplation, Kinnaman responded directly, a reply that garnered unanimous agreement among the assembly. The general, as the primary protector of the land of harmony, is rightly safeguarded by its finest warrior. But what of Lord Oda, the future general of the land of harmony? What should his vassals embody? Izumi inquired once more. Upon hearing this question, the countenance of the assembly stiffened. Several exchanged glances, eager to speak, yet found themselves at a loss for words. Logically, with Lord Oda ascending to the position of general, his vassals should undoubtedly be of the highest caliber. While they need not necessarily be the foremost warriors of the land, they should at the very least be esteemed fighters. Yet, the exchanged glances among them revealed their uncertainty. In such a state, one cannot even claim to be the foremost warrior of Wano. They currently do not even qualify as first-rate samurai. If one were to categorize them, they might only be deemed third-rate. Is it truly fitting for the general of Wano to associate with third-rate samurai as vassals? Such words were not spoken solely by Azura boy. Even the notoriously thick-skinned Kinnaman refrained from uttering them. It appears that everyone has attained a clearer understanding. Izong observed the subtle changes in the expressions of those present and nodded in satisfaction. As long as they recognize their shortcomings and promptly address them, it is never too late. Now that there are no objections, allow me to outline the forthcoming regulations. Noticing the silence among the crowd, Izong began to articulate his plans. He proposed a three-step approach to nurturing his retainers. The first step would involve studying literature. Izong had a fair understanding of those gathered before him. These individuals predominantly hail from a background of delinquency, possessing a scant ability to read. In simpler terms, they are utterly illiterate. It would indeed be a tremendous irony for a retainer of the general from the land of Wano to be unable to recognize characters. Thus, the initial step taken by Zong was to ensure that everyone undertook the study of written language. In this phase, the individuals known as the Cat Viper, Gabriel, the Hound, and Jiku no Jo are to be grouped together. The subsequent step pertains to etiquette. As vassals of the general of the land of Wa, this is a requisite. It is not merely about the general's appearance during outings. Rather, it is essential as they are to become exemplars for warriors across the nation. If they lack a sense of decorum, one cannot expect any semblance of it from the warriors beneath them. The third and final step, which is equally paramount, concerns strength. While the first two steps may be approached with a degree of leniency, this last one cannot be. A deficiency in strength signifies death, and death implies an inability to safeguard Lord Oden. This point is underscored repeatedly by Aizu. The assembly has come to a consensus regarding Aizu's plan, knowledge, etiquette, and strength. However, upon hearing of the assessment to be conducted 3 years hence, a wave of apprehension washed over them. It is important to note their varying ages. The capacity to learn and assimilate knowledge undoubtedly differs. For instance, those in their mid-20s cannot compare their acquisition of knowledge to that of younger children. As for strength, even a child like the Cat Viper, who is merely 7 or 8 years old, cannot possibly match the strength of much older adults, regardless of 3 years of rigorous training. Nevertheless, no one voiced opposition, for they all share a singular objective, to protect Lord Oden. The aspiration to grow stronger for the sake of Lord Oden is their current resolve. Chapter 13. Acquisition of Learning Materials and Wooden Swords. Huri, Oden Castle. Here stands a newly constructed city. Although it bears the name of a city, in terms of scale, It bears little distinction from an ordinary town. Izong leads the group to procure books and materials at the Jinwei Gate, with the companions Cat Viper, Dogstorm, and Gabriel trailing behind. Cat Viper and Dogstorm gaze about with wide-eyed curiosity, as this is their first encounter with the human world. The atmosphere here is markedly different from that of Zhuowu. The distinct styles of conduct, architecture, and fashion choices create a striking contrast. In comparison to the astonishment evoked by Inu Ran and the feline viper, Gabriel exudes a sense of tranquility, lazily observing his surroundings. It is not difficult to discern from the earth beneath and the structures around. This country is indeed steeped in antiquity. As we meandered through the bustling markets, we observed that Izang, Jinweiman, and Ashura Boy each cradled a substantial stack of tomes in their arms. It was evident that these volumes served as their cherished instruments of learning. "Isn't this a bit excessive, Izang?" Jinweiman remarked with a wry smile, gazing at the books he held. "With such an abundance of books, it seems it will take until the monkey year to finish them all. How much? I dare say it is still insufficient." Gazing at these volumes, I couldn't help but shake my head. These are merely fundamental aspects of textual recognition, noble etiquette, the rights of vassals, the manners of warriors, and the principles of Bushido. Roughly calculated, there are merely a little over 10 varieties. In the eyes of Izang, these were merely the fundamentals of fundamentals. After mastering these basics, Izang intended to seek out books concerning economics and the state. Believing that such knowledge would ultimately assist Lord Yutian, Izang felt he had reached a sufficient level. Absorbing more at this time would be overwhelming. The Azura youth frowned in response. Not only did Izang wish to explore further, but even the Azura youth questioned whether he could truly absorb all of this knowledge in his lifetime. "Indeed, I concur. This seems to be ample material for us to study for quite some time," Lei Zong added in agreement. "Is that so?" Seeing that everyone shared this sentiment, Izang felt it prudent to acquiesce to their wishes. Once he deemed the collection of books adequate, he led the group to a blacksmith shop. Izang and the Azura youth entered, and upon exiting, they possessed several swords as well as 4 wooden training swords. The swords were distributed among Jinweiman, Kanzuru, and the Azura youth, while the wooden swords were set aside for the others, including the Cat Viper. This was not due to Izang's reluctance to purchase a sword for these children. Rather, he deemed it far too perilous. Such a young child wielding a wooden sword instills a sense of apprehension regarding potential mishaps. The wooden swords have been distributed. Jinzhan, alongside the Viper, exudes an unusual excitement. Particularly, the Viper, grasping 2 wooden swords, cannot conceal the thrill upon his face. Gabriel, look what I have," the Viper boasts, brandishing the wooden swords. "Well, they are merely 2 wooden swords," Gabriel responds with a hint of disdain. Had they been 2 iron swords, perhaps Gabriel would have shown some interest. Alas, they are but 2 utterly useless wooden implements. Brother Jinweiman promised me. Just then, before the Viper could finish his sentence, a tremendous roar echoed through the sky, as a bolt of purple lightning cleaved through the heavens. Startled by the thunder, the Viper dropped the wooden swords to the ground. Gabriel, too, was unmindful, gazing upwards. Moments ago, the sky was clear and radiant, but now dark clouds began to gather ominously. Lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. A biting cold wind accompanied by fine raindrops swept through the air, making the sudden drop in temperature palpable. It was evident that a heavy downpour was imminent. Gabriel lowered his head, noticing that the Viper had become momentarily stunned by the thunder. "Are you all right?" Gabriel chuckled softly, shaking his head. "No, I'm fine," the Viper stammered, finally regaining his composure upon hearing Gabriel's voice. "Really?" Gabriel inquired, picking up the wooden sword from the ground with a bemused expression. "Believe me, I am quite resilient. How could I be frightened by such trivial thunder?" The Viper forced a smile, extending his feline claw. "All right, let's head back," Gabriel said with a gentle laugh, handing the wooden sword back to the Viper. "It seems this fellow possesses a rather thick skin." "Head back?" "But the Viper began. But he was interrupted by the sight of several figures passing by. Looking up, he realized these individuals were none other than Izang and his companions, heading in the very direction from which they had come, towards the daimyo's estate. The Viper appeared bewildered, evidently struggling to comprehend the chaotic situation. "Let us go? It's about to rain," Jinzhan called out as he hurried past, clutching his wooden sword, urging both the Viper and Gabriel. "All right, let's go," Gabriel replied. Gabriel shook his head and patted the shoulder of the Cat Viper before turning to depart. In the distance, the figures of Izong and his companions were hastily making their way back to the Lord's manor. Gabriel understood their urgency, for they were burdened with numerous tomes, which had cost them a considerable sum. Should they be drenched by the rain, it would amount to a tangible loss. Izong and his companions clutched the books tightly as they hurried towards the manor. Midway through their journey, a fierce wind arose, stirring up clouds of dust. Reluctantly, Izong slowed his pace. Glancing up at the sky, he discerned the ominous signs of an impending downpour. They all tucked the books under their cloaks, resolutely determined to keep them dry. Izong, braving the gale, signaled to his companions to safeguard the precious volumes from the torrential rain that loomed ahead. The others swiftly followed suit, securing the books close to their chests as they pressed onward. Fortuitously, Izong and his party reached the manor just before the deluge began. They finally arrived. Once inside, they plopped down onto the floor, utterly exhausted from their frantic dash. Before they could catch their breath, a thunderous roar erupted outside. The sky rumbled ominously, with violet lightning dancing amidst the clouds. Soon, the sound of pouring rain enveloped them. Meow. We have finally arrived. At the entrance, the cat viper and Gabriel returned just as the last drops of rain began to fall. The cat viper, utterly drained, collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by fatigue from the relentless run. Gabriel, too, sank to the floor, gasping for breath, conceding that the journey had been more arduous than he had anticipated. The sound of the rain pattered incessantly. The heavy rain descended, relentlessly striking the rooftops, with a cacophony of sounds echoing from above. Outside, the torrents poured down, each droplet visibly cascading. A significant event unfolded over the course of 3 days of relentless rain. The water levels in Wano surged, with the seas roaring tumultuously. Not only was the ocean of Wano affected, but lakes and streams too exhibited an extraordinary swell. The streams, overwhelmed by the deluge, could no longer contain their flow, breaching their banks and spilling forth in all directions. Some waters merged into small rivers and lakes, while others inundated the fertile fields. After 3 days, the torrential rain finally abated. Sunlight bathed the land, and a splendid rainbow arched across the sky. Under ordinary circumstances, the townsfolk of Jiuli would have taken delight in this spectacle. However, their minds were consumed by more pressing concerns. Once the downpour ceased, their immediate instinct was to rush to the fields to assess the state of their crops. They were acutely aware of the terrifying volume of rainfall accumulated over those 3 days. The thought of their crops being submerged was too grim to contemplate. With anxious expressions, the villagers approached the riverbank. Their already troubled hearts sank further upon witnessing the state of their plowed land. The rain had transformed the fields, raising the water level dramatically. The seedlings were nearly completely submerged. Had it not been for the few tips of the seedlings still visible, they might have believed that the deluge had swept them away entirely. These are but a fraction. Those seedlings, firmly planted, have withstood the deluge. Alas, the seedlings that were not securely sown have met a dire fate. A few seedlings drifted downstream with the swelling waters, while many others bobbed upon the surface, swaying gently in the breeze. With such elevated water levels, what shall we do? Is our harvest of 6 months destined to be ruined? Oh heavens! Why deny us even this final glimmer of hope? The seedlings, scattered and adrift, elicited expressions of despair from the onlookers. After 3 days of floating, could there be any hope for their survival? They sat helplessly by the riverbank, their eyes vacant, devoid of any viable solution. Although only a handful lamented, the majority sought remedies, yet even they turned pale at the sight of the seedlings adrift. Anyone who has farmed knows that seedlings, freshly planted, cannot survive without soil. After 2 days away from the earth, they lose their value, let alone after floating in water for 3 days. In this dire moment, they could only place their hopes on those seedlings still anchored in the soil, praying that they remained unscathed. Otherwise, these souls would truly be left to the mercies of the north wind for the next 6 months. Given the alarming water levels, the first thought among the crowd was to address the flooding, to drain the water and expose the seedlings still rooted in the ground. However, the pressing question remained: where could the water be diverted to, given the height of the flood? After 3 days of relentless rain, many areas experienced rising water levels. In other regions, the flooding was no less severe. If they simply dug channels to drain their own water, it was possible that water from elsewhere would surge back in. As the crowd pondered where to direct the floodwaters, an elderly man with wispy white hair approached, leaning heavily on his cane. His gaze fell upon the stationary group by the riverbank, frustration boiling within him. What on earth were they doing? Were they merely enjoying the scenery? The old man approached, visibly irate. "Mayor, is that you? Thank goodness you've arrived. You must help us. Our entire harvest hangs in the balance. The townsfolk rallied around the mayor, their faces filled with hope. What are you all doing gathering around me? Don't you understand you need to save the seedlings? The mayor exclaimed, striking the ground with his cane. Save the seedlings? The crowd fell silent, realizing the gravity of the situation. With the water level so high, even if they wished to drain the water to reveal the remaining seedlings, they were unable to act. What are you thinking? I told you to rescue the seedlings floating on the water's surface. The mayor, witnessing the decayed wood, could not help but roar in frustration. After all, he was the mayor. Those seedlings had been submerged for 3 days. Even if some soil clung to their roots, what more was there to discuss? I command you to go. He brandished his cane, abruptly silencing the crowd and signaling for them to rescue the seedlings. Faced with the mayor's authoritative words, the crowd dared not protest, silently descending into the fields and proceeding with caution. As they endeavored to retrieve the floating seedlings, they were particularly meticulous, fearing that the seedlings in their hands might be lost forever, while inadvertently trampling upon those still rooted in the mud. Xiaobo, inform Lord Yutian of the situation here. Let him make a decision. The mayor sighed, watching as the others worked tirelessly to salvage the seedlings. He slowly moved toward Xiaobo, urging him to send word to Lord Yutian. In the esteemed residence of Jiuli, Lord Yutian sat upon his couch, his expression twisted in concern. He had recently received troubling news. The farmland near Robbo town, close to the headland, had been severely affected by heavy rainfall, necessitating his oversight. Lord Yutian was somewhat familiar with the area. It served as the agricultural heart of Jiuli, providing over 60% of the region's grain. Should this area suffer damage, the entire region would face a severe food shortage. What shall we do? Lord Yutian lamented, shaking his head. If it were a matter of battling monsters, he could lend a hand, but with heavy rain causing agricultural devastation, he felt utterly powerless. To be frank, he had always been inept in matters of this nature since birth. Alas, I can only hope those fellows find a solution, he mused, rising to enter the inner chamber. In this dire situation, he could only rely on the capabilities of his retainers. Lord Yutian. Lord Yutian. Meow. Lord Yutian. The scholars studying within the inner room rose hastily to greet him upon his arrival. Ah, it seems you are all quite diligent, Lord Yutian remarked, nodding in approval at their earnest efforts. He entered the room, intending to announce the news from Robbo town, but just as he was about to take a seat, he spotted Gabriel asleep on the floor. Gabriel, are you slacking off again? Lord Yutian chided, eliciting a sheepish smile from Gabriel, who had just awakened. Ah, Lord Yutian. It's been a while, Gabriel exclaimed, startled to see someone above him, and upon recognizing Lord Yutian, he offered a greeting. You are the only one among all these people who can face me so nonchalantly. Lord Yutian chuckled, shaking his head. Why do you avoid your studies and choose to laze about? Ah, it's not that. I've already completed my studies, Gabriel replied. Kazuki Oden cast a skeptical glance, then turned his gaze towards Izo and the others. Indeed, it was as such. Izo helplessly shrugged his shoulders. He truly had no words to express regarding Gabriel. The talent of this individual is akin to that of a prodigy, grasping concepts with remarkable ease. While others are still attempting to comprehend what has been explained, Gabriel is already capable of drawing inferences. However, this extraordinary gift is overshadowed by a critical flaw, his profound laziness. He has never encountered someone so indolent, seeking only a place to rest after completing his studies, thus squandering his innate potential. As they arrived at the rice paddy under the guidance of Lord Oden Kazuki, the group was met with a sense of bewilderment. Although Lord Oden had elaborated on the purpose of their visit prior to their arrival, most of the attendees appeared utterly perplexed. The adults were at a loss, and even more so the young ones, such as the snake-like children who failed to grasp the significance of their presence here. They observed their surroundings with curiosity, surrounded by fields and crops, all of which were entirely new to them. At last, you have arrived, Lord Oden, the village chief exclaimed as he spotted him from a distance. He hurried over, leaning on his cane, unable to conceal his excitement. What is the situation? Lord Oden inquired upon seeing the chief. The situation is quite grim, the chief replied, a grimace on his face. Many seedlings have succumbed to the deluge, and the water levels refuse to recede, showing a troubling upward trend. I see, Lord Oden mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Allow me to introduce some experts. They are the best in this field and should be able to assist you. He gestured towards Kinemon and his companions. Lord Oden, do you truly believe they are capable? The The chief scrutinized the individuals behind Lord Oden, quickly concluding that they had likely never engaged in agricultural labor. The chief was deeply concerned about Lord Oden's unwarranted confidence in them. Have faith in them. Lord Oden reassured the chief, patting his shoulder before quietly departing. Where are you going, Lord Oden? The chief called out in haste. Remember, have faith in them. Lord Oden waved back without looking. Approaching Kinemon, Lord Oden expressed his trust, placing the responsibility of the situation in his hands. Kinemon, I entrust this task to you. Do not bring me shame. Rest assured, Lord Oden, Kinemon replied, tears of determination in his eyes. I shall stake my honor on this. I will not let you down. Good, very good. Lord Oden nodded before making his exit. Oh no. Beside them, Izumi regained his senses and attempted to intercept Kazuki Oden, but upon emerging, he realized that there was no trace of Oden to be found. Frustrated, Izumi covered his head and let out a sigh. Everyone, let's go together. We must not disgrace Lord Oden. Kinemon exclaimed with fervor. Izumi sighed again, uncertain of where Kinemon's confidence stemmed from. Not only Izumi, but also Azura and Reizo wore expressions of concern. It was evident that this situation was daunting for them, just as the group found themselves at a loss. Gabriel had somehow arrived at the rice paddy. The fields were bustling with villagers busy retrieving seedlings, while by the banks, the seedlings were being gathered into piles. The seedlings formed small mounds, and the ground was soaked with the water that had dripped from them. As Gabriel surveyed the fields and the banks, his experience from a young age in laboring in the fields made him acutely aware of the calamity that had befallen them. The rising water had swept away the seedlings. Holding a seedling, Gabriel cautiously examined it. The seedling appeared pristine, devoid of any soil or impurities, including its roots. While such cleanliness might be a boon for ordinary objects, it was far from reassuring in this context. Even if the seedlings had not perished after 3 days of soaking, they would inevitably suffer dehydration and nutrient loss, leading to their ruin during the drying process. The town mayor noticed people by the banks and approached with his cane. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Gabriel and furrowed his brow at the sight of him holding a seedling. He initially intended to reprimand Gabriel, but swallowed his words, aware that he could not afford to offend a vassal of the Kazuki clan. Has the little one devised a clever solution? With his mood lightening, the mayor approached with a smile. Gabriel, lost in thought while examining the seedling, was startled by the mayor's voice. Turning around, he realized the mayor had quietly approached him. The mayor inquired with a smile, and Gabriel, without reservation, shared his findings. These seedlings, upon inspection, are quite dire, he stated, shaking his head. Is that so? The mayor chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief. It was clear that he found Gabriel's assessment somewhat superfluous. Any reasonable person would understand that seedlings submerged in water for 2 days would struggle to survive, let alone those that had been soaking for 3. Gabriel shook his head again, stating, given that these seedlings have already been in water for 3 days, they're on the brink of failure. Left to dry like this, it is likely that within half a day, most of these seedlings will perish. The mayor was momentarily taken aback by Gabriel's words. The issue at hand had indeed not crossed his mind. He had consistently pondered one particular question: how to collect the seedlings and expeditiously drain the water for replanting. On the surface, it appeared that the seedlings had been submerged for 3 days. Yet, it was evident that this duration was not entirely accurate, as it commenced from the onset of rainfall. The time required for the rain to dislodge the soil from the roots of the seedlings and cause them to float was significant. The mayor was wagering on this very interval, which elucidated his insistence on hastily retrieving the seedlings from the fields. Gabriel, however, had not contemplated this predicament. Return. All of you, return, he exclaimed, recognizing the oversight that had evaded him. He hastily leaned on his cane and approached the edge of the field, shouting at the laborers within. The townsfolk, upon hearing the mayor's call, were momentarily taken aback, despite not grasping his intent. Their trust in him compelled them to abandon their tasks and make their way to the riverbank. Not only the citizens of Robbo town, but also several from Jinwaiman approached. Although they longed to depart, thoughts of Lord Yutien constrained them to lend their assistance. In a brief span, a multitude surrounded the riverbank. The area was now crowded with individuals. Once the mayor perceived that a sufficient number had gathered, he commenced his address. Listen closely. I have an imperative task to assign to you, and it is crucial that you execute it diligently. The crowd exchanged hesitant glances, inquiring about the nature of the task. Have you all observed the seedlings here? The mayor gestured toward the seedlings at the water's edge. I desire that you excavate the soil from the ground and apply it to the roots of the seedlings. Upon hearing this, the crowd shuddered in apprehension. The workload is quite substantial, as the seedlings span over hundreds of acres. Merely gathering the seedlings feels like an endless task. Furthermore, with the added responsibility of applying mud to the seedlings, it seems unlikely that we will finish before nightfall. Mayor, we are short-handed. We are overwhelmed just with the task of collecting the seedlings, the crowd lamented. This is not my concern. If you lack manpower, then work faster. Before night falls, all the floating seedlings must be gathered and covered with soil, the mayor replied, waving his hand dismissively. The group exchanged glances, their faces etched with weariness. It appeared that this night would be one of sleepless toil. Chapter 16. Applying mud to the seedlings. The already understaffed citizens of Robbo town were now divided into 3 groups. One set went into the fields to collect the seedlings. Another sat in the fields placing the seedlings in the mud, while the third group continuously dug up soil from the ground to pile on the shore. With clear divisions of labor and a brisk pace, the mayor stood on the riverbank, nodding in satisfaction. Although this method slowed down their progress considerably, it significantly improved the survival rate of the seedlings. At that moment, the mayor glanced at Gabriel, his expression softened with gratitude. Had it not been for this little fellow's reminder, they would have likely wasted half a year's effort today. Thank you, young lad. Without your warning, I shudder to think of the blunders we might have made, the mayor remarked, shaking his head with a smile as he approached Gabriel. We came here to help. Pointing out deficiencies is simply part of our duty, Gabriel replied, shaking his head modestly. Haha, little one, your humility is quite unexpected, the mayor chuckled, amused by Gabriel's words. With the issue of the seedlings resolved, the mayor was now keen to inquire about the critical problem of water levels. Perhaps this time, the young lad might offer him a delightful surprise. Gabriel, do you have any suggestions on how to lower the water level? The mayor asked, gesturing toward the standing water in the fields. I can only assess the situation and suggest accordingly, Gabriel replied, shaking his head at the expanse of water covering the ground. Ordinarily, if water accumulates in a field, one simply needs to create an outlet at a lower point to drain it away. However, if such a straightforward solution were feasible, the mayor would have already implemented it. It was evident that they were facing the worst-case scenario. The heavy rains had caused water levels to rise, and this area had become the lowest point. Very well, take a look, the mayor nodded. As Gabriel conversed with the mayor, Jean Wayman and the others stood awkwardly, eager to assist, but lacking any prior experience in labor, rendering them uncertain about how they could contribute. In this awkward situation, they wished to escape. Yet thoughts of Lord Yutian compelled them to endure and await the possibility of an opportunity. Izong, why not approach them and inquire if they require assistance? Jin Wyman whispered. Perhaps it would be better if you took the initiative, for Lord Yutian has entrusted all his hopes to you. Izong forced a smile, feeling the weight of expectation. No, Izong, I truly believe you are more suitable for this task, Jin Wyman insisted, unwilling to take on the responsibility. It was not that they were unwilling to ask. Rather, the humiliation was too great. They were, after all, summoned by the mayor specifically to resolve issues. And now they found themselves in the position of needing to consult the mayor on how to proceed. The level of awkwardness in this situation is truly unparalleled. I questioned their capabilities, and if they prove inadequate, I shall take my leave, muttered Ashura, his brow furrowed. Having been subjected to mockery for so long, he was decidedly displeased. Let us wait a moment. Gabriel has just arrived. Perhaps he possesses a solution, Jean Wayman suggested with an awkward smile, scratching the back of his head. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances, clearly lacking any expectations of the slothful young spirit. Just as they found themselves in a quandary, Gabriel approached. Observing the dazed group, he shook his head. Allow me to handle this. You should assist the villagers with planting the seedlings, he directed, gesturing towards the people nearby, laboring in the soil. Gabriel, your reliability is truly commendable, Jean Wayman exclaimed, raising his thumb in approval as Gabriel offered guidance. Not only Jean Wayman, but also Aizu and Rising followed suit, tears of gratitude glistening in their eyes. At last, someone had stepped forward to take charge. Little rabbit. May I inquire how exactly we plant these seedlings? Aizu asked, his expression betraying his embarrassment. The others, too, cast puzzled looks in his direction, as it was evident that they were utterly ignorant of agricultural practices. Gabriel sighed, unsure how to address their ignorance. Had they never worked in the fields? You see the roots of the seedlings? Simply lift them up and gently press them into the soil, he explained with a sigh. Understood. Jean Weimin and the others nodded, their faces reflecting comprehension. Satisfied that they grasped the task, Gabriel proceeded to wander to another area, seeking a solution to the water level issue. Gabriel, are you not joining us? Jean Weimin queried, noticing Gabriel's departure in the opposite direction. No, I will survey the surroundings to see if I can resolve the water level situation, Gabriel replied, shaking his head. The group, touched by his dedication, raised their thumbs in admiration, awarding him full marks for his partnership. As Gabriel departed, Jean Weimin and his companions commenced their task of planting seedlings. Gathered around the seedlings, they deliberated on who would fetch the soil. While the distance to the soil was not great, they understood that this would be a prolonged endeavor. Everyone preferred to plant seedlings, as it was a relatively lighter task compared to the arduous and messy job of transporting soil. After a round of rock, paper, scissors, Ashura unfortunately lost the game. I shall fetch the soil, he declared. As Ashura boy gazed at the scissors in his hand, he let out a heavy sigh. Damn it, he lamented, he should have known better. Overwhelmed by regret, Ashura boy made his way to the muddy bank, casting a disdainful glance at the sticky, dark soil. However, recalling his defeat in the contest, he steeled himself and plunged both hands into the muck. As his arms sank into the earth, he utilized them as a support to lift the heavy clump of soil. Struggling, Ashura boy trudged towards Jin Weimin and his companions. The mound of dirt was deposited before them, prompting a collective sigh as they commenced their arduous labor. They took seedlings, buried them in the soil, stirred them about, and then piled them aside. With focused determination, Jin Weimin and his group immersed themselves in their task, while the mischievous little spirits, Cat Viper and others, found it increasingly difficult to remain patient. After only a short while of handling the seedlings, Cat Viper began to play with them, swinging the seedlings and batting at them with his claws. The back and forth was not enough to satiate his desire for amusement. Yet, solitary play could hardly provide the joy of shared laughter. Observing the diligent efforts of Inland, Cat Viper experienced a sudden spark of inspiration. He intended to invite Inland to join him in play, but as he rose, the piercing gaze of Zongdu fell upon him. Feeling the weight of that stare, Cat Viper swallowed hard, slowly sat back down, and resumed his focus on the task at hand, planting his hand firmly into the soil. Chapter 17. The predicament encountered by Gabriel. The sun hung high, casting its relentless rays upon the land. Time had passed well into the afternoon. Gabriel had also appeared atop a high slope on the mountain. This is the junction between Robbo town and the mountain. Standing here, one can gaze downwards and observe the entirety of the fields in Robbo town. Positioned upon a high ridge, Gabriel's eyes sweep across the expanse of the fields. Contemplating the overall structure of the land, he lets out a heavy sigh. Is it not peculiar that 3 sides are elevated while one remains lower? The situation below is far more intricate than Gabriel had anticipated. Owing to the presence of this great mountain, the entire field is enveloped in a sense of elevated terrain. 3 sides descend gracefully, leaving only one side for drainage. The issue arises at this drainage point. Gabriel has inspected that area, finding its elevation no greater than his current position. Due to its lower altitude, the waters from above flow into it, rendering the water level there no less than that of his vantage point. At this moment, the fields resemble a completely enclosed basin, with no ingress or egress. This poses a significant dilemma. Gabriel, with his hand pressed against his forehead, lets out a long sigh. Initially, he believed it to be merely a common blockage of water. However, the current predicament has far exceeded his expectations. With a resigned breath, Gabriel resolves to inspect the downstream area. Presently, Robbo town has exhausted all options for intervention. One can only hope that some opportunity for action may still exist downstream. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain and traversing a treacherous, muddy path, he arrives at the valley. Leaning over the edge of the valley, he had hoped the situation here would be somewhat improved compared to Robbo town. Alas, it seems he was too naive. The terrain of Robbo town cannot even begin to compare with that of this place. At most, Robbo town merely struggles to expel the flowing water. Here, the water not only fails to drain away, but also continues to surge in relentlessly. The water level rises incessantly. If the issues here remain unresolved, it won't be long before the water begins to encroach upon the fields of Robbo town. Alas, this is indeed a predicament. Gabriel bent down to observe the terrain, discovering it to be even more intricate and convoluted than that of Robbo town's fields. Surrounded by towering mountains on both sides, torrents of water flowed relentlessly from the heights. One side bordered the residential area of Roger town, and if the water were to overflow carelessly, Robbo town would face a deluge of catastrophic proportions. The only outlet for the water was a small river, yet today, it proved utterly ineffective. After 3 days of rainfall, the river had become a raging torrent, overflowing with relentless fury. Now, rather than expecting the river to alleviate the accumulated water, it was fortunate that it did not further inundate the valley. What can be done in such a situation? Gabriel pressed his forehead in pain. The water levels in both regions were dangerously interconnected, and a single misstep could lead to a calamity for Robbo town. Gabriel felt overwhelmed, and Jean Weimin was no better off. Leaning on the seedlings, they had initially believed they would encounter no trouble. However, they had underestimated the resolve of the townsfolk of Robbo. Upon learning that they were from the esteemed Juli prefecture, the citizens flocked to inquire about solutions. Although Jean Weimin, in a moment of cleverness, temporarily deflected their questions by claiming that others were already addressing the issue, he understood well that this was not a sustainable strategy. What shall we do? Jean Weimin sighed heavily as he looked at the crowd. We'll take it one step at a time, Izang replied, shaking his head. At present, he had no viable solutions. Lacking expertise in this area, even if he wished to assist, he could only do so with good intentions but no means. However, if we delay, we will surely expose ourselves, Jean Weimin said, scratching the back of his head in frustration. Gabriel has gone to handle it. Let us await his results. Izang reassured him. How can you remain so calm? We represent Lord Yutian. If we fail, we tarnish his reputation, Jean Weimin retorted, unable to contain his irritation at Izang's composure. What else can we do but wait for news? Izang countered, leaving Jean Weimin speechless. Indeed, they had to acknowledge that despite their ignorance of agriculture, water management, and planting, there was little else they could do but wait. Could that little rascal have fled after being gone for so long? Jean Weimin sat on the ground, idly toying with the seedlings, unable to suppress his sarcastic remarks. The others, upon hearing his comments, could not help but display expressions of exasperation. This fellow had been rambling on incessantly since earlier. Don't look at me. I never claimed I wanted to flee. Jean Weimin defended himself as he noticed the gazes directed at him. Well then, Jean Weimin, let us focus on getting your tasks done properly. Yitsong sighed and shook his head. The mayor, too, was facing difficulties. Although he had commissioned Gabriel to seek solutions for the drainage problem, he understood that relying on others was less dependable than relying on oneself. Until he acquired a definitive plan, the responsibility of finding a remedy to save Robbo town rested squarely on his shoulders. Alas, heavens! Are you intent on putting us to our doom? He lamented, standing amidst the fields, gazing at the rising water levels with a heavy heart. Throughout his long life, he had navigated numerous troubles, yet he had never encountered a predicament quite like this one. With two interconnected low-lying areas and nearly identical water levels, surrounded on all sides with no drainage in sight, the urgency of the situation loomed large. The rising waters hindered the planting of seedlings, creating a myriad of conflicting challenges. This situation is nearly a deadlock. Young one, I hope you can surprise me once more. The mayor gazed at the rising water level with a heavy sigh. The valley stretched before him, facing the direction of Robbo town. Gabriel stood here, peering downwards, his expression grave and hands trembling, continuously rubbing his eyes. He struggled to accept the reality before him. It wasn't until he fiercely twisted his own arm, feeling the genuine pain, that Gabriel finally acknowledged the truth. At last, he had found it. Gabriel's eyes sparkled with fervor as he gazed below, his fingers quivering, unable to contain his excitement. Just moments ago, he had discovered a small river, one that had remained unaffected by the deluge of rain. Chapter 18. The solution what? You have found a way to address the rising water levels? The mayor, listening intently to Gabriel's account, could hardly suppress his elation. His body trembled with anticipation, causing his cane to clatter against the muddy ground. Yes, on the right side of the valley, there lies a small river that can alleviate the water levels. Gabriel pointed towards the valley. Hurry, take me there at once. The mayor urged, leaning heavily on his cane, with Gabriel supporting him. Sir, your health. Gabriel hesitated, concerned. Forget about my health. Just take me there. The mayor replied impatiently. Please, just wait a moment, Gabriel insisted, shaking his head. Young man, if you will not wait, then go on without me. The mayor's words were abruptly interrupted by Gabriel. I will wait. I will. The mayor's defiance faltered, and he slammed his cane into the ground to express his frustration. Seeing the mayor's state, Gabriel breathed a sigh of relief. The mayor, appearing no younger than 70, made Gabriel anxious about his well-being should the man become overly excited. Gabriel approached Jin Wyman and the others. This time, the primary intent was to find someone to carry the mayor discreetly, not for any other reason, but due to genuine concern for the mayor's well-being. The arrival of Gabriel brought a wave of joy among the crowd as they eagerly rose to inquire about his endeavors. Although Gabriel yearned to engage with Jin Wyman and the others, he found himself pressed for time and thus offered a vague excuse to sidestep their questions. His true aim was to locate a robust individual capable of bearing the mayor. Fortunately, he knew just the person who fit this description, Azura Boy. With Azura Boy's formidable physique, he would effortlessly transport the mayor to the valley below. Approaching Azura Boy, Gabriel articulated his purpose, yet Azura Boy did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. Carrying an old man on foot, was it? Although he was eager to comply, the thought of carrying a frail old man made Azura Boy hesitate. He was apprehensive about the possibility of an unfortunate incident occurring on the journey, which could result in the old man's demise upon his back. Gabriel, with a sincere expression, reassured him, "Rest assured, it's not a great distance, just a little further down. Perhaps only 500 or 600 meters. Noticing Azura Boy's lingering uncertainty, he continued, "Well, all right then." After grappling with his reservations about such a short distance, Azura Boy ultimately acquiesced to Gabriel's request. "Thank you," Gabriel exclaimed joyfully upon receiving Azura Boy's consent. "Please wait for me for 2 minutes while I freshen up." With that, Azura Boy made his way to the edge of the field, where he immersed his arms in the water, diligently rinsing off the dirt that clung to them. After a brief effort, much of the mud had been removed. Though traces still remained, he could not afford to be overly concerned about it. After all, the murky water from the field was the best he could manage. Once he had cleansed himself of the grime, Azura Boy hurried back. Gabriel, seeing him approach, beamed with delight as he began to introduce Azura Boy to the town's mayor. Although the mayor harbored some reservations about the burly figure before him, he ultimately agreed to Gabriel's request, hoping to witness a glimmer of hope for Robbo town, with Azura Boy's sturdy frame to lean against. Gabriel and a few others set off. They navigated a narrow path until they reached a valley. Standing in the valley, close to Robbo town, the mayor observed the glimmer of hope that Gabriel had mentioned, a small river adjacent to the town. However, rather than excitement, a profound sorrow replaced the mayor's expression. He was well aware of the river's endpoint, which led to the expansive Yang Lake, the largest in the area. If the water levels could be redirected there, it would indeed alleviate the flooding issues in both regions. Yet therein lay the crux of the problem. The water level here cannot possibly be diverted to that location. If it could, it would have been done long ago. Unfortunately, this seems unfeasible. The mayor let out a deep sigh. Initially, he had perceived a glimmer of hope, only to realize it was merely despair following hope. Why? Gabriel was perplexed. To him, it seemed simple. Dig a channel from here to that small river, and all problems would be effortlessly resolved. Indeed, one must concede that if the water level could be directed there, it would indeed address the issue of rising water in the fields. Yet, have you considered how you would transport the water there? By digging a channel here? You must understand that this is a slope. Once a channel is excavated, the water would surge down like a flood. If the channel you dug cannot withstand such an onslaught, the water would rush forth and inundate the entire town. In that case, while the crops may be saved, Robbo town would be doomed. The mayor sighed deeply, pinpointing the fatal flaw in this proposal with piercing clarity. Couldn't the problem of swift water flow be resolved with water wheels? Gabriel Esprow furrowed at the thought. In his view, the issue of rapid water flow could indeed be addressed through the construction of 2 water wheels, utilizing their blades to absorb the force, with the central axle bearing the load. This can entirely restore the turbulent flow of water to a normal pace before it enters the small river. A water wheel? What exactly is a water wheel? The mayor couldn't help but wear an expression of confusion. This name was utterly unfamiliar to him. When the mayor inquired, Gabriel found himself momentarily speechless, for he had never contemplated that a feudal nation could lack even a water wheel. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. The standards of the world vary, and thus the creations differ, which is quite natural. Gabriel began to enlighten the mayor about the appearance and operational principles of a water wheel. The mayor listened, utterly astonished. Not for any other reason, but he genuinely found this contraption to be remarkably intriguing. Much like a wheel, it relies on a central circular axle as a pivotal point, with blades forming the vanes that harness the slow yet forceful flow of water. Once the vanes can no longer withstand the impact of the rushing current, they will rotate to relieve the pressure. If such a device were to exist and come to fruition, The mayor believed it would not only be beneficial in this instance, but would also yield unimaginable advantages in the future. "Can you design this water wheel?" he inquired. Breathless and with an unusually rugged tone. "I should be able to," Gabriel nodded. To him, designing a water wheel was not an insurmountable challenge. The primary difficulty lay in the central axle, while the rest was merely a matter of detail. "Then show me your design." The mayor's gaze grew fervent. "Well, even if I design it, I will require materials," Gabriel replied, scratching his cheek. "Then come with me. I shall immediately arrange for the materials," the mayor declared, intent on escorting Gabriel back. Gabriel sighed deeply, uncertain whether the old man's disposition was simply his nature or if it was the pressure of the fields in Robbo town that had rendered him so restless throughout their journey. Chapter 19. Felling trees to construct the water wheel. Thud, thud, thud. The woods of Robbo town echoed with the sounds of activity. The viper, wielding an axe, struck at the towering trees, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair. Had he known he would endure such torment, he would have refrained from coming. "Meow. Can we not chop any more?" The viper lamented, having only penetrated a fifth of the way into the tree, his hands numb and nearly devoid of sensation. "You have no right to complain. It was your idea to come," Jean Wayman retorted, swinging his axe with a face full of grievances. It turned out that not long before, Gabriel had required timber for the water wheel, prompting the mayor to rally a workforce from the fields. Typically, felling trees would not have involved Jean Wayman and his companions. Yet, the viper insisted on pursuing this reckless endeavor, dragging them all along. Now, recalling the viper's foolish decision, Jean Wayman felt an overwhelming urge to administer a beating to the creature first. "Meow? I didn't sign up to be a laborer." The cat viper grimaced and remarked. "Who knows, this is a laborious task. Had I known it involved such toil, I would have never set foot here." He sighed. "Enough of the complaints. Let us proceed with the task." Although Izong attempted to soothe the group by suggesting that chopping down trees was merely a superficial chore, the fervent swings of the axe and his somewhat frenzied expression betrayed his deep-seated discontent with the situation. While the others lamented their predicament, the Azura youth had already felled all the trees on his side. Observing the collective grievances regarding the labor of tree chopping, the Azura youth stepped forward, intending to lighten the burden for everyone. "If you find this task burdensome, allow me to take over the tree felling. I believe I excel in this area." Izong initially intended for the Azura youth to complete his own task first. However, seeing the efficiency with which the youth had not only accomplished his own duties, but also cleared many surrounding trees, he swallowed his words. The speed at which the Azura boy approached left Izang utterly astonished. "Allow me to take charge," he said, observing Izang's silence. The Azura boy assumed his acquiescence and advanced with an axe in hand. "You can proceed." Izang hesitated, glancing at the fallen trees, and eventually stepped aside. The Azura boy positioned himself before the trees that Izang intended to fell, gripping the axe firmly. He did not rush to swing. Instead, he fixated on the towering tree with an oddly intense gaze. Chop! As he sensed the moment had arrived, he exhaled lightly and swung the axe down with great force. The axe cleaved through the air, causing 2 rows of trees to topple in succession. Izang watched in awe as the colossal trunks crashed to the ground, his lips curling in disbelief. After all the effort he had expended to fell a few trees, he realized that the Azura boy could accomplish far more with a single strike. "I entrust all of this to you," Izang sighed, pressing his forehead in resignation to this reality. "Very well, leave it all to me," the Azura boy nodded in agreement. With that, he swung the axe once more, and trees continued to fall one after another. The cat viper, witnessing the Azura boy's formidable prowess in felling trees, widened its mouth in astonishment. "Incredible!" it exclaimed. "Azura big brother, after assisting Izang, remember to help me as well. I have trees that need to be chopped down." The cat viper gestured with its claws. "All right. Once I finish here, I'll come to your aid." The Azura boy nodded, accepting the cat viper's request. "Azura big brother, I need your help too," others interjected, seeing the Azura boy's efficiency and requesting his assistance to complete their own tasks. The Azura boy found himself momentarily taken aback by the sheer number of requests. He had not anticipated such a demand for his aid. However, he could not refuse them, as chopping trees was merely a trivial task for him. In stark contrast, Jean Wayman looked down upon these requests with disdain. He had no intention of seeking the Azura boy's assistance. After all, he was personally appointed by Lord Yutian, and this situation was meant to be under his control. Although he had lost that control, he refused to let others take over the responsibilities. He did not wish to be perceived as inept. In an open area of Robbo town, Timber was stacked high, and a crowd had gathered. Gabriel stood at the center, holding a blueprint in his hands. This blueprint was drawn prior to Gabriel's arrival. Although the design lacks aesthetic appeal, the general outline clearly indicates that it represents a water wheel. With the fundamental structure established, the next step involves assembling the various modules to construct the water wheel. Gabriel raised his gaze towards the stacked timber, intending to ascertain whether there was an adequate supply. Upon inspection, he was taken aback. The wood was heaped in 3 locations, resembling small hills, with each site containing no fewer than 10 logs. What is happening? Gabriel was perplexed. Just moments ago, there were only 5 or 6 logs, and now, in the blink of an eye, there are so many more? This is sufficient. There is no need to cut any further. Upon seeing the abundance of wood, Gabriel shook his head and remarked, "Is this enough?" The mayor inquired with a hint of confusion. Indeed, Gabriel nodded in resignation. These timber resources, not only sufficient for constructing 2 water wheels, would likely suffice for several more. Once the wood was procured, efforts commenced in earnest to fabricate the necessary components for the water wheel. This included the baffles to mitigate the flow of water, the wooden supports to provide stability, and the wooden covers designed to withstand the impact of the rushing water. These items, crafted by Gabriel, primarily serve as simple guidance for the carpenters who come to assist. Although the carpenters may not fully grasp the specific purposes of these components, they swiftly fashion them after hearing Gabriel's descriptions. After all, they are professionals who can create nearly identical modules with just a general overview. A dedicated individual was tasked with constructing the fundamental module of the water wheel, with the pivotal element being the central circular axle. Initially, Gabriel contemplated using metal for this component, but he soon reconsidered, taking into account the weight of the metal and the centrifugal force generated during rotation. Ultimately, he abandoned this option, opting instead for a sturdy piece of wood for the axle. With the module design established and the structure envisioned, the only remaining task was to determine the material required for the axle. It is crucial, as the axle is the most significant part of this specialized water wheel. While the materials for other components may be somewhat flexible, the axle demands wood with exceptional toughness and hardness to withstand the immense load. Having made this decision, Gabriel approached the mayor, seeking suitable timber. The mayor, delighted, informed him that he indeed knew of a tree that met Gabriel's specifications. He then led Gabriel to a magnificent yellow tree. This magnificent yellow tree spans at least 5 meters in width, its age surpassing a century. However, do not be deceived by its venerable appearance. This tree is anything but ordinary. This is the precious gem of their town, the ironwood tree. Although this tree may not compare to the legendary tree of life from ancient tales, it stands as one of the finest specimens among all trees in terms of both hardness and resilience. Moreover, the older the ironwood tree, the more robust and tenacious it becomes. One can only imagine the value of such a tree. Is there a smaller one? Gabriel remarked with a wry smile, gazing at the formidable trunk of the tree. If we were to utilize this one, just the process of polishing it would take an eternity. How large are you envisioning? The mayor inquired, furrowing his brow. Approximately 1/10 of this size, Gabriel replied, tapping on the ironwood tree. Cough, cough, cough. How big did you say? The mayor's expression was one of disbelief. I intend for it to be about 1/10 the size of this, Gabriel affirmed with a nod. The mayor could not help but display a look of concern. This truly posed a challenge for the mayor. After all, trees, as they age, become increasingly resilient. Correspondingly, their stature also grows in proportion. Nowadays, the quest for a form that is both diminutive and possesses a balance of hardness and flexibility is indeed a formidable one. This is truly incongruent with the natural growth logic of trees. Is it possible for the hardness to be somewhat reduced? The mayor sighed and inquired. The hardness can indeed be lessened, but the resilience must be ensured, Gabriel affirmed with a nod. The cylindrical bearing primarily requires resilience, for insufficient resilience may lead to catastrophic fractures. Hardness, on the other hand, is relative. Inadequate hardness merely compresses the available space for resilience. Only upon reaching a certain threshold of load will it ultimately break. Come, let us examine this specimen, the mayor urged, relieved to hear Gabriel had lowered the standards. He guided Gabriel to another diamond tree, which, in comparison to the previous one, was considerably smaller. The tree, appearing to be less than a meter in width, could easily be embraced by both arms. Gabriel struck the sturdy tree with considerable force. Judging by the feedback, the tree's hardness was commendable, and its resilience seemed even more remarkable. This was the one. Gabriel decisively chose the tree. Chapter 20. Assembly and testing of the water wheel. All components of the water wheel had been crafted, and the circular axle was determined. Under Gabriel's guidance, the assembly of the water wheel commenced. During this process, everyone remained silent, listening intently to Gabriel's instructions, fearing that a single mistake could lead to the ruin of the entire structure. The assembly began as Gabriel first directed the placement of 8 wooden pieces of equal length in opposing positions. With a clear objective in mind, the group quickly set to work, forming an octagonal shape on the ground. This is the water wheel, the original fulcrum of the wheel. In the octagonal center, Gabriel allows the indomitable golden wood to stand tall within. Thus, the 9 most crucial support points of the water wheel have been determined. Along these pivotal points, it stretches and bends, utilizing timber, panels, and elongated wooden blocks for stabilization. The fundamental outline of the water wheel is evidently secured with iron nails, which are not common products of the nation, but rather specially crafted by Gabriel. The purpose of these nails is to anchor the water wheel and prevent any deviations. Notably, these are not mere small nails. Each one possesses a girth akin to that of a finger. With the outline of the wheel established, Gabriel begins to contemplate the issue of water resistance. After all, the primary objective of this water wheel is to impede the flow of water. Gazing at the roughly outlined wheel, he finds himself deep in thought, realizing he has overlooked a critical aspect: the positioning of the valley and the stream. Gabriel had solely considered how to carve an opening in that area to create water pressure, subconsciously neglecting the impact of the slope between the valley and the stream. If it were merely a conventional water pressure issue, it could be resolved perfectly with an ordinary water wheel. However, in this instance, it is evident that the resistance and discharge of the water wheel must be optimized to address the challenge effectively. Gabriel's thoughts on the structure of the water wheel evolve further. He envisions adding 2 thick wooden planks sequentially to the existing panels, thereby increasing the surface area exposed to the water flow and enabling the panels to withstand greater impact. The points of obstruction are established, and now he turns his attention to the points of discharge. Gabriel consistently contemplates the circular axle, relying on its rotation to set the water wheel in motion, thereby alleviating much of the impact brought about by the flowing water. This time, however, Gabriel does not intend to adhere to the conventional design of the water wheel, given that his primary need is to mitigate the shock of the flowing water. He plans to make an adjustment to the yet uncut adamant tree. Specifically, he aims to stabilize the circular axle at the center of the water wheel in a bisected manner, affixing substantial wooden planks to the excess length. These wooden boards merely require one attribute: they must be sufficiently wide and long. When rotated, they should be capable of generating greater resistance in the air. Thus, the wheel component of the water cart has been essentially completed. The remaining task of constructing the support structure to hold the water cart is rather straightforward. It merely requires the design of a framework on either side capable of elevating the cart and securing it to the ground to prevent any swaying. Before long, the support structure was finished, and for the sake of safety, Gabriel decided to have it reinforced. After all, that valley was indeed peculiar, and Gabriel was genuinely concerned about any unforeseen incidents. The water cart was set up in an open area, with onlookers gathered around, their faces etched with deep skepticism. They truly questioned whether this contraption could alter the dire circumstances of Robbo town. Is this thing really ready? The mayor approached, leaning on his cane, his face revealing clear perplexity. Like the villagers, he found this bizarre creation utterly incomprehensible. Yes, this should suffice, Gabriel replied, nodding in satisfaction at the completed water cart. Can this truly change the water flow there? The mayor, still unconvinced, continued to press. Only by trying will we find out, Gabriel responded with a smile, leaving the mayor momentarily speechless. This method seems implausible. It cannot merely be set up directly. If it fails, it might very well inundate Robbo town. Of course, we do not intend to test it in that low valley. Isn't there a small river adjacent to Robbo town? Testing it there would be much more sensible. Gabriel immediately discerned the mayor's concerns and chuckled, shaking his head. Well, that could work. The mayor nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was an excellent location for testing. At the small river of Robbo town, the group transported the water cart to this site. To better validate the practicality of the water cart, the mayor planned to conduct the experiment using a method involving a rapid flow of water. They would seal off the upstream river with thick wooden boards, and once the water accumulated to a sufficient volume, they would release the boards, unleashing a tremendous surge of water. Thus, the experiment, characterized by a swift current, was deemed successful. The water wheel was positioned within 2 meters of the wooden plank, marking the commencement of the trial. Under the mayor's direction, several individuals fortified the upstream flow of the creek with sturdy wooden planks, ensuring that the pressure of the rushing water would not displace them. These planks were firmly held in place by 4 robust men. However, upon the installation of the water wheel, a critical issue was discovered. The wheel's circumference failed to fully encompass the entirety of the creek, leaving certain areas exposed and unutilized. The mayor conceived a solution to this problem, to affix layer upon layer of thick wooden planks tightly against the walls of the small river. Thus, the vacant space was filled by the thick wooden plank. The water would then surge entirely towards the water wheel. Although the water wheel would experience greater impacts, if it could not withstand such forces, its existence would be rendered meaningless. As the water level upstream steadily rose, the water wheel downstream stood ready. With the mayor's command, the heavy wooden plank was drawn aside. Alas, the unfortunate Azura youth downstream sighed heavily under the burden of the thick plank. He could not fathom why today was fraught with such challenges. As the plank was removed, the already accumulated waters from upstream cascaded down, rushing towards the water wheel. The onlookers were entranced, fixated on the thunderous torrent that descended. This marks a pivotal moment for them to transform the dire situation in Robbo town. Although deep down they harbored doubts about the water wheel, at this very moment, they found themselves believing in its potential. Creak, creak, creak. The water wheel began to turn under the relentless assault of the flowing water. Whether it was due to the insufficient strength of the current or the various resistances on the axle, the water wheel barely completed a few rotations before coming to a halt. The water that had passed through the wheel, after a fleeting moment of torrential flood, began to flow gently like a meandering stream. It's done, it's done. The mayor, observing the now languid flow, felt his hands tremble uncontrollably, causing his staff to clatter against the ground with a series of sharp clicks. Chapter 21. Drainage in the Depths. The slope stretches out before them. A crowd gathers in this place. 2 water wheels, resembling each other, stand tall. One was crafted by Gabriel, while the other was a replica made by his orders. The primary aim was for these 2 water wheels to minimize the dangers in this area. Looking up reveals the natural walls of the valley above. Behind lies Robbo town. The mayor gazes upward, then turns his serious expression back toward the town. If given a choice, he truly wished to avoid such a difficult decision. After a prolonged contemplation of Robbo town, he finally spoke. Has everyone been evacuated, including the elderly and children? Xiaobo stepped forward from behind, hastily responding, yes, everyone has been evacuated. Is that so? The mayor murmured to himself as he looked once more at Robbo town and then back at the valley above. After a considerable pause, he ultimately made his decision. Let us get to work, he declared, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. Understood. The crowd began to mobilize. Xiaobo and Nan, go inspect the smallest area of the blades. Rotakaka, Shalolo, you head out to determine the approximate route for the water to reach the creek. A robust man clad in a blue kimono stepped forward. With this man's guidance, the group commenced their methodical labor. Some ventured toward the water wheel to assess the width of its blades and the dimensions they could accommodate. Others began to excavate a rough pathway for the water to flow from above to the creek. With clear divisions of labor, they swiftly gathered the necessary data. As the data was transmitted back, Hashimoto furrowed his brow at the received information. 1 meter wide and half a meter deep, is it? In all honesty, he was not particularly satisfied with this data. He felt that the dimensions of the blade itself were rather ordinary. Shaking his head, Hashimoto decided to inspect the ditch further. Upon reaching the valley's depths and gazing upward, a serpentine line materialized before him, coiling and winding like a small snake. Although the route appeared convoluted and took a considerable detour, Hashimoto found it to be quite commendable in terms of its design, intentionally elongated to circumvent abrupt turns. Thus, safety could indeed be elevated to its utmost. With the route determined, Hashimoto prepared to inspect the dimensions of the fan blades. The matter was of great significance, and he certainly did not wish for any mishaps to occur on his watch. Approaching the water wheel, he bent down to closely examine the thick wooden planks at the base of the blades. They measured approximately 9 centimeters in length and 6 centimeters in height. After gesturing with his hands to gauge the distance, he arrived at a rough estimate. Contemplating this data alongside the figures previously relayed, Hashimoto couldn't help but furrow his brow. Fortunately, he had not placed his trust in that earlier data. Otherwise, a grave mistake would have ensued. After all, regardless of how one might envision a trench 1 meter wide and half a meter deep, the water wheel would not be able to accommodate the fan blades. Ultimately, Hashimoto revised the measurements to a trench 1 meter 20 centimeters wide and 1 meter deep. Although this adjustment significantly increased the workload, it also enhanced stability considerably. With standardized dimensions for the trench's route and depth, the workforce commenced their excavation. They began digging from the side of the small river, cautious not to inadvertently breach the wall above, causing a torrent of water to cascade down. As they progressed upward, it was evident that the collective strength of the workers had diminished significantly. Moreover, the area of excavation had expanded considerably. Although a width of 1 meter had been stipulated, it appeared to be nearly 3 meters wide. Be gentle. The wall is right above us, one cautioned. The soil here is quite hard. If I ease up any further, I won't be able to dig it all. All right. You go dig elsewhere. I'll handle this section, another replied. Go if you must. I'm not afraid of you. Amidst the collective anxiety of the crew, the trench on the slope was finally completed. Thus, the channel leading from the summit of the valley to the brook has been excavated. With the completion of the channel and the construction of the water wheels, one water wheel has been firmly anchored at the base of the slope to mitigate the immense force of the water flow. Another has been secured at the second bend of the channel, with the town of Robbo situated just beyond the turn. In this manner, the flow at the corners has been alleviated, significantly reducing the risk of inundation in Robbo town. With the ditches constructed and the water gates established, the most crucial step has arrived: the opening of the sluice to release the water. The weight of this decision rested upon the mayor's shoulders. With a mere command from him, the townspeople would shatter the walls to release the surplus water from the valley. Yet, as he gazed at the towering walls above, the mayor fell into a profound contemplation. He understood that this was ultimately a gamble. Although the water wheel had been tested successfully in the small river moments ago, the torrents above were incomparable to that gentle stream. Should we not release the water? Gabriel approached the mayor, questioning with uncertainty. The mayor cast a glance at Gabriel and then at the town of Robbo behind him. Addressing the assembled crowd, he sighed deeply and uttered a single phrase: release the water. This declaration seemed to drain the mayor of all his vigor. After speaking, he slumped into despondency. Release the water, the mayor commanded. The townsfolk immediately began to strike the wall with hammers. In just a few blows, a substantial breach was created. Water began to trickle out through the opening. Initially, the flow was weak, gradually increasing as more cracks formed in the pit. Suddenly, the remaining thin wall gave way, and the water surged forth in a powerful torrent. The force of the deluge instinctively caused the crowd to recoil. The voluminous flow rushed toward the water wheel, crashing against a thick wooden plank. All eyes were collectively fixed upon it. They understood that this moment would determine the fate of Robbo. It must succeed. Water wheel, you must endure. There cannot be any mishaps, none at all. The crowd held its breath, fixated on the water wheel, as time itself seemed to stand still. As the water struck the water wheel, the heavy plank began to rotate. An additional beam extended from the circular axle, and the plank emitted a resonant hum. As the water flowed through, a collective sigh of relief swept over the crowd. The current reached the second water wheel. At this moment, the gravity of their earlier anxiety had dissipated. However, with a sudden crack, a thick piece of wood from the water wheel shattered and was swept away by the flowing water. In that moment, the crowd held their breath, fearing that the water wheel might malfunction once more. Fortunately, it was merely a thick wooden plank that had not been securely fastened. As the water wheel continued to rotate, the two wheels gradually began to align. With the water wheel operating steadily, the onlookers exchanged glances, each harboring a singular thought: who could be so careless as to construct such a water wheel? As the rushing waters flowed into the stream, it transformed into an ordinary current. Upon witnessing this scene, the mayor, who had been tense, felt a wave of relief wash over him. He gazed at Mayor Gabriel's face, filled with gratitude, and, leaning on his cane, wobbled forward before suddenly kneeling on the ground. Thank you, young friend, for your assistance. Your immense kindness will be forever etched in the memories of us in Robbo town, the mayor said with palpable emotion, tears streaming from his eyes. Old sir, I humbly accept your gratitude, but could you please rise? Gabriel exclaimed, startled by the mayor's actions, rushing to help him up. Thank you, noble hero, for your great benevolence. We in Robbo town will never forget it. The townsfolk, witnessing the mayor's gratitude, similarly cast aside their pretenses and knelt in unison. What are you all doing? Please rise. I accept your thanks, but Gabriel, seeing so many kneeling, felt his brow twitch and his mouth curl in disbelief. as a fine young man. He found this display quite overwhelming. Chapter 22. A conclusion to the matters at hand. The moon hung like a crescent, adorned by twinkling stars. It was now deep into the night. The events in Robbo town, through the collective efforts of Gabriel and others, had finally reached a conclusion. The group embarked on their journey back to the illustrious Ninely prefecture. The moonlight cast a gentle glow upon the ground, illuminating their path ahead. As Gabriel and the others walked, weariness was etched upon each of their faces, particularly evident on Jean Wayman, whose complexion appeared the most pallid among them. His lips were parched, his face pale, and his hands were reddened, bearing clear marks from the day's labor of chopping trees. It seemed that after a day of hunger and solitary toil in the woods, he had nearly exhausted himself. "Meow, Gabriel, I'm so hungry," the cat viper lamented, dragging its weary body and resting its claws on Gabriel's shoulder. "I'm equally fatigued and famished, so could you kindly release your claws?" Gabriel replied, a pained expression crossing his face as he shrugged to dislodge the cat viper's grip. "Meow? No way, Meow wants food," the cat viper insisted, clinging tightly to Gabriel's arm. Seeing the tenacious grip of the cat viper, Gabriel could not help but smile wryly and shake his head. He waved his hand, attempting to free himself from the creature's embrace. However, the more he struggled, the tighter the cat viper held on. "Even if you cling to me like this, it won't help. I have no food on me at the moment." Gabriel waved his hand, unable to suppress a remark. The cat viper was momentarily taken aback, as if Gabriel had a point. "Then you, go back and fetch food for the cat," the cat viper lamented, regaining composure. Gabriel sighed deeply, feeling both exhausted and famished. He truly had little desire to move. "Meow, I'm so hungry, I might perish from starvation. Please, in light of my pitiable state, lend me a hand," the cat viper pleaded, a woeful expression adorning its face. All right, just release your grip," Gabriel relented, his heart softening at the sight of the cat viper's misery. "Really?" the cat viper inquired, fearing Gabriel might retract his promise. Indeed. Would I deceive you over a mere meal?" Gabriel replied, waving his arms dismissively. "Meow? You truly are a good brother to me." With Gabriel's assurance, the cat viper finally let go. As it released its arms, a wave of soreness washed over, making it acutely aware of its fatigue from the day's exertions. Shaking its head, it glanced at the others. The moonlight was exceptionally bright, yet the faces of the group appeared pale, revealing the toll of their weariness. "I'll go prepare some food. Would you like to join?" Gabriel inquired, observing the fatigued expressions of his companions. Upon hearing the prospect of free food, the previously dim eyes of the group sparkled with a hint of excitement. Yes. At the illustrious residence of Jiu Li, on the second-floor loft, the atmosphere was vibrant and fragrant. In the center stood a nearly 1-meter-wide pot, emanating steam as various delicacies bubbled within. Gabriel's signature Oden was freshly prepared. How delightful! The enticing aroma invigorated Gabriel, awakening his senses. "Oh, how could I forget this?" he exclaimed, realizing his oversight. Hastily, he procured a large white porcelain bowl from the side and scooped out a portion of the Oden to cool. How fragrant! Izang, having just finished washing up, stepped into the room and was immediately greeted by the tantalizing scent of the Oden. "You arrived just in time. It's perfectly cooked." Gabriel offered him a pair of chopsticks for a taste. "All right, let me sample your culinary skills," Izang replied without hesitation. He took the chopsticks, dipped them into the pot, and retrieved a piece of konjac, placing it in his mouth. The scorching heat and the savory spiciness of the konjac overwhelmed his senses, ensnaring him in a delightful experience. "Delicious." Izang closed his eyes, savoring the exquisite flavor, and couldn't help but exclaim in appreciation. "Shameless. Izang, how could you start eating without waiting for us?" Jean Wayman approached the door and, upon seeing Izang secretly indulging in a feast, could not help but exclaim loudly. Izang, noticing Jean Wayman's arrival, raised an eyebrow and skillfully handed him a pair of chopsticks. "The Oden has just been prepared. Why not join me in tasting it? Then I shall not hold back." Jean Wayman replied with a charming smile as he settled onto the ground, plunging the chopsticks into the pot to sample the culinary prowess of Gabriel. "Can you be any more shameless?" After Jean Wayman entered the room, Leizong followed closely, observing Jean Wayman's audacious behavior and could not refrain from commenting. "Humph, what do you know? I am merely savoring the exquisite flavors crafted by Gabriel," Jean Wayman retorted while relishing the Oden. "I have never encountered such brazen audacity." Leizong looked at Jean Wayman, who displayed such unabashedness, momentarily at a loss for words. All right, let us all sit and eat." There is plenty to go around in the pot, Gabriel interjected, eager to defuse the escalating situation, not wishing for a meal to devolve into discord. Since you insist, I shall indulge, Lezong said, having taken a seat before the Oden, his chopsticks swiftly navigating through the dish. The flavor is indeed delightful. He picked up a fishball and nodded in approval. You all seem quite at ease with this. At that moment, Maofushi, Quanlan, and Ashura Kid arrived one after another. Observing the enthusiastic group, Maofushi could not help but comment. All right, everyone come over to eat. After a long day, we are all famished. Any disputes can wait until tomorrow, Gabriel urged as everyone gathered. He then presented the freshly scooped fish balls to Maofushi. Here, this is for you. Thank you, my good brother. Maofushi accepted the fish ball, inhaling its tantalizing aroma, causing a bit of saliva to escape uncontrollably. I shall begin, Maofushi declared, using his cat-like paws to seize the fish ball and pop it into his mouth, the savory burst of flavor enveloping his senses. Truly delectable, he mused, savoring the exquisite taste of the fish ball. The group gathered around the Oden, enjoying their meal, each holding a peculiar object, a white bottle, its contents a yellowish liquid, adorned with a prominent character for Imperial. This is the cherished sake, adorned with floral notes, that has been treasured for many years at the Julie Daming Mansion. The delightful pairing of Oden and exquisite wine is truly one of life's great pleasures. Jinwaiman, with a glass of sake in his left hand and chopsticks in his right, savored the Oden, his complexion already flushed with joy. What a pleasure! The sake went down smoothly, its sharpness and lingering sweetness echoing in his mouth, prompting Jinwaiman to blink in astonishment. He rose and approached Gabriel, determined to pay tribute to the true hero of Julie today. Had it not been for this little fellow, who knows what fate would have befallen the reputation of Julie Daming Mansion. Come, Gabriel, I raise a toast to you. You are indeed the great benefactor of Julie today, Jinwaiman declared, lifting his glass. However, Gabriel raised an eyebrow, clearly sensing he was once again on the brink of inebriation. He instinctively took a couple of steps back, wishing to maintain distance from such a drunken fool. Gabriel, don't walk away. I have yet to toast you, Jinwaiman called out urgently as Gabriel attempted to retreat. Oh, Ashura boy, Gabriel said, retreating behind Ashura boy and giving him a gentle pat on the back. Observing Gabriel's expression, Ashura boy glanced at Jinwaiman and soon understood the situation. He picked up a bottle of sake and stood, clinking it against Jinwaiman's. Come, Jinwaiman, I shall drink with you. No, I want to drink with Gabriel. He is our great benefactor of Julie. Jinwaiman shook his head in response to the clinking bottle. Am I not a benefactor? I have single-handedly felled trees and endured the currents of the river alone. Does that not count? Ashura boy retorted. That certainly counts. Then, I shall raise a glass to you today, Ashura, Jinwaiman replied, momentarily taken aback by Ashura's words, before bursting into laughter as he clinked his sake with Ashura's. With a resounding clash of their glasses, the two settled down on the ground to drink. Isan, observing the chaotic crowd, couldn't help but sigh and stepped outside. It seemed that despite the passage of time, he still found himself ill at ease in such an atmosphere. Chapter 23. Keigetsu Oden's interest in Gabriel at this moment. It was already past noon at Julie Daming Mansion. The sun hung high in the sky, and a sense of heat permeated the air. On the second floor, the room was empty save for Isan, who sat cross-legged on the floor, meditating. Creak. The sound of a door gently opening prompted Isan to open his eyes in curiosity. During this time, it is indeed surprising that no one has come here. Why is it that today you are the only one? As Kazuki Oden approached from outside, he glanced around in confusion and inquired. Oden, Lord Oden, what brings you here? Upon hearing a familiar voice, Izumi looked up and was momentarily taken aback by the unmistakable figure of Kazuki Oden. Is it inappropriate for me to come? Oden chuckled lightly. No. It is just that your early return today has caught us off guard, Izumi replied, shaking his head. Hey, what do you mean by that? Why should my early return be surprising? Oden's expression darkened. Considering the previous incident in Rob Town, Oden had typically spent an average of 5 days away, and now he was back in less than a day. Izumi, with a serious demeanor, kept track of Oden's outings, which only served to deepen Oden's scowl. Izumi, it is unnecessary for you to report how many days I, a lord of Kuroki, am away, he remarked with a frown. My apologies, my lord. I was presumptuous, Izumi said, immediately kneeling to express his regret. Regardless of the circumstances, it was indeed his fault to question his lord. Enough, Rise, Oden replied, seemingly unsure if he was in the wrong, and allowed Izumi to stand. Now that you are here, may I inquire about your purpose? Izumi asked, looking up in curiosity. It is nothing significant. I merely wish to commend you for your efforts yesterday, Oden stated as he seated himself on the floor. Upon hearing this, Izumi's expression shifted to one of enlightenment. I see. However, this was soon followed by a bitter smile. Commended for yesterday's efforts? Under normal circumstances, I might be pleased. But yesterday? Somehow, that sounds rather harsh. If one were to truly assess the merits of yesterday's endeavors, they could only be considered laborers at best. The true credit belonged to Gabriel. Were it not for Gabriel's intervention to resolve the issues yesterday, Izumi sighed heavily as he contemplated the situation. Gabriel? Oden paused at the mention of the name. Although Gabriel had left a positive impression on him, and the Kong family held him in high regard, Oden found it difficult to reconcile the accomplishments of such a young boy with the intricate matters of the previous day. Did Gabriel single-handedly resolve the issues in Robtown yesterday? Oden's voice bore a hint of uncertainty. Indeed, he utilized a contraption called a water wheel, which perfectly addressed the challenges in Robtown. Izumi replied with a wry smile and a nod. Although he did not wish to admit that they, as a group, were outperformed by a mere child, the reality was undeniable, and they had no grounds for argument. Is that so? Listening intently, Aizo confirmed once more, ultimately leading Kazuki Oden to accept this reality. Now, tell me about what transpired yesterday, Oden remarked while stroking his chin. Aizo began recounting the events that unfolded in Robtown the previous day. Initially, he found it challenging to articulate, yet as he spoke of the achievements, admiration filled Aizo's heart. At such a tender age, the young individual had accomplished feats that many adults could only dream of. Such intellect and insight cannot help but lead one to acknowledge that Gabriel is indeed extraordinary. As the conversation progressed, Aizen contemplated that with proper nurturing, Gabriel might very well evolve into a formidable force capable of transforming the very fabric of the nation. Is that so? Kazuki Oden listened thoughtfully to Aizen's discourse. It appears that Gabriel is far more astute than he initially presumed. This thought caused a subtle smile to flicker across Kazuki Oden's face, one that would be difficult for an outsider to perceive. 1 kilometer outside the daimyo's estate. This is the outpost on the periphery of Jili Mingfu. In this verdant bamboo grove, a fierce clash unfolds. Jin Weimin and his companions engage in a relentless duel, their blades clashing with a cacophony of sounds. Bang, bang, bang. The air is alive with the flickering of swords and the echoes of their combat. Jin Weimin, Leizong, Kenshiro, and Sinojir wield their swords with fervor, relentlessly attacking, while the Azura boy retreats step by step, gripping his long blade tightly. Is this truly the extent of your strength? He furrows his brow, feeling the force transmitted through Jin Weimin's blade. You dare to challenge me with such feeble might? Jin Weimin, incensed by the Azura boy's arrogance, retorts. If you insist on belittling us, we shall unleash our full power. Do not blame us if you come to harm. Then come at me with the intent to kill, and let me witness your true capabilities. The Azura boy replies coolly, swiftly cutting through Jin Weimin and his companion's coordinated assault with a flick of his wrist. With determination, Jin Weimin and his comrades scatter, encircling the Azura boy. Once they ascertain that every direction, east, south, west, and north, has been covered, they launch their attack. Their sword techniques are fierce and perilous. Should the Azura boy falter, he would surely sustain grievous wounds from their onslaught. The conviction behind their strike is palpable. Flash. The Azura boy, undeterred by the incoming attack, narrows his gaze and horizontally positions his long blade, then swings it with precision. A blinding arc of light emanates from his weapon, sending Jin Weimin and his companions sprawling to the ground. Fortunately for them, the Azura boy's restraint prevents them from suffering severe injuries. However, Sinojir, being younger and less physically developed, is unable to withstand the force and is propelled several meters away. That truly hurts. Sinojir groans as he rises, wincing at the pain coursing through his body. Are you all right, Sinojir? Jin Weimin queries anxiously as he watches his friend struggle to stand. I'm fine, just a bit sore, Sinojir replies, shaking his head. Thank goodness. Jin Weimin exhales in relief. Tell me, Azura boy, even if you harbor disdain for Sinojir, must you go to such extremes? Jin Weimin turns to confront the Azura boy, his voice filled with indignation. I warned you before we began training that Sinojir is too young to bear my strength. You insisted he participate, and now that he is injured, you place the blame upon me? The Azura boy was unyielding and responded directly. Upon hearing his words, Jin Weimin was left speechless. Chapter 24, Gabriel. Shocked into existential doubt at the edge of the bamboo grove, a gentle breeze stirred, accompanied by a continuous rustle. The cat viper, dog gale, river pine, and Gabriel wielded wooden swords, engaging in practice drills. The cat viper and his companions were fervently brandishing their wooden swords, their eyes ablaze with determination. However, Gabriel appeared rather bored, casually swinging his wooden sword. It wasn't that he underestimated the cat viper. Rather, their attacks were all too predictable. Initially, the practice had some appeal, but as time passed and he became increasingly familiar with the cat viper's moves, he found himself in a situation where he could accurately anticipate their techniques, even with his eyes closed. Such repetitive practice offered little stimulation for him. Cat viper, I'm ready, the cat viper said earnestly, stepping back a few paces with his wooden sword in hand. Come on then. Gabriel sighed at the cat viper's action. The cat viper charged forward, using his momentum to leap at him with his wooden sword. Gabriel met this attack by crossing his wooden sword to block it. The cat viper's horizontal slash, vertical strike, and momentum-driven cut were all easily parried by Gabriel. It wasn't that Gabriel was exceptionally skilled. It was simply that the cat viper's attacks had become thoroughly worn out. He could predict the cat viper's every move even with his eyes shut. After several exchanges, the cat viper retreated, preparing for a new round of offense. Cat viper, do you have no other attacks? This is rather dull, Gabriel remarked, weakly criticizing the cat viper's repetitive motions with his wooden sword. Surprised by Gabriel's comment, the cat viper paused, not expecting that his earnest efforts could be perceived as tedious by Gabriel. Unbeknownst to him, a sense of dejection began to creep in. However, recalling a technique he had learned prior to arriving in Wano country, a powerful move he had never used before, he hesitated. Gabriel was his longtime good brother. Was it truly right to inflict harm on him with such a move? I did learn a powerful technique before coming to Wano country, but I'm afraid it might hurt you, the cat viper said, visibly troubled. A powerful new technique. Gabriel's spirits lifted upon hearing this. Don't worry about it, just attack me. Gabriel waved dismissively. But this move is quite strong, and I fear it might injure you. You are my dear brother, the cat viper replied, increasingly conflicted. Rest assured, I am quite strong. You won't harm me, Gabriel asserted confidently. Is that so? Then I shall hold nothing back. The viper, witnessing Gabriel's unwavering confidence, felt a sense of relief wash over him. Come on, don't mind me, Gabriel said, gripping his wooden sword tightly, a hint of excitement in his voice. All right, then. The viper replied, no longer holding back as he began to employ a technique he had never used before. A crackling sound filled the air, and gradually, a blue-white glow materialized in the viper's hand. The blue current wove like fine threads through the viper's palm, intensifying until a visible, crackling blue-white current surged forth, unmistakably perilous. Gabriel's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of this newfound power in the viper's hand. He had never witnessed such a technique before, and it appeared exceedingly dangerous. Hey, Gabriel began, but before he could finish, the viper charged forward. Gabriel, here it comes. Before he knew it, the current struck Gabriel, sending a jolt through his entire body. He felt an overwhelming surge, as if the electricity were coursing through him, followed by a searing pain that nearly caused him to faint. Damn it, Gabriel exclaimed, his body tensing involuntarily. As he moved slightly, spasms racked his form. Gabriel, are you all right? The viper, noticing Gabriel's distress, looked up with growing concern. Can you not, Gabriel stammered, the aftermath of the shock leaving him disoriented. Meow? What are you saying? The viper's heart raced. Gabriel was his closest friend, and the thought of losing him was unbearable. Your hand, Gabriel managed to utter, weakly placing his left hand on the viper's still crackling right hand. I'm so sorry, the viper exclaimed, hastily retracting his electrified hand, a sheepish smile crossing his face. With the current withdrawn, Gabriel finally felt a wave of relief, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. He had come perilously close to being harmed by his friend. Viper, Gabriel called out. Meow? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. The viper, face contorted in worry, quickly apologized, realizing he had nearly harmed his best friend. Viper, could you teach me that technique? Gabriel, recovering, asked with excitement. The viper, momentarily taken aback by the request, found himself at a loss for words. Can't you? Gabriel inquired, confusion evident in his tone. Well, I suppose I can, the viper replied. Then please, teach me your electric attack. The conversation of the cat viper was abruptly interrupted by Gabriel. All right, fine. Relieved that Gabriel did not pursue the matter of his incessant electric shocks, the cat viper exhaled softly. As for teaching Gabriel about static electricity, it was merely an ancillary task in the cat viper's view. After all, static attacks were not secrets among the fur tribes. This technique, known as static electricity attack, involves generating friction with one's fur to produce static electricity, resulting in currents visible to the naked eye. As the cat viper spoke, he began to demonstrate to Gabriel how these currents were formed. With his palm open, he instinctively activated his fur, and suddenly, fine strands of blue light flickered into existence. Gradually, as the cat viper concentrated, the currents grew denser, ultimately manifesting as the blue and white currents Gabriel had just witnessed. Gabriel, observing the demonstration, wore a perplexed expression. The notion of activating fur to create static, which subsequently transformed into an electric attack, bewildered him. All he perceived was that when the cat viper closed his eyes, the currents appeared in his hands. As for the cat viper's explanations and demonstrations, they left him utterly confounded. Meow? How do you like that, Gabriel? The cat viper exclaimed with a hint of excitement. Could you demonstrate it again? Gabriel asked, scratching his little face. Sure. The cat viper did not refuse and began the demonstration anew. The process of static electricity formation commenced once more in the cat viper's hands. Yet, as he watched, Gabriel remained equally bemused. Ultimately, it seemed this was something he would have to figure out for himself. Chapter 25. Researching static electricity at the edge of the bamboo grove. Beneath the shadows, Gabriel sat on the ground, staring blankly at his palm. Of course, he was not foolish. He was merely engrossed in studying the formation of static electricity and how to amplify it. Although the cat viper had imparted some techniques, he could succinctly sum up his current state in one phrase. He was still utterly perplexed. How on earth am I supposed to do this? Gabriel bellowed to the sky. He was completely at a loss regarding the static attack. He understood that the more anxious and angry he became, the more muddled his thoughts would be. Thus, the most crucial thing was to remain calm. Only by achieving tranquility could he gather sufficient mental clarity to contemplate the intricacies of static electricity. Taking a few deep breaths, he gradually quelled his emotions. As his feelings stabilized, Gabriel slowly began to ponder. After much contemplation, Gabriel indeed stumbled upon a significant insight. He recalled that friction generates static electricity. The cat viper had previously articulated this notion, relying on fur friction to produce static electricity. Although he was uncertain how the cat viper achieved autonomous friction of its fur, he could manually replicate the action. With this thought, Gabriel solidified his approach. He decided to generate static electricity by rubbing his palms together. As his hands drew near, a glimmer of determination flickered in Gabriel's gaze, and he commenced his endeavor. The sound of his palms whooshing together echoed in the air. He did not sense the static electricity, yet an unbearable warmth radiated from his hands. It was scorching. Gabriel hastily withdrew his hands and sank to the ground, panting heavily, only to feel the heat gradually dissipate. Could it be that my method of friction was flawed? Gabriel fixated on his hands, deep in thought. Was the concept of friction generating static electricity erroneous? No, that couldn't be the case. The cat viper had conveyed this to him, and Gabriel held firm in his belief of the viper's words. From any perspective, there was no rationale for the cat viper to deceive him. If the notion of friction generating static electricity was sound, then where did the problem lie? As he recollected the cat viper's demonstration of static electricity, Gabriel fell into a profound reverie. Remembering how the viper closed its eyes when generating static, he felt he was inching closer to the correct answer. Could it be a lack of concentration on his part? With this epiphany, Gabriel resolved to give it another try. He settled steadily on the ground, closing his eyes and clearing his mind of distractions. With palms pressed together, a singular thought consumed him: static electricity. He rubbed vigorously, enduring the unbearable heat. Yet, Gabriel did not relent. Instead, he quickened his pace. Unbeknownst to him, a flicker of light blossomed within his mind. The brilliance intensified, prompting Gabriel to involuntarily open his eyes. To his astonishment, static electricity had manifested on his palms, reminiscent of what the cat viper had just demonstrated. Although the effect was not as potent as that of the cat viper, Gabriel felt a surge of exhilaration. He had extracted static electricity. How far could he be from mastering its might? As he parted his hands, the static electricity clung to the surface of his palms. Gabriel remained still, observing intently. He pondered how long this static electricity could endure under such conditions. However, the duration of the static's persistence left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Once these static charges adhere to the surface, they can only be sustained for a fleeting minute. Moreover, this minute is not characterized by a uniform current. After approximately 30 seconds, the current begins to diminish, ultimately vanishing entirely after 1 minute. It seems that further contemplation is necessary. Gabriel couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. Just as Gabriel was deep in thought, a pair of icy hands rested upon his shoulder. The sudden grasp of a large hand rendered Gabriel's body momentarily rigid. A chilling wave surged from his feet to the crown of his head, leaving him immobile. With great effort, he managed to turn his stiff neck and catch sight of the hand's owner, which brought him a sense of relief. "Lord Oden, it is you. You startled me," Gabriel exhaled. "Haha, little one. You usually seem quite bold. Why does my mere action today frighten you?" Lord Kazuki Oden laughed heartily. "I was engrossed in my research. You unexpectedly approached me from behind. Who wouldn't feel tense?" Gabriel replied softly. "Research, you say?" Lord Oden paused, taken aback by Gabriel's words. He then surveyed Gabriel's surroundings, noticing nothing particularly remarkable. "You may as well admit to being lazy. I won't hold it against you," he chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. "I assure you, I am not being lazy. I am developing a new technique, one that is exceedingly powerful," Gabriel clarified. "A new technique?" Lord Oden expressed skepticism upon hearing Gabriel's declaration. Although their time together had been brief, he had garnered some understanding of Gabriel's character. This is a character who is inclined to be lazy and is utterly averse to striving. Such a fellow actively engaging in research is indeed suspicious. "Lord Keigetsu, if you are unable, shall I demonstrate for you?" Upon hearing this, Gabriel immediately expressed his readiness to showcase his abilities. "Well, all right then," Keigetsu hesitantly nodded. "Then, come at me, let me witness your technique." "Come at you? My technique is rather perilous. Are you certain you wish to proceed, Lord Keigetsu?" Gabriel said with a hint of hesitation. "Rest assured, you shall not harm me." Keigetsu beckoned Gabriel with a finger to attack. Hearing familiar words, Gabriel was momentarily taken aback, then a knowing smile graced his lips. "Very well, I shall attack. Do not hold me responsible if you find yourself injured, Lord Keigetsu." Gabriel clasped his hands together, preparing for battle. "Let us begin." Keigetsu nodded. Seeing that Keigetsu had spoken thus, Gabriel made no further objections. Rubbing his hands together, he approached Keigetsu. Keigetsu gazed at the slowly advancing Gabriel, his face a portrait of confusion. "What are you doing, little one?" Before Keigetsu could finish, Gabriel's hands had generated a blue-white static electricity. With his electrified hands, he placed them upon Keigetsu's body. The momentary confusion on Keigetsu's face transformed into alarm as his hair stood on end, and smoke began to rise from his head. A jolt of pain coursed through him, emanating from the static discharge. Is this your new technique?" Keigetsu stammered, smoke escaping his lips. "Gabriel, what are you doing to Lord Keigetsu?" Kinemon rushed over, shouting at Gabriel for his rough treatment of Keigetsu. Gabriel was momentarily taken aback by Kinemon's sudden appearance. Just as he attempted to explain, Kinemon charged forward, wielding his sword and aiming a strike at Gabriel, who had attacked Keigetsu. Seeing this, Gabriel hastily withdrew his still crackling hands. Hey, what are you doing? Do you wish to kill me?" Gabriel complained. Had he not reacted swiftly, his hand might have been severed by Kinemon's sword. "How dare you attack Lord Keigetsu? Disrespecting him deserves punishment," Kinemon retorted, his face a mask of fury. Observing Kinemon's wrathful expression, Gabriel helplessly scratched his face. It was he who had been wronged. Why did it seem that Kinemon appeared more the victim? Enough of this commotion. It was I who instructed Gabriel to act thus. As the current dissipated, Kazuki Oden flexed his limbs, feeling a slight ache coursing through his body. He couldn't help but marvel at the ingenuity of the young lad who had devised a technique capable of inflicting pain. In stark contrast to Oden's admiration, a flicker of astonishment crossed Gabriel's face. It was noteworthy that the static electricity he had generated just moments ago, operating at 200% of its capacity, was no less formidable than that of the Viper's strike. To think such a current could fail to harm this individual elevated Oden's prowess in Gabriel's mind to an immeasurable degree. "However, Lord Oden, this fellow has overstepped his bounds. Might I suggest you refrain from being so rigid? It was I who instructed Gabriel to attack. Are you truly going to hold me accountable?" Oden sighed in response. "Your subordinate dares not." Kinemon quickly relented. "Very well, apologize to the young lad. Had he not evaded your strike, your blow would have been no trifling matter. Oden waved his hand dismissively. Indeed. My apologies, my actions were rash. If you still harbor any grievances over the incident, feel free to strike me, Kinemon stated. Offering his sword. Gabriel couldn't suppress a smirk at Kinemon's unwavering adherence to the so-called spirit of the samurai, even after their prolonged stay in this realm. Chapter 26. Dining deep within the bamboo grove, wisps of smoke spiraled into the air. A campfire crackled, surrounded by a makeshift stone framework. Atop this structure sat a massive oil pot, brimming with an assortment of ingredients: potatoes, taro, konjac, and fish balls. The medley of food sizzled within the pot, emitting a chorus of popping sounds that grew increasingly loud, occasionally splashing droplets of water. Observing this, Zhang hastily stirred the contents with his chopsticks, ensuring the food did not congeal into a chaotic mess. That was close. I nearly turned the Oden into a hodgepodge. As Izang gazed at the food gradually separating, he couldn't help but exhale in relief. He stirred the contents of the pot slowly, and soon, the fish balls began to rise to the surface, fully cooked. He deftly picked one up with his long chopsticks and savored its texture, noting its delightful springiness. The fish balls were nearly ready, and the other ingredients seemed to be approaching their ideal state as well. Now, all that remained was to simmer them gently over low heat for a while. Before covering the pot, Izang had one more task to attend to. He needed to remove the quantity of cat viper for cooling. He certainly did not wish for his freshly prepared Oden to be overturned by the cat viper just as he began to indulge in it. The flames continued to blaze as the lid was placed atop the pot. Izang settled beside it, vigilantly watching over the simmering dish. Now accompanied by a serving of fish balls, the Oden was practically finished. Cat Viper, Inazuka, and Kawamatsu gathered around with Ashura and Raizang, drawn by the enticing aroma, their eyes glimmering with anticipation. Is it time to eat? Kawamatsu inquired, salivating. Wait a moment. Lord Uden and Gabriel have yet to arrive, Izang replied, furrowing his brow in seriousness. All right then. Seeing Izang's stern demeanor, Kawamatsu obediently took a seat. The others, observing Izang's resolute attitude, also relinquished their immediate desire to feast. Settling down and awaiting the arrival of Lord Uden, Gabriel and Kinemon arrived alongside Uden. Though mealtime was imminent, Kinemon's face bore no trace of a smile, indicating that the recent event had significantly affected him. Meow? Gabriel, over here, Cat Viper exclaimed, waving his paw as Gabriel approached. Caught off guard by Cat Viper's exuberance, Gabriel moved closer. The enticing aroma of Oden wafted through the air, yet Gabriel's brow furrowed in concern. From the scent, he deduced that it was likely Oden once again. While a rare meal might be delightful, the thought of having it every day, at every meal, left him feeling quite vexed. Sitting beside Cat Viper, he gazed into the pot and sighed deeply at the sight of the fragrant Oden. Indeed, it was as he had surmised. Cat Viper extended a paw towards Gabriel. Gabriel. Yes, what is it? Gabriel responded, looking at the outstretched paw with curiosity. How is your research on static electricity coming along? Do you need me to demonstrate it for you again? Cat Viper asked, waving his paw playfully. No need for that. I've already learned it, Gabriel replied, scratching his cheek. Learned it? Truly? The Viper cat was momentarily taken aback, then promptly gaped in astonishment at Gabriel, words lingering on the tip of its tongue, unable to be uttered. Although static electricity attacks were the hallmark of the fur tribe, there was always a learning process from nothing to mastery. It had taken him half a month to acquire this static electricity technique, and he had already been hailed as a genius by the elders of his clan. You mean you've learned it? He inquired again, disbelief etched on his face. Is there a problem? Gabriel asked with a puzzled expression. The Viper cat, eager to boast about its own learning journey, hesitated, realizing the potential embarrassment should Gabriel truly have succeeded. After a moment of contemplation, the words remained unspoken. What did you say? Gabriel's confusion was palpable. He was unsure whether he had misheard or if the other had simply not finished speaking. Gabriel, could you demonstrate your learned static electricity attack to me? The Viper cat managed to say, swallowing hard. Oh, that? Sure, Gabriel replied, clasping his hands together in preparation to create friction. With a flurry of vigorous movement, a blue-white current sparked into existence, intensifying with each frictional motion. Buzzing sounds reverberated as the visible static electricity manifested in Gabriel's hands. The Viper cat's eyes widened in awe at the undeniable display of electricity before it, and, overwhelmed, it found itself at a loss for words, utterly flustered. All right, dinner is served. This is for you, Izang called out, breaking the viper cat from its chaotic reverie. Before it lay a bowl and chopsticks, the bowl filled with meticulously chosen fish balls. Under normal circumstances, the viper cat would have eagerly dived into the meal. However, the memory of Gabriel's undeniable display of electricity left a bitter taste in its heart. It had thought itself impressive for mastering the static electricity technique in half a month. Yet the reality was starkly different. Meanwhile, as Keigetsu, Y10, and others enjoyed their meal, they remained blissfully unaware of the grave events unfolding elsewhere. At the summit of Jiuli Mountain, in a village shrouded in smoke and chaos, dozens of villagers scattered in panic as a band of marauding thieves on horseback pursued them. Villagers fled desperately while the thieves brandished their long blades, casually striking down one villager, who fell into a pool of blood. Where the thieves roamed, bodies piled up, and cries of anguish echoed. They were nothing short of butchers. Unequivocal villains. It seemed that Jiuli was no different from the rest. The village lay in pristine cleanliness as Jiantian approached slowly on horseback, a long sword strapped to his back. Surveying the ground littered with corpses, an unmistakable thrill danced across his visage. This marks the 5th village he has conquered. At this rate of occupation, it is only a matter of time before the entire region of Jiuli falls back into his hands. Chapter 27. An urgent matter. Jiuli Prefecture. In the attic of the 2-story building, the space was desolate, save for Keigetsu Oden, who sat alone. He was seated cross-legged on the couch, his brow furrowed as he perused the message in his hand. The message contained 2 pieces of information. Firstly, there had been a riot atop Jiuli Mountain, and 5 villages had ceased to respond, suspected to be victims of a massacre by bandits. Secondly, a group of refugees had arrived at Oden Castle, numbering around 200, claiming to have fled from Shimi. Ah, what a predicament! Keigetsu Oden sighed as he contemplated the troubling news. Faced with such a dilemma, he could scarcely devise a strategy. It seemed that only that young lad could attempt to address the matter. Oden, Lord Oden. Before he could collect his thoughts, a frantic voice belonging to Izumi burst through the doorway. Accompanied by hurried footsteps, Izumi rushed into the room. Izumi, Oden remarked, furrowing his brow as he rubbed his temples. What is it? My lord, there is grave news from Oden Castle. There's no need to elaborate. I am already aware, he interjected with a wave of his hand. Irritation evident as he interrupted Izumi's report upon hearing the name of Oden Castle. You know, my lord. Izumi paused, his expression turning peculiar. He had rushed over as soon as the intelligence arrived, and it was hard for him to believe that Oden had already been informed. What shall we do, my lord? Izumi inquired cautiously, still unconvinced. I intend to assign this task to that rascal Gabriel. Please summon him for me, Oden replied, continuing to massage his temples. Gabriel? Izumi exclaimed, initially taken aback before raising his voice. That is out of the question. My lord, Gabriel is merely a child. How can you entrust him with such a perilous task? Then who do you propose I assign? Oden countered. I believe it would be most appropriate for Ashura to lead the mission, Izumi asserted with a serious demeanor. Ashura? Is he capable? Oden expressed doubt. While he deemed Ashura competent in combat, he found it hard to envision him in a disaster relief role. It should not pose a problem. Although Watamaru is notorious as a demon, Ashura is no weakling. Furthermore, he has triumphed over Watamaru in the past. Izumi rationally analyzed Ashura's chances against Watamaru. Wait, what do you mean by Watamaru? At this moment, Kazuki Oden found himself in a state of bewilderment. He felt that the matter that Aizu had discussed with him was entirely different from what he had anticipated. Aizu, upon hearing Oden's words, was equally perplexed, struggling to comprehend what Oden truly intended to convey. Today, a letter of challenge had arrived from Oden Castle. Was not Lord Oden aware of this? Aizu inquired cautiously. A letter of challenge? Oden's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Had Oden Castle not been preoccupied with the plight of the displaced? How could this possibly relate to a letter of challenge? Seeing that Oden genuinely seemed uninformed about the matter, Aizu hastily presented the intelligence in his hand. Oden received and examined it, discovering indeed that it was a letter of challenge. I am the former ruler of Kuri, known as Batamaru. I have heard that you are the current ruler of Kuri. Today, I extend a challenge to you. If I prevail, Kuri will return to me. If I lose, I willingly relinquish my claim to Kuri and return the 5 territories I have occupied. Should you engage in battle, I shall await you at the summit of the mountain. Signed, Batamaru. Upon reading the contents, Oden's expression turned icy. He finally grasped the significance of the morning's news regarding the bandits, as well as the villages that had fallen silent. It seemed these ruffians had nearly exterminated them. The slaughter of innocent civilians under his governance and the usurpation of his territories was intolerable. Now, they audaciously sought to dominate all of Kuri. Oden's fury ignited as he grasped his sword, Enma, ready to set forth. He resolved to teach that scoundrel a lesson in decency. "Lord Oden, what are you doing?" Aizu exclaimed, rushing to restrain him as he saw Oden brandishing Enma and preparing to leave. "Let go of me, Aizu. Today, I must deliver a proper lesson to that scoundrel," Oden declared, striding towards the door. "Lord Oden, as the daimyo of Kuri, you must prioritize your own safety. The situation atop the mountain remains uncertain. They may have laid an elaborate trap. In light of such circumstances, it would be prudent to bring a Shura boy along and a squad to scout the path," Aizu implored passionately, his singular thought being to prevent Oden from embarking alone. Oden listened to Aizu's fervent entreaties with growing impatience. However, upon hearing the plight of the Kuri citizens, he momentarily regained his composure. He understood that addressing the issue of Batumaru was not the only pressing concern. The refugees in Oden Castle also required immediate attention. If left unresolved, it could trigger a series of riots, for one could hardly expect those on the brink of starvation to adhere to the law. "Aizu, go summon that rascal Gabriel for me." Yamamoto returned the enchanted weapons, Enma and Tengu, to their respective racks, suppressing the fury within him as he sat on the ground. Murmuring in a somber tone, "Kazuki Oden." This drastic transformation in Oden left Aizu momentarily stunned. A peculiar thought surfacing in his mind. Could it be that Lord Oden wishes to send me away so he can escape unobserved? "Why aren't you moving? Go now?" "Yes, yes." Oden's thunderous roar jolted Aizu back to reality. He hurriedly dashed outside to summon Gabriel. Inside the room, flashes of lightning illuminated the space. Gabriel sat on the floor, engrossed in his study of static electricity attacks. Crackle, 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 the blue-white light enveloped the entire chamber, and an undeniable excitement radiated from Gabriel's face. After a day of relentless experimentation, his mastery over static electricity had yielded remarkable results. At this moment, he could confidently assert that he was no less adept than a cat viper. In fact, he had progressed to the point where he could generate static electricity with a single hand, no longer requiring both. "Gabriel." An urgent series of footsteps echoed from outside. Aizu burst through the door in haste. "It's Aizu. Lord Oden needs you." Before Gabriel could comprehend the situation, he found himself being pulled away by Aizu. Hey, what are you doing, Aizu?" Gabriel protested, visibly displeased. "Lord Oden has urgent matters for you." Aizu replied, his expression fraught with urgency. "Urgent matters? Is there a bandit on the loose?" Gabriel's face lit up with excitement. He had heard rumors earlier of suspected bandit activity on the mountain. Could it be that the situation had escalated, requiring his intervention? The thought of utilizing his newly acquired skills in the face of bandits filled him with enthusiasm. "You'll find out when we arrive," Aizu said, dismissing Gabriel's questions as he hurried towards the attic. Chapter 28. The refugees of Oden Castle. Upon reaching the attic on the second floor, they found it eerily empty. Gabriel gazed around, bewildered. "Where is Lord Oden?" In stark contrast to Gabriel's confusion, Aizu wore a grim expression. He scanned the surroundings, noting the absence of Kazuki Oden, Enma, and Tengu. All that remained was a message he had left behind. It was not difficult to deduce Oden's whereabouts under such circumstances. Curse it, has he truly gone by himself? As Aizu gazed at the vanishing silhouette of Kazuki Oden along with the two swords, a shadow of gloom descended upon his countenance. His long-held concern was the solitary journey of Lord Oden to the mountain peak. Now that this apprehension had materialized, it filled Aizu with unease. It was not that he doubted Kazuki Oden's prowess, fearing unforeseen calamities. On the contrary, it was precisely because of Oden's formidable strength that Aizu felt a deep sense of trepidation. Were Oden weak, he would have concealed himself, seeking an opportune moment. However, his might compelled him to charge forth recklessly. Zangetsu Maru. Aizu had indeed heard of this individual. Many years ago, he was notorious for his ruthlessness, cunning, and devious schemes, earning the ominous title of a malevolent spirit unrestrained by morals. Once the sovereign of Kiri, he had been vanquished and expelled by Jutenmaru, yet his strength remained undeniable. He possessed a power that rivaled that of Jutenmaru, coupled with insidious strategies that proved to be a constant source of frustration. Aizu was genuinely fearful that Kazuki Oden, in his solitary venture to the mountain, might fall prey to Zangetsumaru's traps. After considerable contemplation, Aizu made a decisive judgment, regardless of Kazuki Oden's consent. He resolved to summon all his retainers to lend support to Oden. Gabriel, you shall remain here to solidify our strategy. Aizu intended to instruct Gabriel to stay behind while he proceeded to notify the other retainers. However, as he turned to convey his words, he noticed that Gabriel had already vanished without a trace. Looking up, he surveyed the surroundings. It was only upon reclining on the couch that he discovered Gabriel's presence. Gabriel, why are you running away? He intended to scold Gabriel, yet he was momentarily taken aback by the envelope in Gabriel's hand. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this envelope appeared to differ from the one he had previously delivered. Hey, what are you doing, Hassan? I found this first, Gabriel exclaimed. His irritation evident as Hassan snatched the envelope from his grasp. He felt utterly deprived of autonomy lately, with every task being thrust upon him and his belongings constantly usurped. The victims of Yutian Castle? Hassan murmured, contemplating the news he held. It was no wonder that Lord Yutian had reacted so when discussing Yutian Castle. It seemed that grave circumstances had unfolded there. However, the thought of sending Gabriel into such a situation plunged Hassan into deep contemplation. Although Gabriel had performed commendably in the last incident, this time was entirely different. The individuals involved were not merely villagers, they were desperate refugees, driven to the brink by hunger. Hassan found it difficult to ensure that those refugees would not act harmfully towards Gabriel. Gabriel, remain here and await further instructions. Hassan concluded after a moment of reflection, ultimately deciding that he would accompany Gabriel to the destination himself. Thus, in the event of any unforeseen circumstances, he could provide some assistance. As for Azura Boy and the others, Izumi had decided to send them to the mountaintop to support Kazuki Oden. Upon hearing the word mission, Gabriel's face brightened. He could not help but turn to inquire if it involved slaying bandits. You will find out shortly. After reassuring Gabriel, Izumi hurriedly departed. Deep within the bamboo grove, Azura Boy was training with his elder retainers, Kinemon, Reizo, and Kanjuro. Izumi arrived in haste and explained his purpose. Azura Boy listened attentively, his expression growing serious, especially when he heard the name Zantiamaru, which caused a dramatic change in his demeanor. It was evident that although Azura Boy had triumphed over Zantiamaru in the past, the memory had left him with a considerable psychological scar. I entrust you with this task. You must ensure Lord Oden's safety, he implored. I understand, Azura Boy nodded. I will take my men there first. Be cautious, came the reply. Fear not. I know how to handle that scoundrel Zantiamaru. With that, Azura Boy bid farewell to Izumi and set off towards the mountaintop. At the entrance of Oden Castle, a massive barrier stood, delineating the boundary between the castle's interior and the outside world. Within the castle resided the local inhabitants, while the outer realm was filled with refugees fleeing from Shimotsuki. This imposing barrier divided the people into two groups, preventing the influx of Shimotsuki's refugees into Oden Castle. Behind the barrier, a throng of citizens emerged from the castle, armed with farming sickles, hoe axes, firewood cleavers, and kitchen knives, anything that could pose a threat to outsiders. Their sole objective was to defend Oden Castle. Please, we beg you, grant us some food. We have not eaten in days, cried the desperate voices. Brothers and sisters, for the sake of this poor child, please allow him to enter. We do not seek to survive ourselves, but the children are innocent. The pleas continued. My poor child has been running a high fever for 2 days. If he does not receive treatment soon. Outside, hundreds had gathered, pushing against the barrier, their hands reaching through in a desperate plea. Their requests were simple. They sought food from the citizens of Oden Castle to help them through this dire situation and hoped that the innocent children might enter the castle to receive the care and rest they desperately needed. Step back. Step back. Step back. If you do not retreat, we will take action. The citizens of Yutian City brandished their weapons in a threatening manner. At that moment, they harbored but a singular thought, to keep the refugees at bay. Please, I beseech you, save this poor child. She has been burning with fever for 2 days. Without medical attention, she will surely perish. Under the menacing glint of the townsfolk's weapons, all the refugees instinctively withdrew their outstretched hands from the barricade, save for one woman who, undeterred by the threat, clung desperately to the bars. The citizens of Yutian City, wielding their arms in an attempt to intimidate her into relinquishing her grip and retreating, brandished scythes, pushing her back. Yet, when they caught sight of the little girl cradled in the woman's arms, they were momentarily taken aback. The child, with flushed cheeks and dry lips, was clearly suffering from a severe cold. Observing the girl's dazed expression, it became evident that without intervention, she might not survive until dawn. The armed individuals exchanged glances, their resolve wavering in the face of the child's plight. This is indeed a matter of a genuine human life. I apologize. While you have your difficulties, we too have our reasons for not being able to open the door. As the crowd hesitated, a robust man, adorned with a sword at his waist, stepped forward. Upon his emergence, the crowd's gaze shifted, and their bodies involuntarily straightened. Weapons were drawn in unison, and in that moment, they seemed to acquire a sense of resolve. He was the leader of the Wu Jing Gate, the notorious underworld figure of Yutian City. Although his renown did not quite match that of the legendary swordsman Hua Ji Bing Wu Lang, within the confines of Yutian City, the Wu Jing Gate reigned supreme in the realm of the underworld. I implore you, please allow this child to enter, a woman pleaded earnestly. We have already reported your situation to the Lord of Jiuli, and if all goes well, they will arrive by afternoon. At that time, they can provide treatment for your child. The leader of Wu Jing Gate shook his head in refusal. Yet the woman remained anxious, wanting to continue her appeal. I wish I could help you, but I am powerless in this situation. I can only say that you have your reasons for wanting to enter, just as I have my reasons for keeping the door closed. Please do not make this harder for us. The leader of Wu Jing Gate shook his head and declined once more. Chapter 29. Disaster Relief in Yutian City. Atop the grand estate of the Lord, the heavily dust-laden door slowly creaked open. Yizong, accompanied by Gabriel, arrived at this location. Upon entering, Gabriel looked around with a puzzled expression. He had assumed this place would be an armory, but seeing the stacks of boxes, even his dull wit recognized that these boxes were filled with wealth borrowed from the estate of Lord Bai Wu. Yizong, what are we doing here? We don't need wealth to chase down robbers, do we? Gabriel inquired, perplexed. Who told you we were going to hunt down robbers? Yizong replied, causing Gabriel to pause. It seemed he had conjured that scenario in his own mind. What exactly is our mission then? Gabriel questioned, still bewildered. Here, see for yourself, Yizong said, as he produced a letter from his bosom, containing news from the Yutian region, and handed it to Gabriel before venturing deeper in search of gold. Gabriel accepted the letter, his brow furrowing in confusion as he opened it. Aid for the refugees? He read the contents, his expression shifting. He had expected a different sort of mission altogether. Enough complaining. Focus on your responsibilities, Yizong stated as he emerged from the treasury. A heavy bag now in his possession. Here, he said, securing the bag and tossing it to Gabriel. Gabriel instinctively caught it, feeling its weight pressing down in his hands. What is this? It's so heavy. Gabriel took the bag and casually opened it. Upon gazing at its contents, he found himself momentarily stunned. The bag was filled with resplendent gold. Although he was unfamiliar with the equivalent value of gold in this world, the weight of the precious metal in his hands suggested an impressive sum. What is the meaning of this? Gabriel inquired, perplexed. This time, you are the principal figure in disaster relief. I am merely a subordinate, Yizong explained. Me, the principal figure? Gabriel looked at Yizong incredulously. Indeed, Yizong nodded. Are you joking? I hardly resemble a leader in a disaster. Gabriel couldn't help but scoff. Lord Goten appointed you as the principal figure. I have no say in the matter, Yizong replied, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation. Well, believe in yourself. Last time, you managed to resolve the difficult situation in Robbo town. This time, being the principal figure won't be as daunting as you imagine, Yizong reassured him. All right, fine, Gabriel conceded, suppressing the words he had initially wanted to voice. Within the confines of Goten City, dust swirled as several carriages sped past. There were 3 carriages in total, each laden with various goods. These items were all procured by Gabriel from within the city of Yutian, with the noble intention of aiding the refugees beyond its walls. Alas, what a predicament it is. How should he make his entrance? Gabriel sat atop the cart, his countenance laden with worry. At this moment, he was confronted with an unavoidable dilemma. What manner of demeanor should he adopt in the presence of those refugees? Refugees, indeed, are labeled as such for they are the populace beset by hardships so dire that survival seems elusive. The populace, having endured prolonged torment, exhibited a mental state markedly different from that of ordinary individuals. Gabriel comprehended that he could not treat these people in the same manner as those from Rob Town, for the two groups were fundamentally dissimilar. Initially, Gabriel had intended to adopt a conciliatory approach. However, upon further reflection, he deemed such a tactic too feeble. He feared that any display of weakness might lead to an uncontrollable situation, the consequences of which he dared not imagine. Conversely, he was apprehensive that an overly harsh stance could provoke these individuals into actions of extreme recklessness. Thus, the pressing dilemma Gabriel faced was how to strike a delicate balance in managing these refugees so as to facilitate disaster relief. Gabriel had arrived. The gentle sound from Izang pulled Gabriel back to reality. "Is this truly it?" he inquired, his expression one of astonishment as he gazed at Izang. The path proved to be far shorter than he had anticipated. "Look, over there," Izang pointed towards the town's entrance. Gabriel followed his gaze and was met with a sea of people. Refugees from outside the city mingled with the guards within, separated only by a fence. As Gabriel surveyed the chaotic throng, a wave of trepidation washed over him. Despite having mentally prepared himself beforehand, the sight of such disorder tightened his chest with anxiety. "All right. Enough staring, let us disembark," he responded hurriedly. Izang observed Gabriel's changing expression with a nod of satisfaction, realizing that this young fellow's capacity for psychological endurance exceeded his expectations. Unbeknownst to them, the seemingly composed Gabriel was internally tumultuous. He had yet to devise an approach for dealing with these individuals. Although armed with extraordinary skills, he could not shake the lingering fear. It was crucial to remember that there were 200 refugees. A single spit from each could easily drown him. "Let us go," Izang said gently, giving Gabriel a reassuring pat on the shoulder. The touch jolted Gabriel back to reality. Taking a deep breath, he gradually approached the town's entrance. As he neared, he made a decisive choice between two strategies: to adopt a ruthless approach, employing stern measures to suppress the chaos while still offering them a glimmer of hope for survival. Thus, they would not resort to desperate measures. They walked leisurely towards the town's entrance. The townsfolk, upon seeing Izang, instinctively parted to create a pathway. At this moment, Gabriel walked ahead, with Izang following closely behind. Izang's right hand rested upon the hilt of his sword, ready to swiftly escort Gabriel away at the first sign of trouble. As the guards on either side made way, Gabriel reached the threshold between the city and the outskirts. The scene before him was far more striking than what he had glimpsed from afar. From a distance, it merely appeared to be a contentious gathering. From this vantage point, it resembled a mob besieging the city. What unfolds before my eyes is an entirely different tableau. The refugees, once resembling a mob besieging the city, now plead desperately with the guards who had only moments ago appeared to be the weaker party. These guards, seemingly feeble, now wield weapons with brute force to drive the refugees away. "I implore you, my child is truly on the brink of death. We are all citizens of the Kingdom of Harmony. Please allow her entry." Most of the crowd recoils at the fence, but the woman clutching the little girl persists in her desperate pleas. Despite the guard's apparent willingness to open the gates, the one in charge, Bujin Wujingman, shakes his head, resolutely denying the woman's request. "I have made myself abundantly clear. I cannot let you in. Please do not test my patience further. Your child appears gravely ill." Gabriel approached the gathering crowd, his gaze immediately drawn to the woman gripping the fence with unwavering determination. At first, he assumed she was merely another starving refugee, pleading for food. However, upon noticing the child in her arms, he was taken aback. Even without medical knowledge, Gabriel could discern that the little girl's flushed face indicated a severe ailment. "I beg you, please, save her. I shall not enter. I will throw her over to you, provided you take her to the doctor inside the city." After a prolonged period of entreaty, the woman finally saw someone willing to listen, and in that moment, she lunged towards Gabriel as if seizing a lifeline. The intensity of her emotion startled Gabriel. Despite his prior preparations, "Hand me the child," he instructed, extending his hand towards the fence. "Thank you ever so much," the woman exclaimed, tears streaming down her face in a torrent of relief. After such a long struggle, at last, hope was within reach. Just as Gabriel's hand was nearing the fence, Bujin Jingman seized Gabriel's left hand. "What do you intend to do, child?" Bujin Jingman's grip tightened, his gaze piercing through Gabriel with a chilling intensity. Not only was Bujin Jingman present, but several other guards, uncertain of the situation, brandished their weapons and assumed a defensive stance. Izang, as the primary official overseeing this relief effort, "I believe I possess the authority to open this gate." Gabriel turned to Izang, seeking clarification. Upon hearing the name Izang, Bujin Wujingman glanced back. Slowly, Izang approached, and Bujin Wujingman's brow furrowed. "Izang, long time no see, Wujingman. Has Lord Yutian sent you here this time?" Bujin Wujingman inquired hesitantly. "Not exactly. I am merely assisting with this relief effort," Izang replied. Bujin Wujingman's tone wavered with uncertainty upon hearing Izang's words. Indeed, Izang nodded slightly. Observing Izang's confirming expression, Bingji Wu Jingmin was utterly incredulous. With a countenance full of doubt and a hesitant lift of his tiny hand, he inquired, "Are you certain that Lord Yutian sent this little imp to provide disaster relief?" "Indeed, Lord Yutian did send this little fellow for the relief efforts." "Is there an issue with that?" Yizong queried with a hint of perplexity. "Yizong, are you jesting with me? You mean to say that Lord Yutian has entrusted this child with such a responsibility?" Bingji Wu Jingmin exclaimed, his incredulity palpable. "Rest assured, this young one is far more astute than you can imagine. He is more than capable of handling this situation," Yizong reassured, gently patting Bingji Wu Jingmin on the shoulder. He then extended his hand to pry open the tightly clasped fingers of Bingji Wu Jingmin, which were gripping Gabriel. "Yizong, are you certain that Lord Yutian expressly stated this?" Bingji Wu Jingmin gazed intently at Yizong, his tone somber. "Lord Yutian conveyed this to me directly. There is no mistake," Yizong responded, nodding with unwavering confidence. "Is that so?" Given the circumstances, Bingji Wu Jingmin released his grip. Since this child had been explicitly appointed by Lord Yutian, he had no justification to impede his actions. "Yizong, may I now open this barrier?" Gabriel pointed towards the fence. "Yes," Yizong nodded affirmatively. "Then let us proceed." Chapter 30. The refugees uprising. The barrier slowly opened. Gabriel stepped forward with measured grace. Bingji Wu Jingmin watched the retreating figure of Gabriel, his expression fraught with distress. He found it exceedingly difficult to believe that this child could effectively manage the unruly refugees. The young child was undeniably a source of concern. "Please, hand the child over to me." As Gabriel stepped through the threshold, he was met with the fervent gaze of a woman before him. Her excitement was palpable, and with trembling hands, she entrusted the child into Gabriel's care. "I implore you to ensure a doctor examines her," she urged. "Indeed, allow me," Gabriel responded, accepting the child, who felt as if she had merely sunk into his embrace. "I appreciate your trust," the woman said, her voice laced with desperation. "Rest assured, I shall do my utmost to secure her treatment." With a gesture of gratitude, the woman bowed and retreated into the crowd, while Gabriel offered a slight nod as he ventured deeper into the city of Yutian. "Izang, please ensure this child is taken to the clinic for treatment," he instructed. Placing the child in Izang's care, Izang assessed the child's condition, recognizing the gravity of the situation, and promptly arranged for her transfer to the hospital. Meanwhile, he had more pressing matters that demanded his attention. The gates creaked open slowly, revealing the refugees outside, their faces brimming with anticipation. Their hands trembled, and disbelief etched across their features, as one refugee had already entered the sanctuary. With this turn of events, their chances of survival have significantly increased. In pursuit of life, these refugees began to surge towards the enclosure. As the tide of refugees surged in, the guards of Yutian City watched on, beads of sweat trickling down their foreheads. With veins bulging in their hands, they clutched their weapons tightly, having already readied themselves for an imminent confrontation. "Stand back." Just as the guards, their expressions grave, prepared for battle, Gabriel slowly emerged. The moment he stepped forward, Izukuwa's demeanor grew cold as he too braced himself. He cautiously approached Gabriel, his right hand resting on the hilt of his blade. At that moment, should Gabriel find himself in peril, he would swiftly draw his sword to protect him. Not only Izukuwa, but also the soldier from the 5 Jin men had made preparations for combat. He commanded all guards to form a trapezoidal formation. Should any trouble arise outside, they would push the refugees back and secure the gates. The refugees, rushing forward, paid little heed to the young Gabriel. "I said step back," Gabriel bellowed. A surge of blue-white electricity crackled to life in his hand, buzzing ominously as it danced around his palm. The refugees, who had previously disregarded him, were suddenly struck with fear at the sight of the crackling energy, and they hastily retreated. As the refugees fell back, both Izukuwa and the soldier from the 5 Jin men sighed in relief. The former worried for Gabriel's safety, while the latter was concerned for the security of Yutian City. "Let me introduce myself. I am Gabriel, the person in charge of this relief effort," he announced as he observed the refugees retreating. "I am responsible for the aid distribution, and I hope you will follow my instructions. If you cooperate, I assure you there will be a way for everyone to survive. However, should you choose to provoke me, I will not hesitate to leave you without any means of escape." Upon hearing the mention of relief, the previously agitated refugees fell silent, a flicker of hope appearing on their faces. Yet, as Gabriel's words continued, their expressions stiffened. It was evident to any discerning listener that his words were a blatant threat. Nonetheless, The crowd did not voice any dissent. They simply wished to survive. Patients may enter. The rest must remain here and await instructions. Noticing the refugee's silence, Gabriel issued his first command. Simultaneously, Izukawa moved, positioning himself protectively beside Gabriel. The guards dispersed, maintaining order among the refugees. Should any unrest arise, they would swiftly quell it. In contrast to the guards' steady composure, the refugees reacted with visible relief to Gabriel's words, eagerly raising their hands and clamoring to speak about their ailments. I am a patient. My foot is about to break. Please, let me in. I have a severe cold and feel like I might die. I beg you. Allow me to enter for treatment. Alas, my head aches intensely. Ah, my heart. The arrival of Gabriel was met with a chorus of lamentations, as many refugees, desperate for survival, cast aside their dignity. They writhed upon the ground, performing before Gabriel's feet, driven by a singular desire to secure a place within the walls of Utian City. Observing their crude theatrics, a grimace escaped Gabriel's lips. It seemed these individuals still harbored doubts about his willingness to assist them. Enough of this charade, he sighed. I have assured you of my aid, that you may live. I can endure no more. My head feels as if it might explode. Please, grant me entry, cried one. My feet, my hands. Oh, my head. Despite Gabriel's words, the refugees showed no intention of ceasing their performance. Rather, they intensified their display. They rolled frantically on the ground, mimicking the agony of their bodies. Some even bared their wounds, allowing blood to flow freely, all in a bid to appear more grievously injured. Having witnessed the softness in the earlier tone of the boy and the precedent of allowing him entry, they deduced that this young man was not as unapproachable as he seemed. They understood that by feigning more severe injuries, their chances of gaining access to Utian City would increase. Gabriel, observing the escalating fervor of the refugees, sighed once more. Indeed, it appeared that firmness alone would not suffice with this group. A slight softening of his tone only emboldened them. I have warned you not to make this difficult for me. If you persist in your antics, I shall ensure your plight becomes even more arduous, he declared, his expression turning steely. Those without ailments should rise. Do not wail like banshees. Should I discover any of you feigning illness or exaggerating your conditions, the consequences will rest squarely upon your shoulders. Gabriel's chilling words startled many of the wailing refugees, who hesitated, glancing at his icy visage with uncertainty. Had they not received any attention within Utian City, they might have gambled on their chances. However, the assurance of aid had now been explicitly stated. In such circumstances, one wagers the tangible opportunities for survival against the uncertainties of the unknown. A choice presented itself to both parties. Ultimately, reason triumphed over impulse, and they gradually arose, retreating to signify their stance. Under Gabriel's chilling threat, the once numerous refugees, who had been pleading and struggling on the ground, were now reduced to a mere handful. Only a few desperate souls remained, lamenting and fighting against their fate. Observing that many still writhed in agony, Gabriel frowned slightly. Have the doctor come over to examine them, he commanded. I wish to ascertain the severity of their condition. A cold snort escaped him. Upon hearing the word doctor, the refugees, momentarily taken aback, exchanged uncertain glances toward Gabriel, unsure whether he was feigning or speaking with earnest intent. Ensure the doctor brings ample tools, particularly those for limbs, he continued. As I notice a considerable number with severed arms and legs, they may prove useful. Just as the refugees hesitated, Gabriel spoke once more. These words instilled a sense of resolve in the already hesitant and uncertain refugees, prompting them to make decisive choices. Well, I believe my hand may not be as severe as I thought, so I shall forego treatment for now and allow this position to be occupied by someone in greater need. As for my foot, I feel it is not as critical as it seemed moments ago. Remarkably, my head, which was throbbing just moments ago, now feels perfectly fine. Many of the refugees, momentarily embodying the essence of dramatists, briefly hesitated before ultimately reaffirming their stance and returning to their fellow refugees. Although entering Utian City might promise excellent care and provisions, the significance of one's own limbs far outweighs the allure of such comforts. Following Gabriel's remarks, only a handful of infirm refugees remained in the scene. The plight of these refugees is evident at a mere glance. Their injuries are grievous. Gabriel, initially inclined to allow them entry, reconsidered after reflecting on the character of these individuals. Ultimately, he decided it prudent to summon the doctors for further assessment. His intention was not born of skepticism regarding the refugee sincerity, but rather to establish a reputation for himself as someone whose word is absolute and unwavering. Shall we bring out the doctors? He pondered, exhibiting a momentary hesitation. Yes, let them all come out, he ultimately affirmed, instructing that no tools be brought along. Upon hearing Gabriel's directive, Izong grasped the underlying reasoning for this approach. Before departing, he cast a meaningful glance and promptly instructed others to gather the physicians from within the city of Yutian. Chapter 31. Disaster Relief. Several rudimentary cooking stations were hastily erected, with large pots measuring 2 meters in length placed atop them. Beneath, a pile of firewood was stacked, and soon, wisps of blue smoke began to rise. Carts laden with provisions emerged slowly from the city, accompanied by guards tasked with safeguarding the supplies. The refugees gazed at the carts with palpable excitement, their eyes fixed on the curling smoke. Their hands trembled uncontrollably, and tears of joy welled in the corners of their eyes. After days of enduring hunger, they were finally on the brink of relief. The carts halted beside the large pots, and the guards began to unload the provisions. Bags of food were placed next to the pots, causing the refugees to swallow hard in anticipation. Though sustenance lay tantalizingly close, the refugees refrained from acting impulsively, standing patiently by as they awaited the food's preparation. Perhaps they had come to understand Gabriel's sentiment. If you allow me to ease your plight, I shall reciprocate. The refugees submitted quietly, and the soldiers of Jingmen looked on in disbelief. They had not anticipated that this young boy would accomplish such a feat, managing to secure the compliance of this group of refugees in less than an hour. Even after several days of hunger, the proximity of food did not incite a riot. The young rascal is truly remarkable, mused Bingji Wujingmen, deeply impressed by the unfolding scene. Gabriel, the doctor has arrived, Izang whispered as he approached. Has he? Gabriel inquired, glancing towards the town entrance, where indeed several middle-aged men, resembling physicians, had gathered. Confirming the arrival of the doctors, Gabriel stepped forward to address the refugees. Initially intending to speak directly, Gabriel, noticing the refugees looking around aimlessly, bellowed, "Everyone, look this way." His commanding voice startled many, prompting them to turn and seek understanding of the situation. With the attention of the refugees now focused on him, Gabriel articulated the purpose of his visit. The doctors are here at the town entrance. Those who have claimed to be unwell should proceed there for an examination. Furthermore, I advise all who have reported ailments to go. Otherwise, should I find any of you failing to comply, I will have you carried there myself. Gabriel's words instilled a sense of dread among the refugees, while a few, already afflicted by genuine health issues, felt a flicker of hope at the prospect of treatment after such a prolonged wait. The majority rejoiced at their prudent decision to refrain from taking unnecessary risks. They realized that had they acted unwisely, the consequences could have been dire. Only a handful, who had theatrically feigned illness, felt a chill of apprehension, torn between the fear of being discovered and the possibility of evading scrutiny. Engaged in a fierce internal struggle, those dramatic refugees ultimately resolved to take a gamble, betting that Gabriel had not uncovered their ruse. A small contingent of injured individuals hastened to the town entrance for medical evaluation, while the majority remained behind, seeking sustenance and shelter. An even smaller group, racked with anxiety, blended into the crowd, adamantly convinced of their status as ordinary refugees, resolutely denying any deception towards Gabriel. They clung to the belief that they were earnest individuals, vowing never to confess to having tricked him. A thick plume of white smoke gradually ascended, accompanied by the hissing sound from a large pot. Visible steam billowed into the sky as the water within reached a boil. Observing the bubbling contents, Gabriel urgently issued a command. Izang, have the bags unfastened. Upon hearing Gabriel's directive, Izang promptly directed the guards to untie the bags. Under his guidance, the guards systematically opened each bag, while Izang himself unsealed one. Rice? As Izang gazed into the contents of the bag, his brow furrowed with concern. He hurriedly opened another bag, and upon seeing the vegetables within, he could no longer conceal his agitation. What do you have in your bag? Izang inquired of the guard beside him. I have carrots, the guard replied candidly. And yours? Izang turned to ask once more. I have potatoes, came the response. After a series of inquiries, Izang finally stumbled upon something of value: minced meat and fish balls. 2 bags were transported before him by the guard. Izang scrutinized the contents, his expression tense. The minced meat appeared abundant, filling half a bag, while the fish balls also occupied half a bag. However, This seemingly ample supply of minced meat and fish balls paled in comparison to the nearly 200 individuals in their ranks. Each person can only take a few bites. Gabriel, with a furrowed brow, approached his companion, Izang, and pulled him aside. "What is going on?" Gabriel asked, puzzled by Izang's demeanor. "What is the situation regarding your purchases?" Izang inquired, his brows still knitted in concern. "Is there a problem?" Gabriel replied, bewildered. "I gave you so much gold. Yet you only bought those items. Do you not see the issue?" Izang retorted, his tone sharp. "I find this quite reasonable," Gabriel countered, his confusion deepening. He struggled to grasp Izang's intentions. "Reasonable? Is that truly your assessment?" Izang sighed, exasperated. He could hardly comprehend Gabriel's response. "Gabriel, consider what Lord Yutian provided to you. To those in need, and compare it to what you are now offering these refugees. Is this what you deem reasonable?" He lamented. "Oh, I see what you mean." This was intentional. Gabriel finally grasped Izang's point. "Intentional?" Izang echoed in disbelief. "What on earth are you up to?" he asked, his voice low. "Well, it's for better disaster relief," Gabriel mused, stroking his chin. "For better disaster relief?" Izang's mouth fell agape, struggling to accept Gabriel's reasoning. "Providing these refugees with such provisions is your idea of effective relief?" Gabriel shrugged. "It's not something that can be easily explained. You'll understand in due time. Rest assured, I have everything under control," he chuckled. Indeed, whether it was borrowing money from the daimyo of Haku or the incident in Robbo town, the young man had proven himself capable. Just as Izang hesitated to trust Gabriel, the latter suddenly placed his hand to his forehead, revealing a look of regret. "Ah, I almost forgot something important that you must handle first," Gabriel insisted urgently. "What is it?" Izang asked, puzzled. "It's about that old man from last time, the one who asked us to cut down trees," Gabriel clarified. "You mean the old town mayor from Robbo? The one with the cane?" "Yes, precisely. I need to speak with him, so please bring him to me." "What do you need him for?" "Just bring him here." "All right. I'll see to it." Seeing Gabriel's unwavering determination, Zhang chose not to inquire further and hurriedly made his way to Robbo town. Chapter 32. Cooking food. Half of the rice had been boiling for some time, and the bottom of the pot gradually thickened. A portion of fish balls had been crushed and mixed with minced meat, blending into the porridge. Gabriel gently stirred with the stick in his hand, and the savory aroma of the rice wafted through the air. The fragrance drifted towards the refugees, who, upon inhaling the enticing scent, could not help but swallow hard. They licked their lips, gazing at the large pot engulfed in fierce flames, their anticipation mounting. "Are the bowls ready?" Gabriel called out, stirring the porridge as he spoke. "Yes, my lord, the bowls are ready," a guard replied from behind. "Good, then distribute the bowls. Let them wait with their bowls to receive their food," Gabriel instructed as he continued to stir. "Understood," the guard responded and made his way towards the cart filled with bowls, pushing it through the crowd of refugees. Many refugees looked at the approaching cart with delight as it carried the bowls. "Is it time to eat?" they wondered. "Come, everyone, collect your bowls." With the guard's announcement, the crowd surged forward, surrounding the cart in an instant. On the cart, dozens of hands scrambled and reached for the bowls, creating chaos in a matter of moments. "Do not rush. There is enough for everyone," the guard shouted, struggling to impose order amidst the frenzy. But his singular strength was no match for the overwhelming number of refugees. Despite his efforts, he remained ensnared in the throng of eager hands. "I finally got a bowl. I can finally eat," cheered many refugees as they managed to grasp a bowl and hurried away towards Gabriel. One by one, they approached Gabriel, who frowned at the sight of the excited refugees before him. Didn't he the fellow earlier tell them to wait here for their meal? "Food, food, food," the refugees exclaimed, holding their bowls aloft with excitement. "Who informed you that the food was ready?" Gabriel inquired, furrowing his brow at the jubilant refugees. "It was that lord who just delivered the bowls," a refugee replied, licking their lips in anticipation. "That fellow?" Gabriel's brow furrowed deeper upon hearing this. "The food is not ready yet. It will be done soon, and I will let you know." "My lord, look, we have already come here." A refugee pointed to the pot, where the tantalizing aroma of the porridge wafted through the air, smiling. "I have said it is not ready yet. Wait a little longer, and I will inform you when it is. Esteemed sir, considering my pitiable plight, I humbly beseech you to show a modicum of compassion and grant me a few morsels of sustenance. Allow me to reiterate, the meal is not yet prepared. Once it is, I shall inform you. Therefore, I implore you to return and await your turn. However, return now. Gabriel's countenance hardened as he spoke. You, sir, retreat. The refugees, witnessing Gabriel's unwavering demeanor, involuntarily shrank back. They dared not provoke him, for he held the pod in his possession. Should they incite his ire, he could simply upend the lid and depart, leaving them to face the dire consequence of starvation. One by one, the refugees retreated. Gabriel furrowed his brow as he observed the departing crowd. Assist me in adding the leafy greens, diced carrots, and potato chunks. Let them simmer gently until thickened. I shall proceed ahead to assess the situation. Gabriel, harboring concern for the unfolding events, addressed another guard behind him. The guard stepped forward to assume Gabriel's duties, and Gabriel made his way towards the refugees. Upon arrival, Gabriel was met with a scene of frantic scrambling. What are you doing? He bellowed. The multitude of refugees, upon hearing his voice, recoiled in fear. They halted their actions, turning their gazes towards him. The moment they beheld Gabriel, their expressions shifted, and they instinctively took several steps back. Form an orderly line and take your portions one by one, Gabriel commanded with a cold huff. At his words, the previously chaotic crowd of refugees began to line up in an orderly fashion. Thank you, Lord Gabriel. The guard finally managed to extricate himself from the throng of refugees, his eyes betraying an undeniable admiration for Gabriel's ability to bring the unruly masses into submission with a mere utterance. Very well, continue distributing the bowls. Inform them that should any further attempts at seizing provisions occur, they are to report to me. Understood, the guard replied with deference. You all shall line up properly. Should I catch you engaging in any further acts of contention, I will return and upend the pot, ensuring you will no longer need to fight for your meals. Before departing, Gabriel issued a fierce ultimatum to the refugees. Upon hearing Gabriel's customary threats, the refugees involuntarily trembled. They swallowed hard, their desire to seize anything dissipating. Meanwhile, Bing Jiwu Jingmin observed Gabriel's actions closely from behind. After a prolonged watch, he was compelled to acknowledge Gabriel as a genius. He possessed a keen understanding of the refugees' desires and fears, adeptly providing what they sought, while simultaneously exerting pressure on what they dreaded. Truly, he was an extraordinary individual. Returning to the cauldron, the guards were bustling with fervor. Chunks of potatoes, leafy greens, and diced carrots had already been added to the pot. Observing the contents, it was evident that the food was nearing completion. Give me the ladle, Gabriel commanded, taking it from the guard's hand. He stirred the thickening porridge. Now rendered remarkably viscous by the abundance of vegetables, a pair of chopsticks stood upright without faltering. This also meets Gabriel's requirements. It seems that it is time to add that item. Gabriel climbed onto the cart and hurriedly retrieved a black bag from it. The bag was not as large as those used for rice and vegetables. It could easily be lifted by one hand. Upon opening the bag, one could see large, grayish-white crystals inside. This is the exquisite sea salt that Gabriel procured at great expense. Though it appears but a mere handful, it is worth half the price of all his provisions. He carefully divides 1/3 of the sea salt among 4 large pots, stirring with a stick to thoroughly amalgamate the salt with the rice porridge, then sampling a small taste. The seasoning is just right. At this moment, all that remains is to simmer the vegetables with the porridge before serving. Chapter 33. Distribution of food. The food is ready. Gabriel does not hastily proceed to distribute it. Instead, he formulates a thoughtful plan. Here are 4 large cauldrons, each containing a portion of food. Gabriel resolved to divide the cauldrons into 4 distinct regions, one for the east, one for the west, one for the south, and one for the north. In this manner, one can exercise stringent control over the number of individuals present, thereby preventing overcrowding and chaos. This follows the decision made by Gabriel. With the diligent efforts of over 10 guards, these large cauldrons were finally raised into each designated area. In these areas, there is but one individual assigned to serve food, while the remaining 5 wield sickles and sabers, tasked with the duties of guarding and patrolling. Thus, the likelihood of disputes among the refugees over food can be minimized. Dinner is served. With Gabriel's enthusiastic proclamation, refugees from 4 distinct areas surged forth. In an instant, each section was brimming with individuals eager for sustenance. Though these refugees were already on the brink of desperation, drawn by the tantalizing aroma of the food, they trembled as they gazed at the bounty just within reach. Licking their parched lips and swallowing hard, a singular thought consumed their minds: the urgent need to eat. For a fleeting moment, they yearned to rush forward and devour the food before them. As soon as this notion emerged, their hearts stirred with an insatiable yearning. Deep within, A profound desire for sustenance began to swell. Let me clarify, there shall be no cutting in line, no jostling. You must arrange yourselves one by one. Gabriel, sensing the disquiet among the crowd, bellowed, if anyone dares to cut in, you are all welcome to report them to me. I will assign someone to keep a close watch, and I shall ensure that they are placed at the very end of the line. Likewise, you will be divided into 4 groups, and there shall be no competition for food nor excessive demands. Prior to distributing the food, I have made it abundantly clear to those responsible for serving that should you engage in any scuffling for sustenance, they are authorized to overturn the pot at once. Thus, you must patiently await your turn. This will benefit both you and me. However, should you choose to act recklessly, we shall respond with even greater recklessness. Standing amidst the crowd, Gabriel issued his warning. The once restless refugees, upon hearing Gabriel's admonitions, felt their expressions stiffen. The earlier surge of eagerness for food was swiftly quelled. They understood that if they fought for sustenance now, even if they were strong enough, their fate would undoubtedly be dire. As Gabriel continued to remind the multitude, any thoughts of chaos dissipated. They obediently clutched their bowls and formed an orderly queue, awaiting the arrival of their meal. As the line progressed and the guards diligently served the porridge, many refugees savored their first mouthful of warm rice porridge, infused with the fragrance of vegetables and a hint of salt. Tears of joy streamed down many faces. It had been far too long since they had tasted such comforting and delicious porridge. As refugees took their portions of porridge, the contents of the pot diminished at a visible pace. Soon, many realized a pressing issue. One bowl of porridge simply would not suffice. If they desired more, they would have to rejoin the lengthy queue. Although queuing was manageable, the porridge was limited. Even if they were willing to wait, the porridge would not linger for them. In light of their unquenchable longing for food, they devised a strategy. After receiving their bowl of porridge, they would consume it rapidly before immediately requesting a second serving. They were not contravening Gabriel's rules. He had stipulated no jostling and no cutting in line, yet he had not forbidden asking for seconds. With this loophole in mind, some refugees began to exploit it. Please, could you serve a little more for the child? He is still quite hungry. Go to the back of the line. If you all behave this way, how can we manage the serving? Numerous refugees have begun to emulate this behavior, seeking additional sustenance. However, not all refugees can achieve this. Many are expelled by the guards, who, despite appearing sympathetic or perhaps overly unreasonable, may, out of compassion or to avoid complications, provide an extra portion. They might assert, "Will you give it to me? If not, I shall remain here and refuse to leave. Lord Gabriel has granted us the privilege of raising the pot. Are you certain you wish to provoke us? I am not here to incite trouble. I merely wish to request a bit more food. If you do not depart, I shall raise the pot. I have neither cut in line nor fought for food. On what grounds do you threaten to raise the pot? I simply desire a little more food, and Lord Gabriel has not indicated any objection to that. Come here. There is but one bowl. Take it and leave swiftly." As more individuals exploit the loopholes, an exceedingly dramatic scene unfolds. Some have already consumed 2 or 3 bowls of porridge, while others still await their turn for the meager offerings. Gabriel, seated centrally, observes the disaster relief efforts proceeding remarkably well, letting out a sigh of relief. It is exhausting to maintain the facade of a cold, decisive figure, perpetually wearing a stern expression and uttering irresistible commands. This character, in stark contrast to his true nature, honestly does not wish to play this role again. "Big brother, are you hungry? This is for you." Gabriel sat in Central Asia, lost in thought, when a little girl with a beaming face approached, holding half a bowl of rice porridge. Hearing the sound, Gabriel turned around, momentarily taken aback by the sight of a younger girl. "What are you doing?" he asked, gazing at the girl who offered him the porridge, confusion etched on his face. "I noticed that you've been busy for such a long time and must be hungry. This is a bit of porridge I borrowed. I hope you won't mind." The girl said cautiously as she extended the bowl towards him. "It's all right. I'm not hungry. You should eat it," Gabriel replied, waving his hand dismissively. But my mother taught me to be grateful and reciprocate kindness," the girl said, a hint of disappointment in her voice. "It's truly no trouble. It's what I ought to do. Please, enjoy it yourself," Gabriel smiled warmly. But the girl's face fell, tears welling in her eyes. "Is that so? Then I shall take it," Gabriel said, noticing her distress as he took the bowl from her hands. The girl's expression transformed into one of joy as she saw him accept the porridge. It's really delicious," he pretended to sip the porridge with delight. As Gabriel savored the dish, The girl instinctively licked her chapped lips, her face still radiant with excitement. Oh dear big brother, I'm full now. I truly cannot drink anymore. Could you help me finish it? She asked, her eyes sparkling. Really, is that okay? Indeed, consider it a favor for your big brother. Gabriel chuckled, ruffling her hair. All right. With her spirits lifted, Gabriel returned the bowl to her. The girl quickly finished the porridge, displaying a look of satisfaction upon completion. Observing this, Gabriel couldn't help but feel a sense of contentment. Master Gabriel, it's bad news. A guard rushed over, his face pale. What is the matter? Why the urgency? Gabriel asked, his smile fading as concern creased his brow. Over there, a fight has broken out. The guard exclaimed, his complexion ashen. A fight? Gabriel's expression shifted to disbelief. Yes, the situation is spiraling out of control. Hurry, take me to see. Gabriel shouted, urging the guard to lead the way. Chapter 34. Conflict. Hey, what do you mean by this? Isn't that a bit excessive? Excessive? These few bowls aren't even enough to fill the gaps in my teeth. Come on, don't be so ungrateful. Just a token would suffice. My companions are waiting behind me. Let them wait. Once I'm full, it will be your turn. The young man, what does this mean? Are you deliberately seeking trouble? Is it just you who is looking for a fight? Let it be. What do you mean by this? Are you asking for a beating? To the east side of the refugee relief point, there is a large pot of rice porridge, in the midst of a long queue. The first two are in a heated debate. One man, flushed with anger, and the other, wearing a look of disdain. The flushed man is named Koizumi Kotaro, a steadfast farmer who has always adhered to integrity and authenticity as his principles. The disdainful man is named Isu Nozomi, a genuine scoundrel who frequently frequents gambling dens. In his world, there is no sense of shame or face, only the pursuit of wealth and sustenance. Their argument today revolves around the issue of food. Ordinarily, during relief efforts, the rule is 1 bowl per person. However, this rogue Isu has already devoured 3 bowls. This greatly displeased Koizumi Kotaro, who had been waiting patiently behind. If one continues to consume in such a manner, no matter how plentiful the pot may be, it shall never suffice for such an appetite. The slender and somewhat disdainful Asa Masaki, having devoured 3 bowls, deemed this individual merely a meddler. She believed that the quantity of food she required and consumed was entirely a matter of her own capabilities. What right did he have to dictate her choices? The two engaged in a spirited exchange, each firmly expressing their perspective, until they became flushed with indignation. Yet, despite their fervent dispute, neither resorted to physical confrontation. One was preoccupied with concerns over sustenance, while the other fretted over physique. Koizumi Kotaro was notably more robust than Asa Masaki, being a full circle larger in stature. This is also the reason why Koizumi Kotaro has consistently provoked Isu Nozomi, while Isu Nozomi seems reluctant to engage with him. Just wait, once I finish eating, it will be your turn. Noticing that Koizumi Kotaro showed no intention of striking, Isu Nozomi let out a cold snort and turned towards the back. One more bowl, please. Isu Nozomi extended his empty bowl to the guard serving the food with a smile. You've already had enough to eat, young man. Save some for others, the guard remarked, frowning at the insatiable greed displayed. Just one last bowl. I assure you I will leave afterward, Isu Nozomi insisted with a smile, holding out his bowl. There is none left. Next, the guard replied coldly. As the guard's voice echoed, Koizumi Kotaro circled around Isu Nozomi to reach the porridge. Seeing this, Isu Nozomi did not relent, using his body as a barrier, swaying left and right to prevent Koizumi Kotaro from passing. Meanwhile, his hand remained poised before the large pot, awaiting the guard to fill his bowl with porridge. Will you give it to me? If you don't, I will continue to pester you, Isu Nozomi shamelessly declared, shaking his body and bowl. You are truly a rascal. The guard, observing such audacity, gripped his iron spoon tightly. To be honest, if he weren't on duty today, he would have already dealt a blow with that spoon. Hee, could you please serve this rascal one more bowl? I promise I will leave once I finish it, Isu Nozomi said with a grin, shaking his bowl. Koizumi Kotaro, watching Isu Nozomi obstruct him, felt a vain throb on his forehead. Indeed, this rascal was intolerable. Stretching out his robust arm, he grasped Isu Nozomi. At that moment, Isu Nozomi felt an invisible force pulling him back, causing his face to blanch. Could it be that this little brat has taken a disliking to him and intends to do him harm? Amidst this chaotic thinking, he glanced back and, upon realizing it was Koizumi Kotaro, he exhaled in relief. Rascal, what do you want? Do you wish to fight? Isu Nozomi coldly scoffed. You guessed it right. Today, I am going to fight you. Koizumi Kotaro's fist struck solidly against Asunozomi's face. Asunozomi felt a sharp pain in his face, followed by a warm flow trickling from his nose. Instinctively, he reached up to touch it. It was only then that she realized blood was streaming from her nose. What are you doing? Do you have any idea of the consequences of your actions? As Masao Nozomi witnessed Koizumi Kotaro's audacity to strike, she couldn't help but roar in outrage. Of course I do, but I simply want to hit you. With that, Koizumi Kotaro swung his arm once more. At that moment, Asunozomi could not help but feel a surge of fear, instinctively stepping back a few paces. He was reluctant to scream for help, wishing to avoid drawing attention to Koizumi Kotaro's reckless behavior. Yet, witnessing the guards and the group of refugees bearing expressions of deserved fate, his countenance turned pale. These ruffians. I shall not yield. Asao Nozomi's expression hardened as she swung her fists toward Koizumi Kotaro. Almost immediately, the two were engaged in a fierce struggle. Despite Asao Nozomi having consumed 3 bowls of porridge for energy, she found herself overpowered by the burly physique of Koizumi Kotaro. Before long, her face bore the marks of their clash, adorned with bruises of various shades. Upon hearing of the commotion, Gabriel arrived with the guards, initially skeptical of the reports of fighting. However, upon reaching the scene, he beheld the intense brawl between Asao Nozomi and Koizumi Kotaro. The struggle was fervent, with both combatants bearing visible injuries on their faces and noses. It appeared that they had been deliberately targeting each other's noses, as their features showed distinct indentations, resulting in a pool of blood on the ground. As they noticed Gabriel's presence, both fighters ceased their onslaught. Particularly, Asao Nozomi's face lit up with a spark of excitement upon seeing Gabriel. A savior. At last, she had spotted her deliverer. With a plea for justice in her eyes, she collapsed to her knees before Gabriel, her battered form a testament to the conflict. Gabriel, observing the bloodied and bruised visage of Asao Nozomi, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. What enmity or grievance could have led to such a state? Pray tell, what transpired here? Gabriel gazed at Asao Nozomi, inquiring earnestly. It is as follows, my lord. I was merely a tad slow in serving the food, yet this fellow took umbrage and, in a fit of discord, rushed over to strike me. Asao Nozomi recounted, tears glistening in her eyes as she pitifully narrated the tyranny of Koizumi Kotaro. This, and all of this, these are his doings. With a forlorn expression, she pointed to her battered visage and the bruises that marred her body. Is this so? Gabriel furrowed his brow, surveying the extent of Asao Nozomi's injuries with concern. The individual is gravely injured, and based on his wounds, one might perceive him as the victim. Did you do all this? Gabriel inquired, directing his gaze towards Koizumi Kotaro. No worries, the injuries on him are all my doing. Koizumi Kotaro replied without denial, boldly stepping in front of Gabriel. However, I wish to explain, he began, only to be interrupted by Asahime, who suddenly threw herself at Gabriel's feet, weeping profusely. Sir, you must take action on my behalf. That man is utterly unrestrained, daring to commit such acts of violence under your jurisdiction. I implore you to bring him to justice. As she spoke, tears of humiliation streamed down Asahime's face uncontrollably. Witnessing such a pitiful scene, Gabriel felt a pang of unease in his heart, inadvertently casting a doubtful glance at Koizumi Kotaro. Could it be that this individual truly is the perpetrator? Sir, please allow me to explain, Koizumi Kotaro urged as Gabriel regarded him with skepticism. There is no need for explanations. I shall make my own judgments, Gabriel interrupted with a wave of his hand, cutting off Koizumi Kotaro's words. But Koizumi Kotaro attempted to continue, yet upon meeting Gabriel's frigid gaze, he swallowed his words. Asahime, observing Gabriel's demeanor, felt a surge of delight within. It seemed that this time, the man would not be able to remain in the refugee camp. Gabriel scanned the two individuals without rushing to a conclusion, his gaze instead drifting towards the large pot. He approached it directly, and as he passed, the refugees parted to make way for him. Standing beside the pot, Gabriel instinctively glanced inside, then turned his attention to the queue of refugees with a puzzled expression. This shouldn't be. Why is the food quantity so disproportionate to the number of people? However, Gabriel chose not to dwell on this question, redirecting his focus towards the guards instead. This is precisely the purpose of Gabriel's arrival here, to enhance the understanding of the circumstances through third-party individuals. As he listened to the two involved recount their narratives, Gabriel found it exceedingly difficult to discern any clarity. The essence of their accounts could be distilled into a singular point: regardless of who is right or wrong. The source of misfortune invariably lies with the opposing side, while the turmoil, suffering, and pain are solely their own. Such seemingly pitiable, yet ostensibly credible testimonies have indeed become increasingly prevalent. The most effective approach is to seek out an individual entirely unconnected to them, allowing him to recount the events and subsequently analyze the statements of both parties through his perspective. Among the crowd, it is evident that this guard meets all the criteria. He was positioned close to the incident, witnessed the entire unfolding of events, and most importantly, he is a complete stranger to both individuals, harboring no animosity or grievances. Listening to his account, Gabriel found it credible. "You observed the entirety of the incident, did you not?" Gabriel inquired, fixing his gaze on the guard who still clutched the iron spoon. "I saw everything," the guard affirmed with a nod. "Then relay to me all that you know," Gabriel commanded in a low voice. "Understood." Chapter 35. Resolving the issue. The guard relayed all that he had seen and heard to Gabriel. However, as Gabriel listened to the guard's account, his brow furrowed in contemplation. A background that adheres strictly to its own established rules, prohibiting theft, forbidding line cutting, yet never mentioning the impossibility of requesting more, utilizing this background to consume 3 bowls and still refusing to depart. Ultimately, even under the persuasion of others, Masao refused to leave, resorting to violence against those who attempted to dissuade him from continuing to demand food. Upon hearing this, Gabriel could not help but display a hint of peculiarity, to the extent that even his perpetually composed visage betrayed a flicker of astonishment. This outcome was entirely unexpected for Gabriel. He initially believed that Asao Nozomi was the victim. To his astonishment, the person who appeared pitiable, with a face full of grievance and tearful lamentation, was in fact the perpetrator. Conversely, the imposing figure, who exuded an aura of menace and was presumed to be the aggressor, turned out to be the genuine victim. The disparity is indeed considerable. "Well, I have a general understanding," Gabriel remarked while stroking his chin. "Lord Gabriel, you must bring justice upon that scoundrel. He is utterly detestable and exceedingly audacious," the guard declared with indignation. "I understand," Gabriel nodded, making his way toward the crowd. Upon seeing Gabriel approach, Asa Hoshiki's expression brightened. However, Kotaro Koizumi sought to interject. "I have something to say." "I understand. There is no need for explanation," Gabriel interjected, raising a hand to halt him. Observing this, Kotaro Koizumi was left with no choice but to swallow his words, his demeanor taking on a pallor. Gabriel approached the crowd, casting a discerning glance at the two. Asa Hoshiki's face radiated the glow of a victor, while Kotaro Koizumi bore traces of despondency. In this contest, Asao Nozomi initially believed the outcome to be self-evident. However, a single utterance from Gabriel shattered his dreams into fragments. With a mere flick of his wrist, Gabriel summoned several guards, each wielding a dagger. Observing Koizumi Kotaro's demeanor, Asao felt assured that the situation was secure. Just as he reveled in his misplaced confidence, an unforeseen event transpired before he could even comprehend it. The group of guards approached with swift precision, bringing down Asao Nozomi to the ground. By the time he regained his senses and attempted to struggle, several blades were already poised against his throat. At that moment, any movement on his part could cost him his life. My lord, you have made a mistake. I am the victim, I am the victim," Asao Nozomi pleaded from the ground, his face etched with disbelief. "The guard serving food bears no grudge against you, does he?" Gabriel inquired, scrutinizing Asao Nozomi. No, Asao Nozomi instinctively responded to the seemingly absurd question. "The guard claims that not only do you take more than your share, but you also ignore others' warnings and resort to violence. Do you have any rebuttal?" Gabriel's gaze remained fixed on him. "My lord, this is an injustice, an injustice. I did not strike first. It was him. He was the one who initiated the violence. If you don't believe me, ask the others. They will attest to my innocence." Asao Nozomi protested, struggling on the ground and crying out in desperation. "Is that so? Then, can the others confirm whether the guard's words are true or false?" Gabriel turned to the crowd. "It was him. That villain right there. Not only does he take more than his fair share, but he also strikes others. I can testify that he was the one who acted first. I too can attest that he was the aggressor," the refugees echoed in unison. "See, everyone is saying the same. You take more, you ignore warnings, and you strike first. What do you have to say for yourself now?" Gabriel crouched down, scrutinizing Asao Nozomi's pallor. "This is an injustice, an injustice. I truly did not strike first. They are all falsely accusing me," Asao Nozomi shouted. the weight of despair crashing upon him as he heard the crowd's accusations. So, you are suggesting that the guard, with no enmity towards you, along with all these witnesses, have conspired to frame you? Gabriel observed him with a sardonic smile. My lord, you must believe me. I truly did not act first. Asu Nozomi writhed on the ground, his eyes filled with pleading. Do not deny it. We all witnessed you act first. As the crowd murmured again, someone else spoke up, adding to the chorus of accusations. Silence. You all need to be quiet. Asu Nozomi bellowed, angered by the cacophony. Then, what more do you have to say? If not, we shall escort you away. Gabriel gestured for the guards to take Asu Nozomi into custody. Upon hearing the phrase escort you away, Asu Nozomi's face turned pale, and he struggled against the guard's grip, desperately shouting, my lord, you must believe me. I am truly innocent. You claim you are innocent, yet everyone here asserts it is your fault. How am I to believe you? Gabriel replied, his patience wearing thin. My lord, you can ask him. He can vouch for me. Asao Nozomi implored Koizumi Kotaro, please. Just speak the truth. Just speak the truth. Observing Asao Nozomi's humble pleas, Koizumi Kotaro's expression faltered. Just as he was about to respond, a guard behind him gently patted his shoulder, shaking his head repeatedly, signaling him not to reveal the truth. In that instant, Koizumi Kotaro comprehended the guard's intent. Yet, could one truly deceive another to the point of jeopardizing a life? He, who had always held honesty as his guiding principle, found himself in a moral quandary. He had never even contemplated harming another, let alone resorting to falsehoods. Now, he was faced with the prospect of lying to endanger someone's existence. Despite his earlier resolve, Koizumi Kotaro found himself wavering. Though he instigated this calamity, he deserves mercy. I hope you can show compassion and grant him leniency, he thought. In a moment of hesitation, he ultimately reached a decision. Listening to Koizumi Kotaro's words, Gabriel was momentarily taken aback. Death. When had he ever mentioned death? He merely intended for someone to expel Asao Nozomi from the refugee aid site. Had his words been misconstrued? Upon reflection, it seemed so. Proceed, he mused, realizing that such terminology was typically reserved for the deceased. You coward, you scoundrel. Weren't you just brave a moment ago? Why now do you shy away from acknowledging your actions? As Gabriel pondered this, Asao Nozomi unleashed a torrent of invectives at Koizumi Kotaro, vehemently denouncing his hypocrisy. Due to his own deception, Koizumi Kotaro felt unable to retort, turning his gaze away from Asao Nozomi, unable to meet her eyes. Well, it's clear now. There's no need to take a life. Just throw him out, Gabriel declared, waving his hand dismissively. Understood, the guard replied, pulling Asao Nozomi away. Upon hearing that her life would be spared, Asao Nozomi exhaled a sigh of relief. Although she was being expelled, it was certainly preferable to death. Let go. I can walk, she protested, struggling to free herself from the guard's grasp as she trembled towards the refugee aid site. Koizumi Kotaro, witnessing Asao Nozomi's newfound chance at life, also felt a sense of relief. Though he had lied, he had not extinguished a life. Thus, his sins were significantly diminished. Grateful for your mercy, Lord. Koizumi Kotaro respectfully bowed to Gabriel. Chapter 36. Discussing solutions to the refugee crisis. Now that his issues have been resolved, let us turn our attention to yours. Gabriel addressed the crowd after resolving the matters concerning Asaka Nozomi and another. Upon hearing Gabriel's words, the faces of the crowd, which had previously been animated with excitement, instantly darkened. If the penalties were to be meted out according to Gabriel's established rules, then none of them would be able to partake in the meal. It was evident that the altercation between the two had disrupted the regulations set forth by Gabriel. My lord, the root of this issue lies with me. Koizumi Kotaro stepped forward, eager to shoulder the blame entirely. Enough, no more words. I shall render my judgment, Gabriel interjected sharply before Koizumi could finish. But I insist. I have my own conclusions, Gabriel said, dismissively waving his hand. Koizumi Kotaro had intended to argue further, yet he ultimately swallowed his retort, overwhelmed by an inexplicable sensation. Since the beginning, he had not been allowed to complete a single sentence. Was it mere coincidence, an accident? Or did Gabriel harbor a disdain for him, preventing him from speaking? The former seemed somewhat absurd to Koizumi, yet the latter felt even more ludicrous. After all, how could someone so handsome be scorned? After much contemplation, he ultimately attributed the matter to chance. Very well, Gabriel spoke up, drawing the attention of the crowd. At that moment, their collective thought was singular. They were eager to hear what Gabriel would say. If they could not secure the pot of porridge, they would have no choice but to seize it. Without that sustenance to sustain them, they might not survive until the morrow. The repercussions were of little concern to them. "Let this matter conclude here," Gabriel proclaimed, prompting the crowd to exhale in relief. They collectively sighed and prepared to return to their lines. "Wait," Gabriel called out, quickly halting their retreat. The call echoed, causing the hearts of the refugees to flutter with anxiety. Had this individual changed his mind? The root of this matter lay with me. I had failed to articulate the regulations clearly, allowing others to exploit the loophole. Thus, I must emphasize a crucial point that I hope everyone will remember. No cutting in line, no quarreling, no fighting, and no requesting a second bowl of rice porridge for any reason. If anyone desires more, they must patiently queue again. Should anyone violate any of these rules, you are authorized to report them directly to any guard present who possesses the right to discipline the offender. Listening to Gabriel's words, the crowd felt their anxieties gradually ease. As long as the food remained secure, all would be well. The refugees began to form an orderly line once more. Gabriel returned to the center of the 4 zones, accompanied now by an additional guard. "Lord Gabriel, how may I assist you?" The guard inquired softly. "Inform the others of the rules I have just established to prevent any further disturbances." Gabriel waved his hand dismissively. "Understood," the guard acknowledged, preparing to relay the message to the other corners. "Come back," Gabriel called out hastily as the guard turned to leave. "What further instructions do you have, Lord Gabriel?" the guard asked, a look of confusion crossing his face. "Just relay to those serving the food to prepare the remaining supplies and distribute them entirely to the refugees," Gabriel instructed. "Understood," the guard nodded, ready to descend. "Why the rush? I haven't finished my instructions," Gabriel sighed as he observed the guard's impatience. "Apologies. I was unaware if you had more to say," the guard replied, scratching his head awkwardly. "Tell those serving the food not to mention my involvement. They should devise their own explanations for the refugees." "Why is that?" The guard's face was a mask of perplexity. "Under usual circumstances, isn't it beneficial to promote good deeds and gain a favorable reputation? I have never encountered such an unusual request from someone like you. Do not question the reasons. Simply do as instructed," Gabriel replied, waving his hand dismissively. "While I can comply, could you please provide me with a specific rationale so that I may explain it to them properly?" The guard scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. "Just concoct any reason you wish," Gabriel said, growing increasingly impatient. "Lord Gabriel, I would appreciate your guidance on this. I am not skilled in weaving tales." The guard chuckled nervously, scratching his head. "Fine, tell them this. They felt pity for the refugees and secretly prepared another pot of food for everyone, assuring them it was safe to eat as long as they kept it from me." Gabriel sighed in resignation. "Understood. May I depart?" the guard asked tentatively. Go ahead. Go ahead." Gabriel impatiently waved the guards away. Once they departed, he exhaled deeply while seated on a wooden bench in the center. To be frank, maintaining an air of indifference and making definitive decisions was exceedingly exhausting. Should he encounter such a disaster relief situation again, he vowed never to return. Just as he was lamenting, an elderly voice emerged from behind him. Turning around in curiosity, Gabriel's expression brightened upon seeing the newcomer. It was none other than the mayor of Robbo town. "You have finally arrived," Gabriel exclaimed joyfully. "Pray tell, what brings you to seek this old fool?" The mayor chuckled, leaning on his cane. "This is not an appropriate place for discussion. Let us find somewhere more suitable," Gabriel suggested, glancing around. "What is so secretive that you must drag me away?" the mayor inquired, amusement evident in his voice. "Follow me, and I shall divulge everything," Gabriel replied, leading the mayor to a secluded corner. "By the way, Izong, please keep an eye on the refugees around here and ensure they do not cause any disturbances," Gabriel instructed. Izong confidently nodded in response. Gabriel guided the mayor to the deserted corner, where the mayor slowly settled himself on a stone step, while Gabriel casually perched on a large rock. "Now, what is it that you wish to discuss?" the mayor asked from his seat. "I hear you have an abundance of timber. I am interested in purchasing some of it," Gabriel stated plainly. "Timber? What do you need it for?" The mayor's expression shifted to one of mild confusion. "Well, I have quite a number of refugees, and without proper shelter. They will suffer greatly during rainy days or under the scorching sun. I wish to help them construct some houses to alleviate this predicament," Gabriel explained, having pondered the matter for a moment. "Is that so?" The mayor nodded thoughtfully. "How much timber do you estimate you will require?" "I have not made a precise calculation, but approximately for around 200 individuals," Gabriel replied after a moment of contemplation. 200, you say?" The mayor fell into deep thought upon hearing the figure. That number is rather considerable. If each person requires a separate dwelling, it may necessitate the felling of at least 1/5 of the trees in the Robbo town forest. The quantity in question is neither particularly large nor exceedingly small for the town of Robbo. However, considering that Gabriel has rendered such significant assistance to their community without demanding any recompense, the mayor ultimately resolved to relent and acquiesce to Gabriel's request. Very well. You may send someone to chop the wood. Thank you, he said. Upon hearing the mayor's consent, Gabriel's face lit up with joy. I do have one more inquiry, Gabriel said, rubbing his hands together with a smile. Go ahead, the mayor replied. How will the cost be calculated? Gabriel inquired, scratching his cheek. If it's too expensive, I might not be able to afford it, especially since I also need to allocate funds for the disaster relief efforts. Let us forego that matter, the mayor responded, shaking his head. You have already aided us immensely. This time, it will serve as our way of repaying your previous kindness. Gabriel's expression wavered slightly. Under ordinary circumstances, he might have accepted without hesitation. However, representing the interests of Jiuli, he pondered for a moment before retrieving a gold ingot from his pocket, dividing it into 2 portions, and offering 1/2 to the mayor. One thing must be distinguished from another. Our need for timber is a fundamental requirement, and it is our duty as vassals of Jiuli to assist the territories under our banner in resolving their issues. If we were to demand compensation for something that is inherently our responsibility, would we not be engaging in extortion? Gabriel articulated, placing the gold ingot before the mayor. You clever little rascal, the mayor chuckled, unable to suppress a laugh. He then grasped the half-bag of gold, opened it to examine its contents, and proceeded to weigh it thoughtfully. The price offered by this little fellow is indeed quite substantial. As for the matter concerning the timber, I shall leave it to the elderly gentleman. Gabriel couldn't help but smile as he observed the mayor accepting the funds. Wait a moment, he said. As Gabriel attempted to rise, the mayor hastily called him back, seemingly with something more to discuss. Gabriel, puzzled, inquired, Is there something you wish to address? Here. The mayor replied, tossing half a bag of gold into Gabriel's hands. What is this for, old friend? Gabriel asked hesitantly as he accepted the gold. Aren't you aiding the refugees? Consider this our contribution from Robbo town to assist them. Surely this is acceptable, the mayor chuckled. But my good sir, this is not merely for you. It is intended to support those refugees. Is that not permissible? Indeed, my good sir, your generosity is greatly appreciated on their behalf. Gabriel finally acquiesced after a moment's hesitation and accepted the gold. Chapter 37. Waiting in the refugee relief area, Itsong sat at the center, surveying the displaced individuals in all 4 directions. The refugees, each holding a large bowl, lined up in an orderly fashion. Throughout the queue, there was not a hint of conflict, quarrel, or struggle. The bizarre scene left Izang utterly astonished. After all, the faces of the refugees were pallid and emaciated, their eyes devoid of life, and their skin visibly withered. It was evident that these refugees had not had a proper meal in at least several days. Refugees who have gone days without a satisfying meal can resort to extreme measures for a morsel of food, even engaging in actions beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. This group of individuals, already starved for days and willing to undertake any drastic actions for a scrap of food, stood orderly and patiently as they received their rations. Izang found it difficult to fathom how Gabriel managed to instill such discipline within them. Lord Izang, your meal has arrived, announced a guard, approaching with a bowl of rice porridge. Thank you. Izang instinctively turned to accept the porridge. Not at all. It is my honor to serve you, Lord Izang. The guard replied, scratching the back of his head with an awkward smile in response to Izang's gratitude. Did I not specify half a bowl? Why is there so much? Izang furrowed his brow as he observed the generous serving in his hands. Rest assured, Lord Izang, there is plenty left in the pot, sufficient to aid the refugees. The guard explained, still scratching his head. Is that so? Listening to the guard, Izang nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter of the extra porridge. Then, if there is nothing else, may I take my leave? The guard inquired tentatively. Yes, you may go. Izang waved his hand dismissively. Understood. The guard bowed and retreated promptly. Is this the porridge prepared by Gabriel? Izang wondered, stirring the contents of the bowl with his chopsticks, his brow furrowing once more. The surface of the porridge was adorned with leafy greens, diced carrots, potato chunks, and floating fish balls, mingled with the grease released from minced meat. In terms of presentation, nutrition, and caloric value, it left much to be desired. Gingerly lifting the bowl to his lips, he took a sip. To be honest, The flavor was rather mediocre, lacking any discernible taste of vegetables. Instead, the only lingering flavor was that of the sea salt, resonating throughout his mouth. Shaking his head, he consumed the remainder of the porridge. Aside from the saltiness imparted by the sea salt, the sole sensation he experienced was the satiety that the porridge provided. To be frank, this rice porridge serves merely to satiate hunger, and one might as well disregard its flavor. I cannot fathom what this individual is up to, shrouded in such mystery. With a bowl of porridge in hand, Zhang placed it down and cast a puzzled glance at Gabriel, whose brow was furrowed in contemplation. In an obscure corner, Gabriel and the mayor of Robbo had deliberated all matters concerning the timber. Gabriel had intended to directly announce the news. Yet upon observing the bustling refugees, he hesitated, his foot poised to rise but halted in its ascent. Scanning the vicinity, he spotted another guard near the eastern corner and beckoned him over. You. Yes, you. Do not turn your head, just come here. The guard, upon noticing Gabriel's summons, hurriedly approached. What may I do for you, my lord? He inquired, puzzled. How is the distribution of the porridge proceeding? Gabriel asked. The first batch has been fully distributed. We are currently preparing the second batch, the guard replied earnestly. Is that so? Gabriel mused aloud. Once the second batch is distributed, please survey the surroundings and inform me when the other 3 locations have completed their distributions. After a moment's thought, Gabriel instructed. Understood, the guard nodded. You may return to your post. Remember to notify me once it is done. Yes, my lord. After receiving Gabriel's affirmation, the guard hurried away. Time passed, and the flames for the second batch of porridge were extinguished. Numerous refugees rested in their designated areas, awaiting the evening's cooking. The guard who had just concluded his task reported back after surveying the surroundings, confirming that all 4 batches of porridge had indeed been distributed. My lord Gabriel. The guard approached. Startled from his reverie on a stone, Gabriel blinked and roused himself. Has everything been distributed? He inquired, rubbing his weary eyes. Yes, I have just checked the large pots, and all have been fully distributed, the guard reported with utmost seriousness. Relay this message for me. Instruct them to gather in the central open space, Gabriel gestured. Understood, I shall go, the guard affirmed. Go on, Gabriel waved him off, signaling the guard to proceed. Following Gabriel's directive, the guard swiftly gathered the refugees in the central area. My lord Gabriel, everyone has assembled. The guard confirmed after ensuring all had gathered. Thank you for your efforts. You may go now. Gabriel waved his hand dismissively. Yes, my lord. The guard hurriedly descended. Gabriel turned to look back at the mayor, who was seated on the stone steps, and spoke. Old man, it is time for us to make our entrance. The mayor, taken aback by the implication of his involvement, replied, Must I go as well? Of course, old man. How else shall I introduce you to them? Gabriel responded with a pained expression. Is that really the case? The mayor hesitated for a moment before saying, Then let us proceed. Chapter 38. Addressing the fundamental issues of the refugees in the central square, crowds of refugees gathered. Gabriel led the mayor forward, and the refugees who had been huddled together parted to create a pathway. Observing Gabriel and the mayor approach alone, the guards instinctively surrounded them to ensure their safety. It seems everyone has arrived, Gabriel declared, standing amidst the throng and surveying the sea of faces. As he spoke, the gaze of the refugees converged upon him. Their curiosity piqued regarding his intentions. Gabriel, what is the meaning of this? Zhang, upon seeing Gabriel, visibly relaxed and hurriedly approached to inquire about the situation. Let us discuss that later. I must first address the matter at hand, Gabriel replied. Very well, Zhang conceded, standing behind Gabriel, his hand resting on his sword in a protective stance. With the attention of the crowd firmly fixed upon him, Gabriel slowly articulated his long-considered new 9-ly plan. It appears everyone has been well fed. Thus, I shall now outline our future plans. From this day forth, we shall no longer provide you with sustenance. What did you just say? Before Gabriel could finish his statement, Zhang's expression transformed to one of disbelief. The mood among the surrounding refugees darkened as they exchanged uncertain glances in Gabriel's direction. The guards, sensing the ominous shift in atmosphere, instinctively drew closer, gripping their weapons tightly, bracing for potential turmoil. Now, I kindly ask that everyone refrain from speaking. If you find my words unreasonable, I will allow you to voice your thoughts once I have concluded, Gabriel said, his demeanor stern and resolute. The chilling words caused Zhang, standing behind, to involuntarily retreat 2 steps. He had never witnessed such a demeanor from Gabriel. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. Henceforth, we shall not provide food to you. Instead, we will offer financial support. We shall allocate a certain percentage of currency to you daily, enabling you to procure your sustenance. Rest assured, we will supply pots, bowls, and utensils for your use. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. Although food was no longer provided, having money was a favorable alternative. At the very least, they now possessed the means to survive. This is merely the first of my points. Several more remain that I hope you will remember well. As Gabriel's words concluded, all eyes were drawn to him. Their curiosity piqued regarding what he would convey next. The second point pertains to housing. The issue of timber has been resolved. Gabriel gestured towards the mayor, who leaned on his cane. This is the mayor of Robbo Town. He will guide you to the woods of Robbo Town, where you may freely fell timber. However, I must emphasize that the timber you harvest is strictly for construction purposes. Should any of you attempt to sell the felled wood, do not expect my leniency. A word of caution, do not harbor any illusions. For the trees you fell in Robbo Town will be meticulously recorded by me. Therefore, please be honest in your logging. Refrain from engaging in any underhanded tactics. As Gabriel's words sank in, the expressions of the crowd shifted. They gazed at him with bated breath. The prospect of building new homes a notion they had scarcely dared to entertain. They had not anticipated that Gabriel would bring this to fruition. Lastly, I implore you to remember one final point, as it may significantly impact the latter part of your lives. Just as their thoughts swirled, Gabriel spoke once more. This time, the gaze of the crowd shifted from fervent anticipation to eager expectation. They remained oblivious to the nature of the benefits that awaited them. Lastly, and most importantly, there is the matter of work. I have commissioned both Robbo Town and Utian City to compile a list of the necessary job opportunities. Should anyone be interested, they are welcome to take a look. As Gabriel's words echoed in the air, the first to respond were not the refugees, but the town mayor and Izong, both wearing expressions of bewilderment. The mayor turned towards Gabriel, while Izong cast a glance at the soldier of the 5th Jingmen, who merely shook his head with a wry smile, clearly uninformed about the matters Gabriel had just discussed. Allow me to add a crucial point that I hope everyone will remember. This disaster relief does not come without a time constraint. You have 1 month. A mere 30 days. Within this period, our organization, Julie, will provide you with the funds to purchase food, the essential pots and kindling for cooking, as well as timber for constructing shelters and opportunities for survival. After 1 month, Julie will no longer extend any assistance, so I implore you all to take this seriously. Upon hearing this, the refugees, who had previously worn expressions of joy, were now gripped by trepidation. Although the promises made by Gabriel were indeed commendable, the challenge of building shelters, finding work, and sustaining themselves within a month seemed an insurmountable task for these individuals. Just as the atmosphere thickened with apprehension, Gabriel spoke once more. Now that I have finished speaking, do you have any questions? Following his inquiry, silence enveloped the gathering, with the crowd exchanging anxious glances. A voice broke through the stillness. Is 1 month perhaps too short a time frame? A refugee raised their hand and spoke up from among the throng. As the refugee spoke, the crowd nodded in agreement, finding his words to be quite reasonable. They believed that 1 month should suffice if they committed to building houses and seeking employment with sincerity. However, if they were to adopt a lackadaisical approach, even 2 additional months would prove inadequate. Gabriel's assertion silenced not only the refugee who had posed the question, but also those who had been silently observing him. Was it truly limited to just a month? Although they had mentally prepared themselves beforehand, the reality was still somewhat disheartening. Noticing the lack of response from the crowd, Gabriel spoke again. Are there any other questions? If not, I shall proceed to arrange your itineraries. Hearing his words, the crowd shook their heads. Despite the time being a bit short, they found no other issues to raise. They had to admit that the relief efforts exceeded their expectations. Since there are no further inquiries, let us discuss the method of financial distribution and the locations for job opportunities, Gabriel began, observing the silence around him. Firstly, regarding the financial aid, you may need to elect a representative, 1 for every 10 individuals. This representative will receive a voucher to collect the funds at the town's entrance. Disbursement will occur once a day, and for purchases, there will be guards at the entrance. You simply need to inform the guards who your representative is, and they will accompany you inside. Concerning employment, there may be a short delay. A few days from now, you can check the notices posted on the town's wall for available jobs. If you find the options unsatisfactory, you may also inquire with the mayor of Robbo Town about opportunities that might better suit your desires. Gabriel elaborated on matters related to finances, employment, tools for logging, and the requirements for such tasks. The refugees listened intently, their expressions reflecting understanding. They stroked their chins pensively, contemplating their next steps. Thus concludes the details of this relief effort. If there are no further questions, you may disperse, Gabriel announced, gradually making his way out of the crowd before departing. The 5 Jingmen, along with him, followed suit. One sought to inquire how Gabriel had devised such a meticulous plan, while the other aimed to understand how to assist the refugees in securing jobs. The mayor, however, was not as fortunate. Unaware, he failed to follow Gabriel and was quickly surrounded by the refugees. Their singular concern was to locate the area of forest that the mayor had opened up. They were eager and restless. A new life beckoned them. Where has the old man gone? Gabriel emerged from the throng, initially intending to confer with the elderly gentleman regarding matters of work. However, upon glancing back, he realized that the old man had not kept pace. A wave of alarm surged within him as he surveyed the bustling crowd, prompting him to shout, "Make way! Make way!" Pushing through the masses, Gabriel's voice rang out. The onlookers, upon noticing his approach, parted to allow him passage. In no time, he reached the center, where he found the mayor, dazed and unsteady, standing still. The intensity of the recent inquiries had clearly taken a toll on his already frail constitution. "Are you all right, sir?" Gabriel inquired with urgency. I'm fine," the mayor replied, shaking his head as he leaned on his cane. Relieved to see the mayor unharmed, Gabriel exhaled deeply. "Let us disperse. We shall discuss the relief efforts tomorrow," he gestured to the crowd. Observing Gabriel's demeanor, the people obeyed, returning to their places without protest. As Chapter 39 drew to a close, the moonlit night enveloped the scene, with a biting wind swirling around them. Following a hearty meal of porridge earlier in the afternoon, the first phase of the relief efforts had reached a satisfactory conclusion. Concerning the subsequent phases, Gabriel had entrusted all responsibilities to the military division of Wujingmen, including the funds for the operation and plans for resettling the refugees. Reflecting on the day's work, Gabriel sighed with relief, grateful for the mayor's cooperation and that of Wujingmen. Otherwise, tomorrow would have been yet another arduous day. With a heavy sigh, Gabriel set forth on the path back to Jili Mingfu, with Yizong trailing behind. At this moment, Yizong's previous skepticism and doubts had dissipated, replaced by an expression of profound admiration. Once again, this little fellow accomplished something beyond their wildest imaginations. Gabriel, along with Aizu, braved the biting cold wind and returned to the esteemed residence of Jiuli de Mingfu. The faint flicker of candlelight danced on the second floor, and upon seeing it, Aizu couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Could it be that Lord Yutian had returned? With such hopeful thoughts, Aizu quickened his pace towards Jiuli de Mingfu. Upon entering the mansion, he swiftly ascended to the second floor. Arriving at the flickering candlelight, Aizu pushed the door open. Inside, the cat viper, dog storm, and river pine were sprawled on the ground, and as they sensed a visitor, they all lifted their heads. Upon recognizing Aizu, the cat viper's expression brightened. It reached out, eager to greet him. However, as Aizu gazed at the three of them, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed his face. He had hoped that Lord Yutian had returned. Just as Aizu was engulfed in his disheartenment, the cat viper spoke up, yearning for some food. Yet, Aizu, oblivious to their needs, interrupted the cat viper's words. "Have you seen Lord Yutian?" he asked, forcing a smile to mask his emotions. Upon hearing Aizu's question, the cat viper shook its head vigorously. No, I haven't seen him for a whole day." "Is that so?" Although he had already formed a conclusion in his heart, he couldn't help but feel somewhat dejected upon hearing this. "All right, you all should get some rest," Aizu said before turning to leave. "Aizu, big brother." Seeing Aizu attempt to depart, the cat viper hurriedly rushed over to stop him. Unfortunately, Aizu's strides were too swift, and before the cat viper could reach the doorway, he had vanished from sight. Damn it, he left, with no one at the door. The cat viper felt a wave of regret wash over it. If only I had spoken up earlier. Just as the cat viper wallowed in disappointment, it heard a commotion by the staircase. Assuming Aizu hadn't gone far, the cat viper hastily pursued. At the corner of the staircase, it spotted a shadowy figure. Thinking it was Aizu descending, the cat viper prepared to chase after him. Just as it was about to descend, the figure inexplicably ascended, leaving the cat viper at a loss. A loud thud resounded as the two collided. The cat viper fell to the ground. "Ouch, ouch, ouch," it cried out, clutching its forehead as tears welled in its eyes. Clearly, the impact had inflicted considerable pain. "What are you doing?" Just as the cat viper lamented on the floor, A familiar voice rang out before it. Gritting its teeth against the pain, the cat viper looked up to see Gabriel standing before it, his forehead inexplicably swollen. "Brother, it's you. I've been looking for you." Upon spotting Gabriel, the cat viper sprang to its feet. "What are you doing? Are you aware that suddenly rushing out can be quite perilous?" Gabriel remarked with irritation, pressing his hand against his still swollen forehead. "It's not as if I didn't come because I was excited to see my good brother." The cat viper, however, laughed heartily, unperturbed. "What brings you here in such haste?" Gabriel inquired as he rubbed his forehead. "Well, my dear brother, it's just that I haven't eaten for an entire day. Considering our brotherly bond, could you possibly procure a meal for me?" The cat viper chuckled. "Didn't Jean Wayman and the others provide you with anything to eat?" Gabriel asked, his brow furrowing in confusion. "Don't even mention it. I have no idea where Jean Wayman and the others have gone. I just saw Izang." But before I could utter a word, he vanished without a trace. The mention of the missing individuals caused the cat viper to feel a wave of frustration. These individuals have vanished, and no one has provided them with sustenance. Is that so? Listening to the words of the cat viper, Gabriel was reminded once again of the peculiarities of today's events, and he began to comprehend the whereabouts of those individuals. "Speak, you few have not dined, and I shall prepare a meal for you," Gabriel sighed. "Is that true?" The cat viper's eyes sparkled at Gabriel's statement. "Do you think I would deceive you?" Gabriel shook his head in resignation. "Meow and Canine Gale, as well as River Pine, have gone an entire day without food," the cat viper exclaimed, waving its paw. Hearing these names, Gabriel felt no surprise whatsoever. The number of individuals indeed matched his conjecture. "You may return and wait. Once I am finished, I shall bring it to you," Gabriel remarked as he made his way towards the kitchen. "Thank you, my good friend." The cat viper waved its paw in farewell. Gabriel traversed the second floor and arrived at the kitchen, retrieving the fire starter from the table to ignite the candles. The dim light instantly illuminated the entire room, revealing every item within. He inspected the cupboard where meat was typically stored, only to discover a meager assortment of fish balls and some scraps of meat. Opening the adjacent wooden board that housed vegetables, he found it entirely barren, devoid of greens. The sight of the missing meat and vegetables caused Gabriel's lips to twitch. "How am I to manage with nothing?" He glanced over at the rice jar and sighed, hoping there would still be rice. Otherwise, the cat viper and the others would surely go hungry today. Gently lifting the lid off the rice jar, Gabriel exhaled in relief upon seeing its contents. Although the vegetables and meat were absent, a substantial amount of rice remained. Yet, another dilemma confronted Gabriel. With only a few scraps of meat and fish balls, what could he possibly prepare? He stroked his chin, lost in thought, until an idea sparked in his mind. He envisioned a brilliant dish, one that could be crafted with merely a small quantity of fish balls, minced meat, and rice. Zongzi. It perfectly met all the criteria. With his culinary concept in mind, Gabriel set to work. He placed the lid of the rice jar aside, grabbed a bowl, and scooped out 2 large bowls of rice to soak in water. Then, he took a larger bowl and retrieved all the fish balls and minced meat from the cupboard. With his palms, he repeatedly crushed the fish balls and meat until they transformed into a fine paste. Once the meat paste was ready, he poured the soaked rice into it, stirring rigorously until the two were thoroughly combined, adding a pinch of sea salt to enhance the flavor. The rudimentary zongzi was nearly complete. As for the leaves, Gabriel did not overthink. He casually gathered a few larger leaves from outside, cleaned them, and wrapped the mixture simply. However, as Gabriel was not a professional in wrapping zongzi, he focused solely on achieving a round shape. He shaped the zongzi into a sphere, secured it with the leaves, and bound it with thin string. The zongzi began to take form. He filled a pot halfway with water, placed a steaming rack within, and arranged the zongzi atop it. Covering the pot, he added firewood to the stove and ignited it with the fire starter. Thus, the general process of making zongzi has been completed. At this moment, one simply needs to await the cooking of the zongzi. The flames burn brightly, and white smoke rises from the chimney, accompanied by the sounds of hissing and bubbling. The lid emits a series of clattering noises as the zongzi nears completion. Upon lifting the lid, a cloud of visible steam wafts upward, causing Gabriel to feel a wave of heat on his forehead. It seems to be ready. Gabriel prods one of the dumplings with a chopstick, nodding in approval at its soft, elastic texture. He deftly retrieves each zongzi with the chopsticks. Opening one reveals a plump, rounded dumpling before him. He divides it in half with the chopsticks, takes a piece from the center, blows on it gently, and places it in his mouth. A delightful blend of fragrant leaves and savory meat mingles with the texture of rice, reverberating in Gabriel's mouth. While there are merits, there are also drawbacks. The absence of glutinous rice lends a somewhat dry and coarse sensation to the zongzi, lacking the stickiness and chewiness that glutinous rice would provide. Overall, it is acceptable. He retrieves the zongzi, placing 3 in water to cool, while placing the remaining 6 in a bowl. The zongzi is now complete. Gabriel separates the cooled zongzi from those that have yet to cool, arranging them in different bowls. One portion is for the cat viper, and the other is for the dog gale and river pine. After dividing the meals, Gabriel hastily carries them upstairs. Upon reaching the second floor, the cat viper and others have been waiting for some time. Seeing Gabriel's arrival, the cat viper rushes over first. Meow, good brother, what is this? He inquires curiously, eyeing the plump dumplings in Gabriel's hands. This is zongzi, a rare delicacy, Gabriel responds, placing the 2 large bowls on the floor. Zongzi? Such a peculiar name. The cat viper remarks, shaking his head as he has never heard of such a thing. He picks one up, eager to taste it. Hot, hot, hot. The moment he holds a zongzi, he feels a rush of heat. His hands flip and turn repeatedly as the zongzi dances between his palms. After a struggle, he finally steadies his trembling hands and returns the dumpling to the bowl. This is yours. Seeing the cat viper's antics, Gabriel cannot help but chuckle, then offers the cooled zongzi to him. Good brother, you should have mentioned it earlier. The cat viper remarks as he gazes at the zongzi before him. Who told you to be in such a hurry? Gabriel shakes his head in resignation. All right, you all come over and try it. The freshly made zongzi tastes quite delightful. Gabriel gazed at the nearby Inuran and Hisong, calling out to them. Upon hearing Gabriel's voice, Inuran and Hisong decided to dispense with pleasantries and approached. Then we shall not be courteous any longer, they exclaimed in unison. Oh, it's quite all right. Please enjoy. Gabriel waved his hand dismissively. Thank you for your hospitality, Inuran and Hisong said as they promptly stuffed a zongzi into their mouths. This flavor is rather peculiar, Hisong remarked, his expression somewhat strange as he chewed on the zongzi. Despite having tasted an abundance of foods, he had never encountered something so bizarre. The dry, fibrous texture of the leaves mingled with the fragrant rice, which was further complemented by the rich sensation of meat within. Odd, indeed, truly peculiar. You need to peel off the outer leaves before eating this, Gabriel pointed out, indicating the zongzi's wrapping. Oh, is that so? Inuran and Hisong responded, realization dawning upon them. No wonder the flavor was so unusual. It was simply a matter of improper preparation. As they removed the outer leaves, they took another bite. The flavor this time is markedly improved compared to before. The dry sensation has vanished, replaced by the delightful sweetness of the rice lingering on the palate. All right, you all take your time to eat. I shall take my leave now. Where are you headed, good brother? The cat viper inquired anxiously as Gabriel prepared to depart. Off to sleep. I have been busy all day and am quite weary, Gabriel sighed. Is that so? Well then, may your journey be smooth, my good brother. The cat viper waved a paw in farewell. Just finish your meal, and place the bowls in the kitchen when you are done, Gabriel instructed before turning to leave. Chapter 40. The Return of Getsu Den. Righteousness, courage, benevolence, propriety, sincerity, honor, loyalty, and self-restraint. These are the codes of the samurai. As the sun rose, casting its radiant beams, a voice resonated from the second floor of the Lord's residence in Kairi. Izumi stood upon the platform, holding the book of the samurai, expounding on the principles of lord and vassal, the rights between them. The way of the lord, the rights of the vassal. The lord has his way, and the vassal has his. The lord must be a lord, the vassal must be a vassal. If the lord is tyrannical and unjust, the vassal cannot fulfill his duties. If the lord errs, the vassal may admonish thrice. If he does not heed, the vassal must take his leave. Izumi spoke eloquently. Gabriel, the cat viper, the dog storm, and the river pine sat upon the wooden platform, their faces etched with discomfort. Being subjected to learning so early in the morning is hardly pleasant for anyone. Moreover, their attendance was not voluntary, but rather imposed upon them. Were it not for that infernal gong, they would not be present here at all. The clang of the gong echoed in Gabriel's mind, inciting his ire. There must be a chance to silence that wretched instrument. With the gong ringing, Gabriel found no peace in slumber. Gabriel, Izumi, standing at the forefront expounding on the samurai code, noticed Gabriel staring blankly outside, his expression grave, and issued a warning. At the call of Izumi, Gabriel's countenance shifted, and he weakly replied, Yes. Pay attention. This pertains to our dignity as vassals, Izumi admonished sternly. Understood, Gabriel nodded symbolically as he listened to Izumi's discourse. Seeing Gabriel's response, Izumi refrained from further reprimanding him and instead paced back and forth, continuing his lecture on the samurai and the relationship between lord and vassal. Izumi spoke at length, not only to Gabriel but also to the cat viper and others, who wore expressions of distress. At their age, they were inherently resistant to such teachings. Perhaps if there were stories to engage them, they might find interest in listening. The dog storm and cat viper quietly approached the dog storm, attempting to speak. Do not converse, do not whisper, heed my words, the cat viper began. But Izumi promptly tapped the cat viper's head with the book of the samurai. Meow understood. With a sudden strike from Izang, the viper became notably subdued, obediently sitting upon the wooden plank to listen to Izang's discourse. Kanlon and Heizan, witnessing the viper's demeanor, sighed and took their seats on the plank, awaiting Izang's lecture. In this manner, Gabriel was no exception. While Izang was admonishing the viper, Gabriel began to drift into a reverie. After a moment of contemplation, his imagination seemed to wander to an unknown realm. To be candid, it was not that Gabriel lacked the desire to absorb Izang's teachings. It was rather a clash of worldviews. The thoughts cultivated over many years collided with the rigid samurai ideology of this era. The aspiration to influence the mature philosophy of the future with the antiquated beliefs of a bygone time proved to be a formidable challenge. Such a course, how could Gabriel possibly comprehend it? Such a notion was beyond Gabriel's comprehension. As he pondered, a faint scent of blood wafted into the room where he resided. Caught in a reverie, Gabriel instinctively paused to inhale this aroma, momentarily taken aback. He then scrutinized the air around him, and as he continued to inhale, a flicker of gravity crossed his previously detached expression. If he was not mistaken, this must indeed be the scent of blood. Yet, why would there be such a scent in the illustrious residence of Jiuli? Was it merely a figment of his imagination? Hesitantly, Gabriel glanced at Izu and the others, seeking to gauge their reactions. Izu stood at the forefront, pacing back and forth, engrossed in his teachings, his countenance betraying no hint of discomfort. Likewise, the others, Mamba, Inukaze, and Kawamatsu, showed no sign of awareness, sitting languidly on the wooden planks, their eyes vacant and unfocused. Judging by their seemingly normal reactions, it appeared they had not detected the scent of blood. Was it truly just his imagination? Gabriel's gaze flickered with uncertainty as he observed their impassive faces. Just as Gabriel was about to voice his thoughts once more, Izu intended to interject with a reprimand, but a sudden clatter from the wooden door interrupted him. Instinctively, Izu turned his attention towards the source of the sound, only to find that Kei Gitsu Waita, accompanied by Kiniman, Rei-Eyes, and Ajura, had unexpectedly arrived at the doorway. Observing the weary expressions of Kiniman and the others, and then the blood-soaked figure of Kei Gitsu Waita, Izu's expression shifted to one of alarm. Could it be? My lord Waita, are you unscathed? Izu inquired anxiously, eyeing the bloodied Kei Gitsu Waita, who reciprocated with a look of surprise. He had anticipated the absence of anyone here, never expecting to find Izu present. During this period, it would be appropriate for Izong to engage in disaster relief at Yutian City. Glancing downward, he discovered that not only Izong but also Gabriel was present here. Could it be that Izong did not notice the letter left behind yesterday? Neither of these two individuals has gone to aid the disaster relief efforts? Lord Mitsukuni? Izong, taken aback by the situation, waved his hand in a tentative gesture. I am unharmed, but why are you here? Did you not see the letter I left on my bed yesterday? Mitsukuni inquired with hesitation. It is good to hear you are well. Upon hearing that Mitsukuni was fine, Izong could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. I must ask you, did you not read the letter I left on my bed yesterday? Mitsukuni continued to question. Did you refer to the matter of disaster relief, Lord Mitsukuni? Is there an issue with that? Izong asked, perplexed. Since you have already seen the letter I left, why did you not attend to the disaster relief today? Mitsukuni's expression reflected confusion, his tone laced with an undertone of inquiry. To be perfectly honest, it is not that I do not wish to go. Rather, the disaster relief efforts were already arranged by Gabriel yesterday, and currently, there is little for me to do. That is why I have come to teach Gabriel and the others some etiquette, Izong replied with a wry smile. Already arranged? Hearing this phrase, Mitsukuni's expression shifted in surprise. Doubt soon followed. How can the disaster relief be so arranged? Have they transferred the responsibility to others? This sudden thought left Kazuki Oden momentarily stunned. Had Gabriel entrusted all disaster relief tasks to others? Contemplating this, Kazuki Oden furrowed his brow in concern. What arrangements have you made? He inquired, his expression slightly somber as he questioned Aizu. My lord Oden, the situation is as follows, Aizu replied, not concealing anything and promptly reporting the events that transpired in Oden Castle the previous day. However, due to the lengthy nature of the incidents, providing a detailed account proved cumbersome. For the sake of convenience, Aizu opted to deliver a brief summary, highlighting only the most significant matters. This has consequently led to a challenge, namely that the discourse often exhibits a certain degree of discontinuity. If one possesses a modicum of intelligence, they might readily comprehend the situation. However, Keigetsu Oden appeared utterly perplexed, unable to grasp the meaning behind the somewhat disjointed dialogue. For instance, what does it mean to consider the refugees' needs by allowing them to come to the town to collect their own funds and procure their own sustenance? While Kazuki Oden could somewhat comprehend the initial part, he found himself utterly bewildered by the subsequent statements. The notion of allowing refugees to fell trees and construct their own shelters was perplexing, as was the idea of organizing work opportunities between Oden Castle and Robbo Town. Expecting the refugees to seek employment independently, the disjointedness of the discourse left Oden struggling to grasp its meaning. After a period of contemplation, unable to derive clarity, he ultimately resolved to witness the situation firsthand. Izong, please accompany me to take a look, he requested. After some deliberation, Oden made his decision. Lord Oden, are we going now? Izong inquired, puzzled. Indeed, Oden affirmed with a nod. However, Lord Oden, you have already exerted yourself throughout the day. I am somewhat concerned about your well-being, Izong expressed with worry. It is of no consequence. Oden waved his hand dismissively. Then please follow me, Lord Oden, Izong replied, recognizing Oden's determination and leading him onward. Kinemon and the others exchanged apprehensive glances, their weary faces betraying faint smiles of resignation, despite their evident fatigue. The duty to accompany Lord Oden, as his loyal retainers, left them with no alternative but to follow. After a shared moment of sighs, they set off in Oden's wake towards Oden Castle. Chapter 41. Kinemon's borrowing the dilapidated structure teetered on the brink of collapse, its roof riddled with gaping holes through which the biting wind seeped. Within this crumbling abode stood a diminutive and exceedingly disheveled man, cautiously awaiting the scolding of an exceptionally unattractive old woman. The figure in question is none other than the servant of the Bai family, Heighten Dash. And the exceedingly grotesque old woman beside him is none other than Heighten Mukin, the mastermind behind the incitement of Heighten Dash to overturn the entire land of Wano. Heighten Dash cautiously entered the dilapidated dwelling. Heighten Mukin frantically waved a white flag in her hands, chanting incessantly, "Long life Heighten. Heighten has revived. Heighten is the eternal god. May I inquire, esteemed elder, why have you summoned me?" Heighten Dash asked, nervously observing the deranged woman wielding the white flag. "You have arrived?" Heighten Mukin exclaimed, her face contorted in manic laughter as she regarded her visitor. "May I ask what instructions you have for me, esteemed elder?" Heighten Dash cautiously inquired. "The brat Koyuki Oden has returned. If you desire success, seek power, and aspire to rise above all others, then you must take action," Heighten Mukin declared, waving the white flag with theatrical flair. "What manner of action does the esteemed elder require of me?" Heighten Dash queried anxiously. "Just as I instructed you before, gather wealth, build influence, and await the opportune moment to completely drag the Koyuki family from their pedestal," Heighten Mukin said, her voice a frenzied whisper. "Gather wealth? I understand." Heighten Dash replied, wiping his nose and chuckling nervously. "Understood. Then you may depart," Heighten Mukin commanded, waving the white flag with fervor. "Then, esteemed elder, may I take my leave?" Heighten Dash asked with caution. "Go forth, and remember, Heighten walks with you," Heighten Mukin said, her gaze fixed on Heighten Dash, her voice raspy with intensity. "I understand. I shall certainly work to elevate Heighten once more," Heighten Dash affirmed with unwavering determination. This time, he must succeed. He must ascend to the pinnacle of power in Wano and become an immortal legend. Outside the mansion of the esteemed Nine Li, Korizumi Orochi arrived here under the guidance of Korizumi Kanjuro. He first inspected his attire, his clothing, and his visage. His somewhat tattered garments appeared rather antiquated, complemented by a disheveled hairstyle that elicited pity. Perfect. Now, all he needed to do was kneel before Kazuki Oden, lamenting his hardships, and implore him for financial assistance. With this thought, Korizumi Orochi could not help but let out a cold chuckle. One day, he would reclaim everything he had humbly surrendered in supplication to Kazuki Oden. He adjusted his unkempt hair, attempting to render it even more pitiable. Cautiously, Kurazumi Orochi entered. Once inside the mansion, he lost the resolute demeanor he had moments before. With each step he took, onlookers perceived him as a woefully humble and pitiful man. As he entered the mansion, he carefully glanced around, only to find no trace of Kazuki Oden. Just as he was filled with despair, he noticed the door to the second-floor attic ajar. Could he be up there? Gazing at the open second floor, Kurazumi Orochi ascended the stairs with trepidation. Upon reaching the doorway of the second floor, Kurazumi Orochi did not immediately enter. Instead, he cautiously peeked in, discovering no sign of the retainers. Only then did he dare to call out softly, "Lord Oden, are you there?" Hearing someone call for Kazuki Oden, Gabriel, who sat nearby, was momentarily taken aback. He then turned to the source of the voice. There stood a rather repugnant figure, exhibiting furtive movements. A countenance filled with trepidation and self-doubt, quietly calling out. Upon recognizing Kurazumi Orochi, Gabriel furrowed his brow. He felt an uncanny familiarity with this individual, yet could not immediately recall where he had seen him before. Just as he pondered this, the sight of Kurazumi Orochi, who appeared excessively cautious and self-deprecating, struck Gabriel as deliberately affected. In an instant, the answer dawned upon him. Isn't this fellow a servant of the Baiwu Shuangyue family? Lord Yutian has gone out. Do you have business with him? Gabriel inquired with a look of confusion. Startled by the sound of conversation, Kurwa Tenho turned abruptly, his gaze landing on the source of the voice. Upon realizing it was a young boy, he exhaled in relief. You are Lord Gabriel, are you not? I am Kurwa Tenho, the servant of the Baiwu Shuangyue family, he said, rubbing his hands together with a humble smile. Ah, I see. Do you require something? Gabriel asked hesitantly. I would like to inquire where Lord Yutian has gone. I have a matter I wish to discuss with him, Kurwa Tenho replied, maintaining his humble demeanor. Lord Yutian has left. I am unaware of his destination. If you seek him, perhaps you should check Yutian City, Gabriel said, gesturing toward the direction of the city. Hearing Gabriel's words, Kurwa Tenho's previously humble expression turned solemn. Wasn't it said that Kei-Gitsu Yutian had returned? Why had he left again? With a gaze fluctuating between uncertainty and suspicion, he scrutinized Gabriel, sensing that the young boy did not appear to be lying. If Lord Yutian was truly untraceable, perhaps this boy could be persuaded after all. After all, it is often easier to manipulate someone of such tender years. Perhaps, by feigning vulnerability, this young lad might even lend him some money. Do you have urgent business with Lord Yutian? If your matter is pressing, I could relay your message when he returns, Gabriel suggested, noticing Kurwa Tenho's hesitation. Yes, indeed. It is precisely that. I have recently engaged in some modest business ventures on my own, but now I find myself at a loss and in need of funds to navigate this predicament. I have already reported this to Lord Yutian, who advised me to return in a few days, Kurwa Tenho explained, his eyes reflecting a tragic tale. At that moment, Kurwa Tenho resembled a pitiful soul, utterly devastated by the misfortune of his failed business endeavors. Is that so? Gabriel raised an eyebrow as he listened to Kurwa Tenho's plight. While he felt a pang of compassion for the seemingly unfortunate servant, he pondered that the situation might not be as simple as it appeared. A fundamental truth struck him. As a servant of the Baiwu Shuangyue family, Kurwa Tenho could easily procure funds from the Shuangyue household. Why then would he traverse such a considerable distance to seek assistance from Kei-Gitsu Yutian? Lord Gabriel, you must help me. I am truly destitute at this moment, having lost everything. I desperately require this sum to survive, Kurwa Tenho exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he sensed Gabriel's hesitation. He then fell to the ground, clasping Gabriel's leg and pleading earnestly. Could you perhaps let go? This is quite uncomfortable for me, Gabriel said, shifting his left leg and letting out a sigh. I apologize. Gabriel winced in pain, prompting the black charcoal serpent to quickly release his grip and repeatedly apologize. It's all right. You can get up, Gabriel said, gesturing to stop the serpent's frantic behavior. Lord Gabriel, considering the relationship between the Kong family and Lord Oden, I beseech you, please help me. I am in dire need of this money for my survival, the black charcoal serpent implored with a sorrowful expression. I truly wish to assist you, but I find myself powerless in this matter. Financial matters have always rested with Izang. If you seek a loan, I can inquire on your behalf, Gabriel replied, scratching his small face thoughtfully. Upon hearing the name Izang, the black charcoal serpent's expression hardened. If there was anyone he wished to avoid within the 9-mile radius, it was undoubtedly Izang. That individual was notoriously stingy, making the prospect of borrowing money from him nearly impossible. However, Lord Oden and Lord Izang are not present. I genuinely require this sum. Might Lord Gabriel be able to make an exception? The black charcoal serpent persisted, undeterred. I am afraid I have no means. Most of the wealth within the 9 miles is in Izang's possession, and I find myself nearly penniless. Even if I wish to help you, I am unable. Gabriel stated with a sense of helplessness. Is that so? Hearing Gabriel's words, the black charcoal serpent's face briefly flashed with disappointment. I apologize for troubling you today, Lord Gabriel. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. The black charcoal serpent respectfully bowed to Gabriel and then exited. Gabriel watched the retreating figure of the black charcoal serpent, his brow furrowed. For reasons unknown, he felt an instinctive sense that the serpent was not as simple as he appeared. Chapter 42. Outside Oden Castle under Izang's guidance. Kinemon Oden and his party arrived outside Oden Castle. At this moment, the area was teeming with refugees. The refugees toiled industriously, wielding tools provided by Oden Castle to construct shelters. Each individual was drenched in sweat, laboring diligently. As Kinemon Oden approached from within Oden Castle, he could not suppress his joy upon witnessing the refugees working with such fervor. They had found a sense of stability and were able to support themselves. This was the very purpose behind his establishment of the 9-mile region. Surveying the refugee camp from the outside, he noted that it indeed appeared promising, though he wondered about the conditions within. Driven by curiosity about the camp, Kinemon Oden decided to venture inside with a few companions. Upon entering the refugee camp, Kinemon Oden quickly observed a multitude of refugees bustling about. The refugees carried fragmented wooden planks, tirelessly transporting them to the craftsmen engaged in the construction of houses. The sound of clattering echoed, clack, clack, clack. As Kazuki Oden and his companions ventured deeper, they encountered more refugees. Some wielded long axes, skillfully cutting down trees that had already been partially felled, while others wielded their axes, meticulously trimming the robust branches of the colossal trees they had brought down. Regardless of whether they were felling trees, transporting logs, or shaping the fallen giants, one thing remained unchanged: their unwavering hope for the future. They toiled with fervor, their faces illuminated by aspirations of what was yet to come. Clearly, this endeavor of logging and constructing shelters was embraced wholeheartedly by them. Gabriel, that little fellow, was performing admirably. Observing this scene, Kazuki Oden stroked his chin and nodded in satisfaction. Although he did not fully comprehend how Gabriel had achieved this feat, he needed only to grasp one essential truth. Gabriel had facilitated a relief fund that satisfied the refugees. Standing in place, Kazuki Oden watched over these resilient souls. These refugees also took note of Kazuki Oden and his companions. To them, Kazuki Oden and his group appeared exceedingly peculiar, standing motionless, neither departing nor offering assistance, merely gazing around in bewilderment. In this situation, it is exceedingly difficult for Kazuki Oden and his companions to avoid drawing attention. Numerous refugees are observing them, and upon seeing their appearance, they cannot help but frown. Although they may not be acquainted with Kazuki Oden, they are certainly familiar with Aizu. At first glance, they found Aizu's presence familiar, but as they stepped closer, the expressions of the refugees changed dramatically. Is this not Lord Izang, who aided in the disaster relief yesterday? Why does Lord Izang stand behind others? Could it be that? Lord Yutian, how has your excellency arrived here? As some of the refugees pondered these questions, a few who had previously witnessed the esteemed presence of Lord Koyuki Yutian could not help but exclaim. The refugees shouted, and a multitude of others displayed expressions of astonishment. They flocked together, eager to catch a glimpse of the benevolent Kazuki Oden. The gathering of refugees increased exponentially, soon enveloping Oden in a sea of humanity. At this juncture, it was too late for Kazuki Oden to make his departure, as he found himself completely surrounded by the refugees. Oden-sama! The crowd exclaimed with fervent enthusiasm, encircling him. Oden gazed at the throng before him, momentarily taken aback. To say the least, the number of individuals here was rather overwhelming. There must be nearly 200 people present. As he surveyed the area, witnessing the incessant arrival of more refugees, Oden's initial bewilderment swiftly transformed into shock. Was it not mentioned that there were only a little over 200 refugees? Is it truly merely over 200? Gazing at the throng surrounding him, Kazuki Oden found it exceedingly hard to believe. While he understood the excitement that Oden-sama elicited among the people, he hoped that they could exercise a degree of rationality. Witnessing the multitude of refugees converging, Aizu was the first to step forward, determined to restore some semblance of order by urging them to disperse. However, he seemed to underestimate the tenacity of these refugees, who did not appear to be as compliant as he had anticipated. His shout fell flat, drowned out instantly by the cacophony of their fervent cries. What was happening? Aizu was taken aback by their indifference to his counsel. The advancing refugees bore expressions of sheer astonishment. He could not fathom why the same words spoken by Gabriel would resonate, while his own fell on deaf ears. What were they all doing here? Were they not obliged to work? Or did they believe they had ample time to linger and observe? Just as Aizu was at a loss, a stern voice rang out, prompting the crowd of refugees to turn their heads in unison. Upon seeing the imposing figure of the soldier Wu Jingmin behind them, their first instinct was to scatter. Having invested so much effort, they were unwilling to jeopardize their chance to transform their fate by offending this brute. In an instant, the refugees who had just surrounded Kazuki Oden vanished. Returning to their respective duties, Aizu was left utterly dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend why the impact of the same message could vary so drastically. Oden-sama, it has been a while. Wu Jingmin approached, greeting Kazuki Oden with familiarity. Oh, it's you, Wu Jingmin. It has indeed been some time. Kazuki Oden initially paused, then recognized him, his face lighting up with realization. Pray tell, what brings you here? He inquired, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Ah, that is a long story. Wu Jingmin scratched his head, responding. Did Gabriel assign you to manage these refugees? Kazuki Oden recalled the impish Gabriel, furrowing his brows in inquiry. Well, it seems that is not entirely incorrect, Wu Jingmin replied, momentarily taken aback by Oden's question before nodding in affirmation. Is that so? Kazuki Oden raised an eyebrow. Realizing his suspicion had been correct, Gabriel had indeed delegated this responsibility to another. You've come at a fortuitous time. There are matters I wish to discuss with you. Kazuki Oden gestured for Wu Jingmin to approach. Please, do not hesitate to voice your concerns, Oden-sama. I shall speak candidly, Wu Jingmin assured him. Let us converse as we walk, Kazuki Oden suggested. Kazuki Oden spoke and then proceeded forward. Bounty hunter Wu Jingmin, upon witnessing this, followed suit. Wu Jingmin pondered. Did we not hear just yesterday that there were only a little over 200 refugees? Why then, today, do we see such an overwhelming number? Kazuki Oden observed the puzzled expression on Wu Jingmin's face and inquired curiously about the significant discrepancy. My Lord Oden, to be candid, more than half of what you see today are not refugees. Many are citizens from Oden Castle who volunteered to assist. Citizens from Oden Castle? Oden was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. Indeed, when I returned yesterday, I merely made a brief announcement in Oden Castle. I did not anticipate so many would come forth. Wu Jingmin reflected on the throngs that had assembled the previous day, unable to suppress a wry smile. Is that so? Oden mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. As long as there are not truly so many afflicted refugees, that is a relief. Now, do tell me about your relief plans for the refugees. Kazuki Oden contemplated for a moment before continuing. Jingmin, please share with me the details of the relief efforts initiated by Gabriel yesterday. This time, the discourse of Bingji Wu Jingmin is far more detailed than that of Itsong, pointing to the vacant land. Bingji Wu Jingmin spoke of the resettlement of these refugees, elucidating the overarching plan for them. At the same time, he elaborated on the provisions to be afforded to the refugees within the next 30 days, as well as the responsibilities they themselves must fulfill. Unlike Itsong, who merely brushed over the topic, Bingji Wu Jingmin provided an exhaustive account, so much so that Guangyue Yutian could grasp the essence of it all with ease. Reflecting upon his recent observations, Guangyue Yutian began to comprehend the entire situation. Through the gradual dispersal of funds, meticulously regulating the total amount each individual could receive, they were empowered to sustain themselves. Furthermore, the Jioli side would supply timber for the construction of shelters, and ultimately, Jioli would post the current job opportunities on the town's wall, allowing individuals to make their selections. Upon reflection, Kazuki Oden could not help but acknowledge the remarkable capabilities of the young individual before him. Indeed, a truly impressive little fellow, he mused. Let us conclude our discussion at the Wujing Gate, Oden remarked, having gained a substantial understanding of the refugee relief plan. Since Lord Oden is already well informed, I shall take my leave, responded Wu Jingmin, bowing respectfully before turning to depart. After Wu Jingmin's exit, Kazuki Oden observed that the situation had settled and decided to return with his companions. As they journeyed back, Oden found himself pondering the recent commendable efforts of Gabriel. Perhaps it would be appropriate to reward him as a form of encouragement. Yet, he contemplated, what would constitute a fitting gift? rubbing his chin thoughtfully. He soon conceived an idea for the perfect present. Perhaps bestowing that particular item upon Gabriel would indeed be a splendid choice. Chapter 43, Kazuki Oden seeks a gift at the residence of the esteemed Lord, Kazuki Oden, accompanied by Aizu, Shiradoji, Kinemon, and a few others. Returned after a brief respite. Shortly thereafter, Oden took Aizu aside and descended from the Lord's estate. On the ground floor of the mansion, there existed an unassuming little chamber to the far left. Here lies the destination of Kazuki Oden. At first glance, the humble abode may appear unremarkable, yet within it resides a collection of extraordinary artifacts. This holds extraordinary significance for Kazuki Oden. It can be said that this is a chamber that belongs solely to him. Shrouded in secrecy, originally, Kazuki Oden had no intention of allowing anyone else to enter this sanctum. However, recently, that little rascal Gabriel has performed commendably, and as a form of reward, Kazuki Oden resolved to bestow upon him a remarkably precious item from within. Entering the dimly lit room, he retrieved a pre-prepared firebrand from his pocket and ignited the candle nestled against the wall. At the moment the candle flickered to life, the entire chamber was enveloped in a soft, muted glow. Under this gentle illumination, the contents of the room became starkly visible, revealing a cluttered array of items strewn across the floor, rendering it nearly impassable. The disarray of the room was unmistakable. Kazuki Oden cast a glance around the space before stepping inside, closely followed by Izumi, who entered at a measured pace. Upon entering, they were greeted by a sea of clutter strewn across the floor. At that moment, Izumi's mind was consumed by a singular thought. Chaotic, overwhelmingly chaotic, to the point of being unmanageable. As his thoughts settled, Izumi gradually regained his composure. Yet, amidst the disorder, a flicker of curiosity began to stir within him as he surveyed the untidy room. What is the nature of this room? Having spent such an extensive period at the Jiu Liming mansion, why had I never ventured here or even heard of this place? Lord Yida, with a puzzled expression, contemplated inquiring. The words lingered on the tip of his tongue, yearning to be voiced. However, upon glancing at Getsu Yida, who was crouched on the ground seemingly searching for something, he ultimately swallowed his words. Understanding the situation well, Aiku's quietly withdrew to the side, patiently awaiting the conclusion of Getsu Yida's endeavors. At last, a triumphant exclamation erupted from Getsu Yida as he discovered what he sought. Just as Aiku stood vigil at the doorway, Getsu Yida rose, holding in his hand a folded piece of paper. He swiftly unfurled it to inspect its contents. Upon reading what was inscribed, a nod of affirmation escaped him. Indeed, it was precisely what he had been searching for. Aikus, Getsu Yida called out, retracting the paper and glancing over his shoulder. Here, my lord, Aikus responded promptly, stepping forward in eager compliance. Come here, Getsu Yida gestured lightly with his hand, beckoning Aikus closer. Not daring to delay, Aikus hurried forth at Getsu Yida's request. The accumulation of clutter here is truly excessive. After taking just a couple of steps, one finds oneself needing to leap a considerable distance. With great difficulty, Izumi gradually approached Lord Getsu Oden. My Lord Oden, Izumi softly called as he drew near. Here, take this, Getsu Oden said, casually handing the long folding fan he held to Izumi upon noticing his arrival. As Izumi received the fan, he instinctively glanced at it. Its coppery yellow exterior was remarkably thin, capable of holding only 2 or 3 sheets of paper. It bore a distinctive hue of yellowish copper, crafted from fine chien paper. This is evidently a lengthy report typically presented by individuals of high rank, such as generals. To place such a precious document in his hands raises questions about the true intentions of Lord Getsu Oden. What could be the purpose behind this? Izuka, pondering over the long report in his grasp, inquired with curiosity. This is a gift for Gabriel. What do you think? Lord Getsu Oden replied, then crouched down, fervently rummaging through the clutter in search of something. My lord, is this not somewhat extravagant? Izuka expressed his hesitation. This is a tool reserved for high-ranking figures such as generals, yet now it is being wielded by a mere child. This is indeed difficult to fathom. Is it valuable? I suppose it is rather acceptable, remarked Getsu Oden, raising an eyebrow. My lord Oden, this is a proclamation scroll, reserved solely for the use of the shogun. Aizu responded, hesitating to speak further. No, I did not ask you to examine the parchment. I instructed you to delve into its contents. Getsu Oden interjected, gesturing dismissively. Contents? Upon hearing Getsu Oden's words, Aizu was momentarily taken aback. He then slowly unrolled the scroll, revealing 3 pages of writing. However, as he gazed upon the text, Aiza found himself utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the words inscribed within. The content is exceedingly disjointed. Bushido, the rights between lord and vassal, agrarian systems, regionalization, management structures, beliefs, commerce. Each familiar word coalesces into sentences that elude his comprehension. An indescribable headache ensues. No matter how he perceives it, the underlying significance remains inscrutable. Indeed, he finds himself enveloped in an absurd sentiment, as if what he beholds are not coherent phrases, but rather titles akin to those of books. As soon as such thoughts emerged, Izuku hastily denied them. It is essential to recognize that this is a document of utmost significance, reserved solely for the ranks of generals. Such an important item could hardly be inscribed with names akin to those found in books. Lord Oden, I find myself somewhat perplexed, Izuku remarked with an awkward smile. Perplexed? Oden Kazuki's expression momentarily froze. He then looked at Izuku in disbelief. Do you not recognize the characters? What is there to be confused about? A look of puzzlement crossed Oden Kazuki's face, as he found it truly difficult to comprehend. Izuku's embarrassment grew more palpable. He could hardly admit that he perceived these as names resembling those in books. The general's specialized documents were intended for recording the titles of literary works. The notion of this is utterly absurd. Are these merely titles of books? It seems rather straightforward, does it not? With a sigh, Mitsukuni Yuta expressed his bewilderment. Books? Titles of books? Izukazu stammered in disbelief, struggling to comprehend what he had just heard. What issue could possibly arise from mere book titles? As he spoke, Yuta retrieved several tightly wrapped bundles of books from the clutter. Yuta, my lord, these are proclamations meant solely for the shogun's use. You are documenting books with these? Is that not astonishing? Izukazu exclaimed, his astonishment palpable. What problem could there be in using them for documenting books? Yuta inquired, his expression one of confusion. My lord, these are exclusively reserved for the shogun, symbolizing power and supreme status. I am aware they are specialized, but what issue arises from utilizing them to record books? Yuta questioned, still perplexed. Hearing Yuta's words, Izukazu's expression froze. Indeed, paper is intended for recording information. That much is indisputable. Enough of this fixation, Yuta sighed, noticing that Izukazu had yet to regain his composure. Examine these books for any issues. If none exist, you shall deliver them to that little rascal, Gabriel. With this, Yuta handed the bundles of books to Izukazu. Yes, Izukazu responded, snapping back to reality as he took the books with utmost care. At the moment of grasping them, he felt the weight of the bundles. Lifting them, he quickly scanned the contents. For bundles, each containing approximately 10 books, 40 books in total, indeed a considerable number. Very well. Let us proceed. While Izukazu was preoccupied with the books, Yuta had already made his way to the entrance. Noticing Yuta exiting, Izukazu hurriedly followed, carrying the books. Chapter 44. A gift for Gabriel. The second floor of the daimyo's residence was now deserted. The only ones remaining were the cat viper and the dog storm, playfully frolicking about in the empty space. All others had long since vanished. With a heavy sigh, Izukazu leaned against the wooden door, burdened by the 4 bags of books he had brought. The 40 tomes proved to be far heavier than he had anticipated. Initially, he believed that carrying 40 books up 2 flights of stairs would be a simple task. However, upon descending, his hands ached unexpectedly. After stretching his weary hands, he brought the books into the room. He intended to summon Gabriel to retrieve the items, but upon lifting his gaze, he was momentarily taken aback by the absence of Gabriel in the room. Only the cat viper and the hound gale remained. The whereabouts of the others were a mystery. Noticing the absence of Gabriel, Izong called out to the cat viper. Upon hearing his name, the cat viper paused in surprise, turning to face the familiar figure, his expression rigid with disbelief. Izong, weren't you with Lord Yutian? The cat viper exclaimed, astonished. Hearing the name Izong, the hound gale, who had been joyfully playing moments before, also turned in shock, his eyes wide with incredulity. I have completed the task and returned, Izong replied, flexing his slightly sore hands. Completed the task? The cat viper's expression visibly shifted at this revelation. This cannot mean we are about to attend another class, can it? The mere thought of the course with Izang fills cat viper with a sense of dread. By the way, where are they? Izang glanced at the side, his expression filled with curiosity. Are you referring to Brother Jinwaiman and the others? Cat viper gestured towards their resting place as he spoke. No, I am inquiring about Gabriel and Hisong. Izang waved his hand dismissively. Isong should have gone out, but I am uncertain about Gabriel, Cat Viper replied, shaking his head. Is that so? Despite Cat Viper's words, a look of disappointment crept onto Izang's face. His gaze lingered on the two, wandering aimlessly. The lesson for today remains unfinished, and to be frank, Izang yearns to continue learning alongside them. However, considering the book in his hands, he ultimately decided against it. He was genuinely apprehensive that in the pursuit of finding Gabriel, he might lose focus. These two fellows have landed him in a significant predicament. You all may go out and enjoy yourselves. Today's lesson shall conclude here, Izumi declared after a moment's hesitation. Really? Upon hearing Izumi's unprecedented announcement of a break, both Kamifushida and Inuzuka couldn't suppress their joy. Go ahead, Izumi gestured. Thank you, brother Izumi. Kamifushida and Inuzuka expressed their gratitude, with one of them hastily departing, fearing that Izumi might change his mind in the next moment. Once Kamifushida and Inuzuka had left, Izumi let out a sigh of relief. He began stacking 4 bags of books in the corner while searching for Gabriel's whereabouts. Given Gabriel's disposition, he would likely retreat to sleep whenever there was nothing to do. Thus, the search for Gabriel became significantly more focused. If all went as expected, Gabriel was likely in one of the adjacent rooms. With the target identified, Izumi sprang into action. He pushed open one door after another, to the left, to the right, and then back to the left, not even sparing the resting area where they slept at night. Despite his thorough search, Gabriel remained elusive. Where on earth could that little rascal have gone? Izumi leaned against the doorway, casting a rueful smile at the room he had turned upside down. With a deep sigh, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the attic. As he looked toward the attic, a spark of realization flashed in his eyes. He seemed to have overlooked a certain place, the most probable hiding spot for Gabriel. The small room adjacent to the attic, where Gabriel had once bested Kamifushida, was the only location he had not searched. And it was indeed the easiest place for Gabriel to conceal himself. With this thought, Izumi's expression sharpened, and he made his way over. Upon arriving at the small room beside the attic, however, Izumi refrained from acting immediately. This is the final room. If it is not here, it will be troublesome. Izong took a deep breath and slowly pushed open the door. Inside, a carpet lay on the floor, seemingly out of nowhere. Gabriel lay quietly on it, soundly asleep. Upon seeing Gabriel's serene form, Izong couldn't help but exhale in relief. He approached Gabriel with light footsteps and gently patted his shoulder, calling out to him. Gabriel, wake up. Gabriel, lying on the carpet, felt a weight on his shoulder, as if someone was calling him, and he opened his heavy eyes. As he blinked and focused on the visitor, his initial confusion swiftly transformed into astonishment. Izong, what are you doing here? Didn't you go out with Lord Yutian? The moment he saw Izong, Gabriel, who had been in a daze, suddenly became much more alert. Noticing Gabriel's astonished expression, Izong was momentarily taken aback. He then rubbed his nose, playfully lamenting, Am I really that terrifying? Just now, those two rascals, the cat viper and the dog storm, looked at me as if they had seen a ghost. Am I truly so unlikable? Hearing Izong's complaints, Gabriel's lips twitched. Did he not have some inkling of the consequences of his actions? Seeing Izong fall silent, Gabriel rubbed his temples and sighed deeply. What do you need me for? It's not another class, is it? No class today. I have something else to discuss with you, Izong clarified. No class. Gabriel was taken aback by this news. Yes. Izong nodded. Observing Izong's demeanor, Gabriel raised an eyebrow. If Izong was skipping class, it must indicate a more serious matter at hand. Lord Yutian believes you have been performing admirably lately and intends to reward you. I am here to deliver it, Izong explained. A reward? Upon hearing the word, Gabriel's expression shifted with surprise, and he quickly rose to his feet. What kind of reward? He asked eagerly. It's this. I believe it will not disappoint you. Izong replied, pulling out a long scroll that Yutian had given him. Gabriel took the scroll and furrowed his brow. He scanned it closely but found nothing particularly valuable about it. He gave it a vigorous shake. It felt light as a feather, and its texture was no different from ordinary paper. What kind of reward is this? Gabriel could not help but scoff inwardly. This time, he had anticipated some form of reward, perhaps weapons or riches. However, it was the contents within that held significance, rendering the exterior inconsequential. Observing Gabriel engrossed in studying the long scroll's appearance, Isa felt compelled to offer a gentle reminder. Is that so? Upon hearing Isa's prompt, Gabriel couldn't help but smile awkwardly. He then unfurled the scroll to reveal its contents, his curiosity piqued by what it might encompass. As he gazed at the scroll in hand, He initially expected something extraordinary. Yet, as he delved into the text, Gabriel's expression darkened with confusion. Though he had yet to fully grasp the intricacies of this world's written language, he was nonetheless familiar with certain characters. However, the content of the scroll left him utterly bewildered. Gabriel comprehended the majority of the content on the long strip when examined word by word. However, when these words were strung together, he found himself utterly perplexed. He was completely at a loss regarding the meaning of the text. The phrases failed to form a coherent narrative. There was an absence of logic between the languages, and the discourse was disjointed. Gabriel was uncertain whether his inability to grasp the meaning stemmed from his insufficient familiarity with the written language of this world, or if the long strip itself was simply nonsensical. What could it possibly signify? Holding the long strip in his hands, Gabriel was engulfed in confusion. After a fruitless contemplation, he resolved to inquire with Izong. Izong, do you have any idea what this text signifies? Gabriel questioned, his brow furrowed in perplexity as he set the long strip down. The text consists of book titles. If you read them in sequence, you won't derive any coherent understanding. You must examine them individually, Izong replied, having retrieved the stored books from the shelves. Book titles? At the sound of this term, Gabriel raised an eyebrow. He promptly opened the long strip to inspect its contents, analyzing it in segments. To his surprise, he discovered it indeed contained titles: The Way of the Samurai, starting from 0, Minerals, Spirit, Agriculture, System, Cultivation. When read separately, each title revealed distinct themes. Thus, it could be inferred that the long strip in his possession was a catalog of books. A catalog of books? Why would someone present such a thing to him? As this thought crossed his mind, Gabriel's expression shifted. His gaze then turned to Izong, and upon scrutinizing him, he noticed that he was indeed holding 4 square-shaped bags. The appearance of these bags led Gabriel to easily surmise their contents. Examining their thickness and height, he couldn't help but smirk. Given their substantial dimensions, they must contain at least 80 books, he pondered. It truly must be shown to him, but I fear it may take an eternity. Oh, I suddenly recall that there are matters I have yet to attend to. I shall step out for a moment. Gabriel, with a hand to his forehead in regret, promptly made his way toward the door. It's of no consequence. Please accept this first, and you may attend to your tasks afterward, Isan interjected, positioning himself before Gabriel and extending the book toward him. Upon gazing at the precise tome, Gabriel felt an involuntary twitch in his eyelids. I suddenly perceived that this long scroll could serve as a commendable reward. Perhaps I shall simply utilize this as my prize, he remarked with a smile while holding the scroll. Gabriel, this is a gift bestowed upon you personally by Lord Yutian. It is not up for negotiation, Isan stated with a serious demeanor. Listening to Isan's words, Gabriel's expression turned sour. While others receive genuine gifts, his own reward feels quite the same. Very well. I shall accept all of it, Gabriel sighed heavily. With that, Gabriel took possession of the book from Isan's hands. The moment the tome landed in his grasp, he felt an unexpected weight, causing him to lose his grip and let it thud to the ground with a resounding bang. Sighing deeply, Gabriel reflected on the sound. Judging by the weight he had just experienced, the book must weigh no less than 50 pounds, if not 40. Such a substantial weight. It is not merely the sight of it that would vex him. Even the thought of lifting it would likely provoke irritation. Well, the books have been delivered, and I must attend to other matters, so I shall take my leave. Upon seeing Gabriel put away the books, Izumi waved in farewell. Take care, and do not see me off. As Izumi departed, Gabriel could not help but exhale in relief. By the way, these books are a gift from Lord Yutian. It is imperative that there be no damage or loss. The consequences of such an occurrence would be dire. Just before leaving, Izumi felt compelled to remind him. Very well. I understand, Gabriel replied somewhat impatiently. One more thing, do not even think about slacking off. I shall come by regularly to check on your progress with the books. With a wave of his hand in farewell, Izumi promptly left. Gabriel, observing this, could not help but darken his expression. This individual truly embodies the essence of a scoundrel. So many books, do they not compel one to read themselves to death? Chapter 45, The Massacre at Fujiyama Town. A locale situated at the confluence of Jiuli, Shimei, and Two-One. Due to its unique position, numerous individuals from these 3 regions traverse this area to reach each other's territories. The convergence of people from these 3 regions creates a bustling hub. Over time, the residents of Fujiyama Town gradually recognized the lucrative opportunities this presented. It is said that human desire is akin to a boulder rolling down a mountain. Once it commences, it cannot be halted. Upon discovering the prospect of profit, The townsfolk abandoned their formerly pragmatic occupations, turning instead towards commerce. Gradually, many citizens of Fujiyama Town joined the ranks of vendors. As the number of merchants increased, Fujiyama Town transitioned from an agricultural model to one of trade. During this transformation, it earned a new title, the premier trading hub of Waji. Second only to the flower capital in prosperity. A vibrant town, it emerged as one of the foremost centers of commerce in Waji. Ultimately, Fujiyama Town became the most financially fluid locale within the nation. In ordinary circumstances, this would undoubtedly be a positive development. But what of the contrary? This, I fear, is far from a fortuitous circumstance. As wealth accumulates, the accompanying dangers intensify. When a region possesses riches that are disproportionate to its defenses, peril inevitably ensues. Such was the case with the once celebrated land of Robbo, renowned for its prosperity. Today, the same fate befalls the town of Fujiyama. Nestled in a precarious position, Fujiyama teems with untold riches, yet lacks the guardianship and strength to protect its treasures. Naturally, those with nefarious intentions have set their sights on this succulent target. While minor factions may be repelled by Fujiyama's own defenses, a large-scale onslaught would leave its citizens with no recourse but to flee. It was once believed that residing in the land of Wa, a symbol of peace with little strife, would shield them from such a day. Yet, some realities are too grim to fathom. Events they never dared to dream would transpire have now come to pass. Fujiyama is ablaze. Flames engulf structures in a relentless inferno, spreading like a chasm of fire. The local populace flees in a frenzy, pursued by butchers wielding long knives. These executioners swing their blades without remorse or guilt, their faces betraying nothing but madness and an insatiable thirst for blood. They resemble demons emerging from the abyss, driven by a desire for carnage and slaughter. Kill, kill, kill. They chant, reveling in the chaos. Jean Tianwan emerges from the flames, brandishing his great sword with a visage of utter insanity. Under his fervent encouragement, his subordinates are imbued with a frenzied zeal, their faces flushed, wielding blood-soaked blades as they race through Fujiyama. Their singular thought is to seize all they see and slay any they encounter. In their worldview, there is no room for compassion, pain, or cessation. Only blood and murder remain. The inferno rages on, transforming Fujiyama into a veritable hell on earth. Death, blood, and corpses litter every corner. Each step taken reveals a horrifying sight. Jean Tianwan's minions wreak havoc while the townsfolk scramble for safety. Not all are fortunate enough to escape. Many fall victim to Jean Tianwan's blades. Others resort to hiding, whether in cellars or the deep pits that naturally occur within Fujiyama. As long as they can conceal themselves completely, the townspeople exhibit remarkable cunning. In a cellar located at the lower right corner of a building on the left side of Fujiyama. This place has yet to be baptized by the massacre of the war god Maru. Within this concealed space, more than 10 individuals are hidden, each face reflecting varying degrees of apprehension. They comprehend that remaining here for an extended period poses a dire threat, even if they remain undetected, should the flames above extinguish. The weight of the charcoal pressing against the ground could allow the smoke to seep through the floor's crevices, suffocating them in its noxious embrace. Thus, the choice between venturing forth or staying behind looms dauntingly before them. To exit may result in immediate demise, yet it also holds the potential for a new beginning. Conversely, staying may prolong their lives, but it could also lead to waiting for the deranged to depart, or worse, to meet their end as the flames die down and the smoke envelopes them. This dilemma renders their decision equally burdensome. Mayor, shall we escape? Remaining here, even if we evade detection, will ultimately lead to our demise when the structure collapses and the smoke descends upon us, one voice implores. Mayor, I believe that if there is a path as village head suggests, it is better to take a risk than to await death passively. What if we manage to flee? Among the crowd, some can no longer remain still, their expressions resolute as they turn to the tall, stern-faced man in the center. A figure in his 40s who incessantly shouts. Seated in silence, the man at the center, whose visage reflects discomfort, is Takayama Muramasa, the mayor of Takayama Town. He is responsible for overseeing the town's trade and ensuring its safety. Truth be told, he now bears a tinge of regret. Had he known this would transpire, he would have heeded their counsel and recruited more warriors. Now, as the forces of the war god Maru invade relentlessly, Takayama Town finds itself utterly defenseless. Reflecting on the current predicament, Takayama Muramasa is engulfed in self-reproach. Escape? Where would we flee? Outside lies the minions of war god Maru. The moment we ascend from this cellar, they will surely descend upon us, he contemplates. Before he can voice his thoughts, a figure beside him, Kyo-san, interjects with discontent, voicing his opposition. With so many above, climbing out now is tantamount to courting death. Kyo-san, what do you propose? Should we remain here? Will we survive? Or await rescue? Muramasa retorts disdainfully. Then according to your logic, you believe you could survive by ascending? Do you think the minions of War God Maru are blind and lack the ability to apprehend you? Kyo-san counters, refusing to back down, his voice firm. Enough. Cease your bickering. I have my own plans for this matter. Takayama Muramasa bellows impatiently, causing those present to instinctively retreat a few steps and fall silent. Deep down, they harbor profound respect and admiration for their mayor. As the crowd quiets, Takayama Muramasa exhales heavily, lifting his gaze to survey his surroundings. Ultimately, his eyes settle on a delicate, youthful girl at the rear of the assembly, her appearance imbued with a hint of innocence. Nanako. Sanino Muramasa softly called out. Nanako. Upon hearing this, hurriedly rose from the ground and approached her father. Observing his troubled expression, Nanako responded with unease, Father. As Sanino Muramasa saw Nanako arrive, he intended to speak, but as the words lingered on the tip of his tongue and his gaze fell upon his young daughter, he found himself at a loss for words. Father? Noticing her father's sudden silence, Nanako's face displayed confusion as she tentatively inquired. Yet, Sanino Muramasa did not reply. He merely bowed his head in contemplation. Just moments before, he had conceived a plan to save Fujiyama Town. It was a strategy of feigned distraction, using one person as bait while another sought assistance from the distance of 9 miles. The bait would perish, and the one seeking help would likely meet a similar fate. However, Sanino Muramasa understood that this was their sole opportunity. This singular plan held the potential for their survival. The chance was limited, for only the initial ambush would catch them utterly off guard. Thus, in the process of selecting individuals, Sanino Muramasa meticulously pondered who might be suitable. The person in need of assistance must possess one crucial attribute, a small physique, making them difficult to detect. Conversely, the bait must be robust, easily noticeable at first glance. The stark contrast between the two made the latter easier to find, while the former posed a challenge. Surveying everyone in the cellar, aside from Nanako's subtle frame, the rest were all conspicuously large individuals. This glaring disparity plunged Sanino Muramasa into deep thought. On one side lay the weighty responsibility of Fujiyama Town resting upon him, and on the other, the precious life of his daughter. Both burdens pressed heavily upon his shoulders, rendering him incapable of making a choice. With a conflicted expression and a dazed demeanor, he lifted his gaze toward the townsfolk in the cellar, settling on the still very young Nanako. Sanino Muramasa's face reflected his inner turmoil, caught in a profound dilemma. These two items are of utmost significance in his life. Now, having to relinquish one, he finds it unbearable. Yet, he comprehends the harshness of the world. Faced with a choice, he must make a decision today. Contemplating this, Fujino Muramasa's expression hardened, and he resolutely arrived at a conclusion. Chapter 46. Fujino Muramasa's decision. Nanako, I have a profoundly important task to entrust to you. Are you capable of fulfilling it? Fujino Muramasa said, placing his hands on Nanako's shoulders, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Witnessing her father's demeanor, Nanako did not respond. Instead, her face paled, and she instinctively stepped back in alarm. What? Is it impossible? Upon seeing the fear etched on Nanako's face, disappointment flickered in Fujino Muramasa's eyes. After all, Nanako was merely a child, not yet 10 years old. Indeed, entrusting her with such a daunting task might have been overly ambitious. Father, what is the task? Observing her father's disheartened expression, Nanako cautiously advanced a couple of steps, her face a canvas of hesitation as she summoned the courage to inquire. As Nanako's voice reached him, the previously dismayed Fujino Muramasa lifted his head, a glimmer of hope illuminating his features. Nanako, I possess a letter and a peculiar coin. I hope you can assist me in delivering them. As he spoke, he retrieved a carefully prepared envelope and an oddly shaped coin from his bosom. Upon hearing the request to venture out and deliver the letter, Nanako's previously hesitant countenance drained of color, and she instinctively leaned back, retreating several steps. The massacre inflicted by the warriors of Tatenmaru had left an indelible psychological scar upon her. The mere thought of facing it again was almost unbearable. Fujino Muramasa, observing Nanako's pallid visage, forced a smile and approached her, kneeling down to gently stroke her petite head in a comforting manner. Do not worry, Nanako. I will ensure your safety as you leave. Trust your father. just this once. With Fujino Muramace's reassurances, Nanako's once ashen face began to regain a hint of color. However, gazing at her father's visage, traces of fear and unease lingered upon her features. She truly wished to avoid the world above once more. Father, is it possible for me not to go? Nanako, pale and trembling, implored softly. Her heart ached as if pierced by countless needles at the sight of Fujino Muramasa. He wished more than anything to spare his daughter from such peril, yet he found himself bereft of choices. Nanako, he began, as the mayor of Fujiyama Town. It is my solemn duty to protect our home. This is a responsibility from which I cannot escape. As my daughter, I hope you too can embrace your obligations and stand with me in safeguarding Fujiyama. Gently, Fujino caressed Nanako's head, offering her words of comfort. A flicker of emotion crossed her face, for deep down, she yearned to assist her father in resolving this crisis. This time, however, she did not resist as vehemently as before. Rather, uncertainty began to cloud her judgment. Nanako, can you trust me? Fujino continued, sensing her hesitation. I promise to ensure your safe passage. Seeing the conflict in her expression, he implored, just this once, believe in me. I assure you, it will only be this one time. A fleeting moment of resolve crossed Nanako's face, yet she warned, you must not deceive me. Have I ever misled you? Fujino replied with a strained smile upon witnessing her reluctant agreement. Once she consented, Fujino conveyed the plan to the others. The role of messenger had been determined. Now, they merely required a bait. However, the group was in disarray, not opposing the notion of serving as bait, but rather objecting to the idea of Nanako taking on the role of the messenger. They understood that whether as bait or messenger, the stakes were perilously high. This time, the likelihood of a return is exceedingly slim. Given this, it is only fitting that such a perilous task should fall upon them. Compared to Nanako, they possess a more formidable physique and swifter agility. Mayor, allow me to undertake the task of communicating outside for reinforcements. There is no need to place Miss Nanako in jeopardy. Chiao-san stepped forward to offer his counsel. Mayor, I find Chiao-san's argument quite compelling. With so many of us here, this responsibility could easily be entrusted to us. Why put Miss Nanako's life at risk? At this moment, Murazai also rose to support Chiao-san's viewpoint. Surprised at Murazai's agreement, an individual who had often opposed him, Chiao-san did not expect such backing. Very well. I have my reasons for sending Nanako, and there is no need for further discussion, sighed Fujino Mura, waving his hand dismissively. Mayor, perhaps you should reconsider, Miss Nanako. Chiao-san, still unwilling to relent, continued to urge. I have stated that this matter is not open for debate, Fujino Mura replied, his tone becoming colder as he clenched his jaw. Enough. Let us conclude this discussion here. Fujino Mura interjected, noticing Chiao-san's intent to continue. Although Chiao-san and the others wished to persuade further, they ultimately transformed their unspoken thoughts into a mere sigh of resignation. Now, let us turn our attention to the matter of bait. Fujino Mura hastily shifted the topic. Upon hearing this, Murazai promptly stood up. The mayor, considering the well-being of all in Fujiyama Town, had even involved his own daughter. As the captain of the Fujiyama Town trading team, he felt compelled to contribute. Allow me to handle the bait. My swift legs are best suited for stalling, Murazai declared. Seeing this coward step forward, Chiao-san would not be outdone and quickly retorted. Humph, are your legs as agile as mine? You should leave this to me. Humph, with those short legs of yours, you should reconsider. Murazai scoffed. Huh, as if your legs are any longer. If memory serves, yours are even shorter than mine. Chiao-san shot back with a sarcastic smirk. Enough. I shall make the final decision, Fujino Mura intervened, eager to restore order amidst their bickering. This mission is fraught with peril. Before proceeding, I expect you to think clearly. I do not wish for any impulsive actions. Fujino Mura's expression was grave. I have considered it thoroughly. I am ready. Murazai nodded in affirmation. I too am prepared. Chiao-san echoed defiantly. Very well, let us decide through rock, paper, scissors who shall go and who shall remain. As Fujino Murakami observed the two individuals, he took a step back, relinquishing the power of decision to them. The two, sensing the moment, wasted no time and approached to engage in a game of rock, paper, scissors. With a singular movement, they both threw their hands forward. One presented scissors while the other revealed cloth. Ultimately, it was Murakami's scissors that triumphed. It appears I have emerged victorious, Murakami exclaimed with palpable excitement as he gazed at the scissors in his hand. Have I truly lost? Jozo, however, looked down at the cloth in his grasp, questioning his very existence. After a lifetime of rivalry, he had never managed to reach a conclusive outcome with Murakami, never anticipating that today's contest would yield such a result. With the victor established, Murakami concluded the matter succinctly after a brief exchange with Nanako. The two prepared to depart. Before leaving, Jozo gazed at his sole rival, now poised to depart, and could not hold back the tears that welled in his eyes. "Take care, Murakami," Jozo choked out, suppressing his sorrow as he bid a final farewell. He understood that this parting would be everlasting. "Farewell, my friend." Murakami waved. Yet he could not bring himself to look upon Jozo's visage one last time. Chapter 47. Run. Nanako. The group set forth from the cellar, with Murakami leading the way. He cautiously lifted the wooden plank, peering through the narrow gap to survey the surroundings. On the left, a house blazed fiercely, while before him lay a desolate road devoid of life. Flanking the path were sparsely burning structures. Adjusting his position, he turned to glimpse behind him. The sight was one of unending houses engulfed in flames, billowing white smoke ascending into the heavens. The ground was strewn with lifeless bodies, blood pooling in grotesque abundance. The underlings of Tinkameru wielded bloodied long blades as they navigated through the chaos, seizing any possessions in sight and mercilessly slaying those they encountered. A wild glint of madness flickered across each of their faces. Through the crevice in the floor, Murakami observed the movements of Tinkameru's henchmen, calculating their probable paths of action. These individuals are positioned to the southeast of the wooden board. Presently, he merely needs to proceed towards the northeast, thereby drawing the attention of these nefarious characters. Conversely, Nanako must traverse westward. By crossing the mountains to the west and reaching the boundary of Kairi, she will have accomplished the bulk of this mission for assistance. At that point, Nanako need only proceed to Goten Castle to seek aid from Getsugoten. "Miss Nanako, I shall step out to attract their attention. You should then follow from behind. Avoid the main roads. Ensure that you keep close to the side of the houses, pressing your body against the wall. This way, they will not notice you," advised Mirzai as he prepared to depart. Nanako tightly clutched the peculiar coin entrusted to her by Fujino Muramasa, glancing back towards the direction behind her while nodding in a half-understanding manner. "Miss Nanako, I am off now. If you see that group of bandits chasing after me, you must set off quickly as well." Villager Zai offered a brief admonition before rising to his feet. Stealthily, he circumnavigated to the side of the burning house, surveying his surroundings to ensure no one had discovered his concealed position. Only then did he dash towards the northeast. The heavy thuds of his footsteps caught the attention of the warriors under war god Maru, their expressions shifting to one of alarm as they turned to look. Observing villagers' eyes sprinting towards the northeast, a frenzied bloodlust illuminated their faces. Armed with long knives, they advanced with the intent not to take Villager Zai's life outright, but to toy with their prey, encircling him with a predatory demeanor. Confident that Villager Zai was ensnared and could not escape, they merely wished for him to run, providing them with greater amusement. Seeing that most of the bandits had pursued Villager Zai, Nanako hastily rose and made her way westward. Standing amidst the corpses, watching Villager Zai being relentlessly pursued, Nanako's complexion turned pale and her legs felt weak beneath her. Yet, recalling her father's admonition and Villager Zai's sacrifice, she summoned her courage and sprinted westward without a moment's hesitation. Behind her, the cellar door remained ajar, and Fujino Muramasa peered through the gap, watching Nanako's retreating figure. The expression on his face mirrored his inner turmoil, an amalgamation of anxiety, distress, and concern. He secretly resolved that should anyone come close to discovering Nanako, he would step out to divert their attention. His singular thought was, Nanako must succeed. As Nanako raced westward, she did not heed Villager Zai's guidance to conceal her presence behind the towering houses, but instead, she charged along the flat road, relentlessly pursuing her escape. It was not that she wished to disregard Villager Zai's words. Rather, the sight of the lifeless bodies and the bloodthirsty bandits rendered her incapable of remaining calm. Her heart was filled with terror, and her mind was a blank slate. In her current state, she relied solely on instinct to run, unable to contemplate or dare to think of anything else. Perhaps it was due to Villager Zai's ability to attract enmity, or perhaps it was merely a stroke of good fortune for Nanako. Despite her frantic dash, she encountered not a single bandit along the way. One could say that she traversed the outskirts of Fujiyama Town with remarkable ease, reaching a junction between Fujiyama Town and Kuri, situated upon a relatively elevated mountain range. Below the mountain lay a grand bridge, beyond which lay the true entry into Kuri territory. As Nanako halted before the majestic bridge, a look of bewilderment crossed her features. She glanced back at the still-burning Fujiyama Town, and then at the imposing bridge before her, her eyes reflecting a hint of disbelief. She had not expected to truly succeed. She had indeed crossed the terrifying Fujiyama town. Grasping the gold coins in her hand and recalling her father's instructions alongside villagers' eyes sacrifice. The dazed expression on Nanako's face gradually transformed into one of determination. Rest assured, father, she vowed silently, Nanako will not disappoint you. Nanako's face exhibited unwavering determination as she made her way towards Jolie. Shortly after Nanako departed, a figure emerged upon the vast, level ground. The man before them was none other than Jean Tianwan, accompanied by several imposing figures. These robust men firmly restrained the recently escaped Murazai, awaiting Jean Tianwan's judgment. Pressed to the ground and rendered immobile, Murazai chose not to submit. Instead, he lifted his head defiantly, fiercely locking his gaze onto Jean Tianwan. If mere glances could kill, Jean Tianwan would have met his demise countless times by now. It appeared that someone had fled. Observing the direction in which Nanako had departed, Jean Tianwan revealed a knowing smile. I want to play this game with you. No matter what you inquire, I shall remain silent. Here I stand, ready for whatever fate you choose to bestow upon me, Murazai retorted with a cold snort. Rest assured, you have rendered me an immense service, and I shall not take your life. On the contrary, I intend to express my gratitude, Jean Tianwan replied, his expression a blend of amusement and mockery. Spare me your theatrics. I shall divulge nothing. You may do as you wish, Murazai shot back, his tone laced with disdain. Jean Tianwan shook his head, a smirk playing on his lips. It seems you are somewhat oblivious to the circumstances at hand. Given the significant favor you have done for me, I shall graciously offer you some hints. He crouched before Murazai, gently patting his cheek. What a charade, Murazai scoffed, unimpressed by Jean Tianwan's cryptic demeanor. Since you are so distrustful, let me share something you already know. Jean Tianwan feigned suspense, glancing at Murazai, who remained unresponsive. For instance, many among you are hiding in the cellar, Jean Tianwan said, his tone softening. Before he could finish, Murazai shot him a look of disbelief. His eyes were fixed intently on Jean Tianwan, and at that moment, a singular thought consumed his mind. How does this fellow know? Perhaps, for instance, you sought reinforcements from Jiuli Deming, summoning Kazuki Oden to confront Jean Tianwan, who seemed to exhibit a reaction, speaking once more. Upon hearing these words, Murazai could no longer contain himself. He widened his eyes, fixating intently on Jean Tianwan, his face awash with disbelief. How do you know this? Murazai stuttered, his voice trembling. It appears there was indeed a reaction. Observing Murazai's demeanor, Jean Tianwan could not help but smile slightly. Tell me, if 50 arrows, coated in deadly poison, were to be unleashed upon the unsuspecting Kazuki Oden, do you think he could evade them? Jean Tianwan teased. Upon hearing Jean Tianwan's words, Murazai's eyes narrowed in disbelief. Even in his current state of confusion, he grasped the implications of Jean Tianwan's actions. However, he had not anticipated that Jean Tianwan had orchestrated this entire series of traps, with Kazuki Oden as the ultimate target. You scoundrel! Before Murazai could finish his sentence, Jean Tianwan silenced him with a cloth. Just moments ago, Murazai had the freedom to speak. Now, he wished to express himself, but found himself unable. As your reward for aiding me, let us revel in the downfall of the son of the shogun of Wano. Jean Tianwan laughed heartily, and subsequently had Murazai hidden away. Chapter 48. Nanako arrives at Oden Castle. After a long day's journey, Nanako finally arrived at Oden Castle. Following the directions given by her father, standing outside the castle, gazing at the unmistakable Oden Castle, a flicker of excitement passed through Nanako. After a day and night of travel, covering a considerable distance, she had at last reached Oden Castle. Clutching the letter in her bosom and feeling the reassuring weight of the gold coins in her hand, Nanako, dragging her weary body, resolutely made her way toward Oden Castle. This time, she was determined to fulfill her father's entrusted task. As she proceeded along a path leading to Utian City, Nanako traversed a narrow lane where a row of houses was still under construction. Standing amidst the bustling activity, her gaze continually swept around her. She observed the industrious crowds and the towering structures emerging from the ground. A look of bewilderment adorned Nanako's face. Her father had never mentioned that Utian City was still in the midst of development. Witnessing the ongoing construction, questions began to swirl in her mind. Is this truly the city of Utian? Have I genuinely arrived at the correct destination? With these doubts in mind, Nanako decided to inquire with someone. Observing the bustling crowd of passers-by, She found herself engulfed in a state of indecision. Whom should I inquire about this matter? She pondered, scanning her surroundings in search of a suitable target. After a careful observation, Nanako's gaze finally settled upon Koizumi Kotaro, who was diligently adjusting a framework. Excuse me. Hello. Nanako greeted softly as she approached him from behind. Startled by the sound, Koizumi turned around to find a dusty-faced child gazing at him. Hello, little one. Is there something you need? He asked, curiosity evident in his voice. May I ask, is this Oda Castle? Nanako inquired with a forced smile. To reach Oda Castle, you need to head in that direction, Koizumi replied, pointing towards the west. Thank you very much, the young girl responded, her tone filled with gratitude. Koizumi intended to ask further questions, but his thoughts were interrupted by Nanako's polite bow. Recognizing the situation, he refrained from pursuing his inquiries and let out a soft sigh. Returning to his work, confident that she was headed in the right direction, Nanako continued her journey toward Oda Castle. Before long, she arrived at the entrance of the town. However, as she attempted to enter, she was met with a blockade by the guard stationed there. Hello, please present your pass, one of the guards demanded. Upon hearing this, Nanako's face fell into a state of confusion. A pass? That was something she had never encountered throughout her life. I'm sorry, I don't have a pass. Could you possibly make an exception and let me in? Nanako pleaded earnestly. I truly apologize, but without a pass, we cannot allow you entry, the guard replied, shaking his head. Under normal circumstances, they might have shown mercy to such a pitiable child, yet the current situation was dire, with refugees rampant and strict orders from above. They dared not defy protocol. I have something very important to attend to. Please, I beg of you, allow me to enter, Nanako implored, bowing once more and forcing a smile through her distress. Please, I truly must get inside. It's of utmost importance, she added, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. If it weren't for her determination, she might have succumbed to tears at that moment. Witnessing her plight, the guards exchanged conflicted glances, clearly affected by the child's sorrow. Though typically unyielding, they felt a twinge of compassion. Perhaps you should wait a moment while I consult with my superior, one guard finally suggested after a moment of deliberation, hoping for a merciful decision from their leader. Thank you. This matter is truly significant to me, Nanako replied, managing a grateful bow despite her distress. I will do my best, the guard assured her. Upon witnessing Nanako's demeanor, the guard let out a weary sigh and ambled a short distance away. Meanwhile, Nanako remained rooted in place, awaiting the guard's response. Shortly thereafter, the fifth soldier of Jingmen hurriedly arrived. Observing the young girl and the report, the fifth soldier of Jingmen could not help but furrow his brow. He scrutinized Nanako from head to toe and inquired with curiosity, is there something of great importance? Yes, indeed, a matter of utmost significance. I hope you might grant me the convenience of allowing me entry, Nanako replied with a strained smile, bowing in gratitude. What is it? The fifth soldier of Jingmen asked, his expression laced with confusion. At the sound of his words, Nanako's countenance stiffened, and she stood frozen, uncertain of how to proceed. After all, her father had never informed her whether this matter could be disclosed to anyone. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. If you have something to say, feel free to express it, the fifth soldier of Jingmen reassured her, noting her hesitation. Must I speak of it? Nanako inquired tentatively, her expression wavering. Apologies, but you have your difficulties, and we have ours. If you cannot clearly articulate your purpose for coming to Utian City, we cannot permit you entry at this time. The fifth soldier of Jingmen replied, shaking his head. Is that so? Hearing his words, Nanako's face paled. She paced back and forth, engulfed in turmoil, utterly unsure whether she should confide in the fifth soldier of Jingmen. If she disclosed the information, and they were indeed allied with war god Maru, it would betray her father's hopes placed upon her. Yet, if she refrained from speaking, she would be barred from entering Utian City, rendering any prospect of seeking assistance from Getsu Utian impossible. Both choices weighed heavily upon Nanako, rendering her unable to make a decision. I am searching for a person named Getsu Utian. I have urgent matters to discuss with him, Nanako finally articulated after much hesitation. Lord Utian? Upon hearing that Nanako was in search of Getsu Utian, the fifth soldier of Jingmen's brow furrowed further. Whatever the reason, seeking out Lord Utian was certainly no trivial matter. Do you possess anything to prove that you are indeed seeking Lord Utian? The fifth soldier of Jingmen asked with a grave expression. This is a letter entrusted to me by my father to deliver to Getsu Utian. And this is a token he mentioned, Nanako responded, producing the items entrusted to her, by Fujino Muramasa. The fifth soldier of Jingmen did not take the items but merely glanced at them. An unusual, opulent gold coin and an unopened letter lay before him. Considering these two items, the fifth soldier of Jingmen chose to place his trust in Nanako. After all, even a refugee could not easily procure a letter, let alone such an extraordinary coin. Keep your belongings safe. You may proceed, the fifth soldier of Jingmen gestured, granting her passage. Thank you, she replied gratefully. Nanako's expression brightened with joy, as she bowed in gratitude akin to a soldier. If you seek Lord Yutian, traverse through Yutian City, and you will find him in the tallest building to your left, instructed the soldier, Bingji Wujingman, pointing towards the direction of the Kuji Daimyo mansion. Thank you. I shall go. Nanako waved farewell and made her way towards the Kuji Daimyo mansion. Chapter 49. Nanako's plea at the Kuji Daimyo mansion, following Bingji Wujingman's directions. Nanako arrived swiftly. Standing at the entrance, she gazed up at the grand characters of the mansion's name, a flicker of excitement coursing across her face. After a long journey spanning a day and a night, she had finally arrived. Placing her palm against the door, she gently knocked, inquiring if anyone was inside. To her surprise, with the slightest pressure, the door swung open. Is it not closed? Nanako murmured to herself. Excuse me, is anyone there? She called as she stepped through the entrance, glancing around. Seeing no one respond, Nanako cautiously ventured further inside. Just as she took a few steps, a voice echoed from behind her. What do you need? Upon hearing a response, Nanako exhaled in relief and turned to face the source. However, the moment she turned, her previously anxious yet excited demeanor froze. Her complexion paled dramatically as she instinctively recoiled, stumbling back and falling to the ground, exclaiming, "A monster! A monster!" Before her stood a creature, roughly her size, sporting rabbit ears and resembling a humanoid rabbit. Hey, who's the monster here? Look closely. I am a member of the fur tribe. Gabriel, the creature, replied with an expression of dissatisfaction. A monster? Did that monster just speak? Nanako's face was etched with fear as she responded. Gabriel's expression darkened upon witnessing Nanako's reaction. Let me clarify once more. I am not a monster. I am of the fur tribe, he explained, clearly displeased. The fur tribe? Nanako's expression shifted to one of confusion. The term seemed vaguely familiar to her. Yet upon closer reflection, she found it utterly alien. Now you understand, don't you? Noticing Nanako's reaction, Gabriel couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. No, I have not heard of it, Nanako replied, shaking her head, her expression tense. Listening to her words, Gabriel's countenance faltered. How could he possibly articulate that? Such a notion is unfamiliar to me, indeed. Did that fellow, the cat viper, not assert that the fur tribe and Wano country are bound by brotherhood? At this moment, Gabriel harbored grave doubts regarding the veracity of the cat viper's claims. I am a retainer of the esteemed Lord Kazuki Oden from the Nine Ranges. Do you grasp my significance now? After a moment of contemplation, Gabriel ultimately settled upon an identity that would be readily accepted by others. Upon hearing that Gabriel was a retainer of the Lord, Nanako's previously fearful expression relaxed visibly. She let out a long sigh, chiding herself for her unfounded anxieties. I apologize for misunderstanding you earlier, Nanako said as she rose and bowed to Gabriel in contrition. It is of no consequence. Gabriel waved his hand dismissively, accustomed as he was to such matters. Pray tell, what brings you here? Once composed, Gabriel inquired. Well, I seek an individual by the name of Kazuki Oden. Might he be present here? Nanako asked anxiously. What business do you have with him? Gabriel inquired, puzzled. My father entrusted me with this letter and token to deliver to Kazuki Oden, Nanako revealed, producing the correspondence and emblem from her bosom. I regret to inform you, but Lord Oden is currently absent, Gabriel stated with a resigned shrug. Could you assist me in locating him? It is of utmost importance that I speak with him. Upon hearing that Kazuki Oden was away, Nanako's complexion faltered, urgency creeping into her voice. I am afraid I am unable to assist. I do not know where he has gone. Gabriel shook his head helplessly. Is that so? Hearing this response, Nanako's expression fell, her previously determined gaze now clouded by tears. After striving so long, she had not anticipated this outcome. If you don't mind, would you be willing to take a look at the letter? If you encounter any trouble, I could discuss it with them and see if I can be of assistance, Gabriel suggested, observing Nanako's distress. Hesitating at Gabriel's offer, Nanako pondered briefly before finally deciding to hand the letter to him. Gabriel accepted the letter and opened it. As he perused the contents, his brow furrowed in concern. Though he did not entirely comprehend the letter, he grasped the general message within. This is a letter from a man named Fujino Muramasa in Fujiyama Town, seeking assistance from Kazuki Oden. The letter states that Fujiyama Town has been occupied by the formidable Zanamaru. Upon reading this name, Gabriel couldn't help but furrow his brow. It seemed familiar, yet he couldn't quite recall where he had heard it before. Come with me, he urged. Having comprehended the urgency of the situation after perusing the letter, Gabriel wasted no time and hurriedly led Ninako into the Lord's mansion. Inside, they searched for the shadows of Ashura, Kinemon, and Aizu, only to discover that none were present. After a fruitless search, Gabriel decided to ascend to the second floor in hopes of finding the others. As he climbed the stairs, he encountered Kikunajo, who was emerging alone. Gabriel's face lit up with joy upon seeing him. Kiku, have you seen your brother? He inquired. He's up there giving a lesson. Kikunajo pointed towards the second floor hall. Thank you, Gabriel replied hurriedly as he rushed upstairs. Ninako, unsure of Gabriel's intentions, followed closely behind him onto the loft. Upon reaching the second floor hall, they found Aizu, Nico Mamushi, Inuarashi, Ashura, Kinemon, and others gathered there. Aizu was animatedly lecturing, while the others, including Nico Mamushi and Inuarashi, appeared visibly bored. Let us pause the lesson. Something significant has occurred, Gabriel announced as he entered, prompting curious glances from the group. What is it? Ashura's face brightened at the prospect of news, and he quickly rose, eager to rush out. It's not that urgent. There's no need to be so excited. Gabriel hastily waved his hand. Please, share what is going on. Aizu, displeased, set aside the book he had been holding. Are you familiar with Zanamaru? I feel as though I've heard this name before, Gabriel stated as he settled onto the floor. Why do you ask? Ashura queried, puzzled. Take a look at this, and you'll understand, Gabriel replied, handing the letter he had just read to Ashura. Reluctantly, Ashura accepted the letter, glancing at it with disinterest. As expected, he was unable to decipher the text, and with a look of disdain, he tossed the letter to Aizu. Here, Aizu, you take a look, he said. Aizu glanced at Ashura before taking the letter from his hand. Upon opening it and reading the contents, the casual expression on Aizu's face abruptly stiffened. Zanamaru. To Asant's astonishment, a name so familiar, one he thought he would never see again, has unexpectedly resurfaced before him. Chapter 50. The Resurrected Jantianwan. As he perused the contents of the letter, a grave expression enveloped his countenance. His eyes shimmered with disbelief. Jantianwan, a vanquished foe who had perished at the hands of Kazuki Oden, now reappears in Fujiyama Town, committing acts of arson and plunder. Such peculiar news is utterly beyond Asant's comprehension. How could a man, whose head was severed, possibly return to life? Contemplating this, Asant's gaze shifted towards Gabriel. Could this little rascal have fabricated this tale to mock them? Yet, upon further reflection, he found that notion amiss. The letter's formal structure, handwriting, and tone suggested otherwise. This hardly seems like something a mere imp like Gabriel could have composed. After pondering without success, Izukawa ultimately decided to inquire with Gabriel. Gabriel, where did you acquire this letter? Izukawa asked, his expression grave as he regarded Gabriel. You might want to direct that question to her. She brought it, Gabriel replied, gesturing towards Nanako, who stood behind him. Following the direction of Gabriel's finger, Izukawa beheld a girl of similar age to Gabriel. The moment he laid eyes on Nanako, a flicker of hesitation crossed Izukawa's countenance. The distance between Toyama Town and Kurokiri Yoden Castle is no less than several dozen miles, even for an adult. Reaching this place alone would not be an easy feat. This little creature traverses here alone, having journeyed from Tingshan Town. This deepened the confusion within his heart. His gaze swept over Nanako, observing her delicate fingers, the fair skin of her palms, and the almost translucent softness of her arms. This is clearly a child who has never undergone any training. A child who has not practiced, traversing a distance of several dozen miles, has yet to lose their way. They have accurately delivered the letter. This has only deepened Izumi's skepticism towards the letter. Did you personally deliver this letter from Tizon Town? Izumi inquired, his expression filled with confusion. Yes, Nanako nodded. May I ask who authored this letter? Izumi fixed his gaze intently upon Nanako, eager to observe her reaction. This letter was penned by my father. When was it written? Yesterday morning. And where is your father? My father could not come to Tizon Town. How did you arrive here? I walked. Why were you chosen to deliver it? Izumi continued to scrutinize Nanako with relentless questions. Initially, Nanako managed to respond calmly. But as Izumi's inquiries grew increasingly intricate and his tone more severe, She began to falter, tears welling in her eyes as if she might weep at any moment. Gabriel, witnessing Izumi's excessive behavior, shook his head disapprovingly. Izumi, enough. Regardless of the questions, you should ask them properly. There is no need to be so harsh with a little girl. Gabriel sighed as he lay down before Nanako. Step aside. This does not concern you, Izumi retorted, maintaining his unwavering focus on Nanako. Izumi, I believe you are crossing a line. What has caused you to raise your voice so? Jinwaiman expressed his discontent at Izumi's approach. What exactly does the letter state? Only Ashura, with a slightly clearer head, sensed the gravity of the situation and urgently inquired about what had transpired. It states that Zenshi has led his subordinates to seize this.One town, and the date inscribed beneath this letter is yesterday, Izumi declared solemnly. What? How can that be possible? The expressions of Ashura, Jinwaiman, and others acquainted with the situation were filled with disbelief. Just days prior, they had witnessed Lord Mitaka severing Zenshi head. How could Zenshi possibly appear in this.One town yesterday? Izumi, could you have misread it? How could it be Zenshi? Ashura exclaimed incredulously. No, it clearly states Zenshi. Izumi replied, shaking his head. Let me see. Jinwaiman, skeptical, took the letter from Izumi's hands. Upon seeing the unmistakable name Zenshi and the date from yesterday, his face reflected utter astonishment. It truly is. But how can this be? That is why I intend to clarify this matter. Izumi sighed, shaking his head. So, little girl, aside from delivering this letter to Lord Mitaka, did your father give you anything else? Ashura turned to the young girl, inquiring. Why yes, there is this. Nanako handed over the oddly shaped coin, saying, This father told me that the letter contains the message, while the coin serves as a token. Is that so? Izumi replied, taking the coin and examining the so-called token. The material of the coin appeared to be satisfactory, presumably crafted from gold. However, the design and inscriptions on the coin were rather peculiar. Despite having studied numerous characters from Wano Kuni, he had never encountered anything quite like this. An odd-looking coin inscribed with unique characters representing a token. Alongside a letter detailing a plea for assistance, could the contents of this letter be genuine? If so, what then of the enigmatic Zanti-Amaru? Was it a matter of Zanti-Amaru returning from the dead? Or perhaps a band of thieves masquerading under Zanti-Amaru's name? Suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated Izumi's mind. Just moments ago, he seemed to have grasped the answer. A band of thieves exploiting Zanti-Amaru's reputation. Not everyone had seen Zanti-Amaru in person. Thus, one merely needed to raise Zanti-Amaru's flag for others to assume the individual was indeed Zanti-Amaru. This, in turn, could elucidate why Zanti-Amaru had perished at Lord Oden's hands, only to reappear elsewhere. Izumi shared his thoughts with the group, who responded with expressions of dawning realization. Indeed, the Zanti-Amaru mentioned in the letter may not be the genuine article, and Oden's act of killing may not have been false either. Ultimately, Zanti-Amaru was merely a name. With this understanding, the group began deliberating on their journey to Fujiyama town. Although Lord Oden was not present at the daimyo's residence, they could not simply disregard those who had come seeking help. Ashura, take Kinemon, Reizu, and Kanjuro with you. I shall remain here to look after these youngsters. Understood. We shall proceed ahead, Ashura agreed, as he and Izumi conferred about their expedition. Ultimately, Izumi stayed behind while Ashura, Reizu, Kanjuro, and Kinemon set forth. Can I come along? Gabriel raised his hand. This is not a game. You should stay home and continue your studies, came the response. Isaac directly vetoed Gabriel's proposal. Chapter 51, Journey to Fushinyama Town, outside the daimyo's residence. The rescue team for Fushinyama Town was gearing up for departure. Ashura Boy took on the role of captain, with members Reizo, Kinemon, and Kanjiro ultimately joined by Gabriel. Despite Isaac's fervent persuasion, Gabriel's insistence prevailed, and with Ashura Boy's nod of approval, Isaac was unable to oppose the two and ultimately consented to Gabriel's inclusion. The group organized their gear, readying themselves for the expedition. Swords were sheathed at their waists, and provisions were stowed in backpacks. After thorough checks, they prepared to set forth. However, Nanako appeared visibly anxious, her worried gaze betraying her inner turmoil. Is it really all right for only 4 of you to go? Fear not. We are quite formidable, Ashura Boy reassured her. But, Zenshinmar and his men number nearly 100. I'm still uneasy, Nanako continued, her concern palpable. Rest assured, they are but a ragtag bunch. We can handle them. Ashura Boy responded, a flicker of confidence crossing his face. If Zenshinmar were alive, he might pose a challenge, but with his demise, even 100 of his lackeys would be no match. even if their numbers were to swell tenfold. Very well, Nanako acquiesced. Unable to voice further objections, she fell silent, standing aside in quiet prayer. In stark contrast to Nanako's trepidation, Gabriel was brimming with excitement, clutching the newly bestowed sword, reveling in the exhilarating sharpness of the blade. His previously composed demeanor now pulsed with anticipation, perhaps a reflection of the innate yearning for battle that resides within men. All right, everyone, let us inspect our gear. If all is in order, we shall depart, Ashura Boy instructed, prompting a meticulous check of their equipment before setting off. As they prepared to leave, Ashura Boy could not suppress his underlying concern and approached Gabriel. Once we arrive at Fushinyama, do not act alone. If you encounter danger beyond your capacity to handle, cry for help, and I shall come to your aid without delay, he cautioned. Understood, Gabriel nodded in acknowledgement. Good, since everything is in order, let us embark. With Ashura Boy leading, the group set forth with great determination towards Fushinyama town. In the depths of Fushinyama town, within a cellar, Fujinoya leaned weakly against the wall, his complexion pale and filled with worry. A day had passed since yesterday, and still, there had been no sign of any response. His concern for Nanako's safety weighed heavily on him. What if Nanako has encountered peril along the way? Coughing violently, he felt a surge of agitation. Mayor, are you all right? The mayor coughed violently, prompting the townsfolk to approach him with concern. No, I am fine, he reassured them with a wave of his hand. Mayor, I have a bit of water here. Why not take a sip to soothe your throat? One offered. It's nothing serious for me. You should keep that water for yourselves, the mayor replied, forcing a faint smile onto his pallid face to comfort the crowd. I'm all right now, he insisted, trying to appear composed. Seeing that the mayor was seemingly unharmed, the townspeople collectively exhaled in relief. Given the dire circumstances, if their pillar of strength, the mayor, were to falter, they would truly find themselves at a loss. Mayor, staying here indefinitely is not a viable option. How about Qianxi and I venture out for a bit of luck? Suggested Lu Heshi, who had been restless while seated on the ground. No need for that. If it were meant to succeed, it would have done so already. Going out now would only be courting death. Fujino shook his head in rejection. If numbers were sufficient, he would have acted long ago. It is worth noting that aside from Nanako, he had dispatched 3 additional squads of 6 individuals. 4 squads in total, comprising 8 people, alongside 4 messengers seeking assistance. If they had all failed, what use would there be in sending more? Even the unprepared subordinates of Jean Tianmar could not breach their defenses. Now, facing the already wary Jean Tianmar, how could they hope to succeed? Dispatching more individuals would ultimately lead only to further loss of life. At present, all they could do was wait and pray for the successful return of those sent on the rescue mission to save people from Jiuli. Beyond that, there was little else they could do. Fujiyama Town, Fujiyama Mountain Range. This is the intersection between Tangshan Town and Tangshan. This is the indispensable passage from Jiuli to Tangshan. This is indeed the most ideal location for the ambush set by Jean Tianwan. From a high vantage point, one can survey the entirety of the scene beneath the bridge. However, from below, apart from the mountains, all that is visible is the expansive Fujiyama town. The archers concealed atop Fujiyama remain utterly invisible. Boss, the 50 archers are ready. Should Kazuki Oden dare to approach, we shall ensure he has no chance of return. Excellent. Wait for my command. At my signal, unleash all 50 archers, Jean Tianwan remarked, nodding in satisfaction at the ambush location. He was confident that, shooting from such an elevation, even if Kazuki Oden possessed exceptional martial prowess, he could not evade this assassination attempt. Should even a single arrow find its mark, the toxin would infiltrate his body through the arrowhead. No matter how strong or resilient Kazuki Oden may be, he would surely succumb. Kazuki Oden, await your fate. Next year on this very day shall be your day of reckoning. Prepare to return all that you have taken from us. Wano country ultimately belongs to us, the Kurizumi. Chapter 52. To kill or not to kill after a day of vigilance. Jean Tianwan's ambush team finally spotted the arrival of the Kurizumi. Jean Tianwan's subordinates, their expressions ablaze with excitement, readied their bows and crossbows. Boss, shall we strike? One inquired urgently as they observed Ashura Doji nearing the Great Bridge. Hold on a moment, Jean Tianwan replied, his brow furrowed as he surveyed the crowd below. He had been anticipating Kazuki Oden's arrival, yet he remained conspicuously absent. This inexplicably rendered Zantianmaru somewhat irritable. If Kazuki Oden were not to arrive, what significance would this ambush hold? As Ashura Doji and his companions reached the opposite bank of the Great Bridge, They did not immediately cross, but instead cautiously surveyed the terrain of Fujiyama town. Although Zanti-Amaru was no longer present, his subordinates continued to wreak havoc. Nonetheless, given the reputation of Zanti-Amaru's followers, Ashura Doji felt compelled to proceed with utmost caution. His gaze swept across the perimeter of Fujiyama town. The high peaks of the mountains across the way presented the most advantageous position for an ambush. The mountains stood elevated while the bridge lay lower, granting a distinct advantage in both vision and combat prowess to those stationed above. Reflecting on Zanti-Amaru's character, Ashura Doji's expression tightened. It was entirely plausible that Zanti-Amaru's subordinates had inherited his cunning and treachery. Jin Wyman, we shall advance in a square formation, with Gabriel and the girl following closely behind you. Ashura Doji instructed. Understood. Having confirmed their strategy, Ashura Doji unsheathed his blade, his gaze fixed intently on the direction of the mountains as he cautiously stepped onto the bridge. Jin Wyman and the others remained silent, each drawing their swords and positioning themselves back-to-back in the 4 cardinal directions. They proceeded with caution onto the bridge, Ashura Doji's vigilant eyes scanning the mountainous direction. Along their path, they encountered no sign of ambush, and soon they arrived at the bridge's terminus. Here, a collective sigh of relief escaped them. It was evident that no ambush awaited them at this juncture. If there had been a trap, it would have manifested at the bridge's center, the most difficult position to defend, a place from which retreat was impossible. The boss is drawing nearer. If we do not act soon, we shall lose our opportunity. With Ashura Doji's party on the verge of crossing into the mountains, Zanti-Amaru's subordinates grew increasingly anxious, unable to remain still. Should they delay their attack any longer, they would indeed miss their chance once Ashura Doji entered Fujiyama town. Zanti-Amaru observed the advancing Ashura Doji in silence, his gaze unwavering. Deep down, he yearned to strike, yet strategically, he knew he could not. His true target was Kazuki Oden. Should Oden's retainers perish here, it would alert him, complicating matters significantly. Retainers could be summoned in multitudes, but there was only one Kazuki Oden. Let them pass. Zanti-Amaru declared coldly after a moment of contemplation. Boss, we have been lying in wait for so long. Can't you understand what I'm saying? Let them pass. Yes. Yes. Though the subordinates of Zanti-Amaru yearned for an opportunity to voice their thoughts, the formidable presence of their leader rendered their words unspoken. They understood that any further dispute would likely lead to their demise, irrespective of the fate of those from Jiuli. Regrettably, the Lord of Jiuli did not grace them with his presence today, depriving them of the chance to behold such splendor. With a swift motion, Zanti-Amaru drove his long blade into the body of Murazai. A surge of agony coursed through Murazai. His pupils constricted as his consciousness faded, and he collapsed onto the ground. Cast him into the sea, Zanti-Amaru commanded, retracting his blade and nudging the lifeless Murazai with a furrowed brow. Meanwhile, Ashura and his companions traversed the mountains and arrived at the entrance of Fujiyama town. Upon reaching this threshold, the earlier sense of relaxation among the group gave way to a taut vigilance, for they had now entered the domain governed by Zanti-Amaru. Here, a formidable number of adversaries is undoubtedly present. Ashura, gripping his dagger tightly, surveyed the town of Tingshan with a grave expression. Although the enemies remained oblivious to their presence, the harrowing scenes of devastation within Tingshan left them momentarily stunned. The ground was littered with the remnants of corpses, blood pooled abundantly, and even now, the air was thick with a lingering, putrid stench. This is not the most shocking sight. The most striking aspect is the desolate town of Tengu Mountain, which appears as if it has been reduced to a charred wasteland. Lifeless and silent, the town that once prided itself as the second flower capital has now transformed into a smoldering ruin. The Azura boy and his companions, armed with long swords, cautiously ventured into Tengu Mountain, initially anticipating numerous obstacles. To their astonishment, they found the path entirely clear. The entire town seemed devoid of any presence of Zanti-Amaru's subordinates, giving the impression of a ghost town. As they surveyed the emptiness, the Azura boy furrowed his brow in concern. Encountering Zanti-Amaru's men would have provided a semblance of reassurance. However, the absence of any souls led him to ponder anxiously. Were they lying in wait, ready to ambush when the group least expected it? Or had they stripped the town of its valuables and departed, deeming it no longer significant? Regardless of the reason, uncertainty kept the Azura boy on high alert. After an extended period of fruitless observation, the lack of any signs of life began to gnaw at their patience. It was implausible that they could remain vigilant without encountering anyone for an entire day. Ultimately, the Azura boy decided to investigate the refugees in Tengu Mountain. "Where is your father?" he inquired with a sigh. "Over there," Naoko pointed towards a nearby cellar. "Let me there," the Azura boy requested. Following his directive, Naoko guided them to the cellar where Fujino village's survivors were hiding. The wooden door creaked open, and one by one, they entered the cellar. Inside, Fujino village's residents lay motionless on the ground, their lips parched and faces pale, resembling lifeless bodies. "Father! Father!" Naoko exclaimed, rushing towards the prone figure of Fujino Munamasa. She shook him vigorously, desperately attempting to rouse him, but her efforts were in vain. Fujino Munamasa showed no sign of response. "Allow me to take a look," the Azura boy said as he approached. Naoko, wiping her tears, stepped aside to grant him access. The Azura boy knelt beside Fujino Munamasa, examining his condition. His eyes were glazed, pupils unresponsive. His lips were pallid, and the skin exhibited a cracked, frostbitten appearance. Checking for a pulse at his neck, he detected a faint heartbeat. Was it dehydration that had caused him to lose consciousness? The Azura boy retrieved a water flask from his bundle and gently poured a trickle of water into Fujino Muramasa's mouth. With each drop, Fujino slowly regained consciousness. "Thank you," he murmured, opening his eyes to behold the unfamiliar figure before him, a smile breaking through his pallid visage. The presence of someone to rescue him indicated that reinforcements from Kiri had arrived. "Your body remains quite frail. It is best that you do not move recklessly," the Azura boy cautioned, supporting Fujino as he leaned against the wall, his expression grave. You come from Otada Castle, do you not?" Fujino, propped against the wall, allowed a flicker of joy to illuminate his wan countenance. Indeed, the Azura boy nodded affirmatively. "Where is Lord Otada? I wish to see him." "Lord Otada did not come. I was sent in his stead." "Not come?" Fujino's expression faltered, his gaze shifting to the Azura boy. A momentary flicker of uncertainty crossing his features. He then surveyed the Azura boy closely, hesitatingly inquiring, "May I ask your name?" "Azura boy." At the introduction, astonishment briefly crossed Fujino's pale face. Azura boy, the notorious Jitenmaru, once the tyrant of Kiri, such a formidable figure was indeed a name he recognized. He had not anticipated such a personage would arrive in Fujiyama town. The prospect of this individual confronting Jitenmaru ignited a spark of hope within Fujino's heart. Chapter 53. A Plan? A Death Wish? Fujiyama Mountains. Jitenmaru stood at the peak, a long sword sheathed at his waist, his dark hair cascading over his brow. His gaze remained fixed upon the desolate ruins of Fujiyama town. His eyes roved restlessly, his expression shifting constantly. If the name Jitenmaru instilled fear within them, then it was time for that name to vanish. Gazing upon the long devastated town, Jitenmaru seemed to resolve himself. His previously indecisive demeanor transformed into one of unwavering determination. "Rokuhira Masako, at your service," came the reply from a robust man with a pronounced scar from his cheek to his mouth, stepping forth with an eager expression. The man looked at Jitenmaru with excitement. It appeared that another blood-soaked battle was imminent. "Select 50 of your most trusted subordinates, and take 20 chests of treasure to retreat via the route of the White Dance Bridge." Rokuhira Masako's eyes widened in disbelief as he processed Jitenmaru's command, utterly perplexed by the reasoning behind such an order. "Boss, are we truly abandoning such a splendid opportunity? If we were to strike directly, we could utterly decimate Fujiyama town." Rokuhira protested indignantly. "Are you questioning my orders?" Zhang Tianwan's gaze was icy as it fixated on Lu Pingzhenzi. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Lu Pingzhenzi felt a chilling wave surge from his feet to the crown of his head, rendering him motionless. I dare not," he stammered, hastily dropping to his knees in supplication. "If you dare not, then depart and fulfill my command," Zhang Tianwan replied. Lu Pingzhenzi, relieved by this response, quickly accepted his orders and made to leave. As he descended, he realized that he was already drenched in sweat. "My superior is indeed terrifying," he mused, feeling fortunate to have escaped unscathed. Once Lu Pingzhenzi had departed, Zhang Tianwan cast a cursory glance at the assembly before issuing his directives. "You shall remain here on standby. Do not wander. Should anyone be found straying, they shall be executed." With a cold snort, Zhang Tianwan sent shivers down the spines of the crowd. They instinctively aligned themselves, acutely aware that a single misstep could cost them their lives. "Something is amiss. Zhang Tianwan has returned." A piercing scream shattered the brief tranquility of Fujiyama town. An unsightly, diminutive man, who appeared as though he could be toppled with a mere punch, trembled as he entered the cellar. As he shouted, The Azure youth and his companions exchanged solemn glances. What did you say? The Azure youth inquired urgently, rising to his feet. Jean Tianwan has returned. He is approaching from the direction of Baiwu Bridge, and I saw a throng of people rushing towards us. The ugly man exclaimed, his face etched with terror. Is that so? The Azure youth's expression hardened as he hastily stood. Gabriel, stay here. Jin Weimin, Lei Zong, and Kan Lang, accompany me. Without hesitation, he strode towards the exit of the cellar. Take me with you. I have just learned a new technique. It would be a good opportunity for practice, Gabriel implored. Racing after him. No, it is too perilous. The Azure youth firmly shook his head, rejecting Gabriel's request. Did I not come here specifically to hunt down bandits? If I remain cooped up in this cellar, what difference is there from my stay in Julie? Very well, but be cautious. If anything seems amiss, call for help, and I will rush to your aid, the Azure youth replied, surveying Gabriel for a moment before nodding in agreement. After much insistence from Gabriel, he ultimately joined the Azure youth in heading towards the battlefield. As the silhouettes of the Azure youth and his companions receded into the distance, the ugly man emerged from the entrance of the cellar. He watched their departing figures, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Ha ha ha, let the slaughter commence. The grotesque man let out a maniacal laugh, and seeing that matters were settled, he limped away toward the mountains of Tianshan town, gradually vanishing from its borders. Under the command of Jinzi Luping, he arrived at the junction between Baiwu and Tianshan town. Just as he was about to step across into Baiwu, Jinzi found himself in a state of shock. For reasons unknown, the bridge connecting Tianshan town and Baiwu had collapsed, with nearly 10 meters of it swept away by the raging river. Given such a distance, not only could their party not cross, but even the exceptionally skilled Jinzi would likely be unable to leap across. Brother Jinzi, no need to say anything. I see it. What should we do? If we delay Boss Zhantian's time, we will surely be killed. Be quiet. I see it, Jinzi replied coldly, his voice rising in anger. Apologies, my lord. One of his subordinates quickly interjected, his complexion paling. As silence fell over the group, Jinzi gazed at the broken bridge, lost in contemplation. The gap in the bridge was far too great to cross. If crossing was not an option, then they were left with but one course of action, to circumvent the obstacle. But where exactly was the nearest point to Baiwu? Jinzi found himself momentarily at a loss. Bring me the map, he commanded, and upon receiving it, he began to search for the closest point to Baiwu from Tianshan town. The map was straightforward, and it didn't take long for Jinzi to identify the quickest route to Baiwu, excluding the collapsed bridge. The junction at Juli was the answer. They could take the bridge from Juli heading east, and within an hour, they would reach Baiwu. Although this route was slightly slower than a direct path, it was currently the fastest option available. Everyone, follow my orders. Return to the bridge's location, Jinzi declared, rolling up the map and issuing commands. Boss, you can't be serious. We're heading back? The group gasped, their faces paling in shock. Simply follow my commands, Jinzi asserted. Yes, understood. Luping Jinzi's expression was resolute, leaving the others with no choice but to follow him reluctantly. In their hearts, they could only pray not to encounter the formidable Jean Tianwan. Should Jean Tianwan discover their disobedience and their decision to venture in the opposite direction, they would surely meet a dreadful fate. Following Luping Jinzi's lead, they embarked on their journey towards Jiuli Bridge. Meanwhile, under the report of the grotesque man, Azure Tungzi and his companions set forth in the direction of Baiwu Bridge. Just as both groups advanced towards their respective missions, Jean Tianwan, perched atop the endless peaks of Tianshan town, coldly observed the unfolding events. Let them fight, let them clash. May it end in a struggle to the death. Chapter 54. The complete encirclement of Jean Tianwan's subordinates at the border of Tianshan town and Baiwu. Under Jean Tianwan's deliberate orchestration, Azure Tungzi and Luping Jinzi's parties inevitably converged. In that moment of impending collision, Azure Tungzi swiftly unsheathed his long knife, entering a state of combat, while Luping Jinzi's group regarded him with disdain. There were merely 4 individuals along with a child, and in their eyes, the battle was but a fleeting moment. Had they known that, in terms of numbers, they were outmatched by a staggering tenfold, with a full 50 opponents, their resolve might have faltered. Are you the subordinates of War God Maru? Azura, the young warrior, bellowed, wielding his blade. To come forth knowing our leader's banner. I must commend your audacity, sneered Rokura Masako with a cold smirk. Humph, I have been waiting for you. Azura chuckled disdainfully, brandishing his sword as he advanced. Charge. Everyone. Be cautious. Understood. With Azura's command, Jin Wyman and his companions, resolute and armed with their blades, surged into the throng. This time, they must thoroughly eliminate the subordinates of the war god Maru, ensuring they can no longer commit any nefarious acts in the land of harmony. As the Azura boy charged forward, Masako Rokuhara did not hesitate to dispatch a squad to confront him. 10 warriors, wielding their blades, leaped into action. Their faces filled with fervor as they shouted in unison, their gaze fixed resolutely on the Azura boy. They aimed to conclude this battle in an instant. With a soft thud, the 10 swords struck simultaneously at the Azura boy. If all went as anticipated, their coordinated assault would be sufficient to slay him in the blink of an eye. A flash of blades illuminated the scene as the 10 warriors faced the Azura boy. To their astonishment, he did not succumb as expected. Instead, a shocking sound of swords shattering echoed through the air. Upon closer inspection, they realized that the 10 blades had snapped into 2 pieces. Moreover, the warriors, overwhelmed by the Azura boy's terrifying counterattack, collapsed to the ground, blood gushing forth. How? How could this be possible? Masako Rokuhara's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. It must be noted that even if his subordinates were weak, they had engaged in numerous battles and had slain many foes. Yet, these 10 formidable bandits had been annihilated in an instant by the seemingly portly figure before him. Such skill would surely render even the most seasoned war god Maru cautious. Who is this individual? Who are you? Lu Pingzhenzi inquired with a grave expression. Assure a child. Jiu Tianwan. Lu Pingzhenzi's countenance involuntarily paled, his pupils constricting, and he stumbled back a couple of steps. It was not out of cowardice. Rather, the notorious reputation of Jiu Tianwan was overwhelmingly fearsome. Once the formidable demon of the Nine Li, he was a monstrous adversary who had once contended fiercely against their ancestors. Such a formidable presence, he understood, was beyond his capacity to confront. Yet, in a fleeting moment of dread, Rokuhara Masako managed to stabilize his emotions. He composed himself, a serious expression gracing his features as he turned his gaze towards the Azura boy. Although he yearned to flee, he recognized that escape was no longer an option. If he lingered too long, even if he managed to return, Tankamaru would not let him off the hook. Now, he could only hope that Jitenmaru, despite his fearsome reputation, could carve a path for him through the onslaught. Everyone must not underestimate the situation. They must engage with their full might. All together now, Rokuhara Masako bellowed, directing his subordinates to launch an assault on the Azura boy. He too did not shy away, brandishing his long blade as he struck towards the Azura boy. Bang! The clash of their swords resonated, and Rokuhara Masako felt a heavy weight in his hand. The immense force from the Azura boy pressed down upon him like a crushing tide. Jitenmaru, the monstrous entity from Kai-Ri, was indeed as formidable as his reputation suggested. Bang! 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 In a brief flurry, the Azura boy and Rokuhara Masako found themselves entwined in combat. At this juncture, Jin Wyman and his companions were far from at ease. Although a portion of Rokuhara Masako's men had been dispatched to assist him, leaving only 30 to contend with, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon them. Such a number of individuals is certainly sufficient for them to partake in a pot. It is indeed quite troublesome. Gabriel, pale as a ghost, brandished the dagger in his hand. His complexion was far from as favorable as that of Jin Wei-min and the others. This marked his inaugural foray into actual combat. Although the constitution of the fur tribe inherently surpassed that of ordinary humans, he found himself in a precarious situation against multiple adversaries. Blades assailed him from various directions. Despite his preparedness for battle, he struggled to devise any effective countermeasures. Faced with such relentless assaults, all he could do was awkwardly roll and evade. Gabriel, are you all right? Jin Wei-min, witnessing Gabriel's increasing distress, rushed over, brandishing his long sword. I'm fine, I can still manage. With Jin Wei-min's intervention, Gabriel felt a considerable alleviation of his burdens. He hastily regained his footing, recalibrated his battle stance, and re-entered the fray. With Jin Wei-min's presence, the majority of the bandits' attention was diverted, leaving only one before Gabriel. This particular brigand wore a smug expression, his blade glinting ominously. To him, Gabriel appeared to be at the end of his tether. With one final effort, he believed he could slay this youngling. Can you still stand? Not bad for a little brat, but can you withstand this move? The brigand sneered, raising his sword. With a flurry of swift, downward strikes akin to a torrential downpour, Gabriel found his arm numbed, retreating step by step. Despite his advantage as a member of the fur tribe, the disparity in their ages rendered the encounter excruciatingly difficult for the 8-year-old boy. At this moment, not only was counterattacking a daunting task, but even merely enduring the brigand's frenzied onslaught was a challenge. How about this? Can you still withstand it? Seeing Gabriel endure the assault, the brigand's expression hardened, and he increased the ferocity of his strikes. Each powerful blow resonated through Gabriel's sword, transmitting a heavy sensation into his hand. Gabriel realized he could no longer afford to hesitate. Prolonging this struggle would inevitably lead to his defeat. Unsure of whether his technique would succeed, he resolved to attempt it. With a determined countenance, he decided to employ the technique he had painstakingly studied, the electric strike. If he could transmit the electric charge through the blade and into the brigand's hand, even a fleeting moment would secure his victory. Gabriel retreated several steps, buying time for his static assault. The brigand, recognizing the opportunity, advanced swiftly, unwilling to grant Gabriel a moment's respite. Just as the brigand's blade descended, Gabriel's electric strike finally activated. A blue-white current enveloped the entirety of the sword. At the instant the brigand swung his final blow, he was ensnared by the powerful electric surge. Rendered immobile, he felt as though hundreds of needles were piercing his body. Any movement would result in excruciating pain. What is this? Now's the time. The bandit was momentarily paralyzed by the electric current, revealing a fleeting vulnerability. Seizing the opportunity, Gabriel did not hesitate and thrust his long sword directly into the foe. With a sickening sound, the blade pierced flesh, and a spray of blood splattered across Gabriel's face. In that instant, the battle that belonged to Gabriel came to an end. The bandit gradually succumbed to death beneath the blade. Observing the lifeless body of the bandit he had slain, Gabriel's hands trembled involuntarily. Despite having prepared himself beforehand, the act of taking a life instilled a primal shiver within him. Is he truly dead? As he gazed at the bandit, who now lay breathless, Gabriel numbly withdrew his longsword. As the blade was pulled free, the bandit crumpled to the ground. Nearby, another bandit, engaged in combat with Jin Weimin, witnessed the demise of his comrade at Gabriel's hands and was immediately paralyzed with shock. He broke away from his confrontation with Jin Weimin, redirecting his attack towards Gabriel. Though Jin Weimin wished to intervene, he was preoccupied by the several bandits who continued to press him. He could only shout a warning to Gabriel. Gabriel, a bandit is coming. Be careful. Upon hearing Jin Weimin's urgent call, Gabriel's expression shifted dramatically. He quickly turned to assess the situation. The bandit, wielding a long sword, had already appeared before him. Gabriel attempted to raise his sword in defense, but it was too late. In the very moment, he swung his blade. The bandit's strike was upon him. Gabriel leaned away, feeling a sharp pain as blood gushed forth from his wound. Had he managed to evade the fatal blow? The bandit, sensing the lightness of his strike, furrowed his brow. Truly, this boy possessed remarkable luck. Gabriel had narrowly escaped a lethal hit, yet a stark scar remained on his body. Before he could fully react, the bandit swung his longsword once more, aiming for Gabriel's head. This time, can you dodge? The attack was imminent, and Gabriel sought to evade. But the excruciating pain coursing through his body left him momentarily incapacitated. He could only watch helplessly as the long sword bore down upon him. Am I to perish? Chapter 55, Clearing the Battlefield. The longsword approached. Gabriel fixed his gaze upon it, initially believing his death was inevitable. Yet, in this moment of impending doom, the bandit suddenly froze. Crouched before Gabriel, the bandit, sword in hand, was rigid, the blade suspended ominously above Gabriel's head, yet it did not descend. What is happening? Gabriel, noticing the robbers in action, quickly stood up and created some distance between them. It was then that he observed several shurikens embedded in the robber's body, striking vital points and causing him to cease his movements. Kid, could you be a little less of a nuisance? Ryzang emerged with a dark expression, reprimanding Gabriel. If he hadn't swiftly thrown the paralyzing darts, Gabriel would have been facing a grim fate. I am sorry, Gabriel awkwardly chuckled. You think a mere apology suffices? If you had perished, how would I explain to Aizu and Lord Yutian? Ryzang continued to scold him sternly. If Gabriel had indeed died, it would have marked the end of their good fortunes. I'll be more careful next time, Gabriel said, scratching his cheek in embarrassment. Come here. Let me see your hand, Ryzang replied, sighing softly as he approached to examine Gabriel's injuries. As he looked at Gabriel's mangled left hand, Ryzang couldn't help but lift the blood-soaked cloth with his knife. He retrieved his water flask and poured it over the wound. Ouch! Despite being mere drinking water, it stung fiercely against his raw flesh, causing Gabriel to gasp. All right, You're lucky this time. You dodged just in time, and only your flesh is harmed, not your tendons. I'll bandage it up shortly, Rizang said, relieved after inspecting Gabriel's arm. Thankfully, the blade hadn't penetrated deeply enough to reach the vital nerves. Otherwise, Gabriel's arm would have suffered severe consequences. Thank you for this, Gabriel said sincerely. Just promise me you won't act so recklessly in the future. That would be the greatest gratitude you could offer me, Rizang remarked, casting a disapproving glance at Gabriel. Gabriel offered a sheepish laugh, understanding that his hesitation had led to this predicament. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. As Rizang bandaged Gabriel's wound, tearing strips from his own clothing to fashion makeshift bandages. Gabriel couldn't help but cry out in pain. It's really excruciating. There, it'll feel better in a moment, Rizang assured him after finishing the bandaging. Thank you. With Gabriel's wound tended to, Jin Wyman finally dispatched the robber who had been obstructing him. After eliminating the threat, Jin Wyman hurried over to check on Gabriel's condition. Seeing that Gabriel was unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief. With the robbers cleared from Jin Wyman's side, the group prepared to assist Ashura. Upon reaching Ashura, they discovered that he had already slain the formidable Mako Hira and completed the encirclement. Ashura, have you finished here as well? Jin Wyman approached, his gaze sweeping over the multitude of lifeless bodies, a look of puzzlement crossing his face. He murmured. Ashura boy nodded in agreement, his reliability evident. Jin Wyman's expression brightened. Well, it's not too bad, Ashura boy remarked, hesitantly nodding at the corpse of Rokuhara Masako. Once the area was cleared on Ashura boy's end, Jin Wyman and Rizzo began to scour the battlefield. It was important to note that Zhan Tianwan had recently plundered a significant amount of wealth from Fujiyama town, renowned as the second city of blossoms. One can only imagine the extent of this treasure. The thought of such immense riches brought forth tears of regret from Jin Wyman's eyes. If only they could recover this substantial sum, it would bolster the finances of Jiuli, ensuring its prosperity for a long time to come. Together, Jin Wyman, Rizzo, and Kanjuro commenced their search for the valuables left behind by Zhan Tianwan's subordinates, while Ashura boy remained steadfast, observing the bodies of Zhan Tianwan's followers. In this battle, he sensed that something was amiss. Typically, given the nature of Zhan Tianwan's subordinates, even an attack should involve reconnaissance, ambush, and a calculated advance, employing a series of strategies designed to minimize their own losses while maximizing the enemy's casualties. This time, the Azura youth felt an undeniable sense of disquiet. It was far too effortless, so much so that he began to suspect something was amiss. These individuals seemed to be waiting here specifically for the impending slaughter. However, upon further contemplation, a sense of disquiet arises. With over 50 remnants of the Zhan Tianwan, even if the ranks were diminished, the numbers should align. If all the troops are solely here for this massacre, what could possibly be the motive? After much reflection and countless reversals of thought, the answer eludes comprehension. The Azura boy's countenance begins to exhibit signs of agitation. Has it truly ended so swiftly? At the mountain's peak, Zhan Tianwan stands aloft, observing the entire scene unfold. Witnessing the complete annihilation of Lu Pingzhenzi, even with his prior preparedness, he cannot help but feel a jolt of surprise. It has transpired too quickly. The demise of Lu Pingzhenzi's 50 men occurred with alarming rapidity. Initially, one would assume that 50 against 4 would at least endure for a couple of hours. Yet, in less than half an hour, the battle has concluded. Such speed was indeed unexpected for Zanianwan. Jushinwan, renowned as the formidable demon of Jiuli, truly commanded his admiration with such prowess. However, the mere thought of Keizuki Oden, capable of subduing Jushinwan, instilled a sense of trepidation within Zanianwan's heart. A creature of that caliber could not be dealt with through conventional means. Now, he could only contemplate alternative methods to ensure Keizuki Oden's disappearance from this world. Well then, are we all prepared? Our target this time is Jiuli. Let us set forth. After observing the performance of the Ashura boy, Zanianwan promptly turned to issue commands for the group to advance towards Jiuli. At the moment of departure, he gestured for everyone to don their disguises, urging them to enter stealthily without leaving a trace. Chapter 56, The Handling of Wealth. The battle concluded. Kineman and his companions commenced the task of clearing the battlefield. They stumbled upon a considerable cache of treasures amassed by Zanianwan's subordinates, no less than 8 large chests. Among these riches were a few precious metals, including gold and silver. If one were to quantify such wealth in terms of gold, this treasure is likely worth no less than 100,000 gold coins. Should this sum be entirely added to the finances of Jiuli, not only would it suffice to clear the debts owed to Baiwu, but it would also provide Jiuli with a prolonged period of affluence. Wealth? Abundant wealth. Gazing upon such riches, Jin Weiman's eyes sparkled with fervor, his countenance brimming with excitement. Now, all that remains is to transport this fortune to Jiuli discreetly, and they shall usher in an era of financial abundance. This notion was not solely held by Jin Weiman. Both Leizong and Qin Shilang shared the same sentiment. Their eyes gleamed as they fixated on the stacks of wealth deep within their subconscious. These riches have already become their own. Perhaps we should bury the treasures here for the time being, and on a day when we find ourselves free, we can secretly transport them back, suggested Jin Weiman tentatively. I believe this is indeed a splendid idea, replied Leizong with a mischievous grin. I concur wholeheartedly, added Qin Shilang, his face also alight with a sly smile. Without further ado, the group resolved to utilize their daggers as makeshift spades to excavate a sizable pit in the ground. When the night falls, under the cover of darkness, they would stealthily transport the riches away. In this manner, the bustling activities of Tangshan town had yielded both assistance and wealth for them. Naturally, they harbored no apprehensions regarding inquiries from the townsfolk about the matter of finances. After all, it was the war heaven Maru that had seized the riches, and what connection did it have to the illustrious Jiuli mansion? What are you all up to? Jin Weimin? Gabriel inquired, observing Jin Weimin and his companions fervently digging into the ground, their faces flushed as if invigorated by some unseen force. Hey, Gabriel. You simply do not comprehend, Jin Weimin replied with a mischievous grin. Surely you do not intend to bury these treasures? Gabriel remarked, glancing at the amassed wealth. The sizable pit on the ground, and the sly smile on Jin Weiman's face, a flicker of astonishment crossing his countenance. How do you know? Jin Weiman exclaimed, his expression one of surprise. Indeed, I do, Gabriel sighed, rubbing his forehead. Are you not afraid that the people of Tangshan town will discover this? What is there to fear? I shall bury them all now, and after we depart, we can stealthily return under the cover of night to unearth them. Who would ever suspect us? Jin Weiman chuckled. Upon hearing Jin Weiman's scheme, Gabriel cast him a look of astonishment. He had never considered that Jin Weiman possessed such acumen. While he admired Jin Weiman's cleverness, the matter of the finances became problematic, for Gabriel had never intended to transport these riches back to Jiuli. He required these funds for a significant endeavor. You might not need to bury them. I plan to return everything intact to Tangshan town, Gabriel said, scratching his cheek with an awkward smile. What did you say? Jin Weiman expressed serious doubt, his face reflecting hesitation as he pressed for clarification. I intend to return these riches exactly as they are to Tangshan town, Gabriel reiterated, scratching his cheek once more. Hey, little rascal. Do you even realize what you're saying? Jin Weiman approached with a discontented expression, seeking confirmation of Gabriel's words. I understand, but I need these funds for another significant matter. Gabriel hastily waved his hands in explanation. Is that so? Jin Weiman regarded Gabriel with skepticism. Then tell me, what do you require these funds for? Hearing Jin Weiman's inquiry, Gabriel fell momentarily silent, his expression conflicted. He was embarking on a multifaceted endeavor. If he were to elaborate, he found himself at a loss as to how to articulate it to Jin Weiman and the others. Hey, little rascal, you aren't concocting a fib to deceive me, are you? Jin Weiman queried, a look of suspicion crossing his face as he observed Gabriel deep in thought. It's just that the matter is somewhat intricate, and I'm unsure where to begin, Gabriel admitted, awkwardly scratching his cheek. Then let us start with the simplest point. All right, very well. Gabriel hesitated and nodded slightly. Jin Weiman, allow me to pose a question first, he said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Go ahead, Jin Weiman replied. What is Fengshan town in your eyes? Is that really a question? Fengshan town is simply Fengshan town, isn't it? To you, it may merely be Fengshan town, but to me, it represents much more. It is a treasure. A treasure? Jin Weiman's expression reflected confusion. He struggled to comprehend how a small town could be associated with wealth. Indeed, if my memory serves me correctly, Fengshan town connects Jiuli, Baiwu, and Shimei, does it not? Yes, and what of it? That is precisely the point I wish to convey regarding the geographical significance of Fengshan town. Prior to my arrival, I conducted a brief review of its information. Fengshan town lies at the epicenter of Jiuli, Baiwu, and Shimei. Do you not perceive it as a veritable gold mine? Fengshan town links Baiwu, Jiuli, and Xuanyue. If Fengshan town were to fall under our jurisdiction of Jiuli, would we not then possess the authority to govern Fengshan Town, thereby enabling it to generate wealth for the future? Exchanging a substantial sum for a town capable of consistently producing considerable wealth, do you not find this transaction advantageous, Jin Weimin? Gabriel elaborated passionately on his plan, using this considerable fortune as leverage to win the gratitude of the people of Fengshan Town. Simultaneously, he subtly reminded them of their own inadequacies. Moreover, under the pretext of Jiuli's protection, he aimed to transform Fengshan Town into a domain of Jiuli. Thus, Fengshan Town has completely come under the jurisdiction of Jiuli. Jiuli possesses both the rationale and the obligation to reconstruct Fengshan Town. Naturally, Gabriel harbors no fears of investing in Fengshan Town without yielding profit, for he has thoroughly researched the area prior to his arrival. The geography of Fengshan Town is unparalleled in the Land of Harmony and serves as a crucial transit point for the transportation of substantial goods across 3 major border crossings. Although the other territories are connected by boats and small bridges, they become impractical when faced with oversized cargo or excessively heavy luggage. The sole viable route remains the pivot of Fengshan Town for access to other regions. Here, it is elucidated that Wano country is not an expanse of endless plains delineated by boundary markers. Rather, each territory within Wano resembles an individual islet. The connection between these islets is typically facilitated by small bridges and vessels. Therefore, this investment, if managed judiciously, will link Jiuli and Fengshan Town, thereby reconstructing the roads that connect the 3 realms. This time, investing such a substantial sum is bound to yield profit. Listening to Gabriel's plan, Jin Weimin couldn't help but furrow his brow. Although he wasn't entirely clear on how Gabriel's scheme would generate wealth, it certainly sounded promising. With this considerable amount of money, one could acquire an entire small town. In Jin Weimin's eyes, this transaction was not a loss. After all, the land of Wano is surrounded by the sea, and land is precious beyond measure. The prospect of expansion seemed nearly impossible. I concur with your plan, Jin Weimin remarked, narrowing his eyes. Upon hearing Jin Weimin's agreement, Gabriel's eyes brightened with excitement. However, he added, you must assure me that Tiyama Town will indeed be returned to Jiuli. Otherwise, Jin Weimin's gaze, half smiling yet serious, fixed on Gabriel. A chill ran down Gabriel's spine at the peculiar look, causing him to shiver involuntarily. I will do my utmost, Gabriel stammered, swallowing hard. Not just your utmost, but it must be done, Jin Weimin replied with a knowing smile. It must be done indeed. Chapter 57. Tiyama Town receives good news with financial matters settled. The group hastily returned to Tiyama Town after briefly burying the bodies of Zhang Tianwan's subordinates. Are you all right? I'm fine, Reizo assured, having inspected a minor injury. Before leaving, the Azura boy came to check on Gabriel's wounds. Seeing that Gabriel only had a slight scratch on his arm, he breathed a sigh of relief. The group returned to Tiyama Town, pushing a twin-wheeled cart laden with several large boxes of treasure. Tiyama Town's mayor, Nomura, could scarcely contain his excitement upon hearing that the Azura boy and his companions had eradicated all of Zhang Tianwan's forces. Are you serious? All of Zhang Tianwan's men are dead, Nomura exclaimed, his face alight with joy. Indeed, we have annihilated Zhang Tianwan's entire force. This is the wealth we have recovered. The Azura boy indicated the carts behind him. As Nomura gazed at the carts, seeing the treasure boxes yet to be sealed, his eyes widened in astonishment, and he was momentarily speechless. He never imagined that the retainers of Jiuli would not only help them eliminate Zhang Tianwan's forces, but also recover most of the wealth lost from Tiyama Town. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude, Nomura said, his voice slightly choked with emotion. Despite his efforts to maintain composure as the mayor, he was profoundly moved by the actions of the Azura boy and his companions. There is no need for thanks. You are a friend of our lord, and as his vassals, it is our duty to assist you, the Azura boy replied, shaking his head. Regardless, you have aided Tiyama Town immensely. As mayor, I am at a loss for what to offer in return. Please take this wealth as a token of our gratitude, Nomura insisted, his face flushed with excitement. Hearing Nomura's words, the Azura boy paused, hesitating. It was impossible not to feel tempted by the sight of the large boxes filled with treasures. This amount indeed exceeds 100,000 gold, which could alleviate many difficulties for Jiuli. However, recalling Gabriel's prior admonition and considering Jiuli, Azura boy's expression hardened, and he resolutely made a decision. This we cannot accept. As esteemed friends of our great name, it is our duty to assist you. Should you choose to repay us with wealth, what then becomes of us? Jiuli, our great name, and our vassals? Azura Boy firmly rejected the offer. Fujino Muramasa was momentarily taken aback. He could not fathom that Jiuli's vassals would be so unwavering, unmoved by such a substantial sum of wealth. Reflecting on the noble qualities of Jiuli's vassals, he was struck by his own ignoble intentions, having thought to insult them with money. A wave of guilt washed over Fujino Muramasa. I apologize for my rashness, he said, his face filled with contrition. It is of no matter. Azura Boy waved his hand dismissively. Nevertheless, we must express our gratitude. Without your assistance, our town of Fujiyama would not have experienced this rebirth. I sincerely thank you all for rescuing us. Fujino Muramasa bent his body deeply in a profound bow. Please, raise your head, Azura Boy urged, rushing to assist him. You are truly deserving of this recognition, Fujino Muramasa asserted with unwavering resolve. Then, we shall accept your thanks. Seeing Fujino Muramasa's earnestness, Azura Boy felt it inappropriate to decline and accepted his gratitude. Now, please inform the others that the crisis in Fujiyama has been averted, and they need not remain in hiding any longer. Thank you for the reminder, Fujino Muramasa replied, a sense of guilt momentarily freezing his expression. Indeed, he had yet to inform the citizens of Fujiyama. Realizing they had been hiding for 2 days, he hastily turned to spread the good news. Finally, he has departed. As Fujino Muramasa left, Azura Boy exhaled a sigh of relief. Maintaining the facade of a wise sage was truly exhausting. Fujino Muramasa traversed the streets of Fujiyama, continuously sharing the good news brought back by Azura Boy. Hearing the familiar voice of the mayor and the uplifting tidings, the citizens of Fujiyama emerged from their cellars, caves, and ditches. He cautiously peeked around to ensure there were no minions of Zhang Tianwan before he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mayor, is what you said true? The first question on many citizens' lips was whether the mayor's words were indeed genuine. If true, they would no longer have to live in fear. Yes, everyone need not worry. Jiuli has helped us rid ourselves of Zhang Tianwan. The mayor spoke with unwavering determination. Excellent. Zhang Tianwan has finally been vanquished. It is truly over. The people of Jiuli have proven their valor. It is finished at last. We are grateful to the heavens, to the divine, to the Buddha, for safeguarding our town of Tingshan. As news of Zhang Tianwan's demise spread, the hidden citizens of Tingshan emerged from their concealment. The living, like spring bamboo shoots breaking through the earth, rose from the depths. And the once silent town of Tingshan seemed to regain its former vibrancy. I wonder, is Gabriel truly untroubled? We have wagered all our recently acquired possessions, remarked Azura Boy, observing Gabriel, who remained motionless. Rest assured, everything is under control, Gabriel replied, a smile gracing his face as he beheld the townspeople of Tingshan. We have placed our trust in you, Gabriel. You must not disappoint our expectations, cautioned Azura Boy. I understand. Just wait and see the outcome, Gabriel responded with a chuckle. Chapter 58. The plea of the people of Tingshan. Please, allow us to join the ranks of Jiuli, pleaded Fujino village head, resolutely kneeling on the empty ground of Tingshan. In front of him, Azura Boy wore a perplexed expression, taken aback by the rapidity of the events. It has not been long since Fujino Muramasa approached with a request for Fujiyama town to be incorporated into Jiuli. Gabriel stroked his chin, wearing an expression that seemed to convey, as anticipated, his thoughts while gazing at Fujino Muramasa. It was as if this outcome had unfolded precisely as he had foreseen. Fujiyama town joining Jiuli. I sincerely apologize, but this matter holds significant weight, and we may not be able to comply at this moment, Gabriel stated, scratching the back of his head. Upon hearing Gabriel's words, Azura Boy cast a perplexed glance, failing to grasp the meaning behind Gabriel's reluctance. With success seemingly within reach, why the refusal? Fujiyama town genuinely requires the protection of Jiuli. I earnestly hope that all of you can acquiesce to my request, Fujino Muramasa continued to implore. I truly apologize. This matter is of great consequence, and as vassals, we cannot provide an answer. We must return to seek Lord Oden's guidance before we can give a final response, Gabriel said with a pained expression. Hearing Gabriel's reply, Fujino Muramasa's countenance fell noticeably. Kneeling on the ground, he found himself at a loss for what to do. How about this? Let us deliberate, and regardless of the outcome, we will provide you with a response shortly, Gabriel suggested, noticing Fujino Muramasa's evident distress. That sounds reasonable. I hope you will consider it carefully. With that, Fujino Muramasa understood that he must now await the outcome. He discreetly rose, giving Gabriel and his companions space to confer. while he returned to Fujiyama town to await the results of their deliberation. Why did you refuse? Ashura boy inquired, voicing his confusion once Fujino Muramasa had departed. How should I put it? If we do not decline, it may lead to unintended consequences, Gabriel replied, stroking his chin. What do you mean by that? Ashura boy asked. Puzzled. Noticing Ashura boy's bewilderment, Gabriel revealed his strategy. Do you know why the mayor of Fujiyama town sought my assistance? Ashura boy shook his head, unable to comprehend this aspect. Despite Gabriel's presence beside him moments ago, he could not fathom how Gabriel had accomplished this. When the mayor informed the citizens of Fujiyama town, I had already stealthily followed him, Gabriel explained. Followed him? Ashura boy expressed his confusion. Yes, followed him. While doing so, I discreetly engaged with the citizens to raise awareness. At this juncture, Gabriel could not help but scratch his delicate face. It was not that he was reluctant to recall. Rather, the memory of that long and tortuous journey filled him with trepidation. Initially, Gabriel had donned the guise of a child tormented by the tyranny of Jean Tian, pitiful, tragic, and helpless. He had believed that such an appearance would resonate with the townsfolk of Tingshan, allowing him to seize the opportunity to enlighten them about the protection afforded by regional powers, thereby preventing such suffering. Little did he anticipate that his seemingly foolproof plan would nearly unravel due to his appearance. When the townspeople beheld Gabriel, they did not see a child in distress. Instead, in their eyes, he appeared as a monster. What is the instinctive reaction upon encountering a monster? Naturally, they would reach for their weapons to slay it. Thus, Gabriel, perceived as a creature of menace, became the target for the townsfolk's wrath. Fortunately, Gabriel was quick-witted enough to reveal the truth of his past torment at the hands of Jean Tianwan, which resonated with the townsfolk. Otherwise, he might have found himself languishing in some nameless filthy ditch, half alive. Gabriel conveyed the essence of his plan to Ashura boy, who nodded in a semblance of understanding. The notion of seeking protective forces to inform the townsfolk and implore the mayor for assistance was indeed put forth. Although there were three factions, Shime Jiuli and Shuangyue, only the influence of Jiuli was present, thus the mayor's focus would inevitably be directed there. Was this not the reason for the preceding scene? The townsfolk sought help from Fujino Murakami, who in turn would appeal to them, creating a chain of requests. Yet Ashura boy remained perplexed about the connection to Gabriel's refusal. With both the townsfolk and the mayor in agreement, what was there for Gabriel to fret over? I grasp how you orchestrated the mayor's appeal to us. Yet I remain puzzled as to why you would decline, Ashura boy pondered, furrowing his brow. Observing Ashura boy's continued confusion, Gabriel sighed deeply. He then shook his head and articulated, first and foremost, we must comprehend one fundamental principle, the hierarchy of requests. It is the townsfolk who beseech the mayor, prompting his arrival. Subjectively, the mayor has never contemplated this matter. Is there an issue with that? Ashura boy inquired, bewildered. Consider this. If we were to acquiesce so readily, what would it signify? The mayor has not even entertained the idea of aligning Tingshan with Jiuli, yet here are his subjects, one by one, urging him to do so. Should we accept without hesitation, what would the mayor think? The mayor might think we are spreading rumors in Tianshan town, with the intent of acquiring it. Even if he does not harbor such thoughts at this moment, due to the concerns of the populace, he may accept the plan of Tianshan merging with Jiuli. But what about the future? Gabriel and the Ashura boy spoke incessantly. The Ashura boy began to understand why Gabriel was adopting such a stance. By complicating matters a bit, would the mayor not suspect their involvement? Should we still refuse then? With an understanding of Gabriel's tactics, the Ashura boy inquired. This is neither an acceptance nor a refusal. Gabriel replied with narrowed eyes. We shall say that our discussions have yielded no results, and that we must seek Lord Yutian's counsel. Are you not worried that they might ultimately reject us? The Ashura boy expressed his concern. If we merely accept a town that harbors resentment, is that not utterly meaningless? Hearing Gabriel's words, the Ashura boy's expression darkened. He was not Gabriel. He could not gamble such wealth on a mere sentiment of resentment. Rest assured, they will accept. Gabriel comforted, seemingly sensing the Ashura boy's apprehension. Are you confident? The Ashura boy asked. I should be, I suppose, Gabriel nodded. Very well, let it be so. Seeing Gabriel's demeanor, the Ashura boy decided not to dwell on it further. Understanding Gabriel's strategy, he turned to leave. Wait, is there something else? The Ashura boy turned back to inquire. I need to trouble you with one more thing. I hope you can invite Jean Weimin and the others over, Gabriel said hastily. What do you need them for? The Ashura boy asked, puzzled. We must appear to be negotiating. We cannot expect others to believe us if we do not present a complete front, Gabriel explained. Indeed. Chapter 59. May I ask how the negotiations are progressing? In the gathering place of Gabriel and his entourage in Tingshan Town, Fujino Muramasa found himself increasingly unable to endure the inquiries from his subjects. Once again, he approached to seek answers. As he arrived, Gabriel's group had already commenced a fervent debate. The discussions unfolded in two distinct factions, one led by Jinwaiman and Leizone, and the other by Gabriel and Azura Boy. The faction of Jinwaiman expressed their agreement with Fujino Muramasa's proposal, while the Azura Boy side vehemently opposed it, resulting in a heated exchange of differing opinions. Observing this, Fujino Muramasa halted his progress, waiting in place. Witnessing the flushed faces of the participants, he felt a heavy heart, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. He had not anticipated such unwavering support from the retainers of the Kiri clan, who were now embroiled in a dispute on behalf of Tingshan Town. Unbeknownst to him, his feelings of guilt towards the Kiri retainers deepened further. I sincerely apologize. We seem unable to reach a conclusion. Would you mind waiting a bit longer? Azura Boy said apologetically upon seeing Fujino Muramasa's arrival. Actually, it is I who should apologize. Were it not for my request, you all would not be engaged in such discussions, Fujino Muramasa replied, bowing his head in sincere regret. I am truly sorry. Perhaps you could wait a little while longer? I wonder if we might yet arrive at a decision, Azura Boy tentatively inquired. Perhaps we should let it be. You have already exerted yourselves for Tingshan Town, and I feel it would be inappropriate to trouble you further, Fujino Muramasa resolved after a moment of hesitation. Upon hearing Fujino Muramasa's words, Azura Boy, who had previously exhibited a semblance of remorse, suddenly froze in disbelief. He gazed incredulously at Fujino Muramasa, then shifted his gaze to Gabriel. To his surprise, Gabriel nodded in agreement, leaving Azura Boy utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? I apologize. I recognize that my decision was rather abrupt. However, when I think of all of you and your contributions to Fujiyama Town, I am deeply grateful. It is unfortunate that I have troubled you all for my own selfish interests regarding Fujiyama Town. With a complex expression and an air of regret, Fujino Muramasa spoke. You made a decision. That is commendable, Azura Boy replied, forcing a smile, though his expression appeared somewhat rigid. I apologize for the disturbance. I hope you can forgive me. Fujino Muramasa said as he rose to offer another apology before slowly departing. As Fujino Muramasa left, Azura Boy could no longer maintain his strained smile and turned to Gabriel with a darkened expression. Hey, what is going on here? Azura Boy asked with a frown. Not only Azura Boy, but also Kinemon, Ray Eyes, and Kanjiro cast questioning glances. They were unwilling to exchange their wealth for such an outcome. Anticipated. Gabriel awkwardly scratched his cheek as he spoke. Anticipated? Azura Boy replied, skepticism evident in his tone. Trust me, believe me, Gabriel feigned composure. All right, I shall trust you this once. But if you mess it up again, do not blame us, Azura Boy said, letting out a cold snort. Seeing that he had calmed a few of them, Gabriel breathed a sigh of relief. Nevertheless, watching Fujino Muramasa retreat, he couldn't help but sigh. He had not anticipated the depth of that individual's fragility, nor how swiftly he would abandon hope. This has exceeded Gabriel's expectations. At this point, it seems we have no choice but to employ that plan. So what shall we do now? Should we wait for the mayor to return? Jean Wayman inquired with a perplexed expression. No, I doubt he will come back. What? The crowd cast astonished glances at each other. Allow me to finish my statement. Gabriel sighed. Then please continue, Jean Wayman and the others urged, their gazes fixed on Gabriel. Our current objective must be to win over the populace. We need to secure their support, and then let them beseech us. Only then will we acquiesce. Gabriel slowly articulated his second plan. Let them beseech us? Indeed. What do the people lack at present? Safety and sustenance. Our task is to assist them, to construct shelters, and to transport the scarce grains from Julie. In doing so, will they not once again implore us for aid? They will encircle us, and upon repeated entreaties, we will appear to have no choice but to comply. Does this not seem far more reasonable? After Gabriel's words, the crowd pondered and found his reasoning compelling. It now appears to be utterly flawless. Moreover, from the perspective of the loophole, there seems to be no unreasonable explanation. In a state of utter helplessness, we must acquiesce. And it is indeed commendable that Gabriel could devise such a cunning plan. Now, what shall we do next? Ashira inquired. Let us hasten back to Julie to gather provisions, while the remainder shall proceed to Tingshan Town to assist in the construction of houses, thereby earning the goodwill of the populace. Gabriel outlined the forthcoming strategy. prompting Ashura and the others to make necessary adjustments. The swift-footed Kanshurlang will return to Jiuli to procure supplies, while Ashura and the others will head to Tingshan town to undertake the building of homes. As for Gabriel, he is presently an injured party. Engaging in construction and fleeing is beyond his capabilities. As an injured individual, his duty is, of course, to rest and recuperate properly. This is not mere idleness. It is a genuine retreat for rejuvenation. The roles among the group were distinctly assigned, and they swiftly embarked upon their respective tasks. Kanjir returned to Jiuli, while Ashura and his companions approached the citizens of Tingshan town to commence their diligent labor. Initially, the townsfolk exhibited some resistance towards Ashura and his companions, for they had already sacrificed much for Tingshan. The notion that they would now assist in constructing homes weighed heavily on their consciences. Benefactors, how can we allow you to undertake such labor? They lamented. Indeed, your actions stir a sense of guilt within us. Such strenuous tasks ought to be ours to bear. These are but trivial matters. It is of no consequence. We have come at the request of our elders to aid Tingshan town, and having completed a portion of the work, there remains much yet to be done. How can we simply depart? We from Jiuli uphold our principles. We have never abandoned our endeavors midway. We commence with purpose and conclude with resolution, and our efforts have only just begun. How can we bring this to an abrupt end? The citizens of Tingshan sought to dissuade Ashura and his companions, but they were well prepared with a strategy. Gabriel had taught them to articulate their principles and the importance of perseverance when faced with such objections. The sense of duty displayed by Jiuli's retainers was commendable. We apologize for our presumptuousness. We regret our narrow-mindedness, having underestimated your noble intentions. Upon hearing Ashura's group articulate their resolve, the townsfolk ceased their objections, completely won over by the lofty spirit of Ashura and his companions. With their tasks concluded, Ashura and his companions moved on. As for Gabriel, he too embarked on his own mission, to seek a suitable place for rest. He set his sights on the very cellar he had just entered. Expecting solitude, he was taken aback to discover a young girl within. Upon closer inspection, he recognized her as Nai, the girl who had come to Jiuli with messages. How did this girl end up here? Upon further reflection, it seems fitting that she should be here. After 2 days and nights of relentless activity, even an adult would struggle to endure, let alone such a young girl. Gabriel chose not to awaken Naiko. Instead, he found a random spot to rest. Now, he merely needed to wait for the Azura boys to conclude their business above, after which he would follow them back. Chapter 60. The vanished Xintian Maru in the vicinity of Jiuli, near the boundaries of Baiwu. Within an ancient and dilapidated temple, Xintian Maru arrived with his subordinates. Upon observing the desolate temple, which was devoid of life, disappointment washed over his face. With a creaking sound, the door swung open, capturing Xintian Maru's attention. He lifted his disappointed visage, and a glimmer of hope sparkled in his eyes. From the side of the crumbling temple, a young boy with violet hair emerged, his youthful features radiating an air of unexplainable pride as he stood tall and confident. The youth in question is none other than Kurotatsu, the black snake. However, today's Kurotatsu appears markedly different. Once timid and reserved, he now exudes an air of confidence. Gazing defiantly at the crowd, observing Kurotatsu's self-assured entrance, Xantian couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Although this transformation was merely the result of a few months of practice, the progress made in such a short time was commendable. Please move everything inside, Xantian gestured lightly, instructing his subordinates to transport the treasures seized from Fujiyama town into the dilapidated temple. Understanding Xantian's command, his men hastily set to work, carrying the valuables into the crumbling edifice. Amidst the bustling activity, Xantian approached Kurotatsu, who radiated confidence. He leaned in and quietly inquired, "Is everything all right?" "Rest assured, there are no issues," Kurotatsu affirmed with unwavering confidence. "Are you prepared?" "Yes, I am ready." Having thoroughly confirmed Kurotatsu's readiness, Xantian began the meticulously planned proceedings. He widened the distance between them, calling his men to gather around. Xantian intended to entrust both the assembled forces and the riches taken from Fujiyama town to Kurotatsu, whom he had carefully chosen for this pivotal role. Xantian firmly believed in Kurotatsu's potential to elevate the name of the Black Snake and to reclaim dominion over the land of Wa. Once the treasures were moved and the troops assembled before Xantian, he wasted no time in initiating his long-awaited plan. It appears everyone is present. Xantian's gaze swept coldly over the crowd. The onlookers shivered under his piercing stare, standing tall and resolute, each one deterred from showing any hint of negligence. Today, I have an important announcement that I hope you will remember well. As he paced back and forth, scanning the faces before him, Zantian prepared to reveal the purpose of this gathering. I have fought for many years, bearing numerous scars upon my body. With age, my strength has waned, and today, I shall step down. Before he could finish, astonishment washed over the crowd. They could hardly fathom that the fearless Zantian, who dared to challenge heaven and confront the divine, would ever relent. Do not be distracted. Listen closely, he commanded, noticing their bewildered expressions. With a few sharp huffs, he pulled their attention back. Today, as I retire, I remain concerned for many of my brothers. Therefore, I have brought forth a new leader. Though he may be young, do not underestimate him. He is my carefully trained disciple, and I have great faith in his abilities. Zhang Tianwan spoke as he pulled out the heightened great serpent from behind him. The serpent, taking a deep breath, emerged in response to Zhang Tianwan's expectations. The moment it stepped forward, though silence enveloped the crowd. Their disdainful gazes betrayed their contempt for the heightened great serpent. Despite its pride, it was devoid of battle-hardened calluses and exuded no hint of murderous intent. Lacking martial prowess and having never taken a life, the initial impression of this new leader was decidedly unfavorable. They questioned what right such a novice had to command them. Sensing the atmosphere shift towards discontent, Zhang Tianwan could no longer remain passive. He stepped forward to bolster the heightened great serpent's presence. I urge you all to grant me the courtesy of listening to our new leader's address. Should you find him unworthy of your respect afterward, you may take your leave as you wish. I shall not impede you. And if you are uncertain of your way, I will gladly guide you out. Zhang Tianwan stated calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, a chilling wave swept through the assembly, reaching from their feet to the crown of their heads. To suggest sending them away? As loyal subordinates of Zhang Tianwan for many years, they understood the implications of his words. Do any of you have questions? If not, I invite you to hear what our new leader has to say. Zhang Tianwan continued, his gaze icy as he surveyed the crowd. No longer did the initial disdain linger. All eyes turned towards the heightened great serpent, now imbued with a sense of anticipation for its speech. My name is Heightened Great Serpent, your newly appointed leader. As such, I hope you will heed my commands and accept my directives, it proclaimed, taking a deep breath. I will govern as Master Zhang Tianwan does, rewarding those who excel and punishing those who err. I expect you to adhere to the rules I establish and not to overstep your bounds, it asserted. However, the audience remained unmoved by the serpent's declaration. Though the words echoed their own sentiments, its youthful visage and lack of imposing stature rendered any threat meaningless in their eyes. Despite this, they feigned respect, offering insincere compliments. They may not fear the heightened great serpent, but the influence of Zhang Tianwan loomed large. They were not willing to jeopardize their lives over trivial matters. As the heightened great serpent concluded its speech, the crowd cast glances of feigned reverence. Observing their expressions, the serpent could not suppress its excitement. All its efforts had finally borne fruit. Standing behind the heightened great serpent, Zhang Tianwan was acutely aware of the crowd's trepidation, unlike the novice serpent. These individuals harbor no reverence for the formidable black charcoal serpent. Their sole fear resides in the name of Zantian. Were it not for the weight of this name looming over them, they would likely scatter in an instant. Your new leader has concluded his address. And now I wish to impart a few words of my own, which I implore you all to heed carefully. Zantian stepped forward to speak. The crowd, having just relaxed, was taken aback, their expressions shifting as they turned their gazes toward him. I urge you to show due respect to your new leader and adhere to the rules he has established for you. Should any one of you transgress these guidelines, I would not hesitate to return and hunt that individual down. Thus, I advise you all to exercise caution. Do not place your new leader in an awkward position. Do not bring shame upon yourselves, and certainly do not put me in a compromising situation. As Zantian concluded his remarks, the sense of ease that had momentarily settled upon the crowd was once again replaced by tension. Observing that Zantian displayed no further reaction, they gradually began to relax once more. The subordinates acknowledged his words. Since you understand, you may disperse. Return to Shime, should there be any tasks. Your new leader will inform you. Seeing the crowd settle down, Zantian chose not to pursue further confrontation, gesturing for his subordinates to depart. Once they had left, Zantian no longer felt the need to maintain his facade. With a subtle wave of his hand, his appearance transformed entirely. The charismatic figure of Zantian once radiating an intimidating presence, vanished, replaced by an elderly woman with a frenzied expression known as Black Charcoal Mukin. The transformation employed by Black Charcoal Mukin was no ordinary metamorphosis. It was the power of a devil fruit, specifically that of the mimicry fruit, granting her the ability to replicate the appearance of any person she had witnessed. While her imitations may not be indistinguishable, they were crafted with such precision that they could hardly be discerned by the naked eye. This is also the reason why Black Charcoal Mushi transformed into Battle Heaven Maru, as his subordinates have failed to discern the true identity of Battle Heaven Maru. The path has been laid out for you. Now it is up to you to traverse it. Thank you, esteemed senior, Black Charcoal Orochi exclaimed with palpable excitement. There is no need for gratitude. This is your rightful due. Black Charcoal Mushi gazed intently at Black Charcoal Orochi, a hint of madness flickering in his eyes. Remember, Black Charcoal walks with you. Do not forget the words you once uttered. I shall never forget what I have said throughout my life. Rest assured, the land of Wano will once again belong to us, the Black Charcoal clan. Black Charcoal Orochi clenched his fists, a fleeting madness crossing his face. Now go forth. Remember, Black Charcoal accompanies you. After uttering these words, Black Charcoal Mushi advanced towards the direction of Kuri, gradually fading from Black Charcoal Orochi's sight. Fear not. I shall ensure that Black Charcoal illuminates the land of Wano once more. Black Charcoal Orochi tightened his fists, watching the departure of Black Charcoal Mushi, a wild glimmer surfacing on his visage. Chapter 61. Fujiyama Town returns to Kuri. The stars twinkled, heralding the arrival of night. Several carts laden with provisions came to a halt at the entrance of Fujiyama Town. Within the town, a colossal bonfire blazed, illuminating the surroundings. The townsfolk of Fujiyama gathered around the bonfire, each holding a warm morsel of food. These provisions were hastily transported by Kanshurlang from Jiuli, with the intent of providing the inhabitants of Tizon Town with a warm meal. The townsfolk, who had endured 2 days of hunger, should have relished the feast before them. However, something was amiss among the people of Tizon Town this day. They stared vacantly at the crackling bonfire, reluctant to partake in the sustenance laid out before them. The joy that typically accompanies the arrival of food was absent from their faces, replaced instead by a somber gloom. Father, mother, I am unworthy, unable to avenge you. May you find peace in the next life. May you never encounter such misfortune again. Good journey, Yoshiko. And may we meet again in our next incarnation. In unison, the crowd fell silent, offering a prayer to the flickering flames. From the depths of their hearts, they wished for the well-being of their cherished ones in the next life, hoping they would not face such atrocities again. As the prayer concluded, the group continued to stare blankly at the fire. It was not until a wave of insatiable hunger swept over them that they regained their senses. They lifted the food, and with an air of detachment, began to eat. Despite the potential deliciousness of the meal, to them, it tasted akin to chewing on wax, merely a means to quell their hunger. As they consumed their food, Gabriel and his companions, witnessing the scene, also took up their meals without further delay. This time, the crowd consumed their food in silence, devoid of any calculations or discussions, simply observing one another. They understood that. In this moment, silence spoke volumes. As they chewed their sustenance, slowly swallowing it down, Fujinoya Murakami held his food, yet his mind was in disarray. The atmosphere among the people of Fujiyama Town had grown exceedingly bleak. He harbored concerns that they might uncover some unforeseen calamity. Casting his gaze over the townsfolk, he noted their ashen expressions. A pang of regret pierced his heart. Had it not been for his negligence, Fujiyama Town would not have faced such misfortune. His eyes drifted to the group of Azura children, recalling the heartfelt pleas of the townspeople. A sharp ache gripped his heart, and he hesitated, contemplating. After a moment's resolve, he steeled himself and approached the Azura children with an expression of deep apology. I sincerely apologize for the interruption, he addressed them earnestly. Upon his arrival, the Azura children appeared taken aback. Is there something amiss? One of them inquired, a hint of hesitation in their voice. Well, it pertains to the matter of Fujiyama Town being incorporated into the jurisdiction of Jiuli. Fujinoya Murakami scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Just recently, he had vowed not to trouble the retainers of the Jiuli family. Yet here he was. Oh, you mean that issue? Is there a problem? The Azura child replied, a look of confusion crossing their face. Indeed, I earnestly wish for you all to consider the possibility of incorporating Fujiyama Town into Jiuli. I understand that this may be an exceedingly difficult decision for you, but I implore you, out of respect for my relationship with Lord Oden, and in light of the pitiable circumstances of the townsfolk, I sincerely hope you will give this matter serious consideration. Fujinoya Murakami knelt down, speaking with heartfelt sincerity. Seeing Fujinoya Murakami in such a state, the Azura children were momentarily taken aback. In this peculiar circumstance, Gabriel had yet to broach the subject with him. The Azura boy hastily turned to Gabriel, seeking a strategy. Observing Fujino Muramesa's actions, Gabriel could not help but scratch his face in confusion. He too was perplexed by the nature of Fujino Muramesa's maneuvers. Just recently, he had expressed a desire not to trouble them, and now, so soon after, what was this? Was it sincerity? A test? Or perhaps a coercion of the common folk? Gabriel gazed hesitantly at Fujino Muramesa, fearful of making a misstep, and found himself at an impasse. Perhaps you should rise. It would be rather inappropriate for others to witness you like this, suggested the Azura boy, noticing Gabriel's silence and uncertainty. And thus he assisted Fujino Muramesa to his feet. I sincerely hope everyone can contemplate this matter with due consideration, Fujino Muramesa continued, rising slowly to reiterate his request. The Azura boy, however, furrowed his brow in concern, frequently glancing at Gabriel, hoping for a cue. Gabriel, observing the Azura boy's incessant signals, hesitated to respond immediately, his countenance reflecting profound indecision. To speak candidly, in such a delicate situation, one misstep could lead to a cascade of errors. Gabriel was hesitant to draw any conclusions. With a furrowed brow, his fingers continued to scratch at his face, as he wandered his gaze over Fujino Muramesa, the Azura boy, and the gathering of townsfolk. Upon beholding the assembly of townsfolk, an epiphany struck Gabriel, illuminating a potential solution to the predicament at hand. He glanced toward the large pot that had been prepared for them, and stealthily approached it. With an empty bowl in hand, he carefully scooped water from the bucket beside the pot, ensuring that the eyes of the crowd were not upon him. He cautiously poured the water onto the wooden supports of the pot, creating a trail that extended approximately 5 or 6 meters. As he held the empty bowl, a spark of blue-white static electricity flickered to life in his left hand. The static followed the path of water he had just poured. The moment the electricity made contact with the wooden support, though it gave way, and the pot came crashing down. With a resounding crash, the cacophony drew the bewildered gazes of the crowd. They were compelled to investigate the source of the commotion. It appears the pot's supports were unstable, and it has fallen. I apologize for the disturbance during your meal. Gabriel approached, feigning a casual inspection, and soon discerned the crux of the matter. Rising with an expression of contrition, he spoke. Upon hearing his words, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief, initially fearing yet another grave incident. Noticing the gazes directed at him, a subtle smile inadvertently graced Gabriel's lips. His attention shifted towards Fujiyama village, where confusion was evident on their faces, prompting him to hastily clarify. It's merely a trivial issue. The support for the large cauldron was insufficient, causing it to fall. He continued, please, resume your deliberations regarding whether Fujiyama town should be part of the 9 rivers. I shall manage this situation. A smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he spoke. Upon hearing Gabriel's reassurances, Fujiyama village's leader, Fujino Muramesa, felt an immediate sense of relief wash over him. He turned back to continue his discussion with the Azura boy. However, the townsfolk of Fujiyama, upon hearing Gabriel's words, could not help but furrow their brows in concern. Their gazes shifted towards the Azura boy, their expressions fluctuating between hope and dread. The thought of Fujiyama town remaining unprotected by the 9 rivers filled them with unease. They were resolute in their desire to avoid a repeat of the horrific massacre wrought by the war god Maru. Fujino Muramesa sought counsel from the Azura boy, while the citizens of Fujiyama, feeling restless, gathered behind him, imploring the Azura boy to endorse the town's inclusion in the 9 rivers. The current isolation of Fujiyama town left them feeling profoundly insecure. Sir, we beseech you, please grant your approval, one implored. Indeed, if you refuse to shelter us, what will become of us when other bandits arrive? Another added. In light of the ties between our Lord and Lord Yutian, and considering the plight of our many vulnerable folk, we implore you to agree. As the crowd pressed forward in their pleas, the Azura boy was taken aback, his expression one of astonishment. His pupils dilated, and his mouth fell agape, bewildered by the sudden fervor of the previously despondent townsfolk. Witnessing this, Gabriel could not suppress a satisfied smile, sensing that the matter was nearing resolution. Soon, all that remained was for the Azura boy to consent, and Fujiyama town would be united with the 9 rivers. Everyone, please step back. Do not trouble them further. Fujino Muramasa was the first to rise and admonish, compelling the crowd to take several steps back. They regarded him with a mix of respect and awe, a testament to the admiration they held for him deep within. As the crowd retreated, Fujino Muramasa lowered his head earnestly. Perhaps you might reconsider? This sentiment is not mine alone. The citizens of Fujiyama town also yearned to join the Nine Rivers. The Azura boy, upon witnessing this, once again directed his gaze towards Gabriel. This time, Gabriel did not deny it. Instead, he nodded in affirmation. Seeing Gabriel's acknowledgement, the Azura boy felt a sense of resolution within. Very well. Since you all place such trust in our Julie, I shall take the initiative and we shall consent to your request, the Azura boy declared with determination. Really? Fujiyama Muramasa raised his head, his eyes filled with disbelief. After striving for so long, had they finally succeeded? Indeed, the Azura boy nodded. And a wave of joy washed over Fujiyama Muramasa's face. The townsfolk of Fujiyama, who had been listening to this exchange, felt a flicker of hope in their previously dim eyes. Had they finally found a pillar of support in Julie? Chapter 62. Aftermath. The matter of Fujiyama's incorporation into Julie reached a conclusion. Gabriel returned to Julie alongside Kinemon, while the Azura boy and Kanjuro remained in Fujiyama to assist the townspeople in rebuilding their home. At the Julie Lord's estate, a horse-drawn carriage moved slowly along. Seated at the front were Gabriel and Kinemon, while the rear of the carriage was laden with the wealth that Fujiyama had bestowed upon Julie. Curiously, the funds had originally been provided by Gabriel to Fujiyama, yet they had ultimately returned to him under the pretext of purchasing timber, labor, and provisions. Thus, after a circuitous journey, the money found its way back into Gabriel's hands. Kinemon unloaded the treasure and summoned Izuku, along with the others, to assist in transporting the wealth. Upon seeing the numerous chests of riches, Izuku's expression turned to one of astonishment. 8 large chests filled with treasures, though he could not discern their contents. The sight of the unsealed gold and silver made it clear to him that this was a considerable fortune. Were the Azura boy and his companions not supposed to be rescuing Fujiyama? Why does this situation feel concealed? The Azura boy and his companions have gone to loot Tingtian town. What is happening here? Aizang expressed his astonishment. You see, this was provided to us by the people of Tingtian town. Provided to us? Aizang said, somewhat incredulously. It concerns our procurement of supplies. Due to the actions of Zhan Tianwan's subordinates, Tingtian town is now in utter disarray, facing a severe shortage of timber, manpower, and food. Thus, you understand, Jean Wayman elucidated. Is that so? Aizang pondered, stroking his chin and nodding. This indeed seems quite reasonable. However, one cannot help but ponder whether the sum of wealth is excessive. Before me lies a staggering 8 chests of treasure, estimated to contain around 70 to 80,000 gold pieces. While the intention is to rebuild the town, the materials required are not particularly costly. Such a fortune spent on these items may surely exceed the necessity. Yet, upon further reflection, I realize that TNGSH in town is no ordinary settlement. Perhaps it has a larger population than one might assume. After a brief contemplation, I began to grasp the origin and purpose of this wealth, and without further hesitation, I commenced the transportation of the funds. As I was engaged in this task, my gaze fell upon Gabriel. Observing his right hand tightly bound, I was momentarily taken aback. Gabriel, what has happened to you? I approached him, somewhat apprehensive. Oh, this? Just a minor injury. Leizong assured me that with some rest, I will be just fine. Gabriel replied with an awkward chuckle. A minor injury? I regarded him with skepticism. I swear, I am not deceiving you, Gabriel insisted, scratching his cheek. What is the matter with Jean Wayman? I directed my displeasure towards him. Ah well, this lad just happened to be fortunate. Leizong arrived in the nick of time. Had he been a moment later, I fear Gabriel would have lost his hand. Jean Wayman lamented, reflecting on Gabriel's arm. Indeed, if it had been any later, it might not have just been the arm at stake, but also his head, he added. I must say, you should have intervened when you saw this young one struggling. If anything had happened to him, how would I explain it to Lord Yutian? I reproached. Well, I cannot be blamed entirely. I did intend to assist, but Jean Wayman scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. You both are quite something. I sighed in resignation. Do not worry, it is merely a minor injury, Gabriel reassured me. Good brother, good brother. I heard you were injured. The cat viper, who was assisting in the transportation, rushed over, alarmed by the news of Gabriel's injury. It's nothing serious, just a minor wound. Gabriel waved his injured hand with a smile. But will this affect your ability to prepare delicious food? The cat viper swallowed hard, concerned. It should not, I believe, Gabriel replied, his expression darkening slightly. Really? The cat viper inquired cautiously. Oh, by the way, there is a bag of silver on the cart. Could you fetch it for me? Gabriel pointed towards a bag of money behind the cart, feigning surprise. Oh, the cat viper glanced at Gabriel, hesitating before nodding. Just a moment ago, everything was perfectly fine. Why has my good brother stopped speaking to me? The cat viper cast a puzzled glance at Gabriel before climbing onto the cart, retrieving a bag of treasures. As he descended, he looked around, but Gabriel was nowhere to be found. Where has my good brother gone? Gazing at the pouch of silver in his hand, and ensuring that there were no signs of Gabriel nearby, the viper decided to first attend to the matter at hand. Gabriel had evaded the viper's inquiries, reminiscent of an old man's lingering questions, and made his way into the Jioli mansion. Observing his surroundings, he finally spotted Yizang's figure. Yizang was laboriously transporting goods, and Gabriel hurried over to call out to him. Yizang, what is the matter? Yizang looked up, catching the scent of Gabriel's approach, and was momentarily taken aback. Could you assist me with a task? Gabriel inquired. What task? Yizang asked with a hint of confusion. I need you to draft a notice at the entrance of Yutian town. A notice? Yes. The notice should announce a substantial recruitment for the construction of houses located in Tangshan town. As for the pricing, could you kindly assess the current market rates? If we find ourselves short-handed, we may need to add a few more layers of workers. Gabriel articulated his purpose for this visit. Upon hearing Gabriel's words, Yizang furrowed his brow. Are you intending to hire that group of refugees? Indeed, Gabriel affirmed with a nod. That seems like a reasonable plan, Yizang contemplated, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Then I shall entrust this to you, Yizang. Very well, leave it to me, Yizang replied with a nod. Having resolved the staffing issue, Gabriel, with his injured left arm, made his way to Yutian City. He intended to consult with Bingji Wu Jingmin regarding the food supply. At the entrance of Yutian town, Bingji Wu Jingmin stood, weariness etched across his face, as 10 consecutive days of standing had rendered him utterly fatigued. Bingji Wu Jingmin, Gabriel called out, his voice echoing at the town's entrance. Gabriel? Upon seeing the newcomer, Bingji Wu Jingmin was momentarily taken aback. Why has this fellow come here? Are you here to check on the progress of the refugee housing? Bingji Wu Jingmin inquired with a hint of confusion. No. I seek your assistance with a matter, Gabriel replied. You require my help? What is it? Gabriel briefly recounted the situation in Tangshan town, promptly expressing the urgent need for substantial food supplies. Upon hearing this, Bingji Wu Jingmin instantly grasped Gabriel's intention. However, he appeared somewhat conflicted regarding Gabriel's request. It was not that he was unwilling to help, but rather that the situation was particularly challenging this time. One must understand that the kingdom of Ji is not a land of abundant resources. The food supply in a small town is almost fixed and limited. Recently, the relief efforts for the disaster-stricken refugees had already posed a significant dilemma for Yutian City over the past month. Now, with the demand to allocate some provisions for Tangshan town, Yutian City simply lacked the necessary supplies. Is it truly impossible? Gabriel inquired, noticing Bingji Wu Jingmin's hesitation. It is not that it cannot be done. We could procure food from places like Baiwu, Shimei, or Huaji City. However, the prices. Bingji Wu Jingmin sighed involuntarily. If we were to purchase from Baiwu or Huaji City, the grain prices would exceed those in Yutian City by at least twofold. Not to mention the transportation costs for the 9-mile journey. Do not concern yourself with the prices. Even if they rise significantly, I only require speed. The quicker, the better. Gabriel insisted. While speed posed no issue, Bingji Wu Jingmin cautioned. However, I must inform you that if we source food from elsewhere, the prices will be at least 5 times higher than those in Yutian City. Money is not a concern, Gabriel declared confidently. After all, Tangshan town had provided him with a substantial sum, 8 large chests of wealth. Even if food prices were to double, he would still manage without difficulty. Very well then. Await my news, Bingji Wu Jingmin replied, feeling reassured by Gabriel's words. I appreciate your assistance. Gabriel bid farewell, and then made his way towards the illustrious 9-mile mansion. Initially, he intended to venture to Robbo town alone, but upon reflection, the distance proved to be too great. The negotiations regarding timber in Robbo town would indeed be better entrusted to Jin Wyman. Chapter 63. The fleeting passage of time. Months have swiftly elapsed. The outskirts of Yutian City have witnessed the emergence of numerous edifices. The once displaced individuals have now become integral members of Yutian City. Under Gabriel's guidance, Fujiyama Town has also experienced a remarkable revival. To optimize the geographical advantages of Fujiyama Town, Gabriel has remained industrious during these past months. His immediate focus was to integrate the roads of 9 Mile with Fujiyama Town, subsequently extending the connections to other regions. Having successfully linked Fujiyama Town with 9 Mile, Gabriel also devised a comprehensive plan for the roads within 9 Mile itself. Centered around Utian City, the pathways radiate outward in a spiderweb-like fashion, reaching the various towns and cities under 9 Mile's jurisdiction. Thus, the previously remote and narrow paths of Gioli, which posed significant obstacles to travel, have ceased to be a concern. Within just a few short months, Gioli has undergone a remarkable transformation under Gabriel's stewardship. For instance, a journey that once required an entire day to reach Tingshan Town now takes merely half a day. Similarly, the travel time to Luobwa Town, which previously spanned several dozen minutes, has been reduced to just over 10 minutes. In a matter of months, Gioli has drastically changed in Gabriel's hands. The common folk of Gioli are profoundly grateful for these developments, as they are the ones who most acutely feel the convenience brought by this change. While the populace rejoices, figures such as the Azura Boy, Itzong, and Latesong find it impossible to share in their joy. It is revealed that during these few months, Gabriel's reckless actions have inflicted indelible scars upon Gioli's finances. In such a brief span, the fiscal reserves of Gioli are perilously close to depletion. This, however, was not the source of their utmost despair. Their greatest anguish stemmed from the fact that they reported the matter to Kazuki Oden, who merely smiled lightly and acquiesced to Gabon's actions. This is the aspect they find most incomprehensible. It is important to note that this represents the entirety of their finances in Kuji, which have now been squandered by Gabriel, leaving them utterly bewildered. If they were to learn that the sole reason for Kazuki Oden's agreement stemmed from a recollection of a statement made by the noble Yamado, they would likely find it even more difficult to accept. Gabriel may indeed bring about a monumental transformation for the land of Wano. It is precisely this thought that compels Kazuki Oden to observe Gabriel's actions. Within the estate of the Kuji daimyo, on the second floor, a gathering had formed. However, today, not a single individual was engaged in study. Instead, they sat huddled together, their faces betraying an undeniable gloom. Their gazes were fixated on Gabriel, who, with an innocent expression, found her eyes wandering toward the window. "Gabriel," Aizu exclaimed, his expression one of displeasure. "Yes," Gabriel replied, scratching her cheek innocently. "Due to your actions, the finances of Kuji are nearing depletion. You must devise a solution." Aizu insisted, his tone stern as he pounded the floor. "Given the current situation, I am at a loss as well," Gabriel responded with a wry smile. Though his primary aim in constructing roads and expanding the economy was to generate profit, it had only been a brief period since the roads were completed and operational. The return on investment was not nearly as swift as anticipated. Take, for instance, the route from Robbo Town to Shermois. The land in Shermois is scarce, and timber is in short supply. During winter, coal becomes a coveted commodity. Under normal circumstances, for Shermois to procure supplies, they must navigate through Tizon Town to reach Kuji, and subsequently travel to Getsu to purchase coal. The journey is lengthy, and the cost of coal is exorbitant. However, with the new direct route from Robbo Town to Tizon Town, which in turn leads straight to Shermois, the distance has been significantly reduced. Moreover, Robbo Town boasts a substantial timber base, enabling it to produce coal for sale to Shermois independently. Thus, Robbo Town amassed wealth, and the tax revenues of Gioli also increased. However, whether it be the coal from Robbo Town destined for Shime, the fine wines arriving from the City of Flowers, or the iron ore from Tuwin reaching Gioli, all of this requires patience. Nowadays, Gioli finds himself in dire financial straits, desperately needing to liquidate assets. Even if he were to devise a strategy with Gabriel, the constraints of time prevent any immediate realization of funds. "This matter does not concern me. The money is yours to manage, so you must find a solution," Izong remarked, his expression one of discontent. Not only Izong, but also Azura, Leizong, Kenshirlang, and Jin Weimen, among others, cast approving glances. Even the usually silent Kameju and Inazuma, along with the others, offered their tacit agreement. As the collective gaze turned towards Gabriel, he could not help but twitch his lips, his countenance darkening. During this period, where could he possibly acquire funds? Gabriel hesitated to voice his refusal. Gazing at the unwavering stares from Izong and his companions, he swallowed the words that lingered on his lips. It seemed he could not evade this responsibility. All right, I understand. Gabriel sighed, resigned. Upon hearing Gabriel's acquiescence, the others finally relented. Gabriel cast a glance at the group before exiting the second-floor room. Izong and the others did not intervene. They merely sat despondently on the wooden boards. Although they had entrusted the matter of securing funds to Gabriel, they could not shake the feeling of uncertainty considering his propensity for extravagance. The immediate priority was to bolster the finances of the Jiuli daimyo's estate. Furthermore, Izong intended to have a discussion with Mitsuki Yutian, hoping to curtail Gabriel's spending habits. Izong genuinely believed that at the current rate of Gabriel's expenditure, even if Jiuli were to secure substantial financial support, it would scarcely suffice to cover Gabriel's lavishness. Unless they addressed the underlying issue, this dilemma would persist indefinitely. Shaking his still dizzy head, Izong prepared to enter the house in search of Mitsuki Yutian. Just as he was about to take a step, he remembered that Mitsuki had been absent from the daimyo's estate for a month. After a moment of frustrated sighing, Izong turned to the others. Have any of you seen Lord Yutian lately? No, not at all, came the replies. Neither have I. It's been over a month since I last saw Lord Yutian. Is that so? Listening to their responses, Izong felt a wave of headache wash over him. The minor matters were troubling him, and now the major ones were equally distressing. It seemed he had no choice but to search outside. Izong stood and headed towards the door. Scanning the room, he waved his hand and announced, "There will be no class today. You may all disperse." Upon hearing Izong's words, Jin Weimin and the others felt indifferent. However, the group of cat viper snakes was exceptionally pleased, pleasantly surprised that today would be another day of leisure. The crowd scattered. Gabriel also stepped out of the Jiuli daimyo's estate, his mood far from light. At present, the roads were still under construction and investment. Expecting a return now seemed nearly impossible. Gabriel understood that finding financial support would require alternative strategies. This truly is troublesome. Gabriel let out a sigh as he made his way to Yutian City, pondering whether there might be a way to acquire some wealth there. Chapter 64. The Remarkable Transformation of Jiuli Yutian City. With Gabriel's reforms in Jiuli, Yutian City has undergone a significant metamorphosis. Once a modest town, Jiuli Yutian City was somewhat lacking in comparison to other towns in terms of both scale and population density. It could not be compared to those established towns. However, over the past few months, through Gabriel's efforts in constructing roads, accepting refugees, and building houses, Jiuli Yutian City has expanded beyond its former limitations. The once sparse houses have become densely packed, while the previously muddy paths have transformed into broad stone streets. The scattered stalls have now been organized into a dedicated commercial street bustling with trade. The current state of Jiuli Yutian City can be aptly described as a complete upheaval. The contrast between the former Yutian City and the present one is striking, almost as if they belong to different realms. Having exited the Jiuli prefecture, Gabriel set foot on the roads of Yutian City. As he navigated through the bustling streets, his gaze took in the substantial changes that had unfolded, the solid stone pathways, the closely knit houses, and the throngs of busy townsfolk left him somewhat perplexed. Is this Yutian City? Gabriel felt a peculiar sense of being in the wrong place. With a gaze tinged with skepticism, he glanced at the iconic town walls of Yutian City, still standing. Turning to look up at the highest point, the grand residence of the Ninely was also within his view. Observing these two emblematic structures, Gabriel hesitantly nodded. It seemed he had not erred in his journey. What is happening today? Why am I so suspicious? Gabriel shook his slightly troubled head and gently patted the small face of Baiji, letting out a heavy sigh to regain his clarity. With his thoughts becoming somewhat clearer, Gabriel continued on his path, hoping that the current Yutian City would offer some pleasant surprises. The transformation of Yutian City was significant, partly owing to Gabriel's contributions. However, despite his involvement in its renovation, he had scarcely laid eyes upon it. His inherent laziness had prevented him from properly resting over the past few months. The burden of his accumulated studies, along with his desire to evade them, was inescapable. The literature class he wished to conceal, the practical lessons with Ashura, and the plethora of books provided by Gitsi Yutian weighed heavily upon him. Gabriel had no desire to read these books, yet by insistence from Izong, he was compelled to do so. Consequently, Gabriel found himself with an additional subject of study beyond that of his peers. This is not all. Gabriel also has to take on additional responsibilities, including the road planning for Tangshan Town and Jiuli, as well as assessing the materials, food, and mineral conditions across various regions, considering deficits, damages, and surpluses that all require meticulous calculation. The accumulation of various tasks compels him to expedite his work. It can be said that, despite his fondness for basking in the sun and indulging in leisurely slumbers, these past few months have left him with insufficient time for rest. This is not the most formidable challenge that Gabriel has encountered. The most daunting issue lies with the attitudes of the Izumi faction. Although Hisashi has expressed support for the road reconstruction in Jioli and Tangshan Town, the Izumi group has voiced their opposition. Ultimately, it boils down to financial concerns. Initially, the Izumi members exhibited a cooperative demeanor. However, as time progressed and Jioli's finances drastically deteriorated, their patience waned. They began to dissuade Gabriel from pursuing his intended plans. Yet, Gabriel remained resolute in his course. With the project already over halfway realized, how could he possibly abandon it? One side urged caution while the other remained steadfast, leading to the current impasse. As one traverses the entrance of Yutian Town, the outskirts reveal what was once a refuge for displaced persons. The former sanctuary for refugees has now undergone a remarkable transformation. Dozens of houses have risen from the ground, standing tall on either side. Once the exiled residents, they have now become integral members of Jioli's populace. Some busily scurry about in search of employment, while others wield hoes, venturing into the adjacent wasteland to cultivate land for food. Still, others remain at home, crafting goods to sell at the market. Every individual here toils diligently for their livelihood. Yet their faces bear no trace of worry over their sustenance. Instead, each countenance radiates with the warmth of a joyous smile, reflecting their profound contentment with a life where diligent work ensures a stable existence. As I step beyond the town's entrance, I gaze upon the once barren land, now transformed into a thriving community of completed homes. Observing the bustling yet cheerful populace, Gabriel finds himself momentarily lost in thought. Not long ago, this area served merely as a refuge for those affected by disaster, and now it has blossomed into a vibrant residential district. The pace of change is indeed swift. Gabriel sighed inwardly as he navigated through the crowd towards the outer regions. Many citizens caught sight of Gabriel, and in an instant, they cast him enthusiastic glances. Lord Gabriel. Greetings, Lord Gabriel. They all expressed their goodwill towards him. Yet, Gabriel wore a look of bewilderment. When did he become so popular? Just as Gabriel hesitated, numerous individuals, upon hearing of his arrival, gathered around him. They genuinely wished to express their gratitude. Had it not been for the measures he implemented months prior, their lives would not have been as stable as they are now. As the crowd encircled him, Gabriel was momentarily taken aback, prompting him to quicken his pace and forge a path through the throng. Observing his urgency, the crowd stepped aside, allowing him to pass unimpeded. Thus, Gabriel traversed the residential area beyond Yutian City. Following a straight road and turning several corners, he arrived in the territory of Robbo Town. Gazing at the fields of Robbo Town, he was momentarily stunned. The fields were filled with recently planted seedlings, and at the end of the rows stood a water wheel he had once designed. It was evident that modifications had been made. Instead of paddles, the water wheel now featured closed funnels. Driven by the flow of water, the wheel rotated, propelling the closed funnels at its pivot point, which in turn irrigated the ditches carved into the fields. The ditches gradually allowed water to seep into the soil, achieving the purpose of irrigation. Was it possible that they raised the water level using water buckets, which then fed into the ditches, ultimately nourishing the entire expanse of land? Observing the operation of the water wheel, Gabriel mused to himself that it was indeed a commendable design. As Gabriel observed the water wheel, a young man in the fields noticed a stranger approaching the riverbank and looked on with curiosity. Upon seeing the petite figure with its peculiar appearance, the young man's expression froze. He rubbed his eyes vigorously and glanced again to confirm. Recognizing the unusual figure radiating a faint, ethereal quality, he realized that there was only one individual in the entire realm of Hiziguo who possessed such a distinctive appearance. Lord Gabriel. With a rush of excitement, Lakika approached him. Reaching Gabriel's side, Gabriel turned to regard the suddenly appearing stranger, his brow furrowing slightly. It has been a long time, Lord Gabriel, Lakika greeted him first. Indeed it has, Gabriel replied. Gabriel's gaze lingered hesitantly on Lakika, who promptly nodded in acknowledgement. I am truly honored that Lord Gabriel remembers me, Lakika exclaimed with palpable excitement. I do have a faint recollection, Gabriel admitted, scratching his cheek with a hint of embarrassment. It is wonderful to encounter you here. I have long wished to meet you, Lakika expressed, his countenance reflecting his eagerness. Is that so? Gabriel chuckled awkwardly. He had not anticipated encountering a so-called fan upon arriving in Robe Town. Indeed, Rakaka affirmed with a vigorous nod. Lord Gabriel, I would like to request a favor. May I ask to introduce you to someone, if it is not too much trouble? He said, his earlier enthusiasm giving way to a hint of shyness. Introduce me to someone? Gabriel inquired, his brow furrowing in curiosity. Who do you wish for me to meet? It is our town mayor, Rakaka replied, scratching his head sheepishly. The mayor? Gabriel paused, suddenly taken aback as an image of an elderly gentleman surfaced in his mind. Are you referring to the mayor of Robe Town, that elderly man? He asked, uncertainty lacing his voice. Yes, our mayor's health has been failing, and he has expressed a desire to meet you. I wonder if it would be convenient for you. Rakaka ventured tentatively. To meet me? He could simply come to the mansion and inform me directly, Gabriel sighed, a sense of resignation washing over him upon learning that the mayor wished to see him. Well, I have visited the mansion a few times, but they said you were quite busy and unavailable, which is why Rakaka trailed off, scratching his head awkwardly. Is that so? Gabriel replied with an embarrassed smile. It seems that I have indeed been quite occupied these past few months. How about you lead the way? I shall visit him now. Excellent, Rakaka exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy at Gabriel's agreement. Having confirmed Gabriel's journey to Robe Town, Rakaka, fearing any change of mind, hurriedly guided him towards their destination. Chapter 65. The ailing mayor of Robe Town. At the edge of Robe Town, here stands a quaint white cottage. Here lies the humble abode of the mayor of Tingshan Town. Rakaka hurriedly escorted Gabriel to this location. Standing outside the modest dwelling, Gabriel appeared somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that the residence of such a prominent figure as a mayor would be so devoid of extravagance. Following a narrow stone path leading to the house, he encountered an unremarkable yet unpretentious setting. On either side of the pathway, various vegetables were cultivated: potatoes, garlic, and cabbage, practical provisions for sustenance. As he ventured further along the path, the only two blossoms he beheld were the undeveloped flowers of pumpkins. In light of such simplicity, Gabriel could not help but let out a soft chuckle. Indeed, it is as he had envisioned, plain and unadorned. Mayor, upon entering the modest dwelling, Rakaka softly called out. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man with a serious demeanor emerged. As the man stepped outside, Rakaka's expression shifted, and he instinctively took a few steps back, chuckling awkwardly. To his surprise, Uncle Gore was also present. Rakaka, do you come bearing news? Gore inquired with a grave countenance. Well, Mayor, have you not long desired to meet Lord Gabriel? Today, I have brought him along, Rakaka replied, stepping aside to reveal Gabriel in full view. Upon hearing the name Gabriel, a flicker of intrigue crossed Gore's stern face, prompting him to approach with a hint of excitement. Observing the unusually young and peculiar-looking Gabriel, Gore's conviction in his judgment deepened. Just as his father had claimed, he was indeed a strange prodigy. You must be Lord Gabriel. It is an honor to finally meet you. Gore extended his left hand with a warm smile. Ah, hello. Gabriel awkwardly returned the gesture with his right hand. Is the mayor inside? I have come to pay him a visit. Please, do come in. Gore gestured for Gabriel to enter. Gabriel complied without hesitation, stepping into a modest room illuminated only by a dim candlelight, which made him feel slightly uncomfortable. After a moment of adjustment to the somber glow, Gabriel began to survey his surroundings. His gaze fell upon the town mayor, lying pale and with slightly bluish lips, and he felt a twinge of surprise. Such a state could hardly signify good health. He appeared to be teetering on the brink of death. Are you all right, elder? Gabriel approached the bed. Concern etched on his face. Ah, cough, cough. Is that you, Gabriel? The mayor struggled to open his eyes upon hearing the familiar voice. Yes, it is me, Gabriel affirmed with a nod. Ha, ha, cough, cough. Who would have thought that before I depart this world, I would once again see this little rascal? The mayor exclaimed with a hearty laugh. I apologize. I had no idea your condition was so dire. Had I known sooner. Gabriel's voice trailed off, feeling a pang of guilt. The mayor had once rendered him a significant favor, and now he had merely wished to check on him. Yet the outcome was disheartening. Why so somber, little one? I am still very much alive, the mayor said, straining to sit up against the wall, finally getting a better look at Gabriel's appearance. Elder, perhaps it would be best if you refrained from moving too much, Gabriel suggested with a wry smile. What? You think this old fool is on the verge of death and wish for me to pass away peacefully? The mayor teased. No, that's not what I meant. Gabriel scratched his cheek, flustered. Ha, ha, cough, cough, cough. Who would have imagined you would still be here, little rascal? Gabriel's face displayed a hint of embarrassment, while a fleeting smile crossed the mayor's pale visage. Observing the mayor's demeanor, Gabriel felt a moment of vexation. He had not anticipated that even at this juncture, the mayor would still revel in jest. After a brief exchange of humor, the mayor regained his composure. He exhaled heavily, allowing his somewhat incapacitated body to relax, and then spoke. Well, cough, cough. The reason I summoned you is to discuss something of importance. Upon hearing the mayor's words, Gabriel, who had previously worn a frown, instantly shifted to a look of keen interest. He was eager to discern what pressing matter the mayor had sought him out for. Father, why are you up? The doctor advised you against any sudden movements, Jujing Wulo remarked as he entered after a discussion with Rakaka. He glanced at his father seated at the bedside, a flicker of concern crossing his features. And no worries. I am well aware of my condition. The mayor waved dismissively. But please, remain there. I have matters to discuss with this young man. The mayor halted Jujing Wulo from approaching and turned his attention to Gabriel. In truth, I had long wished to speak with you when my health began to decline, but regrettably, you were always unavailable. Now that you are here, I feel somewhat reassured. The mayor continued, laboriously turning to retrieve a bag of documents from a nearby wooden table piled with items. This contains the plans for the roads of Robbo town, as well as the charcoal production schedule and the sales plan for Shime. The mayor handed the documents to Gabriel. This is essentially what you initially discussed with me. I have now crafted a detailed outline. Gabriel accepted the documents but did not immediately peruse them. Instead, he gazed at the mayor with a perplexed expression. What is this? He inquired. This is what I have long desired to accomplish, but alas, my health has failed me, and it seems I may not live to see it realized. Therefore, I wish to entrust this plan to you, hoping you will carry it forward with diligence, the mayor stated earnestly. Gabriel's expression hardened slightly. He looked at the mayor with confusion, questioning why such a significant plan would be entrusted to him. Would it not be more fitting for the future mayor of Robbo town to inherit this responsibility? I considered entrusting it to others, the mayor explained. But this plan exceeds the imagination of the people of our nation, and I cannot rest easy knowing it might be mishandled. Noticing Gabriel's hesitation, the mayor continued. I even contemplated passing it on to my son, Jujing Wulo. As my offspring, he would naturally inherit my intentions and serve as the next mayor of Robbo town. It would be entirely appropriate. Yet, this plan is too advanced, too intricate, and the stakes are exceedingly high. I fear that Jujing Wulo might falter, which is why I have withheld it. Listening to the mayor's explanation, Gabriel instantly comprehended the situation. Indeed, his new plan for Jiuli was so intricate that even the likes of Tsong, Azura Boy, and Jin Weimin could not grasp it, let alone the mayor himself. However, as he absorbed the mayor's request, Gabriel found himself engulfed in hesitation. To accept would mean he would have to take full responsibility for the affairs of Luobo town. The planning for Jiuli had already left him overwhelmed, and the addition of Luobo town made the consequences almost unimaginable. Old man, I genuinely wish to assist you, but I simply cannot find the time, Gabriel chuckled awkwardly. Is that so? The mayor's face momentarily reflected a flicker of despondency upon hearing Gabriel's words. How about this? Gabriel suggested, scratching his cheek, entrust the task to someone else. If they struggle to understand, they can always come to me for guidance. I will ensure they receive proper instruction. Upon hearing Gabriel's proposal, a glimmer of hope illuminated the mayor's previously dim gaze. This arrangement, albeit not all-encompassing, does provide some semblance of assurance for the town of Robbo. Goro, cough. Come here. The mayor gestured weakly with his left hand, beckoning Jukiai Goro to approach. This is my son, Jukiai Goro, who will also serve as the next mayor of Robbo. The mayor introduced Goro to Gabriel, while simultaneously elucidating the circumstances. A cordial exchange ensued between Jukiai Goro and Gabriel, allowing both to form a fundamental understanding of one another. It was apparent, at the very least, that neither party was devoid of competence. Following their pleasantries, Gabriel entrusted Jukiai Goro with the plans for Robbo that had been entrusted to him by the mayor. He expressed his hope that Goro would carry forth his father's legacy and elevate the town of Robbo. Goro, without hesitation, accepted the materials from Gabriel. The mayor's delegation of responsibilities was thus largely concluded. Before departing, Gabriel cast a glance at the mayor of Robbo, his expression tinged with complexity. This was, for him, the first encounter with the demise of someone familiar in this world. Such feelings can be described as a medley of emotions. Take care, dear elder. Gabriel offered a respectful bow to the mayor of Robbo town, and soon departed with a heart laden with complexity. He comprehended that this farewell would be eternal. Chapter 66. Contemplating the financial strategies of Ninely. Upon leaving Robbo Town, he stood at a crossroads, a mysterious path leading from Utian City to Robbo Town. Its destination unknown. In the face of three divergent paths, Gabriel found himself ensnared in a moment of perplexity. Where was he to venture? To Utian City? To Luobwa Town? Or perhaps to an uncharted route? Returning to Utian City now, what purpose would that serve? He had only recently traversed Luobwa Town. After a soft sigh, Gabriel resolved to embark upon the path leading into the unknown. The road branched off straight ahead, and he could not discern where it might lead him. A towering mountain loomed beside him, while before him lay a straight stone path. Gazing at the desolate mountain and the empty stone way, Gabriel could not help but exhale a sigh of resignation. Where had he arrived? Surveying his unfamiliar surroundings, he gently tapped his confused head in an effort to regain clarity. Shaking his head in disbelief, he pressed onward. For now, walking seemed to ease the turbulence of his thoughts. The fiscal plight of Ju Li weighed heavily on Gabriel's mind, a genuine conundrum. The roads remained in disrepair, and funds were scarce. The recently collected taxes from Ju Li barely sufficed for its current needs. With over 2 months remaining until the next tax collection, he worried that if Ju Li could not secure additional funds, his plans would surely be shelved. Was there truly no solution? Gabriel sighed again, his face etched with concern. He had contemplated numerous strategies to address the financial dilemma, whether it was borrowing money from Bai Wu or hastening the collection of the next tax. Each approach had been dismissed. The former was untenable, as he already owed Bai Wu a considerable sum, and borrowing further was impossible. The latter posed its own challenges. Jiu Li was generally impoverished, and he feared that a fresh tax collection might incite further issues. Although Jiu Li outwardly appeared tranquil, in reality, a single spark could ignite a cascade of calamity. This is also the reason why Gabriel has always refrained from such actions. Clang, clang, clang. Unaware of how long he had been walking, Gabriel faintly heard a sound reminiscent of iron striking stone. Filled with curiosity, Gabriel turned his gaze towards the source of the noise. In the distance, he observed a large group of people wielding various tools, striking the ground with fervor. In front of them stood several two-wheeled carts, their wooden wheels slightly indented, seemingly burdened with heavy objects. Driven by intrigue, Gabriel approached to discern the nature of their endeavor. This group of individuals was unloading finished stone blocks from a vehicle, meticulously laying them upon the dry ground. They wielded wooden mallets with great force, driving the stones into the earth. Nearby, a designated worker was using a hammer to trim the edges of the stones, ensuring they no longer retained a diamond shape, thus allowing them to fit closely with one another. The sound of iron striking stone emanated from these laborers. Were they constructing a road? Observing their actions, Gabriel could not help but furrow his brow. Although it was evident that they were indeed building a road, Gabriel was uncertain which one it could be. Over the past several months, he had planned numerous routes, making it challenging for him to recall the specific one before him. Which road are you constructing? Gabriel inquired. A look of confusion etched across his face. Upon hearing the voice of a stranger, the workers paused, lifting their heads. The foreman, noticing a peculiar-looking child, wore an expression of displeasure. Hey, what is a child like you doing here? This isn't a place for you. Go play elsewhere, he said, waving his hand dismissively. Gabriel's expression darkened at the foreman's reaction. He had merely posed a question. Such a response seemed excessive. After casting a glance at the foreman, he sighed softly and turned to leave. Despite the foreman's rudeness, he saw no merit in engaging in conflict with him. Excuse me, are you Lord Gabriel? In stark contrast to the foreman's impatience, a nearby man wielding a hammer immediately recognized Gabriel and exclaimed with excitement. Upon hearing Gabriel's name, the others around them were taken aback, their expressions filled with disbelief. They were familiar with this name. Their current employment was largely due to Gabriel's efforts. You know me? Gabriel scratched his small face in curiosity. Yes, indeed. I fled from Sim to Julie several months ago, and I encountered you during that time, the hammer-wielding man replied, his face alight with enthusiasm. Oh, I see. You were among the refugees from Sim to Julie. Gabriel recalled that instance vividly. It was his first experience with disaster relief. I apologize, Lord Gabriel. I failed to recognize you, the foreman said, his face suddenly pale as he hurriedly bowed in apology. It's quite all right, Gabriel replied, waving his hand dismissively. Though the foreman had acted thoughtlessly, he deemed it unworthy of further contention. Thank you for your understanding, Lord Gabriel, the foreman said, visibly relieved. This job was one he had painstakingly secured, and he certainly did not wish to lose it over a baseless remark. I ask you, to where does this road lead? Gabriel inquired, gazing at the uncertain path ahead. Esteemed Lord Gabriel, this road leads to the Rabbit Bowl, the foreman replied with utmost respect. Rabbit Bowl? The name momentarily stunned Gabriel. If memory served him correctly, this was indeed a route leading to the Rabbit Bowl mining area. This is indeed a genuine path to prosperity. Once established, it promises unwavering returns. I never anticipated encountering this today. Yet, gazing at the mere 10 miles of stone road constructed thus far, I cannot help but sigh in despair. At this rate, how long will it take to complete? How much wealth will this require? To repair just 10 miles. It seems that the distance to the Rabbit Bowl might be at most a mere tenth of that journey. Alas, if only someone could assist me in covering this expense. Gabriel gazed upon the seemingly interminable road, still under construction, and let out a long sigh. After this exhalation, he reflected on his earlier words and felt a sense of unease. To ask someone to help pay for the road? Gabriel repeated this thought, his brow furrowing. Indeed, how could I have overlooked this? A sudden flash of inspiration illuminated his mind, and his expression brightened. Though he currently lacked funds, he was certain he would earn money in the future. He could easily allow others to invest in a manner akin to stocks, promising to repay them slowly once he was financially stable. All that would be required was to offer corresponding interest, and this endeavor would become feasible. Of course, he could not articulate this directly. He needed a justification. The road remains incomplete, and funds are needed for investment. Once the road is finished, profits can be shared, at least 2 to 3 times the initial investment. A guaranteed return. Ultimately, this venture would be launched under his name, Gabriel. Thus, wealth would soon come in, although the repayment might be somewhat greater at that time. Once this period has passed, what significance does it hold if a little extra is returned? With determination, Gabriel hastily returned to Giuli. Upon his arrival, Gabriel promptly drafted an announcement regarding the incomplete road construction and the urgent need for investment due to financial shortfalls. Additionally, he prepared the necessary materials to create the stocks. After all, in this world devoid of the internet, the concept of stocks would certainly not suffice. He required a tangible substitute to represent the stocks, which would be distributed to the investing populace. At that time, they could redeem their invested funds using these stock-like notes. Once the announcement was completed, Gabriel planned to affix it at the entrance of Utian City, while also distributing copies to neighboring towns. As for the investment period, Gabriel intended to set it for noon 3 days hence. In the span of 3 days, he had ample time to prepare the investment notes. Chapter 67. Investment. The following day, when the investment announcement was posted at the gates of Utian town, a wave of astonishment swept through the entire town. Countless citizens of Utian, upon hearing the news, hurried to the town gates to verify its authenticity. One simply needed to invest a sum of money in this project and, after a period of 6 months to 1 year, could expect a stable return of 2 to 3 times the initial investment. Is it true? Can one truly earn 2 to 3 times their investment in just 6 months? It's clearly a scam. Such windfalls do not simply fall from the heavens. Hey, those calling it a scam, take a look at whose seal is affixed above and whose name is inscribed. Speak only after you have discerned the truth. Goodness, the seal of the Daming Prefecture and the name of Lord Gabriel? Let me see. No pushing, no pushing. Upon the emergence of such news, akin to a pie falling from the heavens, the public initially remained skeptical. However, upon witnessing the official seal and signature on the announcement, they found themselves compelled to accept its veracity. The seal and signature on this announcement are not merely ordinary. They carry significant weight and distinction. This seal belongs to the Giuli Daming Prefecture, and the signature is that of Giuli Daming Prefecture along with Bibili. Both the signatures of Giuli Daming Prefecture and Daming Prefecture are complete. Such circumstances render this announcement undeniably genuine. It is important to recognize that disseminating false information about the esteemed Giuli Mingfu would be a capital offense. Unless one is afflicted by a cerebral hemorrhage, such actions would be unthinkable. Therefore, the veracity of this announcement is exceedingly high. My goodness, is it truly the case? I must see it, even if it requires payment. Indeed, I am eager to invest. I wonder why you are crowding around. The earliest opportunity for investment will not arise for at least 3 days. Even if you push me here, I still cannot invest. What? It is 3 days away? That is quite tantalizing. Honestly, well, if you find it unappealing, you need not participate. Do you take me for a fool? This is a chance to acquire wealth effortlessly. Why would you not mention it if you plan to abstain? Upon confirmation of the announcement's authenticity, the immediate reaction of the crowd is to invest. This is indeed a foolproof investment opportunity. If one were to forego such prospects, it would be quite foolish. As the crowd, fueled by whimsy, sought out places to invest, they discovered that the investment would not commence for another 3 days. Upon reading this announcement, expressions of disappointment inevitably crossed their faces, as they had anticipated immediate action. However, after the initial dismay, the crowd quickly regained their enthusiasm. 3 days hence. It seems that a substantial profit awaits. With glimmering eyes, they began to contemplate their plans. Shortly thereafter, a subtle wave of borrowing for investment began to unfold within the city of Yutian. In the newly established town hall of Tangshan, Finyuan sat on the floor, intently examining a document with a grave countenance. As he reached the core content of the report, a look of dismay crossed his serious face. Had cracks appeared in the bridge to Shime? Such a development was no trivial matter. It could swiftly escalate to a bridge collapse. Should the bridge collapse occur, it would not only jeopardize the lives of those traversing it, but also significantly tarnish the reputation of Tangshan. Once the honor of Tangshan was compromised, mere financial compensation would hardly suffice. Father! Finyuan was deep in thought regarding the cracks in the bridge when Nanako rushed in, calling out anxiously. What is it? Causing such a stir? Finyuan replied, his displeasure evident. Father, a letter has arrived from the Lord of Jiuli, Nanako said, holding a letter sealed with the distinctive Jiuli insignia. A letter from the Jiuli Lord? Finyuan was taken aback. What could be so urgent that it arrived at this early hour? Let me see, he said, taking the letter with a puzzled expression. As he opened it and perused its contents, his brow furrowed in concern. Insufficient funds for road construction? They require investment? His interest waned as he discerned the underlying implications of the letter. As the mayor of Tangshan, possessing years of commercial experience, he quickly recognized the subtext. The so-called investment was merely a cover for Jiuli's current fiscal shortfall, seeking external funds for circulation. However, he was somewhat taken aback by the exorbitant interest rates of 20 to 30% proposed by Gabriel. Was Jiuli's financial situation truly so dire that they would resort to such high-interest borrowing? As he contemplated the contents of the letter, he initially expected no surprises. Yet, upon seeing the mention of the rabbit bowl, his expression shifted, caught off guard. The road from Jiuli to the rabbit bowl? Gazing at the words above, Fujino Muramasa set down the envelope in his hand and hurriedly retrieved a map of the land of Wano from the adjacent bookshelf. However, his examination of the map's routes yielded little in the way of insight. At that moment, Fujino Muramasa recalled a map that Gabriel had provided him. This particular map contained detailed plans for both Kuri and Fujiyama Town. As he perused the shelves, flipping through one book after another, he remembered that the map was nestled within the pages of a specific volume. At last, upon reaching the 5th book, Fujino Muramasa discovered the coveted map. Spreading both maps flat on the ground, he scrutinized the routes Gabriel was constructing, and a joyful expression crossed his face. Indeed, this is a road leading from Tuban to Jiuli, specifically a route from the Tuban mining area to Jiuli. Should this road be completed, it is highly probable that Tuban will seek to secure the rights to utilize this thoroughfare. In this manner, the matter should come to fruition. With this thought, the previously somber expression of Fujino Muramasa vanished in an instant. He hurriedly gathered his belongings, preparing to journey to Kuri. He has already secured the authority over this road. Nanako, you may return for now. I have some matters to attend to outside. Fujino Muramasa, having finished packing, prepared to depart. As for the issue of the crack in the bridge at Nozomi, Fujino Muramasa had long since set it aside. That matter could wait to be addressed upon his return from Jiuli. It was not urgent. Fujino Muramasa hurriedly made his way to Jiuli. Ever since the incident involving war god Maru, he had been intent on establishing a guard team for Fujiyama Town. The most crucial element in forming such a guard was, of course, the acquisition of superior weapons. Quality weapons necessitate the finest materials. Thus, he had made several trips to Rabbit Bowl, seeking collaboration with their lord to purchase some of their precious ores. Yet, the lord had steadfastly declined. The precious ores were exceedingly rare and Rabbit Bowl's own supply was insufficient for external distribution. They welcomed requests for iron or at any time. Fujino Muramasa held a lingering resentment regarding this matter. The strength of refined iron and raw iron differed significantly. Weapons forged from refined iron far surpassed those made from ordinary iron ore. Once unattainable, Refined iron now seemed within reach. Securing the decision-making authority over this road would bring the acquisition of refined iron tantalizingly close. Chapter 68. The incredible investment of Fujino Muramasa on the first floor of the Gyo Li Lord's residence. In a dimly lit room, several candles flickered. The soft glow illuminated the entire chamber. Within, an oddly shaped, somewhat oversized table was positioned. Upon this table lay a stack of paper, each the size of playing cards. In 5 distinct colors: blue, white, purple, gray, and yellow. These papers were haphazardly mixed together as Gabriel sat before the large table, his task being to sort and organize them. Once sorted, he would impress a large Gyo Li seal upon the well-arranged papers, subsequently placing them gently on the floor behind him to prevent any damage or creasing. These sheets of paper are quite extraordinary. These papers are the result of meticulous consideration by Gabriel. They serve as notes akin to stocks, providing the investing populace with a sense of security. Ultimately, the color of these papers will facilitate their redemption, rendering the process straightforward and comprehensible. To deter counterfeiting, Gabriel has also affixed the seal of the illustrious Gyo Li mansion. Thus, it is straightforward, comprehensible, and easy to operate. Regarding the quantity of paper and the significance of its colors in relation to pricing, Gabriel has established a clear framework. The colors signify: blue equates to 1 silver, white to 10 silver, purple to 1 gold, gray to 10 gold, and yellow to 100 gold. As for the denominations of 1,000 gold and 10,000 gold, Gabriel did not consider them, believing no one would invest such a substantial amount. Although the financial stocks are categorized into 5 classes, the enormity of this task still overwhelms Gabriel. Initially, he thought that with 5 classifications, and the equivalent rising to 100 gold, the process would become simpler. However, an increase in categories led to higher equivalences, yet the underlying exchange values remained unchanged. The majority of the populace in Gyo Li is comprised of commoners, thus the most frequently used colors are blue and white. The demand for these 2 colors is so immense that even with 3 days at his disposal, Gabriel finds himself unable to keep up. Realizing the necessity, Gabriel understands it is time to recruit some assistance. At the entrance of the Gyo Li Lord's manor, Fujino Muramasa arrives hurriedly in a carriage. Standing at the door, his face radiates excitement. Upon entering the manor, he looks around but sees no sign of Gabriel. He casually approaches a bystander to inquire about Gabriel's whereabouts. Guided by the directions given, Fujino Muramasa swiftly arrives at the door of Gabriel's chamber. He gently knocks on the door a few times, but there is no response from within. After a moment's hesitation, he knocks again, yet still receives no answer. His expression falters slightly as he hesitates, his hand lingering at the door. After a fleeting moment of indecision, he pushes the door open. Inside the room, Gabriel sits on the floor, his hands busily moving across the table. Like a phantasm, he meticulously organizes sheets of paper in 5 distinct colors, stamping them and placing them behind him. The fluidity of his motions astonishes Fujino Muramasa. "Lord Gabriel," he calls softly, noticing Gabriel's engrossed activity. Upon hearing the call, Gabriel pauses, lifting his gaze with a look of curiosity. Upon recognizing the visitor, Gabriel's expression shifts to one of surprise. "You are the mayor of Fujiyama Town," he states, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. "Indeed, it is I," replies Fujino Muramasa, scratching his head. "What brings you to seek me?" Gabriel inquires with intrigue. "Lord Gabriel, I have heard you are involved in investments recently." Fujino Muramasa cautiously probes. "Is there an issue?" Gabriel asks. No. I merely have a small question I wish to pose." Fujino Muramasa quickly gestures. "Speak." Then, Gabriel encourages. "I wish to inquire if the investment route you mentioned is the one from Toon to Gyo Li?" Is there a problem with it?" Gabriel responds. "No. I wish to invest. Might Lord Gabari be amenable to this proposition?" Upon hearing this, Gabari couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Were it a matter of the past regarding Fengshan Town, Gabari might have entertained some belief. However, ever since the notorious Zhan Tianwan plundered the area, distributing the wealth predominantly to Gyo Li and subsequently aiding in the reconstruction of Fengshan Town, Gabari found it exceedingly difficult to believe that there remained any surplus funds for such so-called investments. May I inquire about your intentions, Lord Gabari?" Fujino Muramasa cautiously inquired. "If you wish to invest, I would certainly welcome it, though I am curious about the amount you intend to invest," Gabari questioned, his brow furrowed in confusion. "This much," Fujino Muramasa responded while extending 5 fingers. 500 gold, Gabari remarked, nodding at the figure Fujino Muramasa indicated. Such a figure was evidently within Gabriel's expectations. No, it is not. It is 50,000, Fujino murmured with an awkward expression. How much? Gabriel seriously doubted his hearing and quickly repeated the question. Noticing Gabriel's astonished countenance, Fujino hesitantly opened 5 fingers and whispered, 50,000. Gabriel listened intently this time, his mouth agape as he gazed at Fujiyama Muramasa. Disbelief etched across his face. Could it be that Fujiyama town possessed such wealth? Even if it did, given the current state of affairs, it seemed improbable that they could afford such a substantial investment. 50,000? Surely, you jest. Gabriel scrutinized Fujiyama Muramasa, attempting to discern the true nature of his intentions. If you doubt me, my lord Gabriel, I can arrange for the gold to be delivered in advance, Fujiyama Muramasa declared, his resolve hardening in response to Gabriel's skepticism. Upon hearing such a statement, Gabriel found his irritation dissipating. With the matter laid bare, he had little reason to disbelieve. Yet, observing the peculiar expression on Fujiyama Muramasa's face, Gabriel remained convinced that this affair was far more complex than it appeared. An unsolicited investment of such magnitude from Fujiyama town felt inherently suspicious. Speak. What is it that you seek in exchange for such a generous investment? I am all ears, Gabriel said, sitting down and fixing his gaze on Fujiyama Muramasa, probing for answers. Indeed, my lord Gabriel, your perceptiveness is commendable, Fujiyama Muramasa replied, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face upon realizing that his ulterior motives had been uncovered. Very well, since you have brought it up, I shall not withhold my intentions. The purpose of my visit is to secure an investment of 50,000 gold pieces without any interest, in return for certain decision-making powers regarding the road from Toin to Jioli. As he listened to Fujiyama Muramasa's proposal, Gabriel furrowed his brow. He found himself perplexed by this request. What was the underlying motive? Surely, investments are pursued for some gain. Yet, despite the implications woven into Fujiyama Muramasa's words, Gabriel could not grasp the true objective. The decision-making authority over the road from Toin to Jiuli was hardly absolute. In this case, what difference does it make between having and not having? Tingshan Town inherently belongs to Jiuli and possesses the right to utilize the roads, if usage is frequent. It merely entails the payment of certain taxes. When comparing this trivial tax to the 50,000 gold coins, even a fool would undoubtedly comprehend which holds greater significance. It is truly perplexing, utterly perplexing. Do you have no other demands? Gabriel inquired with a puzzled expression. None at all. If Lord Gabriel finds it agreeable, I shall deliver the 50,000 gold coins to the esteemed Jiuli prefecture shortly, Fujino Muramasa replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Gabriel's expression turned somewhat hesitant. The sum of 50,000 gold coins is indeed a considerable amount. To forfeit it would be a grave mistake. However, the peculiar nature of the situation left Gabriel in a state of hesitation. The inexplicable oddities of the matter, coupled with the substantial investment of 50,000 gold coins, created a dilemma for him. Ultimately, after much internal conflict, Gabriel acquiesced to Tano Muramasa's investment proposal. Very well, let us draft an agreement shortly, Gabriel said after a moment of indecision. Thank you, Lord Gabriel, Tano Muramasa replied, his expression brightening at Gabriel's consent. Chapter 69, Collective Investment. 3 days later. In the city of Yutian, a crowd of eager citizens had gathered outside a previously vacated building. Their faces radiated excitement as they formed a dense throng, encircling the area tightly. Clutching the treasures they had meticulously prepared, their singular thought was investment. As the queue inched forward, the citizens prepared to invest. Flanked by dozens of burly men wielding iron rods, standing guard. The imposing figures wielding iron rods are subordinates of the Jingmen. Upon receiving Gabriel's request, he selected several dozen men to maintain order in this place. Outside the building, the atmosphere was one of harmony. People awaited investment. Some, having completed their transactions and received their numbers, departed in excitement. As one group left, another took their place. However, inside the building, chaos reigned. Individuals such as the Viper, the Dog of the Storm, and the River Pine busily sorted the incoming finances. Gabriel, along with Izumi and Jin Wyman, was responsible for distributing papers and collecting money. Despite having maximized their manpower and speed, they still felt overwhelmed. The sheer number of people outside was enough to send shivers down their spines. Meow. Good brother. Have you informed the entire nation of he? The Viper lamented while handling the money. No, I only notified the surrounding towns of Yutian City. I never anticipated such a crowd. Gabriel sighed as he gazed at the throngs of people. When devising this plan, he had worried that few would attend. Now, witnessing such a grand spectacle, it was clear that his concerns were unfounded. "I say, Gabriel, is your plan really sound?" Izumi inquired, his tone more anxious than the Viper's complaints. Relying on such a flimsy piece of paper to exchange for the hard-earned savings of countless citizens was a daunting prospect, and he feared the potential for unforeseen events. If something were to go awry with such a multitude, even the entire province of Jiuli might not withstand the repercussions. That should not be a problem, Gabriel reassured, nodding with confidence. He believed that as long as they endured until the roads were opened for business, they could swiftly recover from any shortfall. "That's a relief," Izumi sighed, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. Just a few days prior, he had been astonished by the 50,000 gold pieces sent from Tangshan town and could not fathom how Gabriel had accomplished such a feat yet now. Observing the scene before him, he understood without needing to think twice. Lord Gabriel, could you expedite things? We are still waiting out here," came a chorus of complaints from the anxious crowd outside, having noticed Gabriel and his companions engrossed in conversation. Apologies, Gabriel replied with an awkward smile, promptly returning to work. Money was collected, and papers were distributed. A sequence of movements flowed seamlessly like water. In no time, the paper vanished at a pace visible to the naked eye, thanks to the collective efforts of the crowd. Behind them, the heaps of wealth grew at an equally remarkable rate. As the paper dwindled, Gabriel couldn't help but sigh. He had initially believed there would be an abundance of paper, but observing the current situation, it seemed rather superfluous. The paper was nearly depleted, yet the throngs outside remained densely packed, showing no signs of diminishing. Gabriel found himself in a state of mild distress, pondering how to navigate the current predicament. They had waited for 3 days, meticulously preparing, only to be dismissed with a single sentence. Gazing out at the throngs of people outside, a sense of unease washed over him. He feared that if the situation were not handled with care, it could spiral into a myriad of complications. Should a riot ensue, Gabriel's meager contingent would likely be overwhelmed. "Meow? Good brother," hissed the cat viper, emerging from behind with a look of urgency. "What troubles you, my friend?" Gabriel inquired, puzzled by the sudden appearance. "Good brother. The basket behind can no longer accommodate the wealth," the cat viper pointed out, gesturing toward the overflowing receptacle. "Ah, I see," Gabriel replied, unfazed by this revelation. The choice of basket was commensurate with the total amount of currency and with their supplies nearly exhausted. It was only natural that the basket could no longer contain it all. His gaze lingered on the papers before him, then shifted to the bulging basket, leaving him momentarily hesitant. Under normal circumstances, the collected wealth would suffice for the 9 miles. Yet the sheer number of people before him sowed seeds of doubt in Gabriel's mind. There were simply too many, and they had waited far too long. He genuinely feared that if these individuals did not receive what they desired, chaos could erupt. After a brief moment of indecision, Gabriel stepped forward, causing his companions to exchange wary glances. Despite his hesitation, the others opted not to follow. Given the current circumstances, remaining within the confines of the building seemed the wisest choice. In the event of an unforeseen incident, they would be better positioned to safeguard their assets. "I sincerely apologize, but we have run out of tickets," Gabriel ventured, testing the waters. "Lord Gabriel, it cannot be like this. We have waited 3 days. They protested. "Indeed, Lord Gabriel. We have endured a long wait for this moment. Lord Gabriel, we traveled from afar. The journey alone consumed half a day." Upon hearing that the tickets had run out, the previously eager faces of the crowd fell into disappointment. They began to voice their grievances, expressing the challenges they had faced, hoping that Gabriel might devise a solution. Listening to their complaints, Gabriel let out a heavy sigh. "Indeed. However, there is no need to rush. For today, let us disperse. I shall return and urge my team to work diligently on producing more tickets. Tomorrow, at the earliest, I shall be here waiting for all of you," he reassured the crowd. Upon hearing Gabriel's words, the crowd quieted considerably. The residents of Yutian City were unfazed. Whether today, tomorrow, or the day after, they could afford to wait, for their journey was but a few steps away. However, those from the distant towns could not remain so patient, as they faced at least half a day's journey to return and return again. It seems that they are destined to spend the next few days traversing this path. "Lord Gabriel, perhaps you could devise a solution. We are truly too far from here. Merely returning would take us half a day, and starting tomorrow. What are we to do?" "Indeed, Lord Gabriel, if the distance were a tad shorter, we would have accepted the situation, but this distance is exceedingly great. considering our predicament. Lord Gabriel, I implore you to contemplate a solution. The crowd voiced their grievances in unison, prompting Gabriel to helplessly massage his temples. Had he known so many would be present, he would not have extended the invitation to so many places. Now, with the tickets exhausted, any replenishment would require time for production. Thus he hoped for the understanding of all. Gabriel sighed and spoke. Upon hearing his words, the crowd appeared somewhat disheartened. The tickets were depleted, leaving them without proof of their passage. It is indeed not the fault of Lord Gabriel. After all, no one could have anticipated such a large turnout upon returning to the scene. Lord Gabriel, may we forego the tickets? We can simply record it in writing. Amidst the crowd's despondence, a slender young man stepped forward. Only a written record? Upon hearing the young man's suggestion, the crowd momentarily paused, and then a glimmer of hope flickered in their eyes. Indeed, this is an excellent approach. Thus, the issue with the bills has been resolved, allowing them to proceed. Observing the reactions of the crowd, Gabriel helplessly covered his forehead and let out a long sigh. What kind of approach is this? Such a written record is neither credible nor verifiable. The money has indeed been received. However, if someone were to claim it falsely in the future, who would bear the responsibility? This is unacceptable. While I may have recorded the information with ease, I cannot possibly identify every individual when the time comes for distribution. With such a multitude of people, it is impractical to remember each one. If everyone were to fabricate claims and attempt to seize funds, how could I carry out the distribution? Gabriel shook his head and outright rejected the proposal. Sir Gabriel, you could adopt a method of recording one's place of origin, documenting their name, age, and the amount of money deposited, accompanied by a fingerprint as a form of authentication. This way, it would be much more difficult for someone to impersonate another. Indeed, Sir Gabriel, I find this individual's argument quite reasonable. I concur, Sir Gabriel. Why not acquiesce to this suggestion? Yes, it is indeed a considerable effort for us to have traveled such a distance. Sir Gabriel, please do agree. The young man in his prime presented the proposal, and everyone expressed their approval. This would spare them from making unnecessary trips back and forth. Listening to the collective pleas, Gabriel absent-mindedly scratched his cheek. At first glance, the suggestion seemed sound. However, upon deeper contemplation, he recognized several issues. Gabriel contemplated a refusal, yet, upon further reflection, it appeared feasible with some modifications. Ultimately, Gabriel decided to adopt the proposal, recording the place of origin, name, birth date, and the amount of money deposited. Moreover, Gabriel added an additional measure, a small note serving as proof, inscribed with a series of numbers corresponding to the records, to prevent impersonation. He also instructed to fetch the official seal from the Grand Office, where he would write a note and affix the seal. Thus, even if others wished to counterfeit the notes, it would be utterly impossible. All preparations for the investment were meticulously arranged and commenced anew. The recording, drafting of notes, affixing of seals, and issuance of documents proceeded in an orderly manner. Chapter 70 concluded with a crescent moon hanging in the sky. The silvery light of the moon streamed through the open door, illuminating the faces of Gabriel and his companions. They sat exhausted on the ground, their fatigue visibly apparent. Initially, they had anticipated that the morning's tasks would be completed by afternoon. However, to their surprise, their efforts extended into the deep of night. Seated on the floor, they were reluctant to move, their only desire being to rest. Meow? It's finally over, lamented the cat viper, sprawled on the ground with dull eyes, as if on the verge of death. The same could be said for Inuzuka, Hekisu, and Jakunajo. They were but 9 years old. At such a tender age, enduring such strenuous work was beyond their capacity. All right, let us rise to attend to business, Gabriel declared after their brief respite. Meow? There's still more to do? The cat viper's expression turned ashen at the thought of further tasks. At this point, he would prefer a swift end to his suffering than to be burdened with additional work. The intensity of this labor was truly unbearable for him. With such a vast sum of silver and gold, it was inconceivable to leave it stored here indefinitely. We must surely transport it back to the capital, Gabriel sighed. Could we possibly postpone this until tomorrow? I am utterly exhausted, mewed the viper-faced cat, wearing a pained expression. I fear that is not feasible. With such a fortune entrusted to me, any misfortune could lead to dire consequences, Gabriel replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing Gabriel's words, the viper-faced cat, who had just been grimacing, fell silent. He turned away, hoping that through this silent defiance, he could secure an opportunity to rest. Sighing at the cat's plight, Gabriel felt a pang of understanding. Yet, given the gravity of the situation, he recognized his duty was imperative. "Let us handle this matter, Isan. You all should return and rest," Gabriel said before he could finish his sentence, as Isan had already assumed full responsibility. "Brother Isan, you are truly a good man," exclaimed the viper-faced cat, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Observing the cat's reaction, Gabriel felt a wave of irritation wash over him. Was he truly so detestable? It was merely a matter of asking for a bit more effort. Although Gabriel silently grumbled, he knew he could not rely on the cat and his companions. The responsibility now lay with Isan and his group. "I entrust this to you." "Isan," Gabriel sighed. "You have already undertaken so much. Let us handle the remainder." Isan and the others nodded in agreement, their roles clearly defined as the viper-faced cat and his companions returned to rest. Meanwhile, Isan, Ashura, and Jinwyman took charge of transporting the wealth back to Julie. Gabriel, however, chose not to remain idle. He resolved to assist them in moving the valuables, understanding the importance of avoiding any mishaps in this crucial undertaking. As the viper-faced cat and his companions departed, Gabriel and the others began organizing the wealth. Isan brought over a four-wheeled cart, which consisted solely of 4 wheels and a flatbed. This four-wheeled cart possesses a significant advantage. It can accommodate a greater quantity of items. All the valuables from within the house, piled high in baskets and scattered across the floor, were meticulously transferred onto the cart. In no time, the cart was brimming with treasures. Fortunately, the baskets were secured at the edges, stabilizing the valuables at the center. Otherwise, another trip would have been necessary. "Is everything packed?" inquired the Azura youth, gripping the handles of the cart. "All is well, let us proceed," replied Isan, casting a careful glance around the cart to ensure no issues remained. Nodding in affirmation. "Very well." The Azura youth exerted himself and began to push the cart. Creak, creak, creak. As he set the cart in motion, a jarring sound erupted. Immediately, the Azura youth halted his efforts, alarmed. "What is happening?" he asked urgently. Hearing the unsettling noise, Isan also grew concerned and swiftly examined the cart. Should an accident occur, scattering the valuables across the ground, the situation would escalate significantly. His gaze roamed over the cart, scrutinizing its structure. Ultimately, Isan reached a conclusion. The excessive weight of the treasures had caused some deformation in the wheels, resulting in the peculiar sound. Fortunately, despite the slight distortion and odd noises, the wheels were not critically compromised. "No issues. We may proceed," Isan declared, gesturing to indicate all was well. "No issues?" the Azura youth questioned, a hint of skepticism on his face. Indeed, Isan nodded reassuringly. With this confirmation, the Azura youth pushed the cart forward without further hesitation. Creak, creak, creak. As the jarring sound of the four-wheeled cart echoed, several individuals made their way slowly toward the residence of Deming-Fu. Ashura, the young boy, pushed the cart alone, while the others, including Izuko, Jinwyman, and Gabriel, safeguarded the cart by its side to prevent any unforeseen incidents. The vehicle gradually approached Deming-Fu, and the onlookers regarded the cart laden with wealth, their expressions a tapestry of emotions. Some wore looks of confusion, while others appeared contemplative. Among them were faces shrouded in darkness, fleeting and unnoticed by all. Amidst the many faces, Izuko's countenance was particularly intricate. He gazed at the treasure-laden cart, and then at Gabriel, remaining silent. Yet, deep within, he harbored an unspoken admiration for Gabriel's capabilities. Indeed, this fellow was a born leader. Perhaps he could indeed bring a new charm to the land of harmony. Following this investment, Izuko found himself filled with a newfound anticipation for Gabriel's earlier proclamations regarding investment. Upon reaching the entrance of Deming-Fu, the four-wheeled cart came to a gentle halt. The group began to unload the riches. Ashura, Izuko, and a few others were tasked with transporting the goods to the attic, while Jinwyman and Kanshurlang handled the offloading. Gabriel, having chosen neither role, stood aside, quietly observing. Each person exhibited varying degrees of joy at the sight of the wealth, yet Gabriel alone wore a frown, though he had not meticulously calculated. He could surmise the value at a glance, at least 200,000 gold, with interest amounting to 40,000 gold. Such a sum was not insubstantial. Sighing deeply, Gabriel entered Deming-Fu, hoping for a smooth progression henceforth. Chapter 71. The progress of the 9-ly plan. Time flew by, and over 6 months had passed. The land of harmony had now entered its coldest winter. Snowflakes fell, and the biting wind pierced through the air. A glance revealed a white expanse. This was the present-day 9-ly. During this frigid season, According to the customary practices of the Land of Harmony, wood and grain had long been stockpiled to survive the harsh winter. As for work, no one ventured out in such cold weather. Yet, this year, Ninely seemed remarkably different. The residents of Robbo Town, who had traditionally been the first to remain indoors during the winter, broke from their usual pattern. Clad in heavy cotton garments and wielding axes, they emerged to labor. Thanks to Gabriel's influence, the ecological environment of Ninely appeared to have transformed significantly. Let us put in the effort today and chop more wood after we finish. We can collect our pay and enjoy some time off, one townsperson encouraged. Rest assured, Mayor, even if we have to work overtime today, we will gather all the wood we need. On the bustling streets of Robbo Town, Hyukigoru beamed with joy as he shared the delightful news with the gathered crowd. Everyone had come together, captivated by his words, their faces alight with uncontainable excitement. After such a prolonged period of endeavor, the final day had finally arrived. It was revealed that not long ago, with the onset of winter, Robbo Town and Shimi had entered into a series of agreements. During this season, Robbo Town was to supply charcoal, while Shimi would finance the purchase. Transportation would be facilitated via the roads constructed by Gabriel. Thus, the once reclusive inhabitants of Robbo Town during the winter months began to venture out for work. Yet, not a single soul among them harbored complaints. The reason was quite simple. The remuneration offered by Shime was exceedingly generous. Under ordinary circumstances, the townsfolk would earn merely 2 silver coins a day, with luck being exceptionally favorable. However, now, by merely braving the winter to work, they could secure at least 10 silver coins daily. This represented an increase of more than 5-fold, and such bountiful rewards were undeniably enticing. In truth, even with such lavish payments, Shime found it to be quite a bargain. This was because, regardless of whether Shime sought to procure charcoal from neighboring regions, they could not obtain first-hand resources. Instead, they were subjected to inflated prices imposed by intermediaries. Moreover, due to the winter season, the routes leading to Shime were frequently rendered treacherous and impassable by heavy snowfall, resulting in a sharp increase in the cost of transporting charcoal. This has resulted in Shime consistently purchasing charcoal at exorbitant prices. In Shime, charcoal is a rare commodity, accessible only to the truly affluent and noble. However, with the recent completion of the road to Robbo Town, the situation has dramatically transformed. The stone-paved road has facilitated smoother transportation, and since Robbo Town produces and consumes its own charcoal, there will be no subsequent price hikes. Even if Shime offers wages that exceed 5 times the local average, it stands to gain significantly. This phenomenon is not confined to Robbo Town alone. Numerous other places, such as Doli Village and Utian City, which previously refrained from commerce due to heavy snowfall, have also altered their former ways of life. The establishment of the Gabriel Road has invigorated the circulation of goods across various regions. In the past, access to other areas was often hindered by muddy paths, rendering travel nearly impossible during snowstorms. Now, however, with the stone roads in place, there is no longer a fear of carts and wheels becoming ensnared in the mud. Once, the inhabitants of Utian City, Doli Village, and similar locales would seldom venture out for work during winter. Today, they regularly don their thick winter garments and set out early. Once despising the heavy snowfall, which deprived them of their livelihood, they have now come to embrace it. The snow has bestowed upon them generous rewards, alleviating their financial worries. In the Jioli Prefecture, the atmosphere is vibrant and lively. Today, the prefecture is particularly animated, not only due to the celebration of the Laba Festival in the midst of winter, but also because of the arrival of the Jioli Financial Report. The financial practices of Jioli differ from those of other regions. While others settle accounts in March, semi-annually, and annually, Jioli reconciles its accounts every 6 months and conducts an annual summary. Today marks the day for the annual financial summary of Jioli. Within the second-floor chamber of the prefectural office, Izong meticulously reviews the accounting records. As he examines the figures, his astonishment is palpable. In the first half of the year, Robbo Town's tax revenue amounted to 8,700 gold coins, while in the latter half, it soared to 51,000 gold coins, an increase of more than 5-fold. Not only Robbo Town, but Utian City also experienced similar growth, with tax revenues rising from 15,000 gold coins to 81,000, a staggering increase as well. Izong continues to peruse the tax records from Doli Village, Shantao Village, and many other locales, his smile unwavering. Such a significant increase in taxes signifies that the citizens under Jiuli's governance are gradually becoming prosperous. As the populace thrives, the financial standing of Jiuli Prefecture flourishes. What news could be more joyous than this? Jin Wei-min, look at these tax figures. Yizong exclaimed with excitement. What is the matter with these taxes? Jin Wei-min approached Yizong, observing the tax records in his hands. He was curious to discover what could possibly elate Yizong to such a degree. His gaze swept across the tax ledger, and he found nothing particularly astonishing in the records from 6 months prior. However, when he focused on the tax figures from the present day, freshly calculated, his eyes widened in disbelief. He was inclined to think he had misread the figures. Rubbing his eyes and gently slapping his cheeks to regain clarity, he directed his attention once more to the values inscribed in the ledger. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, an astonishing total exceeding 200,000. How could this be possible? Jin Wei-min exclaimed in astonishment. He snatched the ledger from Yizong's hands, scrutinizing the entries with fervor. The result was an astounding sum of 238,541 gold coins. It was a figure both composed of integers and fractions, utterly unprecedented in his experience. Jin Wei-min found it truly difficult to believe what he had witnessed. If memory serves him correctly, the total for the first half of the year was merely over 80,000, was it not? The total amount has indeed tripled. Haha, surprised, aren't you? Izumi let out a hearty laugh as he seized the ledger from Jinchuan's hands. A little, Jinchuan replied with a wry smile, nodding in agreement. Such a significant disparity would be difficult for any ordinary person to accept. Well, I shall deliver this to that little fellow. I am quite eager to witness his reaction, Izumi remarked, clutching the ledger as he made his way toward Gabriel. As he approached Gabriel, he did not forget to peruse the ledger in his hands. Having only read half of it, he still had the remaining portion to explore. Fengshan Town, where's Fengshan Town? Izumi pondered, scrutinizing the records in search of any trace of Fengshan Town. In his view, if Yutian City had such a substantial figure, then the second flower capital, Fengshan Town, surely could not be far behind. 8,350 gold. Gazing at the figure, Izumi found it hard to believe he had read it correctly. He blinked forcefully, attempting to will the number to increase by a digit. Unfortunately, he had not misread. Fengshan Town's tax was indeed a mere 8,350 gold. How can it be so little? He mused incredulously. It is known that Fengshan Town bears the title of the second flower capital. How could its current tax fall short even of Robbo Town? Unbeknownst to him, Izumi had already reached the corner of the room. Before he could gather his thoughts, Gabriel, noticing Izumi's arrival, was the first to inquire, Izumi, do you need something from me? Ah, the tax from Julie has arrived. Please take a look, Izumi responded, snapping back to attention as he hurriedly handed over the tax records. Gabriel received the documents and opened them for inspection. A total of 238,541 gold, he remarked, shaking his head at the figure before him. The figure presented was indeed far less than he had anticipated. He had originally expected to surpass 300,000. Gazing at the recorded values, he noted that Yutian City accounted for 81,000, while Fujiyama Town contributed 8,350. Upon observing these numbers, Gabriel was momentarily taken aback. It was not that he considered the figure from Fujiyama Town too insignificant. Rather, he found it disproportionately high. Gabriel was all too aware of the circumstances surrounding Fujiyama Town. The calamity wrought by Zhang Tianwan had devastated the entire settlement, absconding with a considerable amount of wealth. Furthermore, Fujiyama Town had also allocated 50,000 gold to Julie. In such circumstances, Gabriel estimated that the taxes from Fujiyama Town 6 months hence would reach a commendable 5,000. To his astonishment, the figure reached 8,350. The return of Keigetsu Oden to the borders of Hakuba was long awaited. Approaching the distance of 9 ri, Keigetsu Oden finally embarked on the journey home after more than half a year away. As he set foot on the road from Hakuba to Kuro, he felt a twinge of inner conflict. Although he had granted Gabriel 6 months to manage affairs, he remained uncertain of the progress made. Keigetsu Oden had contemplated giving Gabriel additional time, yet the impatient visage of Getsu Ka and the furious countenance of his father, Keigetsu Yoshiaki, loomed in his mind. He could no longer bear to linger there and resolved to return to Kuro. His return was not born of homelessness, but rather a means to assess Gabriel's accomplishments. Thus, he journeyed back to Kuro to evaluate the fruits of Gabriel's labor. As he traversed the path from Hakuba to Kuro, Keigetsu Oden intended to follow the muddy road straight to D Casa village. then turned towards Robtown before returning to Oden Castle. Yet, not long after setting foot on the road leading to D Casa village, he found himself bewildered. Before him, an unfamiliar road had seemingly materialized, leading in the direction of Robtown. How could there be an additional road to Robtown? Keigetsu Oden hesitated, questioning whether he had taken a wrong turn. Casting his gaze back upon the path he had traversed, the unchanged buildings of years past and the grand locust tree, a testament to his correct route, stood firm. Clearly, he had not erred. So, why did this new road exist? Had that little rascal Gabriel constructed it? With this puzzlement in mind, Keigetsu Oden ventured forth along the unexplored road. As he proceeded, his initial confusion morphed into bewilderment, hesitation, and astonishment. The Kuro he once knew seemed to have transformed beyond recognition. The slowly turning water wheels in the fields, the blue wooden signs lining the road, and the crossroads extending into the unknown all contributed to the sense of disorientation. The carriages racing by, regardless of their kind, were phenomena that had never graced the Kuro of yore. The water wheels, the blue signs, and the carriages speeding through winter were all unprecedented sights. This series of events has even led Kazuki Oden to experience self-doubt. He begins to question whether he has truly arrived at the right place. Is this truly Gioli? With lingering doubts, I pressed onward. After a considerable distance, I finally beheld the unmistakable sign of Robbo Town. It was only then that Keigetsu Oden felt a sense of relief. Although he was unfamiliar with the surroundings, the emblem of Robbo Town was vividly etched in his memory. In the days when Robbo Town was being established, he had personally crafted that very sign. Upon entering Robbo Town, Keigetsu Oden finally exhaled. Strangely enough, despite it being his own domain, an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity permeated the air. Kazuki Oden felt an undeniable sense of discomfort. Although he was filled with curiosity about the unknown, this particular novelty was beyond his acceptance. Upon entering Robbo Town, he intended to make his way to Oden Castle. As he traversed through Robbo Town, his gaze inadvertently swept across the houses. Observing the tightly shut doors and the dimly lit interiors, a hint of hesitation crossed Kazuki Oden's countenance. In this particular time frame and season, such a situation is rather peculiar. It is important to note that it is winter now, with heavy snowfall accumulating and obstructing the roads. At this juncture, it is not merely the pursuit of work that proves arduous. Even the act of venturing outside has become a considerable challenge. With employment rendered elusive, one is still obligated to fulfill tax responsibilities. Observing the plight of the populace, Lord Mitsuhiro had long ago decreed a 50% reduction in winter taxation. Those facing particularly dire circumstances could seek assistance from the Lord's estate to procure provisions and firewood. With the benevolence of the Lord's estate, coupled with the stores of grain and firewood hoarded by the households, enduring the winter should have been a relatively simple endeavor. Yet, in these times, every home remains shuttered, shrouded in darkness. This dwelling, at first glance, appears utterly uninhabited. Under normal circumstances, a home should be aglow with light, its radiance spilling through the windows, illuminating the street outside. Such a situation cannot help but provoke the contemplation of Kazuki Oden. Could it be that that little rascal, Kaido, has coerced the people of Wano into labor? With this thought, a frown inevitably creased Kazuki Oden's brow. He may disregard the daimyo of Kuri and the shogun of Wano, but he holds the welfare of the people of Kuri and the citizens of Wano in high regard. No matter who it may be, he cannot tolerate any oppression of the people of Wano. Carrying a tumult of emotions, Kazuki Oden advanced slowly, eager to ascertain the truth of the matter. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of axes cleaving through timber echoed in the air as Kazuki Oden arrived at another section of the desolate forest in Robbo Town. This is another grove in Robbo Town. However, this particular area is not as splendid as the one where the Utian city once felled trees to construct houses. That area is more expansive. Due to soil issues, this grove of trees has suffered greatly, with many of them having already withered away. Under normal circumstances, these trees would be deemed unusable. However, ever since Shime purchased charcoal, it just so happens that these trees have become suitable once more. The desiccated trees are felled and transformed into charcoal. In this way, not only were considerable rewards garnered, but also trees were saved. The repurposing of waste creates value. Why not embrace it? The crowd energetically felled trees. Here, Keigetsu Oden arrived, drawn by the resounding thuds of timber being cut down. Observing the laborious efforts of the workers in the frigid winter, Keigetsu Oden felt a weight descend upon his heart. Initially harboring a flicker of hope, he now felt despondent. Watching the diligent workers, he wished to send them back, yet he found himself at a loss for words. What fault could be attributed to those toiling so earnestly? Even if there were a fault, it should rightly lie with the Lord of Kairi. The Kairi Lord had compelled the citizens of Kairi to toil. Speaking of fault, it was merely his own misperception. As the Lord of Kairi, all commands were issued in his name. With this realization, Kagetsu turned resolutely away, determined to seek clarity from that rascal Gabriel. After his departure, Rotokaka looked on in confusion. Noticing the absence of others, Rotokaka couldn't help but lower his head, having thought he had seen Lord Mighton. It seemed it was merely an illusion. Rotokaka, what are you gazing at? Hurry and chop the trees. And no, it's nothing. I'll get to work right away. Upon witnessing Rotokaka's idleness, J.K. Gore scolded him. Feeling guilty at the village chief's reprimand, Rotokaka dared not retort and hastily bent down to resume his work. Chapter 73. The return of the debts owed to Haku-mai at the Kairi Lord's estate. A cart hurriedly made its way toward Haku-mai. On board were Aikus and Kinemon. Their purpose this time was not to borrow money, but to return a debt. This was in repayment for the sum borrowed from the Haku-mai estate a year prior. The cart approached Haku-mai and soon arrived at the estate's entrance. Inside, a servant reported this matter to S.H. Getsuke-ka. Sitting solemnly on the floor, S.H. Getsuke-ka furrowed his brow. Is it the Kairi Lord's men? Without needing the servant to speak, S.H. Getsuke-ka likely already comprehended their intent. He was well acquainted with Kagetsu. If they had come during Haku-mai's prosperous times, it would have posed no issue. The trouble lay in Haku-mai's current financial state. The finances had been deteriorating year after year. Now, Haku-mai was willing to assist, but lacked the means to do so. With a sigh reflecting on Haku-mai's fiscal plight, S.H. Getsuke-ka said, "Just tell them I'm not here." He waved his hand, his face a mask of distress. But, what is it? Speak plainly, he said, his expression darkening at the servant's hesitance. They say they have come to repay the debt. The servant reported softly. Repay the debt? Shuangyue Kongjia raised an eyebrow, expressing disbelief as he inquired further. They claim they have come to repay the funds borrowed from Baiwu a year ago, the servant said cautiously. Upon hearing this, Shuangyue Kongjia's brows knitted together tightly, resembling twisted dough. He was acutely aware of the circumstances surrounding Jiuli and the character of Guanyue Yutian. One was a remote and impoverished village, while the other was a figure known solely for taking without returning. Yet, here they were, unexpectedly seeking to repay a debt. This exceedingly bizarre situation left the Shimatsuki family in disbelief. However, considering the character of Kazuki Oden, it was clear that he would not speak falsehoods. After much internal conflict, the Shimatsuki family ultimately decided to allow the two individuals to enter. Outside the White Dance Mansion, upon receiving the nod of approval from the Shimatsuki family, Izumi followed the servants inside. Upon entering the White Dance Mansion, he approached the Shimatsuki family and respectfully knelt before them, offering a deep bow. Lord Shimatsuki, please rise. Acknowledged the head of the family, waving his hand dismissively. Speak, what brings you here today? He inquired with a serious demeanor. Lord Shimatsuki, we have come to return the funds, Izumi replied with utmost respect. Return the funds? The mention of this surprised the Shimatsuki family. Has Kazuki Oden truly changed his ways? With this thought lingering, they pressed further. Where are the funds? They are in the carriage that accompanied us, Izumi respectfully answered. If Lord Shimatsuki has any concerns, please send someone to verify. I trust you. Please bring them in, the head of the Shimatsuki family replied, though still harboring some skepticism. They accepted the substantial amount of wealth with a mixture of trust and doubt. Upon receiving permission, Izumi and Kinemon began to unload the money. The servants of the Shimatsuki family assisted in transporting the funds to the estate. In a short span of time, the wealth was entirely moved. As the treasure was brought into the estate, the Shimatsuki family regarded the peculiar sight before them. The boxes were not sealed, and upon inspection, it was evident that they contained gold. There were 4 large boxes, devoid of any clutter, jewels, or silver. They were all filled with solid gold. Even without counting, the Shimatsuki family, seasoned in financial matters, could ascertain that the total amounted to no less than 10,000 gold pieces. Could it be that Kazuki Oden had truly transformed? Gazing at the undeniable wealth, the Shimatsuki family felt a surge of excitement. They never anticipated witnessing the growth of Kazuki Oden in their lifetime. A sense of solace washed over them. Izumi and Kinemon had returned the funds. At the Kurizumi mansion, Kazuki Oden had returned as well. As he traversed through the Oden city, he arrived at the entrance of the Kurizumi mansion. Yet, Something felt off. His expression was overshadowed by a cloud of discontent, and his steps were heavy. It was evident that Kazuki Oden was not pleased. However, due to his past trust in Gabriel, who had once been his subordinate, he restrained his anger, choosing not to unleash his frustration. He was determined to unravel the series of events that had transpired. Lord Oden. At the entrance of the Ninely mansion, Sejiro gazed at the approaching figure, his expression brightening with delight. He hurried over, brimming with excitement. Yet Kazuki Oden merely cast a fleeting glance his way, preoccupied with matters of greater significance. Sejiro? Oden inquired. Do you happen to know the whereabouts of Gabriel? Gabriel? He is on the second floor, Sejiro remarked, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Is that so? Upon learning Gabriel's location, Oden ascended the stairs. Sejiro, puzzled by the unfolding events, hurriedly followed suit. Upon reaching the room on the second floor, Oden took a deep breath before pushing the door open. Gabriel, seated within, was momentarily taken aback by the sound of the door creaking open, and he lifted his gaze. Lord Oden, Gabriel exclaimed, his face displaying surprise. Oden, I have matters I wish to discuss with you, and I hope you will be forthright with me, Oden stated, taking a seat directly across from Gabriel. Diving straight into the subject, Gabriel, taken aback by Oden's serious demeanor, found himself momentarily speechless. Since his arrival in Wano, he had never witnessed Oden in such a solemn state. I am unsure of what Lord Oden wishes to inquire about, Gabriel stammered, scratching his cheek. I have heard that you recently initiated a new plan for Ninely. Oden pondered aloud. Yes, is there a problem with that? Gabriel replied, his expression one of confusion. How is the progress on that new plan? It is going reasonably well, Gabriel answered after a moment's thought. While it has not reached expectations, the outcome is indeed quite satisfactory. You have not coerced the common folk into labor, nor failed to compensate them, have you? Oden's piercing gaze bore into Gabriel as he questioned him. Observing Oden's expression and listening to his words, Gabriel felt a few beads of sweat trickle down his forehead. What is this all about? Forced labor without remuneration, making him appear tyrannical. Lord Yida, whose rumors have you been listening to? How could I possibly enforce labor without compensation? Gabriel sighed in exasperation. Is that so? Lord Yida of the K gazed at Gabriel with a hint of skepticism. Given the current financial state of Kiri, I hardly find such a measure necessary. Gabriel sighed once more. If you do not believe me, Lord Yida, you may examine the finances of Kiri. Observing Yida's disbelief, Gabriel reluctantly presented the financial records of Kiri for his inspection. With a hint of doubt, Yida accepted the ledger from Gabriel's hands. In Yida's recollection, Kiri's finances had always been in a state of deficit. He was curious as to what Gabriel wished to reveal this time. Upon opening the ledger and scrutinizing the figures, Yida's expression grew solemn. The situation in Yida City alone was astonishing. Not only Yida City, but also Robbo Town showed similar trends. The changes in Doli Village and the mountains were rather minimal. Although other villages exhibited growth, it was not particularly remarkable. Some villages consistently showed negative growth, which was no different from before. The total amount approached 240,000 gold. Gazing at this sum, Yida's demeanor turned serious. Had he misread it? Or was it indeed accurate? Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s. There was no mistaking it. 23,841. Youngster, have you raised the taxes? Yida's expression darkened as he spoke. According to normal fiscal income, even with growth, Kiri could not possibly exhibit such exponential increases. The only plausible explanation was an increase in taxation. Lord Yida, does it not state the taxes alongside? Gabriel sighed in resignation. What is going on today? Everyone seems so startled. Upon hearing Gabriel's words, Yida regained his composure. He had indeed been too hasty. His gaze returned to the ledger, observing the recorded taxes. A personal tax of 10%, a business tax of 15%, and a gambling tax of 30%. Yida couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The taxation appeared to be in order. However, with the taxes unchanged, another pressing question troubled Yida. How had Gabriel managed to elevate these finances to such heights? Was it through coercing the populace into labor? This is evidently impossible. No amount of coercion could possibly yield such taxation. Could it be related to Gabriel's aforementioned plans? The thought of Gabriel's so-called 9-mile plan caused Kazuki Oden to furrow his brow. Had he truly wronged Gabriel? At this moment, Kazuki Oden felt a twinge of regret, wishing he had sought clarity at that time. Chapter 74, The Second Generation of Onigiri. 9 miles, Amagasa Village. Here lies a modest village. its population sparse and its circumstances dire, eking out a meager existence through the crafting of straw hats. The village possesses little in the way of distinction, with the sole hallmark being the straw hats, which are but straw hats. Such uniformity mirrors that of the neighboring Straw Hat village. It is here that Koyuki Yutian has arrived alongside Kabir. This time, he did not come to purchase a straw hat, but rather to undertake a significant endeavor. After discerning Gabriel's actions and grappling with the guilt that arose from them, Kazuki Oden resolved to reward Gabriel in some manner. Initially, he presumed that Gabriel would request monetary compensation or something of that nature. To his surprise, Gabriel sought a blade instead. Although Kazuki Oden possessed 2 swords, Enma and Aim no Habakiri, both of which he intended to utilize, he found himself in a predicament. Ultimately, he was compelled to journey to Kibi village in search of a blacksmith to forge a new sword. Despite the village's poverty, which necessitated annual financial aid due to a negative budget, its craftsmanship remained unparalleled. This village is quite extraordinary. It is not merely the village itself that stands out, but rather the remarkable individual who resides within it. Tengu Mountain Fei Che, a master blacksmith, is the successor of the legendary swordsmith Gu Che. He is the 3rd generation of the famed Kitty-Eye, the creator of the renowned sword Tian Yu Yuzhan. One can only imagine the profound skill he possesses in the art of forging blades. This time, the objective of Kei Getsu Mitsuda is to persuade Tengu Mountain Fei Che to craft a sword that rivals Tian Yu Yuzhan in excellence. Upon entering Doli village, Kei Getsu Mitsuda did not immediately seek out Tengu Mountain Fei Che. Instead, he took a circuitous route, meandering around before following a narrow path into the village. It was not that Kei Getsu Mitsuda was lacking in determination. Rather, he was wary of the potential hassle. Should the villagers gather around him, it would likely prove difficult to extricate himself from their company. As he traversed the narrow, muddy path, he soon arrived at a modest courtyard, which measured perhaps 30 to 40 square meters. Within the courtyard, there was little of note, just a thatched cottage for habitation. Adjacent to the cottage was a separate roofed area, beneath which lay a substantial forge. It was evident that this was the very place where Tengu Mountain Fei Che forged his weapons. Entering the small courtyard, Kei Getsu Mitsuda did not hesitate and proceeded directly into the thatched cottage. Upon entering, he beheld a peculiar figure, a man with a long nose, adorned with a red mask and a pair of white wings, who was crouched on the ground, meticulously sorting through iron scraps. This was Tengu Mountain Fei Che, an eccentric yet extraordinary craftsman whose forging skills transcended the ordinary. As Kei Getsu Mitsuda stepped inside, he couldn't help but wince at the sight of Tengu Mountain Fei Che, who appeared even more bizarre than he had anticipated. After all, he had always considered himself rather unusual until he encountered this man. It has been a long time. Fei Che, Kei Getsu Mitsuda greeted him. Upon hearing the call, Tengu Mountain Fei Che looked up in surprise, his expression shifting to one of joy upon recognizing his visitor. Lord Mitsuda, he exclaimed, delighted at the presence of the esteemed guest. Do you have a moment to spare, Fei Che? Kei Getsu Mitsuda inquired, observing the busy blacksmith. Is there something you require? Lord Mitsuda? Tengu Mountain Fei Che set aside his work and hurriedly stood to ask. I wish to commission a weapon, though I am uncertain of your availability. Kei Getsu Mitsuda hesitated briefly before revealing his purpose for the visit. A weapon? Tengu Mountain Fei Che echoed. Yes, indeed. The two engaged in a discussion regarding the weaponry. Meanwhile, Gabriel wandered to the side, captivated by a striking purple longsword displayed upon the wall. What an intriguing longsword, he mused. Gabriel gazed at the longsword, feeling an inexplicable sense of intrigue envelop him. It seemed as if the blade possessed a certain enchantment, drawing his attention irresistibly. As he reached out to grasp the sword, an odd sensation coursed through his body the moment it rested in his hand. A slight pressure revealed a peculiar force wrapping around his palm, cold and piercing. Such an uncanny feeling. Holding the sword, Gabriel could distinctly sense its extraordinary nature. Meanwhile, at Tengu Mountain, Fei Che, under the narration of Lord Kei Gitsuyuda, began to comprehend the intricacies of weapon crafting. A long sword intended for a child, perhaps, with just the child's height, arm length, and wrist strength. He could forge a blade perfectly tailored to the young one. I wonder if Lord Yuta is aware of the child's height, circumference, hand width, and wrist strength? Fei Che inquired, his curiosity piqued. I am uncertain, but I can bring that little one here. Perhaps you might want to see for yourself, replied Kei Getsuyuda, preparing to introduce Gabriel to Fei Che. Instinctively, Kei Getsuyuda reached behind him, ready to present Gabriel, only to find an absence where he expected the child to be. Puzzled, he turned to glance over his shoulder. It was only then that I realized Gabriel had vanished without a trace. Where could he be? My gaze swept around. And at last, I spotted a glimpse of Gabriel beneath the wall of the thatched cottage. Gabriel, what are you running off for? I chided him, tapping his head lightly. Lord Yutian, I desire this. Gabriel exclaimed, producing the second-generation demon blade, Onet. This. I raised an eyebrow at the purple longsword. The blade in Gabriel's grasp indeed appeared impressive. However, observing Gabriel's current demeanor, I couldn't help but shake my head. In his present state, he likely had no use for such a weapon. Shall we forge a new one? I tentatively suggested. No, I believe this one is quite suitable, Gabriel replied, firmly clutching the longsword. Very well, I will discuss it with Feach, I conceded, recognizing his resolve. After all, my purpose here was to allow Gabriel to choose his weapon. It was not for my own use. If he found it comfortable, that was sufficient. Young man, put down that long sword. Tengu Mountain Feach, following my gaze, spotted Gabriel. Before he could scrutinize the lad closely, Gabriel startled him. Wasn't that the cursed blade, Onet, in Gabriel's hands? Hey, Feach, don't be so petty. It is merely a weapon, I remarked upon witnessing his reaction. Lord Yutian, you are aware this is a cursed blade, aren't you? Before Feach could finish his sentence, Gabriel interjected. You know, a look of astonishment spread across Feach's face. I can sense it, Gabriel declared, drawing forth the second-generation Onet. As the blade emerged from its scabbard, an ominous purple aura enveloped its entire length. The air seemed to freeze momentarily under the presence of this demonic weapon, even for someone like me, who had encountered numerous peculiar cursed blades. The sight of Gabriel's weapon caused my expression to stiffen. What a chilling and eerie sword. This blade's malevolence is likely on par with my own Yama, I thought. Gabriel, perhaps you should consider another blade. You may find this one beyond your control, I warned gravely. Were it an ordinary weapon, I might have turned a blind eye. However, I understood the peril that accompanied such a cursed blade, and I was reluctant to let Gabriel take the risk. No, Lord Yutian. I believe this sword is perfectly suited for me, Gabriel said, his excitement palpable as he gripped the second-generation Onet. But, Lord Yutian, we agreed that I would choose this time. No, Lord Yutian, absolutely not. It's not that I refuse you this blade. It is simply too dangerous, I insisted. Kazuki Oden displayed a moment of hesitation, prompting Tengyama Hitetsu to swiftly step forward and offer counsel. Gabriel, why not heed Hitetsu's advice and opt for a different blade? After a moment of contemplation, Kazuki Oden replied, However, I truly believe this sword suits me perfectly. Gabriel, still shaking his head, responded, It is not that I am unwilling to accept your proposal for a new blade. Rather, the second-generation Kitetsu in my possession evokes an indescribable exhilaration within me. Perhaps this is what they refer to as a sword finding its master. But Lord Oden, did we not agree before our arrival that the weapon would be chosen by me? Are you now going back on your word? Oden hesitated, wishing to persuade Gabriel. But upon hearing such a declaration, he found himself momentarily speechless. Indeed, he had merely come to accompany Gabriel in selecting a weapon. The choice was ultimately his prerogative. Are you certain? After a prolonged silence, Kazuki Oden sighed deeply. Absolutely. This is the one, Gabriel asserted confidently. Very well, Oden finally acquiesced to Gaburi's request. Lord Oden. All right then, Hitetsu, it's just a weapon after all. Yet, all right, fine. Next time I shall allocate an additional 2 layers of funding for your village. Then it shall be 3 layers. It is settled. Tengyama Hitetsu attempted to negotiate further, but soon succumbed under Kazuki Oden's relentless persuasion. There was little recourse, for Oden was the esteemed Lord of Kuri and the future General of Wano. Chapter 75. 2 years later, time passed swiftly, and before one knew it, 2 years had elapsed. Kuri transformed from its initial struggles into a flourishing realm. The populace thrived, and their numbers swelled rapidly. Once dismissed by others, Kuri emerged as the epicenter of Wano. When one spoke of the prosperity of Wano, the flower capital would have been the sole reference. Now, Kuri had joined its ranks. Thanks to Gaburi's contributions, Kuri prospered. Consequently, a new legend circulated. The true lord of Kuri was not Kazuki Oden, but Gabriel. This notion arose simply because, in the span of 3 years, Oden had scarcely engaged in the governance of Kuri, delegating all matters to Gabriel. Over time, such tales took root. As for Kazuki Oden, he merely smiled and refrained from comment regarding the legend. Whether it bore truth or not was of little concern to him. He was genuinely prepared to pass the title of Lord of Kuri on to Gabriel. As for himself, Of course, he had far more significant matters to attend to. At the illustrious Julie mansion, atop the rooftop, the sun cast a golden hue upon the tiles. The bustling crowd was engaged in various tasks. Yet only Jabari and the Viper lay languidly, seemingly indifferent to the commotion. It was not that they lacked the desire to assist, rather, the relentless sun had ensorcelled them into a state of inertia. Ah, that wretched sun. Brother, refrain from speaking. Allow me a moment to recline, Jabari murmured. The Viper, sprawled on the rooftop, observed Jabari's contented demeanor with a tinge of concern. If memory served him right, this marked the 12th day of Jabari's idleness this month. Given such a pace, he could scarcely fathom the fury that Izang must be harboring. If Izang were to seize Jabari, would he not resort to severing his feet? The thought of Izang, renowned for his wrath and audacity even in the face of Lord Yutian, sent a shiver down the Viper's spine. If this continues, that day may not be far off. Just as the cat Viper was lost in chaotic thoughts, the sound of light footsteps drew near. Gabriel, who had been reclining on the rooftop in a state of utter enjoyment, suddenly opened his eyes wide. It was as if he had sensed something extraordinary. Before the cat Viper could react, he hastily seized the second-generation Ghost Che and elegantly departed. The abrupt disappearance of Gabriel left the cat Viper in a state of bewilderment. What is this situation? The cat and the Viper. Before the cat Viper could react, a thunderous sound erupted, leaving its countenance frozen in shock. Stiffly turning its head, the cat Viper revealed a bitter smile upon seeing the newcomer. Oh, what a coincidence. You two have come to bask in the sun. Do you truly believe I am here merely to soak up the sun? Replied the newcomer, Izang, with a sardonic smile. By the way, Gabriel has fled in that direction. It would be unwise to pursue him now, the cat Viper hastily reported, gesturing towards Gabriel's escape route. Consider yourself fortunate. I shall overlook this instance, Izang declared, preparing to capture Gabriel. Brother Izang. Just as Izang was about to depart, Juzishu hurriedly approached, calling out to him. Ah, Juzishu, what troubles you? Izang inquired with a puzzled expression. Brother, an urgent message has arrived from Kamura that requires your attention, Juzishu replied, panting heavily. An urgent message? Izang's expression darkened upon hearing this. He glanced towards the direction Gabriel had vanished, and then towards the daimyo's mansion. Ultimately, Izang resolved to attend to the matter of the disappearance. Let us go. Meow, weren't you supposed to let me go? Protested the cat Viper. A look of grievance etched on its face as Izang dragged it along. If you utter another word, do you believe I will not assign you extra lessons? Izang threatened, his expression turning fierce. Meow, meow, I shall comply. The mention of extra lessons instantly cowed the cat Viper, which was reluctant to revisit the shadows it had only recently escaped. It followed Izang downwards. Izang hurriedly ascended to the second floor, eager to discern what news could have caused such distress in Juzishu. Upon entering the second-floor chamber, he found Kanjuru and Kinjuru present, both bearing solemn expressions as they examined the message in their hands. What news? Izang inquired, puzzled by the gravity etched on their faces. You may read for yourself. Kinjuru replied, handing the message to Izang. Curiously, Izang accepted the missive and opened it to investigate the contents. He was intrigued to learn what could provoke such concern from the two. As he read, his countenance shifted upon seeing the words, a suspected pirate ship has been discovered off the coast of Kamura. This indeed marks an extraordinary event. Of course, Aizu is not concerned about pirate attacks on Wano. Rather, he fears that Kazuki Oden might escape Wano aboard a pirate ship. It is well known that Kazuki Oden has been anything but settled in recent years, frequently venturing into the waters of Kuri, his intent clearly to leave Wano. Not only is Kazuki Oden restless, but now even the likes of Kanjuro and the others are mimicking his penchant for vanishing. Aizu feels a twinge of apprehension. The thought of Kazuki Oden absconding with these youngsters weighs heavily on him. Let us go to the seaside of Kabuto village, Aizu declares, his expression grave as he contemplates the information in his hands. After much deliberation, he resolutely decides to stake out the waters of Kabuto village, vowing that even if it means imprisoning him this time, he shall not allow Oden to escape. Chapter 76. The first appearance of the Whitebeard pirates in the waters of Kuri, at the port of Aizu, the sea roils tumultuously, and a colossal white pirate ship lies capsized at the harbor. The crew, gripped by fear, gazes at one another in trepidation. They have traversed great mountains and ascended waterfalls, and logically there should be an expanse of ocean beyond the falls. Yet, the sight before them leaves them momentarily speechless, towering hills, undeniably islands. It is evident that they have ventured into an uncharted realm. Have we truly ascended the waterfall? Why are there seas, islands, and mountains here? As the crew contemplates, a massive figure approaches, causing the ground to tremble beneath them. They turn to behold a towering silhouette, adorned with flowing golden locks and the iconic crescent mustache, none other than their father, Whitebeard. Father, they cry in unison, and Whitebeard merely nods in symbolic acknowledgement. His gaze remains fixated on the island, harboring doubts about its sudden appearance. Since we are here, we might as well make the best of it. Let us procure some food first, he suggests. Amidst the crowd, a slender girl of 18 with flowing blue hair steps forth, her eyes surveying the unfamiliar island as she takes the initiative. I wish to go as well. I wish to go, exclaims a boy of 14 or 15 with a pineapple-like head, brimming with excitement at the mention of searching for food. The youth in question is none other than the future renowned second-in-command of the Whitebeard pirates, the immortal Marco. However, at this moment, he possesses none of the glory that he will attain in the future. He is merely a novice who has just joined the pirate crew. No, you are still an intern. You cannot wander about in such a perilous place. You must stay here. The Ice Witch admonished with a serious expression. Dad, I want to go too. When the Ice Witch remained resolute, Marco shifted his gaze to Whitebeard. Do as you please, Whitebeard replied nonchalantly. Hooray, Dad has agreed. Marco exclaimed with excitement. No, as an intern, you must remain here. The Ice Witch pointed at Marco, delivering yet another round of reprimands. But Dad agreed. Marco made a face in defiance. Dad, the Ice Witch complained with evident dissatisfaction. Do as you wish. Do as you wish. Whitebeard waved his hand in irritation. Amidst the debate within the Whitebeard pirates, a colossal figure soared swiftly through the skies of Wano country. His face was alight with exhilaration. It was none other than Kazuki Oden, who had long since vanished without a trace. Upon hearing that a pirate ship had appeared in the waters of Kabanazuma village, he could hardly contain his eagerness to investigate. Kazuki Oden dashed through the streets of Wano. While Izo and his companions had originally planned to venture into the Kabanazuma waters to search for him, upon seeing Oden sprinting through the streets, their expressions brightened with joy. Lord Oden! Lord Oden! Izo and the others cried out, desperately pursuing him from behind. Upon hearing their voices, Oden felt an ominous sensation, glanced back, and indeed, it was Izo and the others. Do not hinder me, Oden bellowed, quickening his pace, due to the substantial disparity in strength between Oden and Izo's group. Once Oden exerted himself, they could not keep up. Watching Oden grow increasingly distant, Izo's expression darkened. Damn it, everyone, put in more effort, Izo shouted, quickening his own pace. Determined to catch Oden before he boarded the pirate ship, Oden traversed a grove of bamboo and arrived at the waters of Kabanazuma village. With a single stride, he beheld the unmistakable pirate ship, and his face lit up with uncontainable excitement. I have arrived in the outside world, Oden exclaimed as he sprinted towards it. Just moments ago, Whitebeard, who had appeared hesitant, seemed to sense something, and his expression changed dramatically. Everyone fall back. Something significant is approaching, Whitebeard declared. Firmly planting his naginata into the ground, his gaze fixated ahead, Oden emerged from the bamboo grove and reached the coastline, his countenance brightening at the sight of the genuine pirate ship. Having overcome the harsh weather of Wano, the complex terrain, and the raging waterfalls, I have finally arrived. I hope you do not disappoint me. Let me witness your strength. Kazuki Oden drew Enma from his waist, wielding it with both hands, his arms fortified. He leaped into the air, descending fiercely upon Whitebeard. A brilliant and sharp blade of light surged forth, causing Whitebeard's expression to tense, and he dared not be negligent. He swiftly swung his naginata, the TK Kiri, to meet the oncoming assault. Bang! The two blades clashed, unleashing tremendous forces in a violent collision. A blinding white light flashed, and a powerful gust of air radiated from the impact. The force swept through, compelling Marco and his companions to stabilize themselves. Even so, they were still nearly toppled by the residual shockwave. What is happening? Marco grumbled, his hands raised defensively as he struggled to regain his footing. After a brief clash, the two fighters distanced themselves. Kazuki Oden retreated several steps, gazing at Whitebeard with a hint of excitement. Not bad, uncle. You managed to withstand my strike. I truly underestimated you. Noticing Oden's underestimation, Whitebeard smirked. Be cautious, young man. I'm about to get serious. His expression turned icy as he gripped TK Kiri tightly and roared, charging at Kazuki Oden. In response, Oden declared, then I shall not hold back either. With Whitebeard's seriousness igniting his own resolve, Oden positioned his dual blades before him, an overwhelming force surging into them as he ascended into the air, launching his attack. Oden's dual sword style, Peach Blossom Ten Fists. He moved like a meteor, striking at Whitebeard with astonishing velocity. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed, and he discarded TK Kiri to engage directly. He clenched his left fist, the power of the Gura Gura Nomi enveloping him. Bang! It was just a single punch, devoid of flamboyant maneuvers or dazzling displays. With that one blow, the battle concluded. Kazuki Oden was sent flying dozens of meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Lying on the earth and gasping for breath, he felt an overwhelming pain coursing through his body, with even the slightest movement. It felt as though hundreds of needles pierced his flesh. So this is the strength of the powerful in the outside world. How formidable. Despite the agony, Kazuki Oden felt exhilarated. After waiting so long, he finally encountered a pirate crew worthy of his ambition to board their ship. As he lay there, Whitebeard approached him. Before Whitebeard could speak, Oden interjected, "I am Kazuki Oden. Will you allow me to join your ship?" "What? I wish to set sail and explore the outside world, so please let me board." Oden extended his hand with a smile. "Are you joking? Just moments ago, you sought to kill our captain, and now you expect us to let you aboard." Before Whitebeard could utter a word, Marco had already begun to voice his grievances. "Haha, I merely wished to assess your strengths, and indeed, after my evaluation, you all proved to be formidable." Kazuki Oden erupted into laughter as he staggered to sit on the ground. "What are you doing? What have you done to Lord Oden?" Before Marco could finish his sentence, Aizu and others had already pursued him. Upon seeing the disheveled Kazuki Oden on the ground, the crowd could not help but draw their swords and shout in anger. This is a misunderstanding." Kazuki Oden hastily rose to prevent Aizu and the others from taking further action, then laughed heartily. "Give it up. I will not allow you onto our pirate ship," Whitebeard declared solemnly. "Why?" Kazuki Oden asked incredulously. "You are not the type to dwell in tranquility. If I allowed you on board, gathering a bunch of reckless individuals like yourself, what would become of the crew? I am all too aware of that from my previous pirate crew." Whitebeard recalled the Rock's pirates with a grave expression. "If you wish to venture out to sea, you should do so with your own ship." In the end, Whitebeard offered Kazuki Oden a piece of advice. "If I could do that, I would have done so long ago. I have tried dozens of times, and it has been utterly impossible. My ability to sail is non-existent. I beg you, take me with you." Kazuki Oden, recalling the trials he faced over the years, hardened his expression and knelt down. "Lord Oden, what are you doing?" "Lord Oden, as the daimyo of Kuri, how can you kneel like a pirate?" Before Whitebeard could interject, Aizu and the others rushed over to assist him. "Aizu, do not concern yourself with me." "But silence, Aizu." Kazuki Oden roared in anger, seeing Oden in such a fury. The crowd was filled with trepidation. They had never witnessed Kazuki Oden so enraged. "I beg you, allow me to board your ship," Kazuki Oden implored from his position on the ground. "If you cannot venture out to sea on your own, then remain in your country and fulfill your duties as daimyo." Whitebeard shook his head in response. But Kazuki Oden pleaded, while Kinemon and Aizu exchanged glances. With resolute expressions, they made a decision. To prevent Kazuki Oden from boarding the pirate ship, they resolved to bind him and take him back. Kinemon produced rope from his bosom and encircled Kazuki Oden. Kinemon, what are you doing?" Kazuki Oden struggled against the bindings. "Lord Oden, please relent. You are our daimyo of Kuri, an indispensable part of Kuri and Wano. We cannot allow you to leave like this," Kinemon stated as he pulled Kazuki Oden, preparing to return. "Kinemon, no, please. I apologize, Lord Oden." Kazuki Oden yearned to resist, yet was drawn away by Kinemon and his companions. They departed with Oden, leaving Aizo behind to negotiate with the Whitebeard pirates. "Give up. Lord Oden will not allow you to set sail. You must leave at once," Aizo urged, his gaze fixed firmly on Whitebeard. "Although we long to depart immediately, our ship is damaged, leaving us with no recourse." Whitebeard sighed in resignation, then hastened to repair the vessel and depart. Aizo replied, furrowing his brow, "Of course, should you lack timber or sufficient manpower, we can assist you. However, this will not come without a cost. Once your ship is repaired, you must leave at once, and you shall not take Lord Oden with you," Aizo added. "That is more than acceptable," he concluded, ultimately reaching an agreement with Whitebeard. Aizo's faction would provide timber, provisions, and labor to aid in the ship's repair, while Whitebeard's crew would ensure their departure was immediate, without taking Kazuki Oden with them. Chapter 77. Informing Gabriel of the news at the coast of Kuri's Kabuto village. Beneath the pirate ship Moby Dick, The collective effort of the crew finally righted the vessel. With it upright, the crew embarked on their busy tasks, transporting goods, replenishing supplies, and repairing the ship. Such a laborious endeavor typically demands a considerable amount of time. However, thanks to the generosity of Wano country, the workload for the Whitebeard pirates was significantly alleviated. This also resulted in the Whitebeard pirates working with remarkable agility. Come, pass me that plank. Go. Deliver this saw to the bow. It requires repairs. Take this cloth to Marco and inform him to ascend and mend the sails. The members of the Whitebeard pirates executed their tasks with clear division of labor, each face radiating enthusiasm. At their current pace and spirited energy, it wouldn't be long before the Moby Dick could once again set sail. In the 9-Mile Mansion, a few individuals were bustling about, tirelessly transporting provisions to the shores of Cap Village. Near the coastline, close to the Whitebeard pirates, they were preparing a makeshift kitchen to cook the food. Ideally, they should have remained there. However, the Cat Viper was different. He stealthily slipped away and returned to the 9-Mile Mansion. He wished to inform Gabriel of the Whitebeard pirates' arrival, believing that Gabriel would be keenly interested in the news. Upon the rooftop of the 9-Mile Mansion, Gabriel basked in the sun while the Cat Viper approached cautiously. Just as Gabriel heard a sound and contemplated fleeing, the Cat Viper hurriedly called out, "Meow, it's me." "Cat Viper, is that you? You could have announced your presence." Gabriel sighed with relief upon recognizing him. "Meow? Good brother, can you guess why I'm here?" exclaimed the Cat Viper, leaping onto the eaves with excitement. "Oh, why?" Gabriel inquired, puzzled. Guess what I've seen," the Cat Viper said mysteriously. "Are you guessing or not?" "Meow, I bet you'll guess." "No, I won't guess," Gabriel replied, lying down on the ground. "Meow? Good brother, how can you act like this?" The Cat Viper shook Gabriel, visibly displeased. All right, stop shaking me." Gabriel quickly rose to halt the Cat Viper's antics. "Now, tell me, what did you see?" He sighed. "Meow? Good brother. How about you take a guess?" The Cat Viper winked playfully. "If you don't tell me, I'll leave." Seeing this, Gabriel stood up to walk away. Fine. I'll tell you," the Cat Viper shouted, pulling Gabriel back. "Now what did you see?" Gabriel inquired with renewed curiosity, eager to discover what news could have so stirred the Cat Viper's expression. "I saw many pirates today," the Cat Viper exclaimed with excitement. What does that mean?" Gabriel responded with a perplexed expression. "Encountering pirates isn't exactly joyous news, is it?" No, these pirates are different." The Cat Viper quickly waved his hands. "Different? Indeed." The Cat Viper conveyed the recent events to Gabriel. Upon hearing this, Gabriel furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. A pirate more formidable than Kazuki Oden? A pirate more intriguing than Kazuki Oden? The latter perplexed Gabriel, yet he understood the former all too clearly. It was stated that this individual had effortlessly vanquished Kazuki Oden without sustaining a single scratch. This revelation left Gabriel astonished. After spending 3 years in close proximity to Oden, Gabriel had formed a nearly comprehensive understanding of him. While Kazuki Oden's intellect may have been lacking, often naive and somewhat simple-minded, his prowess in combat was undeniably commendable. In this region, and indeed throughout Wano, there was scarcely anyone who could rival him. The fact that such a powerful figure as Kazuki Oden could be so easily defeated was nothing short of astonishing to Gabriel. Upon learning that the subsequent pirates bore no ill will, Gabriel's anxious heart finally found solace. If such a monstrous being were to invade Wano, it would likely spell doom for the land. "Take me to see them," Gabriel finally spoke after a lengthy silence. I knew you would be intrigued, my good brother." The Cat Viper laughed heartily. At Gabriel's request, the Cat Viper led him to the shores of Kabuto village. As they arrived at the coastline, Gabriel's gaze fell upon the Moby Dick. The sight of that colossal vessel left him utterly astounded. Given its immense scale, Gabriel could easily believe that Moby Dick was not merely a ship, but rather a small aircraft carrier. Such craftsmanship is not something that could be produced by the current technology of Wano. Could it be that beyond the shores of Wano, there exists more advanced technology? Has the world progressed to a higher standard? Gabriel pondered while gazing at the colossal vessel. He approached for a closer inspection. Meanwhile, the Viper was scanning the surroundings, searching for the figure of Whitebeard, for he had just noticed that Whitebeard had vanished. Now, only the busy crew of Whitebeard was present, with no sign of him anywhere. Where could he have gone? "He was just here," the Viper remarked. As he continued to search, a roar erupted from behind him. Upon hearing the familiar voice, the Viper's expression stiffened, a chill running down his spine. "You, Izong." The Viper turned stiffly, forcing a smile. What mischief are you up to now? Izong replied, delivering a punch to the viper's head with a fierce glare. I just spotted a good brother. That's why I came over. The viper chuckled awkwardly. Gabriel? Izong narrowed his eyes. Yes. The viper nodded like a chick pecking at grain. Where is he? Izong inquired with confusion. He was right here. The viper pointed nearby, only to realize that Gabriel was nowhere to be found. Where did he go? The viper looked around in bewilderment. He was just here. How could he suddenly disappear? Are you deceiving me again? Izong glared at the viper with malice. Meow? I swear I'm innocent. He was really here. The viper protested, looking aggrieved. Then where is he? I don't know, the viper stammered. Very well, you have not only learned to skip class but also to lie. After all this time teaching, how did I end up with such a character? Izong sighed in exasperation. All right, no more excuses. Starting next month, your lessons will double. I refuse to believe I can't teach you. Izong declared with a face full of anger. No, please. I really didn't deceive you. Hearing about the doubled lessons. The viper's face paled. What a joke. He had only just managed to complete his current lessons. How could he possibly cope with doubling the next month? That's settled. Izong said, storming off in a huff. Chapter 78. The viper's desire to set sail. Time for dinner. On board the Moby Dick, Marco and the others were busy repairing the ship. Following Izong's request, the viper and Inazuma brought the meals over. Oh, it's time to eat? Marco's countenance brightened at the mention of food, and he hurriedly glanced over. Not just Marco, but the ravenous crew members of the Whitebeard were drawn near, their senses captivated by the enticing aroma of the Oden. Come and taste our Lord Yutian's signature dish, Yutian Oden, exclaimed the viper cat with palpable excitement. Signature dish, you say? Then we shall indulge without hesitation. Marco replied with a grin. Well then, I shall begin. He placed the Oden upon the ground and swiftly distributed bowls and chopsticks, and everyone began to savor the delicacy. It's hot, Marco exclaimed as he picked up a piece of konjac and placed it in his mouth, only to be met with a fiery sensation that spread across his palate. Haha, the Oden is indeed a bit scalding. One must blow on it before indulging. The viper cat laughed heartily, popping a fish ball into his mouth. However, before he could revel in his triumph, a sharp burn enveloped his mouth. In an instant, the once youthful hue of the viper cat's face turned a vivid red. Meow. It's so hot. So hot. So hot. He cried, extending his tongue, which resembled that of a pig in distress. He tossed the Oden from his hands and began to run about, attempting to distract himself from the pain. What has gotten into him? Marco queried, regarding the peculiar antics of the viper cat with a puzzled expression. It's nothing. He merely burned himself. He will be fine shortly. Inuarashi waved his hand dismissively. Having witnessed the viper cat's antics devoid of intellect, he was unfazed. Even so, is such a reaction warranted from a burn? Marco hesitated, gesturing towards the frantically running viper cat. That's just how he is. One gets used to it, Inuarashi replied. Is that so? With Inuarashi's reassurance, Marco resumed his enjoyment of the Oden. As the delectable dish graced his palate, Marco nodded in satisfaction. He could not deny that this Oden was indeed a rare delight. The crew relished the Oden leisurely, while the viper cat wore a pained expression. The scalding fishball he had just consumed had nearly seared his feline tongue. What are you up to, viper cat? Gabriel inquired curiously from the Pequod, observing the bizarre behavior of the running viper cat with a face full of questions. Oh, my good brother, what brings you here? The viper cat responded, his surprise evident. Is it strange for me to be here? But you, rolling about and grabbing your tongue, what on earth are you doing? Gabriel raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Well, haha, I just had a fishball, and it was simply too hot. Hence, this commotion, haha. The viper cat chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing the mention of the cat viper, Gabriel instantly grasped the situation. He had witnessed the foolish antics of the cat viper far too many times. Haha, my good brother, have you eaten? Would you care to join me? The cat viper, noticing Gabriel's expression of understanding, hurriedly shifted the conversation. Join me? Gabriel glanced over at Marco, his face reflecting hesitation. Fear not, Izang is not present, the cat viper declared, waving its paw. Really? Gabriel responded, still uncertain. Could I ever deceive my dear brother? The cat viper proclaimed with bravado. Gabriel involuntarily twitched at the cat viper's words, finding it difficult to trust such a statement. After all, over the past 3 years, this fellow had sold himself to Izang on numerous occasions. Just recalling their trip at sea, when his life had been nearly taken, made Gabriel question the veracity of the cat viper's assurances. Truly, trust me, I would never deceive you, the cat viper reiterated, thumping its chest in assurance. Are you certain you won't betray me to Izang the moment I approach? Gabriel asked, his mouth twitching. How could I? You are my dear brother. I would never sell you out. If I intended to do so, I would have done it already, the cat viper declared with righteous indignation. Well, that seems somewhat reasonable. Gabriel conceded, finding a semblance of logic in the cat viper's words. All right then, let us go together. Ultimately, after much coaxing and persuasion from the cat viper, Gabriel agreed to accompany him. Upon reaching Marco's vicinity, the cat viper enthusiastically offered a pair of chopsticks. Gabriel accepted them, bewildered, casting a surprised glance at the cat viper. Since when had this fellow become so amiable? What are you staring at? Eat, the cat viper urged. After a moment's hesitation, Gabriel saw that the cat viper bore no ill intentions, allowing him to relax and indulge in the Oden. As Gabriel began to eat, the cat viper quietly slipped away, stealthily approaching Inuzuka and whispering, Meow, Inuzuka. Ah, cat viper, what brings you here? Inuzuka inquired, puzzled by the sudden appearance. Have you seen Izang? The cat viper asked softly. Izang went to track down Lord Yutian. I am not entirely sure of his specific whereabouts, Inuzuka replied. Upon hearing this, the cat viper's head drooped in disappointment. Hey, you aren't planning to show? Keep your voice down. If Gabriel were to ever strike you down, I wouldn't be surprised, Inuzuka sighed. How could that be? Gabriel is my dear brother. He would never harm me. The viper and snake curled its lip in a gesture of defiance. Upon hearing such a remark, Inland could hardly muster the energy to engage further with the viperin and turned instead to savor the Oden. Noticing Inland's ignorance regarding the whereabouts of Izang, the viperin sighed, once hopeful to validate its innocence and perhaps mitigate the burdensome course scheduled for next month. Alas, such hopes now seemed futile. After lunch, the group embarked on a brief respite. Aboard the Moby Dick, Marco, the viper and snake, and Inland engaged in a spirited discussion about the world beyond their own. Listening to Marco's words, the viperin was taken aback. It had previously believed there were merely 5 islands in existence. Utterly astonished to learn that there could be as many as 20 million. The allure of the world outside was palpable, filling the viperin with longing. If only we could venture out, Marco exclaimed, waving his arms with exuberance. Indeed, the world beyond is thrilling and full of marvels. Would you care to join us on an adventure? Truly? Could we really? Both the viperin and Inland inquired, their eyes shimmering with excitement. Absolutely. Our pirate crew greatly needs individuals like you, Marco replied, filled with enthusiasm. Elated, the viperin and Inland's curiosity about the outside world only intensified. Chapter 79. Deceiving Gabriel set sail. The repairs on the ship reached a significant milestone. The viperin returned to the Ninely territory. Within the grand hall of the Ninely estate, the assembly discussed events concerning the Whitebeard pirates. The viperin, however, was lost in thought, its mind captivated by the vivid images Marco had painted. Viperin, Izang called out, noticing the viperin's distraction. Yes, I'm here, the viperin hastily replied. Returning to the present. What are you doing? We are discussing important matters, and you seem to be daydreaming, Izang chided, exasperated. My apologies, I didn't sleep well last night, the viperin admitted sheepishly, offering a nervous chuckle. Pay attention, these are extraordinary times, and we must remain vigilant, Izang admonished sternly. Meow, I will be attentive, the viperin said, scratching its head awkwardly. All right, let's resume our discussion. With that, Izang chose not to pursue the matter further. Gabriel, Izang began. I've been listening all along. Gabriel lazily raised his hand. That is not the issue at hand, Izang replied, visibly displeased. I am referring to your absenteeism. You are becoming increasingly lethargic. There was a time when you understood the value of work. Do you comprehend how much our workload has increased due to your absence? I apologize truly. It is just that sitting there is dreadfully tedious, Gabriel responded, somewhat sheepishly. Gabriel sighed in exasperation. Ever since he had taken it upon himself to assist with the affairs of Julie, the multitude of trivial matters had only increased. Initially, it was merely larger issues that troubled him, but soon he found himself entangled in a web of complications, missing elderly individuals, lost children, and disputes erupting between families that required his mediation. As the burdensome tasks proliferated, Gabriel found himself increasingly reluctant to engage. Ultimately, this culminated in the present state of affairs. Observing Gabriel's expression of helplessness, One could not help but feel a surge of frustration. The man, Isan, intended to reprimand Gabriel, but upon reflecting on the current situation, he could only transform his anger into a heavy sigh. Let us set aside past matters for now. There is a crucial task I entrust to you, and it is imperative that you execute it well, Isan stated solemnly. A significant matter? Gabriel's expression momentarily shifted in surprise. Indeed, a matter of great importance, Isan affirmed with a serious nod. What sort of matter? Gabriel inquired, puzzled. I hope you can manage the affairs of the 9-Mile Lord's estate over the course of the next half-month. That is quite a significant responsibility, Gabriel remarked, his mouth twitching slightly. I am not jesting, young one. Recently, I, along with Jean Weimin and Qin Shilang, have pressing matters to attend to, and with no one to handle the affairs of 9 Mile, I must rely on you to undertake this substantial duty, Isan said with a grave demeanor. Seeing Isan's serious expression, Gabriel couldn't help but scratch his cheek. Managing the 9 Mile affairs? To be honest, I am increasingly reluctant to take this on. There are no major issues, just a plethora of trivial tasks. Very well, here is the deal. If you agree to handle this for half a month, I shall grant you a half-month as leave next month, free from any troubles, Isan declared, a hint of determination flashing across his face. That is your promise, and there shall be no backing out. Gabriel's spirits lifted at once, his expression brightening. I assure you, Isan nodded in affirmation. The discussions surrounding the governance of 9 Mile yielded a consensus among the individuals present. Isan, Jean Weimin, Qin Shilang, and others commenced their serious endeavors. They remained steadfast in guarding the territory of Kei Gitsuyamada until the Whitebeard pirates had completely vanished from the waters of Wano. As Isan and the others departed, only the trio of Cat Viper, Dogstorm, and Gabriel remained in the attic. Cat Viper scanned the surroundings, and upon confirming that Isan and the others had indeed left, the heavy thoughts that had weighed him down began to resurface. My good brother, Cat Viper softly called to Gabriel. What is it? Do you need something? Gabriel asked, his face marked by confusion. Have you ever contemplated the world beyond? Cat Viper inquired tentatively. The world beyond? What do you mean by that? Gabriel hesitated as he gazed at the Viper. The Viper, noticing Gabriel's uncertainty, couldn't help but chuckle. He began to describe to Gabriel the world beyond, as relayed by Marco. He believed that Gabriel would undoubtedly be astonished and stirred by his words. With an impassioned oratory, the Viper grew increasingly animated, and the canine spirit became increasingly exhilarated. Their eyes sparkled with fervor as they were swept away by boundless curiosity about the outside world. In contrast, Gabriel remained composed, as if the Viper's tales were entirely within his expectations. The Viper, observing Gabriel's calm demeanor, grew restless, unable to fathom why Gabriel did not react to such thrilling prospects. Isn't this the outside world? A thrilling adventure. Meow? After hearing all this, don't you feel surprised or excited? The Viper exclaimed incredulously. Why would there be any surprise? The world is vast, and encountering something different is quite normal, Gabriel sighed, rubbing his forehead. But you all, egging me on like this. Surely you don't wish to venture out, do you? Upon hearing this, the Viper and the canine spirit froze, their expressions stiffening. They had never mentioned a desire to leave. How could Gabriel possibly know? Their eyes met, filled with trepidation. The canine spirit was at a loss, while the Viper hesitated. After glancing at the canine spirit and then back at Gabriel, the Viper steeled his resolve. Come, my good brother, let us embark together. Join us on the pirate ship of the old man with the white beard, and let us explore the world beyond. Gabriel was momentarily taken aback by such earnestness from the Viper, a sight he had not witnessed in many years. The outside world? He appeared somewhat dazed. Did you not vow to always follow Lord Oden? Why abandon that now? After a prolonged silence, Gabriel finally spoke. Lord Oden is not one to settle for mediocrity. I firmly believe he will board the ship, the Viper declared confidently. The Viper's inexplicable self-assurance caused Gabriel's lips to twitch. It was difficult for him to comprehend the Viper's unwavering confidence. If his intuition served him correctly, recent discussions among Aizu, Reizo, Kinemon, and Kanjuro hinted at matters concerning Kazuki Oden. These individuals vigilantly guarded Oden without respite, leaving Gabriel perplexed by the Viper's misplaced confidence. Come, my brother. Let us board the ship together and explore the world beyond, the Viper urged once more, seeing Gabriel's hesitation. Let it be. I have no interest in the outside world. Gabriel sighed. Ultimately, he declined the Viper's proposal, leaving the Viper feeling a wave of disappointment. Very well, let us depart, each to their own aspirations. If Gabriel does not wish to go, then so be it. At the entrance of the second-floor attic, two individuals prepared to depart, with Inuzuka offering solace by patting the shoulder of the viper cat. "No, I shall not relent. I must ensure my dear brother boards the ship," declared the viper cat, his countenance resolute after a moment of discouragement. However, Gabriel truly does not wish to go, Inuzuka replied with a wry smile. "I understand. I will undoubtedly persuade him," asserted the viper cat, tightening his grip on his feline claws. "Let it be. Each has their own aspirations, and some matters cannot be forced." Inuzuka gently shook his head while patting the viper cat's shoulder. "If I can convince Gabriel to come to the land of harmony, I will certainly get him aboard the ship. I shall not give up," the viper cat declared with unwavering determination. Sighing, Inuzuka gazed at the steadfast viper cat, his words lingering on the tip of his tongue, ultimately transforming into a mere sigh. Chapter 8. Gabriel, reluctantly shoved aboard the ship. 2 weeks had swiftly passed. The Moby Dick had nearly completed its repairs. Marco informed the viper cat and Inuzuka to board the ship at their earliest convenience. Upon receiving this notification, the viper cat's expression turned pained. Over the past fortnight, he had tirelessly attempted to persuade Gabriel, yet the latter remained obstinate, resolutely refusing to join the Whitebeard pirates. This predicament has left the cat viper in a state of disquiet. Time is of the essence, and Gabriel's disapproval complicates matters. Should they tarry any longer, they may miss the boat entirely. Reluctantly, the cat viper resolved to resort to this underhanded tactic. Although it felt somewhat unscrupulous, the thought of Gabriel boarding the vessel made it seem justifiable. "Is everything all right with the cat viper?" inquired the dog Tempest with a hint of concern. "Fear not. I have it under control," the cat viper confidently declared, extending a claw. "Do you truly have it under control?" Despite the cat viper's assurance, the dog Tempest remained apprehensive. The last time the cat viper claimed to have things in hand, a small boat capsized, nearly drowning the three of them. With renewed assurance, the dog Tempest couldn't shake the lingering worry. Despite some skepticism and trepidation, the dog Tempest chose to trust the confident cat viper once more, hoping fervently that this time everything would proceed smoothly. The dog Tempest accompanied the cat viper for another stroll around the city of Yoshida. At this moment, the cat viper clutched a flask of fine sake and 3 cups, each of a distinct hue, yellow, red, and white, symbolizing the cat viper, the dog Tempest, and Gabriel respectively. The cat viper, prepared to bid farewell to Gabriel at the mansion of the Lord, encountered the guards, Kinnaman and Kanjuro, upon arrival. Startled at the sight of them, the cat viper instinctively took a few steps back. Could it be that Gabriel had betrayed him to these guards? Just as these tumultuous thoughts crossed his mind, Kinnaman noticed the hesitant figure of the cat viper outside. "What are you doing out here? Shouldn't you be in bed?" Kinnaman reprimanded sternly. Upon hearing Kinnaman's response, the cat viper's first instinct was to flee. However, the gravity of Kinnaman's words eased his tense demeanor. It seemed he had been overly anxious. "Ah, yes. I'll head back right away," the cat viper chuckled awkwardly, hurriedly concealing the sake within his garments as he entered the mansion. Once inside, the cat viper's immediate reaction was to scout for an exit. Glancing toward the backyard, he noticed a small door unattended, with a clear escape route in mind. Excitement surged through him as he sought out Gabriel. As he ascended to the second floor, he anticipated sharing a drink of sake with Gabriel. However, upon spotting Izo sitting by the door, his expression stiffened. What was happening today? Why were there so many people around? Intent on avoiding Izo's notice, the cat viper was about to make his move when Izo spoke up. "Why are you still awake at this hour?" he asked, a look of confusion on his face. "Well, I have some matters to discuss with my good brother. I was wondering if he is around?" The cat viper let out a forced chuckle, observing the peculiar expression on its face. Although Izumi was tempted to inquire further, he ultimately refrained, contemplating the presence of Mitsuki in the room. Gabriel was on the first floor. If he wished to locate him, descending would suffice. Izumi gestured towards the room directly below. "Meow, understood," the cat viper replied hastily, eager to avoid any discovery of abnormalities by Izumi. Upon arriving in the brightly lit room, the cat viper exhaled in relief. Missing this opportunity would mean there would be no second chance. Cautiously peering around the doorframe to ensure no one else was present, the cat viper finally pushed the door open. Inside the room, Gabriel sat cross-legged, surrounded by various documents at his feet. These materials encompass various events from Jolie, and they have nearly been addressed. Only a little organization remains. "Meow, it has been a long time, good brother." The cat viper entered, excitement evident on his face. "Why have you come again?" Gabriel sighed, looking at the visitor with exasperation. Over the past fortnight, Gabriel had lost count of how many times the cat viper had sought him out. This relentless pursuit had pushed Gabriel's patience to its limits. "Meow. This time I am not here to persuade you to board the ship, but to bid farewell." The cat viper chuckled softly, extending a paw. "Farewell?" Gabriel raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the cat viper's intentions. "Indeed, you are a dear brother to me. As I depart this time, we do not know when we shall meet again." In such a significant moment, I felt it necessary to say a proper goodbye to my good brother, the cat viper remarked, a hint of bittersweetness gracing his smile. "Is that so?" Gabriel lowered his head, a touch of sadness in his demeanor. "How do you wish to say farewell?" Upon hearing Gabriel's words, the cat viper's lips curled into a cryptic smile. "I have brought an unopened bottle of sake. Let us bid farewell with this drink." The cat viper produced the long-prepared sake and 3 cups from his cloak, placing them before the trio in white, red, and yellow. As the cat viper opened the sake, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Gabriel, observing the freshly uncorked bottle and inhaling the scent, confirmed its quality and allowed the cat viper to fill the cups. "Come, good brother, to our enduring friendship, I toast to you. Let us raise our glasses." The cat viper, Lan, and Gabriel clinked their cups together. To show his respect, the cat viper drank his cup in one gulp. Not to be outdone, Lan followed suit, downing the sake in one swift motion. Seeing his companions drink, Gabriel hesitated no longer and emptied his cup as well. However, upon sipping the sake, Gabriel detected an inexplicable oddity in its flavor. Whether it was due to his inexperience with sake or an inherent flaw in the drink, he could not discern. Just as he was about to inquire of the cat viper, he looked up to find the cat viper wearing a knowing smile. As Gabriel opened his mouth to speak, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Struggling to steady himself, he found he could not maintain his footing. In an instant, Gabriel grasped that there was something amiss with the drink. The cat viper. Gabriel attempted to rise and voice his concern, but before he could utter a word, the room spun violently, and he collapsed onto the ground. Observing Gabriel's fall, the cat viper rubbed his hands together, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. This was a substantial sum he spent to procure the extraordinary sleeping potion from the apothecary of Utian City. This sleep-inducing substance, even when diluted in water, can render a person in a state of slumber for an entire day. How much more potent it becomes when applied to the rim of a cup. The cat viper is convinced that such persuasion will lead to Cabri boarding the vessel. This time, Gabriel could not refuse. "Lan, lend me a hand." The cat viper quickly tidied up the room and then lifted Gabriel, preparing to board the ship. On a dark and windy night, when clandestine activities took place aboard the vessel, it aptly described the actions of the cat viper and Lan. The cat viper and Lan hoisted Gabriel and hastened towards the small gate in the backyard. Noticing that the surroundings were deserted, they made their way directly to the waters of Bienli village. At last, they were finally setting sail. "What has come over you, cat viper?" Under the shadow of the Moby Dick, cat viper and dog Gale sprinted while holding Gabriel. Marco, observing the peculiar behavior of the two, couldn't help but inquire. "Oh, this is a dear friend of mine. We were supposed to embark on this journey together today, but alas, he indulged a bit too much in drink and ended up like this." Cat viper replied with an awkward smile while raising Gabriel. "Is that so?" Marco nodded. "Then come aboard with me. I shall prepare some remedies to sober him up." Marco led cat viper and the others onto the ship. Thus, Gabriel, under the most unwilling of circumstances, embarked on a journey beyond the world of Wano. Chapter 81. The voyage of Gabriel the Moby Dick had been sailing for half a day. Cat viper and his companions had everything in order. Finally, Gabriel, who had been resting in the lounge of the Moby Dick, began to awaken. Struggling to open his eyes, he gazed at the unfamiliar ceiling, feeling slightly disoriented. As he attempted to survey his surroundings, he realized his body was utterly weak and immobile. After a considerable effort, he managed to sit up, leaning against the wall behind him. His gaze drifted, scanning the area. A small bed, a simple table adorned with 2 white flowers. Where is this place? Straining to move, I exert my arms in an attempt to rise. Creak. The door swung open. Marco approached, carrying a bowl of porridge. Upon seeing these somewhat familiar silhouettes, Gabriel immediately recognized who this person was. Isn't this fellow the pirate who recently repaired ships at the coast of Bienli village? Could it be that he is aboard a pirate vessel? Before Gabriel could ponder this, Marco had already approached him. He placed the bowl of rice porridge on the table and remarked, "You're awake. Just in time, there's some warm rice porridge for you to enjoy. Gabriel glanced at the porridge and then at Marco, pondering, where is this place? Do not fret. You are already aboard the ship. Marco reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Aboard the ship? Gabriel's expression darkened at Marco's confirmation. Indeed. Have you seen the cat viper? He asked with a scowl. The cat viper? He's outside. Do you need to speak with him? Marco inquired, perplexed. Gabriel shook his head. Although he had a strong desire to brew cat soup, he understood that in his current condition, he would likely end up as the main ingredient. Just wait a little longer. Once I regain my strength, I will certainly stew that cat viper. Gabriel contemplated the means to dispatch the creature when Marco interjected, I have a question for you. May I inquire? What is it? Gabriel lifted his gaze to Marco. What type of wine did you consume yesterday? Marco asked, rubbing his hands together with curiosity. He was particularly intrigued by this query, given that he had called Gabriel no less than 10 times when boarding the ship, to no avail. His curiosity piqued at what sort of wine could induce such a reaction. Hearing Marco's question, Gabriel's expression darkened. He could hardly admit that the wine he had drunk was a concoction laced with poison by the cat viper. You might as well ask the cat viper yourself. He purchased it, Gabriel replied with a solemn expression. The cat viper bought it? Marco nodded thoughtfully. Very well, I shall take my leave now. Remember to consume that porridge. He waved as he exited. Gabriel lifted his gaze to the bowl of porridge before closing his eyes to recuperate. Regaining his strength was of utmost importance. After a considerable time spent in meditation, he felt a bit of vitality returning. He clenched his fists, sensing the strength in his hands. Convinced he was ready, Gabriel rose. As he approached the edge of the bed, he noticed the second-generation ghost cutter resting beside him. Staring at the weapon, he was unsure whether to feel joy or sorrow. Had that stubborn cat truly considered all of this before sending him to sea? Grasping the second-generation ghost cutter, Gabriel pushed open the door and ascended the staircase. Arriving at the deck, the sea was tumultuous, the waves crashing fiercely. Observing the scene, an unsettling memory surged within him. Damn it! Gabriel briefly leaned against the ship's mast, and as the dizziness gradually subsided, he resumed his forward motion. As Gabriel advanced, the dogman, sitting on the deck, felt an inexplicable chill creep down his spine. Instinctively turning his head, he beheld Gabriel approaching with the second-generation Guichu, his face betraying an uncontrollable terror. Cat, the cat viper! The dogman exclaimed, shaking the cat viper vigorously, his voice trembling. Meow, what is it? The cat viper replied, looking at the dogman with a puzzled expression. Be behind us. The dogman pointed towards Gabriel's direction, stammering. What's behind? The cat viper turned, only to find Gabriel, wielding the second-generation Guichu, drawing nearer, his expression stiffening in horror. That, good brother, hear me out. Please, don't misunderstand. Let me explain. The cat viper said nervously, waving his claws. If there's something to discuss, you should talk it over with Yama, Gabriel said, a smirk playing upon his lips as he drew the second-generation Guichu. The cat viper gulped hard at the sight of the gleaming blade. Meow, save me. I'm being killed. The cat viper had intended to placate Gabriel, but upon witnessing the latter's advance with the glistening long sword, he made a swift decision. Run. Seeing the cat viper flee, the dogman could no longer remain seated and dashed away as well. The plans were conceived by the cat viper, the liquor purchased by him, the medicine administered by him, and the burdens carried by him. He certainly did not wish to become mere cannon fodder. The chase ensued, with chaos erupting throughout the Moby Dick, transforming it into a hunting ground for Gabriel. The ice sorceress, perched high on the deck, observed the frantic flight of the individuals below, raising an eyebrow. Playing with blades and swords, what a peculiar game. Are Marco and the others truly all right? She hesitantly inquired, gesturing towards Gabriel, who was relentlessly swinging the second-generation Guichu. Rest assured, they are capable warriors, fully capable of handling themselves, Marco replied confidently. Is that so? The ice sorceress nodded at Marco's assurance, relieved. As long as they are fine. The farce aboard the Moby Dick continued unabated. Meanwhile, at the Kurizumi estate, chaos reigned. The disappearance of Kazuki Oden had instilled an inexplicable sense of urgency in Kinemon and the others. Have we searched the estate thoroughly? We scoured Wano Castle. But to no avail, Kinemon reported, his expression darkening. What about Reizo? Kinemon inquired, looking at Reizo as if he were a beacon of hope. He left. The Whitebeard pirates have departed, Reizo replied, his spirits low. Damn it, what on earth is that guy doing? Kinemon exclaimed, angrily striking the wall beside him. This is bad. This is terrible. Gabriel has vanished. After inspecting the room, Zhuzhong was taken aback and exclaimed, Gabriel. Upon hearing Zhuzhong's report, Jin Wyman's expression shifted in shock. How could that fellow be missing? Have you searched thoroughly? I have searched every room in the daimyo's mansion, even the rooftop. Not only is Gabriel missing, but also the cat viper and dog storm. Zhuzhong reported, his face filled with distress. Damn it, damn it, damn it. That cursed Whitebeard. Jin Wyman pounded the wall, his face contorted with anger. He had believed that their vigilant watch would safeguard Lord Oden. Little did he expect that the Whitebeard pirates would not only abduct Kazuki Oden, but also leave Aizu, Gabriel, Cat Viper, and Dogstorm in peril. Now, without Lord Kazuki Oden's leadership and the guidance of Aizu and Gabriel, how would they manage this crisis in Wano? While some rejoiced, others were dismayed. As Kazuki Oden departed, Kaido was filled with exhilaration. After such a prolonged silence, the moment for him to emerge had finally arrived. Wano, I shall claim it. Kaido burned the intelligence he had just obtained under the candlelight, ensuring its disappearance, and a wicked smile crept across his face. Chapter 82. The Trial of Kazuki Oden, you will face retribution for this. Aboard the Moby Dick, Aizu was bound in chains, his face a mask of indignation. Last night, Kazuki Oden had escaped under the pretext of needing to relieve himself, and Aizu had hurriedly pursued. He had thought he could prevent Oden's reckless behavior, but never did he imagine that he would end up ensnared himself. The thought of Kazuki Oden suffering at sea, coupled with a Wano devoid of his presence, pierced Aizu's heart. You saw how many times I turned him down. He insisted on coming. I was left with no choice, Whitebeard remarked with a hint of helplessness. Hearing Whitebeard's words, Aizu's expression turned pained. Indeed, even though he and Whitebeard had agreed not to take Kazuki Oden to sea, it was Oden himself who had pursued them, making it unjust to place the blame solely on Whitebeard. The main outcome of this situation is that he, Ikazuchi, failed to guard Kazuki Oden, which ultimately led Oden to pursue him. Whitebeard, I implore you, bring Lord Oden back. If this continues, he truly will not be able to endure. Ikazuchi knelt earnestly and bowed his head. I have stated that in Wano country, you have your rules, and we shall abide by them. This ship, too, has its own regulations, and I hope that once aboard, you will adhere to them, Whitebeard said with a grave expression. However, rules are the final moral constraints that bind us. I do not wish for anyone to transgress them. Do you understand? Upon hearing these words, Whitebeard's demeanor turned somewhat frigid. I understand, Ikazuchi replied, his head drooping in despair. Recognizing that Ikazuchi grasped the ship's regulations, he proceeded to the stern. At the ship's rear, an iron chain extended into the sea, where Kazuki Oden, in a state of disarray, clung to the chain, swaying amidst the waves. Oden, Whitebeard bellowed. I am here. Oden struggled to turn his head towards the stern. If you can endure here for 3 days without releasing the chain, I will allow you aboard. Whitebeard gestured 3 with his fingers. This is your promise, no backing out. Oden's expression brightened at this prospect. Yes, I promise. I will not go back on my word. Whitebeard nodded with a smile. With Whitebeard's assurance, Oden tightened his grip on the chain. He was determined to survive the 3 days and witness the world beyond. However, despite Whitebeard's promise, the 3 days at sea proved to be an arduous ordeal. The swift currents and the treacherous reefs constantly inflicted harm upon Oden. Even though Oden's physique was as formidable as a beast, the relentless torment began to take its toll. 2 days swiftly passed, and Oden clung desperately to the chain, having barely endured the duration. Yet, his condition had deteriorated. His body, swollen from the sea, bore visible bruises, and his face was so puffy that he could scarcely open his eyes. It was evident that Oden was nearing his limits. Is Oden still holding on? Yes, but he is in a dire state. At the stern, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates peered through their telescopes, observing Oden's plight and sighing in sympathy. In a dire state? Indeed, his face is swollen from the seawater, and his body is bruised from the rocks. He has grown several sizes larger. He is unrecognizable from his former self, one crew member explained. Truly wretched, another crew member gasped in response to the explanation. Hang in there, Oden. Just 1 more hour until 3 days are complete. Marco sat at the stern of the ship, watching the indefatigable Kazuki Oden, and could not help but raise his hand in encouragement. Hey, Marco, which side are you on? A nearby crew member remarked with displeasure. Oden is about to become our comrade. Isn't that a joyous occasion? Marco exclaimed with palpable excitement. That seems true, if Oden becomes one of us. It is indeed delightful, the crew member pondered, conceding to Marco's reasoning. Go, Oden. Just one more hour. They cheered in unison, encouraged by Marco's words. The crew began to rally behind Kazuki Oden. Standing aside, Whitebeard listened to the enthusiastic shouts, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Whitebeard, how could you treat our sovereign this way? It is utterly unforgivable. Aizu, bound on the deck, bellowed in indignation. Whitebeard, unfazed by Aizu's outburst, merely scratched his ear in annoyance without responding. In the vast ocean, Kazuki Oden dragged his iron chains forward. Although the encouragement from Marco and the others had reinvigorated his spirit, the fatigue of his body had reached its limit. His awareness began to wane, and the chains felt unbearably heavy in his grasp. Lacking the strength to hold on any longer, he began to sink beneath the waves. As he descended, Oden faintly heard cries for help. Instinctively, he struggled to open his eyes and swam toward the sound. Father, something is wrong. Oden has vanished. A pirate at the stern, who had been keeping watch, exclaimed in alarm as the surface of the sea fell still. What are we waiting for? Jump in and search. Whitebeard bellowed. At his command, the crew leapt off the ship and plunged into the depths of the ocean, scouring for Kazuki Oden. Marco, too, was not idle, activating the powers of the phoenix fruit. His arms transformed into wings and his legs into talons as he soared through the sky in search of Oden. While the crew searched beneath the waves, Marco scoured the skies above. What is the situation? Whitebeard inquired, anxiety creeping into his voice. Father, nothing. There's nothing. The searching crew member replied with a grimace. Nothing. Whitebeard's expression darkened at this news. Marco, what about you? He urgently asked. Father, there's movement in the waters 500 meters to the left. It seems Oden has swum in that direction. Marco reported from his vantage point in the sky, observing the splashes in the distance. 500 meters? But wasn't he sinking? How could he have swum over there? Whitebeard questioned, puzzled. It appears Oden hasn't lost consciousness. He must be swimming, Marco noted, squinting at the distant splashes. Hearing this, Whitebeard exhaled with relief. As long as he still has awareness, that's good. Someone, steer the ship over there. With a grand gesture, Whitebeard commanded, prompting the crew to promptly set sail without hesitation. Marco, in turn, began to retrieve his comrades from the depths of the sea, one by one. Whitebeard, should anything happen to Lord Oden, we shall not spare you and your country. Aizu glared fiercely at Whitebeard, his voice filled with wrath. In response to Aizu's outburst, Whitebeard remained silent, merely casting a casual glance at him before striding toward the bow of the Moby Dick. Chapter 83. The arrival of Kazuki Oden on a nameless isle. A group of pirates surrounded a slender young maiden with flowing blue hair. Their expressions were lewd, and they reveled in their vile intentions, their hands incessantly groping, punctuated by bursts of lascivious laughter. There's no escape for you now. Surrender willingly, and we shall treat you well, the pirates sneered, their laughter echoing grotesquely. At that moment, Time unsheathed his sword, directing an unwavering gaze of disgust toward the ruffians. Is this where it ends? If so, then let us once again soar into the future. With that, he activated his devil fruit ability, a soft glow emanating from his form. Just as he propelled himself into the future, a colossal splash erupted from the water's surface. Kazuki Oden emerged in response to the call, leaping from the sea and struggling to stabilize his stance. The onlookers were taken aback by the sudden appearance of this formidable figure, whose corpulent form and rotund visage seemed to shake the very earth with each movement. Could it be, the legendary sea boss? The sea boss. Flee. A monster. The immediate reaction of the pirates upon seeing Kazuki Oden was to escape. They understood that with their frail bodies, they stood no chance against such a creature. I heard a woman's voice, Kazuki Oden sputtered, a fish caught in his mouth. What is happening? She stared at the suddenly appeared monster, her expression one of shock, hastily retreating a few steps to comprehend the situation. Before she could grasp what was occurring, Kazuki Oden collapsed to the ground. Initially, Shur felt a surge of fear at the sight of Oden lying there, but upon closer inspection, she realized he was not a monster, but a mere human, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Are you all right? Shur inquired, gently shaking Oden's body. When Oden did not respond, Shur's anxiety mounted. Cautiously, she placed her hand beneath his nose, and, sensing his breath, she exhaled in relief. Observing the surroundings, Shur, worried that Oden was in danger, decided to drag him into the woods for better care. What about Marco? The Moby Dick was sailing through the sea when Whitebeard looked up at the flying Marco and asked, "Dad, Oden must have reached that small island." Marco indicated towards a nearby isle. "That one." Whitebeard followed Marco's gaze and indeed saw a large island. "Everyone, quicken your pace. Our destination is that island." "Yes." The crew responded in unison, hastening the Moby Dick's speed. Beneath the dense jungle, a campfire crackled. Kazuki Oden lay resting on the ground. At that moment, his once swollen body had returned to normal, and the puffiness of his face was now distinctly clear. What an astonishing recovery ability. Sure marveled as she roasted by the fire, watching Oden return to his former self. That was truly a refreshing sleep. Kazuki Oden rose and stretched, a look of contentment on his face. You're awake," Sure exclaimed, her face lighting up at his awakening. "It was you, the woman who saved me. I owe you my thanks," Oden said with a smile directed at Sure, his savior. No, it should be the other way around. I ought to be thanking you," Sure replied, rising to bow to Kazuki Oden. As Sure bowed in gratitude, Kazuki Oden finally noticed the girl before him. "A kimono? I left Wano thinking I would encounter exotic attire from foreign lands, yet here I am, disappointed." With a sigh, Oden remarked, glancing at Sure's kimono. "You are from Wano?" Sure's excitement was palpable upon hearing Oden mention Wano. Is there something wrong?" Kazuki Oden was filled with suspicion as he listened to the inquiry. Since his childhood, he had longed for Wano country, and it had always been his dream to journey there. "I wonder if you would be willing to take me to Wano country?" he asked with an expression of eager anticipation. Upon hearing the mention of Wano country, Kazuki Oden's countenance changed dramatically. "What a joke. I barely escaped from Wano. Why would I willingly return to that trap?" he exclaimed. "Are you unwilling?" A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed the face of his companion. Just as the two were engaged in this discussion, a group of unwelcome guests appeared on the small island. These individuals are pirates who recently fled. Their return this time is to capture once more. Do not be deceived into thinking they fear the Sea Master now, for they have summoned their captain, Kalmar the Six-Armed Octopus, a formidable figure in the New World. A mere Sea Master is insignificant in comparison. "Where is the prized possession you spoke of?" Kalmar, wielding 6 blades, surveyed the desolate beach with a skeptical expression. "The boss is just up ahead." A pirate underling eagerly pointed towards the thick jungle ahead. "Is that so? I hope the prized possession does not disappoint me." Kalmar, accompanied by his subordinate, navigated through the foliage and soon beheld an extraordinarily beautiful woman. "Indeed, this is the prized possession." Kalmar's eyes brightened. "This woman is aboard our ship," his underling remarked. "And where is that Sea Master?" Kalmar scanned the surroundings in search of the Sea Master mentioned by his subordinate. Regrettably, his gaze found no trace of him. Ultimately, Kalmar chose to abandon the search. After all, it was merely a trivial Sea Master. Should he dare to confront them, they would vanquish him as well. If not, it mattered little, for such a trinket would fetch no significant price. Upon Kalmar's arrival, Kazuki Oden and his companion reacted swiftly, retreating behind Oden for cover. Drawing his sword Enma, Kazuki Oden prepared for battle. "It seems we've found a bodyguard. Splendid. Let us sell you two together," Kalmar chuckled, brandishing his 6 swords. "Are you the leader of this band? Show me the strength of the world outside." Kazuki Oden bellowed, charging forward with his twin blades, while Kalmar matched his advance, lunging forward with his 6 swords. The clash of blades resulted in a flurry of sparks as the two engaged in fierce combat. After several exchanges, Kazuki Oden gradually found himself at a disadvantage. This was not due to Kalmar's overwhelming strength, but rather Oden's body could no longer endure such intense confrontation. Your hired bodyguard seems rather unreliable," Kalmar scoffed, forcefully striking Kazuki Oden back several meters. Oden stumbled backward, desperately driving his twin blades into the ground to stabilize himself. "So this is the strength of the world beyond. How formidable," he gasped, feeling a numbing sensation in his arms. "Captain, hang in there. Let us aim to take him down in one round." The crew beneath Captain Kamar, witnessing their leader's ferocity, could not help but erupt in excited shouts. As the cacophony of their voices crescendoed, the sound of colossal footsteps drew near, revealing a towering figure. The crowd gazed in bewilderment as the immense form came into view. Adorned with a white crescent-shaped mustache and wielding the iconic, oversized scythe, it was Whitebeard. A wave of suffocating dread washed over the onlookers as they beheld him. "Whitebeard, flee at once. Whitebeard has arrived." The mere mention of his name caused their faces to blanch, prompting a panicked retreat. Whitebeard, a symbol of unparalleled strength, was universally acknowledged as the mightiest of men. Such beings of this caliber would never dare entertain thoughts of confrontation. As the crowd fled, Kamal, caught off guard, was swiftly dispatched by Whitebeard's blade. Whitebeard approached Kazuki Oden directly, his gaze falling upon the woman beside him, a bemused expression crossing his face. It was truly unexpected to witness someone abandon their ambition upon hearing a woman's wail. How naively innocent. Come aboard, Oden. Whitebeard formally extended his invitation. I have released the chains. Did I not pass the test? Kazuki Oden inquired, perplexed. Never mind, just come aboard, Whitebeard replied. Is it true? Oden's face brightened with joy. Indeed, Whitebeard nodded. Splendid, Whitejaiji. Oden beamed with delight. Whitejaiji. What a curious moniker, Whitebeard remarked. As Oden boarded the ship, Marco and the others erupted in cheers. Aizu watched Oden ascend, his expression transforming into one of joy as he hurried over. Lord Oden, are you unharmed? I am well, Oden chuckled heartily. Upon witnessing Oden's boarding, the two figures lurking in the shadows, Cat Viper and Dogstorm, emerged with excitement, greeting Oden warmly. Lord Oden, Cat Viper, Dogstorm, what brings you here? Oden exclaimed, astonished. Meow? I knew Lord Oden would come aboard, so I waited here for quite some time, Cat Viper replied, extending a paw. Is that so? Oden nodded. What happened to your head, wrapped in so many bandages? Are you injured? Oden asked, his brow furrowing in concern at the tightly bound bandages around Cat Viper's head. Haha. I had a little mishap, Cat Viper said sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head. At this, Dogstorm cast a disdainful glance at Cat Viper. He was all too aware of how Cat Viper had sustained his injury. Such misfortune was par for the course for Cat Viper. Lord Oden, what a coincidence. I never expected you truly would come aboard, Cat Viper said, scratching his head awkwardly, just as Gabriel made his entrance. Sitting atop the ship's deck, he commented with surprise. Gabriel, what are you doing here? Oden's eyes widened in disbelief. That's a question for Cat Viper. Gabriel sighed in exasperation. Cat Viper you. Oden looked at Cat Viper incredulously. Haha, I just thought my brother wanted to set sail, so I made a slight request of him, and who would have guessed he would come aboard so easily? Cat Viper chuckled awkwardly. Do you even realize what you're doing? Aizu stormed over, grabbing Cat Viper's clothing and shouting in anger. Now even Gabriel has left. Who can possibly hold the fort in Curry now? Regarding the leadership abilities of Kinemon, Ashura Doji, and others, Aizu harbored profound doubts. Rest assured, under the current circumstances in Curry, as long as no unforeseen events occur and Kinemon and the others refrain from any outrageous actions, Curry should remain untroubled, Gabriel reassured Aizu, who wore a worried expression. Nevertheless, Aizu resolved to consult Whitebeard about the possibility of returning the ship to Curry. After all, with Kazuki Oden gone, both he and Gabriel were absent from Curry, leaving him genuinely concerned about potential mishaps. Upon seeking Whitebeard's counsel, Aizu received a response that aligned perfectly with Gabriel's expectations, a dismissive eye roll. The crew had only just begun to accept Kazuki Oden. Sending him back now was utterly inconceivable. Thus, under Whitebeard's persistent insistence, Gabriel embarked on a journey into the outside world. Chapter 84. A world beyond Gabriel's imagination. Life at sea was far from the exhilarating adventure Gabriel had envisioned. The pirate ship spent the majority of its time sailing the vast ocean. Whenever idle, the crew often gathered to enjoy drinks and hold festivities. Gabriel had grown accustomed to their behavior over time. Yet, as days turned into weeks, his perception of the crew aboard Whitebeard's ship began to shift. In his worldview, pirates were merely ruthless marauders, engaged solely in slaughter, robbery, and the plundering of wealth. However, this particular group possessed an intriguing distinction. This group of individuals does not seize the belongings of ordinary people, and they pay for their purchases. Although their actions may occasionally appear reckless, one can discern that their inherent nature is not malevolent. It would be more accurate to describe them not as a band of ruthless pirates, solely engaged in robbery, but rather as adventurous souls who possess a fundamentally good disposition. The Pequod has been sailing for several weeks, and during this time, they have not encountered any pirates. Perhaps the infamous reputation of Whitebeard instills fear in those marauders, causing them to shy away at the mere sight of his emblem. With no conflicts or incidents to address, Gabriel finds himself with an abundance of free time. In his boredom, he often dozes on the deck, and when utterly at a loss for activities, he seeks solace among the books on the ship's shelves. This place houses a considerable collection of books from various nations. Originally, The elderly gentleman intended to bequeath these literary treasures to his sons, hoping to inspire them to engage in more reading. Alas, his sons exhibited little interest, and ultimately, the books were left to languish here. This is also beneficial, as Gabriel can seek out books here and explore the world beyond. Just how vast is the technological disparity between the external world and the impression he holds of the land of harmony? Upon arriving at the bookshelf, he promptly discovered several volumes. The titles of these books are quite intriguing: World Government and Navy. Gabriel found himself captivated by such topics. It is worth noting that his understanding of the establishment of a world government came only after thousands of years of civilization. The existence of records pertaining to a world government piqued Gabriel's curiosity even further. What is the true nature of this world? He took out several books concerning world governance and naval affairs. Gabriel observed intently. Upon closer inspection, one is taken aback. The world government has been established through the united efforts of over 100 nations, led by the celestial dragons. This world government is tasked with ensuring the security of the realm. As Gabriel continued reading, he found himself furrowing his brow. The sheer number of nations exceeded his expectations. The dominance of the celestial dragons also left him astonished. Could it be that these celestial dragons are indeed the formidable protectors of the world? As he delved further into the information, a question arose in Gabriel's mind. The celestial dragons uphold global safety, and each year, nations across the globe are required to contribute a substantial sum to stabilize the finances of the world government. This wealth, referred to universally as heavenly gold, elicited a bemused chuckle from Gabriel upon receiving this news. The audacity to coerce other nations into tribute under the pretense of maintaining world peace is indeed a most grandiloquent justification. His initial goodwill towards the celestial dragons had plummeted to an icy disdain. The so-called world government and the celestial dragons, in essence, are not but brigands masquerading under the guise of righteousness. As he perused the literature on the Navy, Gabriel found little cause for optimism. If the world government is thus, one can only surmise that the Navy may well surpass even that. Opening the book dedicated to the Navy, he found an account of its introduction, revealing that the Navy is a branch of the world government. Though merely a division, the Navy wields considerable power. The world is divided into 4 vast seas: the East Sea, the South Sea, the West Sea, and the North Sea, alongside a magnificent route known as the Grand Line. The Navy has dominantly claimed these 4 seas and the initial segment of the Grand Line. In light of such figures, Gabriel could not help but feel a profound sense of awe. Such a sphere of influence must have already encompassed a significant portion of the world. With such a dominion, it is likely that even the world government would find it exceedingly challenging to exert control over the Navy. While Gabriel was engrossed in a book regarding the general information of this world, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Upon hearing the commotion, Gabriel turned to see the excited figure of the viper snake rushing towards him, a cat teaser in hand. "Hey, brother, what are you up to?" exclaimed the viper snake, brimming with enthusiasm. "Reading," Gabriel replied, lifting the book he held. "Reading? How dull." The viper snake scoffed. "Come on, stop reading and come play with us," he urged, brandishing the cat teaser with excitement. "Never mind, I'm not interested," Gabriel waved him off. "If you want to play, go find Inuzuka. He's in the room on the 2nd floor." Gabriel gestured upward. "All right then, I'm off," the viper snake responded, cheerfully bounding away to find Inuzuka. After the viper snake departed, Aizu hurriedly descended the stairs. The moment Gabriel heard the noise, he couldn't help but frown. How long is that guy going to keep this up? He thought, preparing to scold him, but halted upon seeing Aizu. "Aizu, what brings you here?" Gabriel inquired, puzzled. "Gabriel, I can't believe you're actually studying." "This is quite remarkable," Aizu remarked, surprised at Gabriel's earnestness. "Well, you see, it's rather tedious, and observing the world outside is not a bad pastime," Gabriel explained, raising his book again. Hearing Gabriel's nonchalant tone, Aizu shook his head with a smile. "I never expected you, who is usually so lazy, to exhibit such diligence. It truly is a rare sight. By the way, their essay gathering being hosted by Whitebeard. I wonder if you would be interested in attending?" Aizu mentioned, revealing the purpose of his visit. "A gathering? No thanks. I think I'll stay here and read," Gabriel replied, shaking his head. Although he had already become acquainted with most of the crew aboard Whitebeard's ship, he still found the noise of such gatherings somewhat overwhelming. "It's just too loud. Regardless of how much I've seen, I still struggle to adapt to that kind of atmosphere." "Very well," Aizu conceded, not pressing the matter further. He nodded and ascended the stairs. As Aizu hurried away, Gabriel cast a brief glance in his direction before returning to his book. Chapter 85. The first battle aboard the Whitebeard pirate ship. Days swiftly passed, and it was yet another day of celebration for the Whitebeard pirates. The crew gathered on the deck, surrounding a large pot of Oden, enjoying sake and relishing the delightful dish. Come, everyone, try my special Oden from Yida. It's my signature dish. Kazuki Oden downed half a bottle of sake in one gulp. His complexion flushed as he remarked, "You mustn't miss Oden's culinary skills. Let me have a taste." Marco, with an expression of excitement, lifted his chopsticks to sample the delicacies nestled within the Oden pot. This time, Marco approached the Oden with a sense of foresight, first exhaling heavily a few times. Once the Oden had cooled somewhat, he finally placed it in his mouth to savor. Delicious, Marco exclaimed, relishing the bouncy fish balls, his face radiating enjoyment. Haha, isn't it delightful? Keigetsu Oden laughed heartily at Marco's expression of bliss. Little one, why do you indulge in food without having a drink? Keigetsu Oden said, patting Gabriel on the shoulder as he sat on the deck, engrossed in his Oden. Drink? Forget it, I don't feel like it. Gabriel raised an eyebrow at the sake in Keigetsu Oden's hand, a wave of unpleasant memories flooding his mind. As a true man, alcohol is indispensable. Thus, for the sake of true masculinity, let us drink heartily, Keigetsu Oden proclaimed, uncorking a bottle of unopened sake and presenting it to Gabriel with a smile. No thanks, I really don't want to drink. Gabriel shook his head repeatedly at the sake offered by Keigetsu Oden. Oh dear, how can a true man be so timid? Come, allow me to assist you, Keigetsu Oden insisted, forcibly pouring the sake into Gabriel's mouth. You cough, cough, cough. Gabriel attempted to resist, yet his feeble strength was utterly insignificant before Keigetsu Oden. The sake flowed down his throat, prompting several coughs before he finally stabilized. How does it taste? Quite nice, isn't it? Keigetsu Oden chuckled, patting Gabriel on the shoulder. All right, hand it over to me. Gabriel glanced at Keigetsu Oden, then let out a deep sigh as he accepted the sake. That's more like it. As a man, one cannot abstain from drinking, Keigetsu Oden said, taking several more sips of sake. Come, let us toast again. Keigetsu Oden resumed drinking with the crew aboard the Whitebeard ship. Gabriel looked at the sake in his hand with a sense of resignation, gently placing it before the viper snake. This sake is specifically for you. The sake sat before the viper snake, who gazed at it with a touch of gratitude. After all these years, this was perhaps the first time he received a gift from Gabriel. Although it was merely a bottle of sake, it symbolized the bond they shared. You truly are too kind to me, my dear brother, exclaimed Cat Viper, visibly moved. Let us drink. Indeed, Gabriel replied before making to depart. Just as he was about to leave, he was hastily pulled back by Kazuki Oden. Oden, Gabriel began, but Oden swiftly pushed him in front of Whitebeard. Listen, Whitebeard. I assure you, he is far superior to your son, Oden proclaimed. I could just as easily assert that my son surpasses your little one. Enough of this banter. Let them battle it out and determine who is truly stronger. Whitebeard retorted, his face flushed with defiance. I fear not. Let us wager 3 bottles of liquor on the outcome. With spirits high, the two clashed. At that moment, Gabriel finally comprehended Oden's intentions. Clearly, Oden and Whitebeard were engaged in a contest of bravado. As their boasts escalated, it led to a confrontation neither was willing to back down from. Gabriel, step forth. I have faith in you, Oden urged, pushing Gabriel into the fray. Marco, Bista, who will take the challenge? Whitebeard called out to those behind him. I shall, Bista declared, stepping forward with dual blades in hand. Gabriel, ready your weapon. Oden tossed the tenjin to Gabriel. My lord Oden, I haven't consented yet, Gabriel responded, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Oh, why concern yourself with such trivialities? Just fight. Oden laughed. Very well, observing Oden, who was already quite inebriated. Gabriel no longer expected him to heed any further advice. Gabriel and Bista moved to a somewhat open area, while the crowd tactfully created space. The spectators were eager, and Bista tightened his grip on his blades, prepared for the duel. Come now, I shall show you mercy, Bista stated earnestly. Very well. With Bista's seriousness evident, Gabriel unsheathed the tenjin. As he gripped the blade, a sharp energy coursed through his hand. A fine sword. Let us commence, Whitebeard declared with a hearty laugh, raising his sake. Onward, Bista. Show that scoundrel what you're made of. The group led by Marco rallied to support Bista. My dear brother, I believe in you. You shall triumph. Go, Gabriel. Cat Viper and Dogstorm joined in the encouragement for Gabriel. "Now I come," Gabriel proclaimed, wielding the Tengen. "Let us begin." As soon as Bista's words fell, Gabriel charged forward wielding the celestial feather blade. The swiftness of his approach startled Bista. How swift! In an instant, Bista brandished his dual blades to counter Gabriel's assault, only to feel a sudden heaviness in his hands. What tremendous force! Bista retracted his earlier disdain and began to regard Gabriel with the seriousness he deserved. This individual is a worthy adversary who merits his utmost effort. The clash of swords reverberated through the air with a series of resounding thuds. In mere moments, the two had exchanged several blows. Onlookers stood in astonishment, witnessing an evenly matched duel. Initially, they believed it to be a mere skirmish, yet it had escalated into a serious confrontation. To their surprise, this contender proved to be on par with Bista. Indeed, he was remarkably adept. Marco, observing the even contest, could not help but temper his earlier disdain. Who would have imagined that a man who spent his days in slumber possessed such formidable prowess? Not only Marco, but others also found themselves captivated by the unfolding battle, their initial amusement transforming into engrossed attention. As the blades clashed, Bista's excitement was palpable. "You are strong," he exclaimed. "You are no weakling either." Gabriel, wielding the heavenly feather slash, felt a surge of adrenaline. "I know this is not your full strength. Allow me to witness your true capabilities." With a vigorous sweep of his arms, Bista propelled Gabriel several meters back with the force of his dual blades. "In that case, I shall not hold back," Gabriel responded, regaining his footing with exhilaration. "Come forth." Bista laughed heartily. Gabriel, now resolute, allowed electric currents to envelop his blade, the powerful energy coursing through the weapon. The spectators shivered at the sight of the emanating electricity. "Old man, could this lead to trouble?" Marco inquired with concern, approaching Whitebeard. "Fear not, they know their limits," Whitebeard replied, observing the duel with a casual smile. Though both combatants exhibited considerable strength, to Whitebeard, it seemed merely a trivial scuffle. Should any complications arise, he could intervene at any moment. "Rest easy," he assured. "Understood." With Whitebeard's words, Marco chose to trust and stood by, watching intently. "I am coming at you," Gabriel shouted as he charged forward. "Bring it on," Bista replied earnestly, infusing his sword with haki. A tremendous crash echoed, as arcs of white electricity interwove, dazzling the onlookers and blinding them momentarily. "Indeed, it is quite blinding," Whitebeard remarked, squinting at the ensuing brilliance of the blades. As the two continued to clash, the immense force of their strikes caused both to stagger slightly. "Very well, let us consider this battle a draw," he declared. As the two combatants grew increasingly fervent in their duel, the venerable Whitebeard intervened to halt the contest. Upon hearing his command to cease, both fighters promptly distanced themselves from one another. With the gap widened, Gabriel began to feel a twinge of soreness in his arms. Similarly, Bista was not faring any better. After enduring Gabriel's electrifying assault, his arms now tingled with numbness. The battle concluded in a draw, leaving both Kazuki Oden and Whitebeard equally unyielding, with the former downing 3 bottles of sake in quick succession. "Your prowess is commendable. Should time permit, we must engage in further sparring," Bista remarked with a grin after a brief respite. "Indeed," Gabriel replied, unwilling to be outdone. To train with such a master is undoubtedly a fruitful means of enhancement. Chapter 86. The invasion of the pirate ship. Following the farcical sparring, the Whitebeard pirates resumed their brief intermission. The remaining crew members surveyed their surroundings. Lounging upon the deck under the warm sun, one crew member extended a telescope to scrutinize the vicinity. After a brief reconnaissance, he discerned a shadow. Adjusting the magnification, the figure became increasingly distinct. It was a pirate ship approaching, its deck brimming with crew members. Prominently displayed was a pirate flag, which prompted the sailors to shake their heads in dismay. Another unknown pirate vessel, seeking to gain notoriety by vanquishing Whitebeard? It appeared yet another crew was unaware of their own limitations. "Everyone rise. We have a situation," a crew member shouted, rousing the others from their reverie. Armed and alert, they swiftly entered a state of readiness for battle. "What is going on?" Marco was the first to step forward with an inquiry. "A pirate ship is approaching from the left side of the sea," came the response. The mention of a pirate ship elicited a wave of excitement among the crew. Even Gabriel, known for his lethargy, found himself standing at attention. This was indeed his first encounter with an external pirate crew during his voyage. Do pirate crews compete against one another? This is indeed a commendable suggestion, Gabriel contemplated, gripping the second generation of the ghost blade at his waist, ever prepared for battle. A pirate ship? Where, pray tell? At this moment, Kazuki Oden also emerged, wielding dual swords. This marks his first battle since setting sail. And how could he not feel exhilarated at such a moment? There, a crew member pointed towards the scene he had just observed through the telescope. Following the crew member's indication, everyone's gaze instinctively turned in that direction. As anticipated, a modest pirate ship was slowly approaching. Although the vessel was small, it was heavily populated. Dozens of individuals occupied the little pirate ship, suggesting a substantial bounty awaited them. Armed and poised, the crew stood at the edge of their ship, eagerly awaiting the moment the pirate ship would draw near, ready to surge forth and seize the treasure. Haha. Allow me to claim the honor of this first battle at sea. Getsu Oden laughed heartily, leaping from the Moby Dick to land directly upon the opposing pirate vessel. The crowd stood in stunned silence, mesmerized by such astonishing agility. That leap must have covered a distance of at least several dozen meters. As Kazuki Oden made his way forward, everyone intended to follow closely. However, with the pirate ship drawing nearer, they sensed something amiss. It appeared that the pirate vessel was gradually sinking. When Oden leapt across, the onlookers wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Where was the pirate ship? Where were the treasures? Fear not, everyone. I have resolved the matter, Oden declared, sheathing Enma with a satisfied grin. Indeed, the outside world is far more exhilarating than Wano. Oden. The crowd erupted in a collective roar of indignation. What is happening? Oden asked, utterly perplexed. You have sunk the pirate ship. How are we to seize the treasure now? If we, as pirates, do not pursue treasure, then what do we remain? They chastised in unison. My apologies. Oden replied sheepishly, scratching the back of his head as he gazed at the now sunken ship, which had disappeared from sight. Never mind. Just be more cautious next time, Marco and the others sighed. With the pirate ship already lost to the depths, no amount of rebuke could salvage their misfortune. It was merely a pity for the treasures that had sunk with it. Don't leave just yet, a crew member exclaimed, peering through a telescope at the distant waters, his voice quivering. Is there something else? Marco inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Yes. There are numerous pirate ships approaching, the crew member stammered. Through the telescope, he discerned a multitude of tiny black dots. As the dots drew closer, they revealed a swarm of vessels, at least several dozen in number. Let me see that telescope, Marco exclaimed, hastily snatching it from the crew member. After a brief scan through the lens, the sheer quantity caused his heart to sink. Observing the varying sizes and shapes of the ships, Marco felt an unsettling twinge of curiosity. He quickly adjusted the focus to examine the symbols adorning the sails. As he scrutinized the chaotic array of pirate flags, a wave of relief washed over him. None of the insignias were familiar. It was evident these were merely ragtag pirate crews. Had these motley pirate crews banded together to challenge the Whitebeard pirates? Although they were numerous, such factions typically lacked quality in their ranks. Marco felt a sense of reassurance regarding this development. This estimation does not require the direct intervention of Whitebeard. They are capable of resolving it on their own. Everyone, be cautious, for numerous pirate ships are approaching, Marco declared to the crowd. How many? Which pirate crew is it? The expressions of the crowd turned grave. It is merely the Fishy Pirate Alliance, so there is no need for concern, Marco reassured, noticing their tense demeanor. The Fishy Pirates have formed an alliance? The crowd exhaled in relief upon hearing this. Even if they were numerous, if they were mere fish, they could certainly handle them. The group positioned themselves aboard the Moby Dick, preparing for an assault. Suddenly, a heavy thud of footsteps echoed from behind. They turned to see Whitebeard emerging, wielding his naginata. Old man. I hear a pirate crew is attacking? Whitebeard gazed toward the distant specks in the ocean. It's just a coalition of the fishy pirates. We can manage. Marco raised his hand, smiling. It's too dangerous. Allow me to handle it, Whitebeard said, leaning on his naginata as he looked at Marco and the others. Please, let us go. They are truly just a bunch of fish. Marco insisted. Indeed, old man. We have assessed them. They are merely fish, and we can manage them. The crowd eagerly chimed in. Very well. If you find yourselves in peril, cry out loudly. I shall hear you, Whitebeard conceded, settling down on the Moby Dick to await their battle. Hooray! The old man has agreed. Everyone, prepare to charge. Marco shouted excitedly, and the others displayed their enthusiasm. Armed and eager, they gazed at the approaching vessels. The Whitebeard pirates awaited the assault of these fishy foes. Meanwhile, the various ragtag pirate crews were filled with excitement, for they had rallied nearly 40 ships, over 20 pirate crews, and a force of nearly 2,000 men. With such numbers, they were confident they could claim Whitebeard's head. Prepare yourselves. We are nearing the ship of Whitebeard. Today, we shall take his head and make our names known across the world, shouted a burly man with a thick beard, brandishing a massive sword from one of the ships. He felt that the pinnacle of the world was within his grasp. Chapter 87. The impending battle. The dark specks became increasingly distinct as numerous vessels drew near. Marco and his crew were fully prepared, awaiting the arrival of the pirate ships. At this moment, Gabriel unsheathed his second-generation sword, ready to engage in combat with the other pirates. The pirate ships slowly converged. The Fishy Pirates Alliance initiated the first command. You lot, charge forth. At the command of the captain of the Fishy Pirates, Marco and his companions no longer hesitated. They sprang into action, leaping onto the ships of the Fishy Pirates Alliance to engage in fierce combat. Gabriel, witnessing his comrades' boldness, felt compelled to join the fray, vaulting onto another pirate vessel. Instantly, the atmosphere grew electric with the anticipation of battle. The pirates, seeing the Whitebeard pirates initiate the assault, raised their weapons without a moment's hesitation. Gabriel's gaze swept across the chaos, and he drew his second-generation sword, embarking on a rampage. With a single stroke, a pirate's head fell to the ground. In a mere few breaths, nearly 20 pirates succumbed to Gabriel's blade as he navigated through the fray with alarming efficiency. Gripping his long sword, he surveyed the surrounding carnage, his mind echoing a singular thought: how feeble. Was this the extent of their strength, daring to challenge the Whitebeard pirates? As Gabriel pondered, the remaining pirates began to converge, targeting his vulnerabilities with their long blades. Without a moment's hesitation, he resumed his ruthless assault, each swing of his sword claiming another bandit's life. Their bodies collapsing one after another. Many of the Fishy Pirates, witnessing their comrades fall victim to Gabriel's might, began to feel a creeping dread. The recently slain had been of comparable strength to themselves. If they too were to meet such a fate, their chances of survival were bleak. As the crew of pirates retreated, the captain of the Fishy Pirates could no longer remain idle. Observing the retreating figures, he erupted in a tirade, cursing them as worthless. With a fierce determination, he brandished a spiked club and stepped forward from the shadows. The captain of the ragtag ship emerged, and the crew, suddenly emboldened, wore expressions of delight. Let me take charge. The captain, a behemoth of a man, stepped forward, prompting the crew to part to allow him passage. They trailed behind their leader, determined to make Gabriel pay for his insolence. As the captain made his entrance, Gabriel was momentarily taken aback. The colossal figure before him, reminiscent of a giant, was a sight to behold, muscles rippling across a formidable physique. Without needing to sense his strength, Gabriel recognized the formidable prowess of this adversary. The captain wielded a massive spiked club, reminiscent of a monstrous pirate's weapon, causing Gabriel's expression to harden. Such a brutish club must weigh at least several dozen pounds. Given the captain's imposing stature coupled with such a weapon, Gabriel understood that he was facing a true expert this time. Rather than charging in recklessly, he prudently stepped back, creating distance. He knew that dealing with such a creature required a measured approach. Haste could lead to disastrous consequences. As the distance widened, the captain cast a scornful glance at Gabriel, a mocking smile creeping onto his lips. What is the matter? Are you afraid? If you are, perhaps you should let Whitebeard handle this personally. The captain scoffed, but Gabriel chose to ignore him, focusing intently on his opponent. He understood that victory or defeat could hinge on a mere moment. Kill him! Kill him! The cries of the crew echoed around them, their fervor palpable as they clamored for Gabriel's demise. Since you refuse to attack, then I shall. The captain snorted disdainfully, brandishing his spiked club and swinging it with ferocity. Gabriel hastily retreated several paces to evade the crushing blow. The heavy club struck the deck with a resounding crash, creating a deep crater. Witnessing such an onslaught, Gabriel's pupils constricted. As he had suspected, this was indeed a heavyweight contender. Once this assault befalls him, he is likely to be either dead or severely injured. Observing Gabriel evade his attacks, the captain of the ragtag ship could not help but feel a surge of irritation. He relentlessly swung his spiked club, intent on reducing Gabriel to a mere pulp. With each powerful strike of the club, Gabriel refrained from counterattacking, instead opting to dodge and observe the captain's moves. Before long, the entire vessel had been battered into a state of disrepair, teetering on the brink of destruction. The captain's frustration mounted as he saw Gabriel skillfully avoid his blows. Are you a coward, boy, only capable of ineffectual dodging? Or perhaps your leader is a fool who has only taught you the art of evasion. He spat, his face contorted with rage. Unfazed by the taunts, Gabriel continued to evade, understanding that the captain's mounting desperation worked to his advantage. As the captain swung his spiked club with increasing fervor, Gabriel gradually acclimated to the rhythm of the attacks. Fixing his gaze intently on the captain, he resolved to bring this encounter to a close. Come, let us conclude this, Gabriel declared, locking eyes with the captain. Humph. A worthless coward like you dares to speak of conclusions? Allow me to send you straight to hell with a single blow. The captain bellowed, swinging his club with fervor. Gabriel deftly dodged, the massive club crashing heavily to the ground. Now is my chance, Gabriel thought, his expression steely as he gripped his second-generation katana tightly. Before the captain could lift his weapon, Gabriel lunged forward. The captain's face paled as he realized the danger, hastily attempting to retract his club. But it was too late. The moment the club struck the ground, the captain's fate was sealed. Stepping onto the fallen club, Gabriel sprang forward, his katana piercing the captain's body. With a sickening sound, the blade penetrated the captain's throat, blood splattering everywhere. The captain collapsed instantly. Just when it seemed that the matter would conclude with the captain's demise, the pirates behind him, indifferent to their leader's fate, hurled their weapons straight at Gabriel. Hearing the whistling of incoming projectiles, Gabriel's expression shifted. He quickly turned to see several long knives flying toward him. As he prepared to draw his own blade for a counterattack, he realized the katana was still lodged in the captain's throat, leaving him no time to react. Just as Gabriel was about to abandon his weapon and flee, a figure appeared before him. It was none other than Bista, the very opponent he had just faced. It seems even you can be caught off guard. Bista, with a hearty laugh, wielded his dual blades before him, deflecting all incoming projectiles. What brings you here? Gabriel asked, momentarily taken aback upon seeing his companion. Was it not a natural occurrence for a comrade to come to aid in times of trouble? Bista, while dispatching the pirates, chuckled in response. Then I extend my gratitude. Gabriel unsheathed his second-generation sword, the Goetu, and began to clear the surrounding area of pirates. Chapter 88. An unilateral battle with Bista's arrival. The conflict aboard Gabriel's ship was nearing its conclusion. A multitude of pirates lay slaughtered, while the remaining ones either surrendered or fled in disarray. As the battle concluded, Gabriel did not allow himself a moment's respite. Instead, he promptly engaged in further skirmishes. One cannot deny that the pirates aboard the Whitebeard ship are formidable entities. Many of them appear to share a semblance of strength with him, yet their combat prowess and tactics are equally impressive. Take, for instance, Jozu, who possesses the extraordinary ability to transform his entire body into diamond, rendering him an indomitable force. Encased in diamond, he charges directly at enemy ships, leaving a path of lamentation in his wake as pirates abandon their weapons in terror. Jozu's sheer prowess is overwhelming, rendering them utterly incapable of retaliation. Blades cannot pierce him, arrows fail to find their mark, and even gunfire leaves no trace of harm upon his diamond-clad form. At this juncture, their options are limited to awaiting their demise or fleeing in desperation. Jozu's prowess is merely a reflection of the strength exhibited by others. Marco, in his phoenix form, and Kazuki Oden, wielding dual blades, showcase similar might. Moreover, the legendary Whitebeard, who remains an enigma, looms large in their minds. This motley alliance, composed of mere underlings, hardly possesses the mastery of hockey, and as they face such monstrous adversaries, an undercurrent of dread begins to take hold. With such formidable subordinates, one cannot help but wonder about the true strength of the fabled Whitebeard. The title of the world's strongest man evokes a palpable fear within the hearts of many. "Ha, I have vanquished 3 ships. Impressive, isn't it?" exclaimed Kazuki Oden, his blades flashing as yet another vessel succumbed to the depths. Observing this, Marco's expression soured, and he could not contain his exasperation. "Did I not instruct you? Do not sink the ships. If you sink them, how shall we seize the treasure? If we fail to claim the spoils, can we truly call ourselves pirates?" My apologies. I inadvertently forgot." Kazuki Oden chuckled, scratching his head. "Really now? To be more mindful next time and refrain from sinking the ships." Marco retorted, irritation evident in his tone. "Understood. I shall take heed," Kazuki Oden replied, swiftly clearing the vessels as Gabriel prepared to engage in new battles. This time, his adversary was a creature endowed with the malevolent powers of the swamp fruit. This individual is no ordinary character. In terms of status within this grand alliance, he is merely a minor officer. However, in terms of strength, he can undoubtedly be regarded as formidable. Among nearly 2,000 members, he is certainly among the top 10. His remarkable prowess is largely attributed to his devil fruit, the Muk fruit, which allows for a deceptive naturalization of his powers. Heh, is my opponent you? It seems I shall have the opportunity to collect another trophy. The possessor of the Muk fruit thought with a sinister grin as he gazed at the oddly shaped Gabriel. Throughout his life, he harbored no grand hobbies, but rather a peculiar penchant for collecting heads. Ordinary heads did not pique his interest. He favored those of renowned figures like Whitebeard and Gold Lion. And even those with bizarre appearances like Gabriel's were equally cherished. What kind of creature is this? Gabriel pondered, his expression growing serious as he beheld the monster cloaked in muck. Since arriving in this world, he had yet to encounter something so bizarre. The being's form, reminiscent of a swamp, seemed to flow and shift, appearing both corporeal and incorporeal. The creature left Gabriel momentarily at a loss. Heh, aren't you going to attack? If not, allow me to take the initiative. The Muk fruit user smirked oddly and unleashed his devil fruit powers. With a flourish of his hands, the muck projected from his body like bullets, hurtling toward Gabriel. The barrage of muck, dense and rapid like gunfire, caught Gabriel off guard. He hastily retreated several steps, swaying to evade this onslaught. What is happening? Gabriel thought, dodging the muck while observing the creature's strange physique, which intensified his unease. Heh, do you think you can escape? Remember, this is a swamp. The Muk fruit user sneered, his hands resting upon the deck. A torrent of sludge surged forth, sweeping over the entire vessel. As the muck approached, it began to erode Gabriel's position. He retreated until he reached the ship's stern, nearly losing his footing. With great effort, he stabilized himself at the rear of the ship. Is there no escape? Gabriel mused, his expression darkening as he surveyed the end of the ship. This bizarre entity left him utterly perplexed, and retreat was no longer an option. It seemed the only course was to engage in a desperate struggle. Gabriel fixated intently on the user of the swamp fruit, seeking any chink in their armor. His gaze swept over the individual, noting the myriad vulnerabilities in their stance. Yet, confronted with that fluid, swamp-like form, he could not ascertain whether blades could inflict any harm. Give up, the swamp fruit user chuckled ominously. There is no escape left for you. If you wish to surrender, I can grant you a swift end, but should you choose defiance, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. With that, the user extended the swamp beneath them into a massive hand, aiming to ensnare Gabriel. Without hesitation, Gabriel dodged the grasping appendage and advanced directly toward the swamp fruit user. The second-generation sword, Onigashima, pierced the user's form, causing Gabriel's expression to falter. Had he succeeded in dealing a fatal blow? The loose sensation of the blade embedding itself caused him to hesitate momentarily. Ah, you've delivered yourself right to my doorstep. I shall gladly accept. The user grinned malevolently, their body transforming into a mass of swamp that relentlessly sought to capture Gabriel. As Gabriel realized that his blade was inflicting no damage, his expression shifted to one of alarm, and he attempted to create distance. However, the swamp's grip held him firmly in place. Even as he endeavored to withdraw Onigashima and escape the swamp's clutches, he found it utterly impossible. Damn it! What is this thing? Gabriel struggled fiercely, yet the swamp's grip only tightened. Just as he found himself at a loss, a flash of white light sliced through the air, startling him. As the bindings around him gradually dissipated, he glanced down at the ground, stunned by the sight of a corpse, along with a severed head lying nearby. What is the situation? Are you truly incapable of displaying dominance? As Gabriel pondered, Bista emerged, wielding twin blades. A sense of relief washed over Gabriel as he beheld Bista. His gaze instinctively fell upon the dual daggers in Bista's hands, causing a flicker of hesitation to cross his face. The black blade Bista held seemed reminiscent of the one he had encountered earlier. What exactly is this dominance? Gabriel inquired, his expression one of confusion. Hearing this, Bista raised an eyebrow. You don't even know what dominance is? Is that a problem? Gabriel questioned, bewildered. Didn't Yu-Chin mention it to you? Bista asked, perplexed. Gabriel shook his head. Well, once the battle concludes, I shall explain it to you, Bista said thoughtfully. All right. Gabriel nodded, then swiftly made his way to another battlefield. Chapter 89. The conclusion of war and the clearing of the battlefield given the vast disparity in strength between the two sides. The conflict swiftly culminated in the defeat of the Fishy Pirate Alliance. The Fishy Pirate Alliance faced a dire fate, with some perishing and others fleeing. Standing upon the enemy vessel, Gabriel surveyed the aftermath of the battle, letting out a sigh of relief. After enduring a series of skirmishes, he knew that continuing to fight would likely take a toll on his body. "Are you all right?" Bista inquired, noticing Gabriel's weariness. "I'm fine," Gabriel replied, shaking his head. "Very well," Bista acknowledged, nodding before departing. As pirates, their aim was not merely to kill. Rather, the primary objective was to seize the treasures aboard the enemy's ships. Defeating the adversary and plundering their riches was the essence of true piracy. Bista ventured into the cabin in search of treasure, followed closely by others who eagerly sought their share. Amidst nearly 30 pirate ships, the focus of the crew had shifted from vanquishing foes to unearthing the coveted spoils. This time, they felt it was a bountiful harvest. Marco, Bista, and the ice which ventured into the ship's hold in search of treasure, while Gabriel, with nothing better to do, decided to take a look as well. As a pirate, engaging in slaughter and plunder was a novel experience for him. Like many others experiencing it for the first time, Gabriel was filled with curiosity. Entering the cramped hold alone, he surveyed his surroundings. The space was small, littered with corpses and marked by signs of struggle. It was evident that a fierce conflict had erupted over the spoils. Gazing at the desolate hold, Gabriel initially thought there would be little to uncover. However, he underestimated the modest vessel. Amidst the heaps of bodies, a chest lay nestled among the corpses. The chest was small enough to be lifted with one hand. Gabriel pushed aside the bodies and retrieved the chest. Inspecting it, he furrowed his brow. It felt surprisingly light, weighing perhaps 2 or 3 pounds. His hopes for treasure had waned, as it seemed unlikely that anything of value could be contained within such a lightweight chest. Upon opening it, he discovered a peculiar, oddly shaped apple. Leaning closer to inhale its scent, he noted its appearance suggested it was spoiled, yet its aroma was perplexingly different. He contemplated discarding the seemingly deteriorated fruit, but decided against it. Perhaps this peculiar variety might fetch a handsome price in this world. After all, a single strawberry had once sold for millions. Thus, this peculiar apple might reasonably be valued at tens of thousands. Stowing the odd apple away, Gabriel continued to inspect the contents of the chest. Inside, he found a map along with scattered gold coins. Sighing at the sight, he lamented that he had expected something of greater worth, only to discover the ship was so impoverished. He hoisted the chest and hurried back to the Moby Dick. Upon his return, he found the deck already brimming with treasures, gold, jewels, and berries, an impressive sight at first glance. Observing this abundance, Gabriel glanced again at the chest in his hands and sighed deeply. How could the disparity between individuals be so vast? Just as he prepared to discard the chest in search of more treasure aboard the enemy's ship, Bista approached, carrying 2 large chests of gold. "Gabriel, how did your search fare?" He laughed. "Oh, don't mention it. I only found this," Gabriel said, holding up the chest with a resigned sigh. "What's this?" Bista inquired, eyeing the chest, which was barely large enough to hold a basketball, with surprise. "How much gold can this chest hold?" "Don't even mention it. All I found inside was a peculiar fruit, a blueprint, and a bit of gold. My luck is truly unparalleled," Gabriel said with a resigned wave of his hand. "Water? Fruit?" Hearing this, Bista felt a surge of excitement. "What does the fruit look like?" "Well, here it is." Gabriel opened the chest and pointed at the oddly shaped apple. Gazing at the gleaming devil fruit within the chest, Bista's excitement grew as he eagerly grasped the devil fruit for a closer inspection. This pattern, this appearance. Could it truly be a devil fruit? Indeed, it is a devil fruit. "Your luck is simply astounding," Bista exclaimed excitedly. "One must understand that devil fruits are exceedingly rare. Even within this grand line, after storming 10 pirate ships, one might not encounter a single one. Yet Gabriel's intervention has yielded such a treasure. Such fortune is indeed rare." "What are devil fruits?" Gabriel inquired, perplexed. "You don't know?" Bista hesitated, revealing his uncertainty. Not only was he unfamiliar with devil fruits, but also with hockey. It seems the news from Wano country is truly isolated. Bista and Gabriel took a moment to elucidate the concepts of devil fruits and hockey. Gabriel furrowed his brow at Bista's hasty explanation, as it was largely incomprehensible to him. The only part he grasped was that devil fruits are exceedingly rare. Even in auction houses, they command astronomical prices. Starting at 100 million berries, they often find themselves in a market devoid of buyers. Although he did not fully comprehend their value, Gabriel could grasp the magnitude of that price. 100 million berries, akin to a global currency, is a substantial sum, even considering the most severe inflation. Just as Bista and Gabriel were engaged in their discussion about devil fruits, others began to gather, drawn by the news. This is indeed a devil fruit. Consuming it bestows remarkable powers. Such an extraordinary item is coveted even by the crew of Whitebeard. Have you heard that they have seized a devil fruit here? As the crowd overheard Bista and his companions' conversation, they could not help but approach. Here it is, Bista proclaimed, revealing the devil fruit in his hand, eliciting a wave of astonished gazes from the onlookers. The intricate patterns and shape unmistakably reveal it to be a devil fruit. Bista, your fortune is indeed remarkable to have discovered it. The crowd cast envious glances. For this is a devil fruit, which grants extraordinary abilities upon consumption. Just look at Diamond Jaws, and then at Marco. Their powers have soared tremendously after acquiring their devil fruit abilities. It was not I who found it, but Gabriel, Bista replied with a smile, returning the devil fruit to its rightful place. Observing the astonished expressions of the onlookers, Gabriel scratched his small face, pondering whether this object truly held such significance. Gabriel, why not consume it and discover what abilities you might gain? The crowd urged excitedly. A devil fruit. It is akin to a grand gamble, betting a lifetime of being a landlubber in exchange for a singular ability. Witnessing the expressions of those around him, Gabriel felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. What is the situation? What exactly is this devil fruit? Gabriel cast a hesitant glance at Bista. The devil fruit resembles an embodiment of the sea's malevolence. Upon consuming it, the user acquires various abilities, yet the price they pay is the ocean's disdain, rendering them incapable of swimming. Essentially, indulging in this devil fruit bestows corresponding powers, but at the cost of a lifetime spent unable to navigate the waters. Bista likely elucidated the nature of the devil fruit to Gabriel, while also providing an overview of its classifications and functionalities. For instance, Marco's consumption of the zoan-type animal fruit, or Josu's diamond fruit of the paramecia type, as well as the pseudo-natural fruit, the swamp fruit, which Gabriel had just witnessed. Listening to Bista's exposition, Gabriel's expression hardened. He promptly resolved to forego the devil fruit. What a jest, trading an ability for a lifetime of deprivation from the sea. It is crucial to remember that he is, after all, a pirate, spending considerable time in the company of the ocean. Should the devil fruit lack the ability to soar through the skies, would we not be utterly doomed? Never mind, I no longer desire it. Whoever wishes to take it may do so. Gabriel shook his head and tossed the devil fruit to Bista. Observing Gabriel's reaction, Bista appeared somewhat taken aback. This is indeed a devil fruit, revered as the coveted treasure of pirates, a prize yearned for by all seafarers. Gabriel shows no desire to partake, prompting Bista to inquire among the others. I want it. Bista, grant me this favor. I desire it, Bista. Bista, we are good brothers. Such a remarkable treasure as the devil fruit must not be denied to me. As Bista speaks, a throng of individuals rushes forward. This is a devil fruit worth at least 100 million berries. Such a treasure, who could remain unmoved? Are you not tempted? Gabriel inquired, puzzled by Bista's indifference. As for myself, my aspiration is to become the world's greatest swordsman. I have no interest in the powers of a devil fruit, Bista replied with a smile, shaking his head. Gabriel raised an eyebrow at Bista's response, sensing that Bista might be attempting to deceive him into consuming it since he himself seemed uninterested. However, upon observing the fervent reactions of the other crew members, Gabriel began to doubt his initial assumption. Unable to comprehend the situation, he shook his head and departed. Chapter 90, Hockey after the battle concluded. The crew had nearly finished clearing the battlefield. While everyone excitedly divided the spoils, Gabriel hurried back to the Moby Dick. On board, Whitebeard sat languidly, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he surveyed his sons returning triumphantly. This is the scene he has longed for, the very thing he wishes to protect. Family. My boy, what brings you back? Upon seeing Gabriel return alone, Whitebeard's interest was piqued. I have some questions I wish to find answers to, so I returned early. Gabriel replied. Oh, questions? Pray, share them with me, Whitebeard said, his gaze fixed on Gabriel with intrigue. I just encountered a monster. Gabriel recounted the events that had transpired. Whitebeard, upon hearing this, could not help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. To think you are unaware of the devil fruits and hockey. Ha ha ha. Whitebeard chuckled heartily. Not knowing is simply not knowing. There's nothing amusing about it, Gabriel retorted, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Even the Utian possesses hockey. And yet you remain oblivious. Have you been idling away your time, resulting in this ignorance? Ha ha ha. Whitebeard's laughter echoed again. Gabriel's laziness was well known to Whitebeard. He had witnessed him lounging about, doing nothing but sleeping on the deck. And now, faced with a slight trouble, He found himself at a loss for how to resolve it. This incident serves as a lesson for Gabriel. Though I often indulge in idleness, I am nonetheless quite earnest in my cultivation. Surely, Lord Yutian has never imparted the knowledge of hockey to me. Upon having his facade unveiled, Gabriel scratched his cheek and remarked, "It seems you have completely forgotten your studies." The old man chuckled heartily. "Well then, enough of the jesting. You are eager to learn about hockey and the devil fruits, are you not? The library below holds the answers. You may seek them yourself," he said, waving his hand with a laugh. "Oh, I shall go there," Gabriel responded upon hearing the old man's words, resolved to explore the library beneath. Hockey and devil fruits, what exactly are they? Hastily descending into the cabin, he gazed upon the shelves brimming with books. As his eyes roamed over the densely packed volumes, Gabriel felt overwhelmed, uncertain of which book contained the knowledge he sought. With a sigh, he resumed his quest for tomes on hockey and devil fruits. After a thorough search, he finally discovered the book he had been seeking. Nestled in the corner of the shelf was a volume titled Fundamentals of Hockey. Not only that, but several related works were positioned nearby: Hockey Configurations, Devil Fruit Powers, and Devil Fruit Compendium. 5 interconnected books caught Gabriel's attention, leaving him momentarily stunned. He took all 5 volumes and placed them on the deck, his curiosity piqued. What manner of entity could yield such monstrous abilities? And what kind of assault could inflict harm upon such creatures? As he casually flipped through the foundational text on hockey, he couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. This text contains quite a number of formidable notions, including the conqueror's hockey, armament hockey, and observation hockey. Among these, observation hockey is one of the most prevalent forms in the New World, granting the ability to anticipate an opponent's attacks and evade harm. In simpler terms, it endows one with the capacity for foresight, enabling the most fundamental reactions to various situations. This merely represents the fundamental mastery of observation hockey. Beyond this lies a more advanced form of observation hockey, which is quite extraordinary. Within the vast realm of pirates, few can attain such an elevated state. Once perfected, this form of observation hockey grants the ability to glimpse into the future, albeit for a fleeting moment. Upon reaching this point, Gabriel could not help but draw in a sharp breath. To foresee the future, how remarkable! Indeed, there are countless wonders in this world of which he remains unaware. With a deep breath, Gabriel eagerly turned to the next page, which delved into the intricacies of armament hockey. This advanced form of hockey is primarily employed in the New World, allowing one to imbue their weapon with hockey to enhance its power. This augmentation transcends mere weaponry, encompassing not only blades but also hands, branches, and clubs. Objects enveloped in armament hockey experience a monumental increase in strength, rendering them as unyielding as steel. Whether for offense or defense, armament hockey is undoubtedly an exceptional choice. Furthermore, armament hockey is stratified into 3 tiers: the initial, intermediate, and advanced stages. The initial stage of armament hockey allows for a rudimentary enhancement of objects. However, this coverage is far from complete. The intermediate stage enables a comprehensive enhancement of an object's surface, fully enveloping it in power. Additionally, those who attain this tier can perform a remarkable feat, reinforcing themselves with armament hockey, transforming into a veritable ironclad warrior. The advanced stage of armament hockey is a rare mastery, possessed by only a handful in the entire New World. This formidable presence is not solely a matter of diligence. It also requires a higher level of innate talent. No amount of hard work can compensate for a lack of inherent ability. This hockey of armament transcends mere enhancement. It possesses an astonishing capacity for destruction from within. Once an object is ensnared by this formidable hockey, no matter how resilient its exterior may appear, its interior remains utterly vulnerable. Upon reaching this realization, Gabriel could not help but draw a deep breath. Destruction from within, indeed. This is utterly lethal for the human body. Regardless of how one cultivates strength, it remains merely superficial. The internal organs are perpetually fragile. Should such an assault strike and damage the internal organs, the individual is undoubtedly doomed. Upon reaching this point, Gabriel could not help but feel a sense of yearning for the conqueror's hockey. If even the 2-color hockey is so formidable, then the conqueror's hockey, with such a commanding name, must be immensely powerful. Gabriel turned the pages of the material, arriving at the section on conqueror's hockey. As he perused the information within the book, a frown creased his brow. The conqueror's hockey is distinct from both the armament hockey and observation hockey. The latter two can be acquired through diligent training, whereas the former cannot be inherited or cultivated. It is solely determined by one's fate. The Conqueror's Haki is an innate ability, akin to instinct. It embodies the essence of royalty, and when unleashed, it commands reverence from multitudes and subjugates all. At this juncture, Gabriel's curiosity deepened. If Conqueror's Haki is so formidable, what indeed is its purpose? Eager to delve deeper into the material regarding the functions of Conqueror's Haki, he soon discovered that he had reached the final page of the book. There is no information regarding the Conqueror's Haki here. Gabriel rose and continued his search for books on Haki, his gaze sweeping across the shelves. Regrettably, there was only this one volume. Upon realizing this, Gabriel sought a method to cultivate the two-tone Haki, only to discover that not only was there no information on the Conqueror's Haki, but also none on the cultivation techniques for the two-tone Haki. This is merely a brief description. Gabriel let out a long sigh as he gazed at the two other books in his hand, Devil Fruits and Devil Fruit Abilities Illustrated. He held little interest in these two volumes. After Bista's general introduction, Gabriel had already acquired a fundamental understanding of the devil fruits. This book bears little distinction whether one peruses it or not. Gabriel merely skimmed through these two volumes. The content within aligns closely with Gabriel's imagination, predominantly revolving around the powers of the devil fruits, akin to what Bista mentioned regarding the leaf. Here, there exists but a slight addition, that is to say, this book merely elaborates on certain details. After returning several volumes, Gabriel hurriedly made his way to the deck. Indeed, when it comes to the art of cultivation, one ought to consult the professionals. Chapter 91. The battle concludes, and a gathering commences aboard the Pequod. With the battle behind them, the crew began to celebrate. Their method of celebration was rather peculiar, a gathering. Gabriel could not help but voice his discontent regarding this gathering. It seemed that any excuse would suffice for a festivity. And the revelry was quite exuberant. Gabriel found himself questioning whether this was merely a jest. However, despite his grievances, important matters still required attention. After all, he had come seeking knowledge on the cultivation of Haki. Gabriel turned to Whitebeard, eager to inquire about the methods of Haki training. Meanwhile, Kazuki Oden, sitting nearby, was flushed with intoxication. Upon noticing Gabriel's approach, he eagerly pulled him over. Gabriel, you've arrived. Come, let us drink. Gabriel, with a sigh of resignation, extricated himself from Oden's grasp. It was evident that he struggled to endure the company of this drunken fool. Time and again, Gabriel attempted to broach the subject of Haki with Oden, but upon witnessing Oden's current state, he could only exhale in exasperation. In such a state, let it be. It seems one's mind is quite muddled, rendered dazed by drink. Aside from alcohol, there appears to be little else occupying the mind. Gabriel? Bista approached from behind, gently calling out to the dazed Gabriel. Ah, Bista, your arrival is most fortuitous. I have some matters I wish to discuss with you. Gabriel's countenance brightened upon seeing Bista. Come, sit and drink. We shall converse over our libations. Bista cheerfully procured a bottle of unopened sake from beside Marco. Gabriel hesitated at the sight of the sake in Bista's hands, casting a glance at him before contemplating the boldness of his decision. Ultimately, he accepted the sake. The two settled on the deck, the Oden before them bubbling continuously. Bista skillfully lifted a piece of Oden with his chopsticks and savored it. Savoring the fish balls while sipping the sake, he clinked his bottle against Gabriel's. Gabriel uncorked the bottle, no longer hesitating, and took a hearty sip. The sake entered with a sharpness that was soon followed by a wave of sweetness cascading down his throat. Gabriel licked his lips and glanced at the sake in his hand, his expression tinged with surprise. The sake was not as unpleasant as he had imagined. On the contrary, it was rather delightful. How is it? Quite flavorful, isn't it? Bista laughed heartily and took another generous sip of the sake. Indeed, it is quite pleasing. Gabriel nodded in agreement. Now what brings you to me? Bista inquired, savoring a fishball while sipping his drink. I wish to inquire about Haki. Gabriel replied with an awkward smile. Haki, you say? Bista looked at Gabriel, somewhat surprised. What aspect are you curious about? I have perused the library in the ship's cabin regarding the fundamentals of Haki, yet there are no records on its cultivation. Hence, I have come to seek your guidance on how to train in Haki. Gabriel articulated his purpose for visiting. Training in Haki, you say? Bista replied, taking another swig of sake. After finishing the bottle, his complexion flushed slightly. As fortune would have it, I have some free time. Come with me, and I shall teach you how to wield Haki. With that, Bista rose and made his way to another vacant deck on the ship. Gabriel's face brightened at this, and he hurriedly grabbed the second-generation sword, owned it, and followed. Upon reaching the deserted deck, Bista unsheathed his twin swords. Since you are already familiar with the introduction to Haki, I need not elaborate further. Instead, I shall demonstrate for you to gain a clearer understanding. First, let us discuss armament Haki. Bista asserted, his hands straining as armament Haki enveloped his swords in an instant. Armament Haki can cover the surface of any weapon. It is not limited to blades, but also encompasses one's fists, limbs, and body. He then retracted his hands and began to illustrate how armament Haki could be applied to fists and limbs. However, due to his less than masterful command of Haki, even when it covered his body, it was only a rudimentary application. Despite this, it was still somewhat overwhelming for Gabriel. As Bista demonstrated armament Haki, Gabriel gained a general understanding of its appearance. Subsequently, Bista moved on to explain observation Haki. He offered minimal explanation, merely outlining two predictions. Observation Haki allows one to deduce the next move based on the opponent's imminent actions, movements, and positions. After a brief explanation, Bista began to demonstrate with Gabriel. For safety's sake, the two set aside their weapons and opted to spar with their fists, thus minimizing any risks. Come now, attack me with your fists. Bista signaled for Gabriel to attack, while he remained steadfast, observing intently. Gabriel, undeterred, advanced with a flurry of punches. His fists sliced through the air. Yet Bista effortlessly evaded each strike using his observation Haki. Noticing Bista's ease in dodging, Gabriel resolved to intensify his efforts. However, despite his increased ferocity, each of Gabriel's attacks met with failure. It was as if all his moves, every advance, and every intention were laid bare to Bista's perception. Recognizing this, Gabriel determined to alter his approach. Employing both hands and legs, he launched a dual assault, with his fist serving as a distraction while his left foot aimed for Bista's lower body. Alas, under equal power, Gabriel's onslaught proved futile. All his intentions were transparent to Bista. Such mastery of observation Haki was remarkable. In this exchange, Gabriel experienced firsthand the potency of this ability. Compared to the armament Haki, the prowess of observation Haki was indeed more astonishing. While armament Haki merely serves as a protective barrier, observation Haki grants the foresight to evade attacks. Yet, observation Haki is not infallible. It merely allows one to predict an opponent's moves. If there exists a significant disparity in strength, observation Haki becomes ineffectual. Even if your mind comprehends your opponent's intentions, your body may not keep pace with their rhythm. Thus, cultivating one's physical strength is the true embodiment of formidable power. There is one crucial lesson you must always remember. At this juncture, Bista's expression turned serious. Indeed, go on, Gabriel replied, nodding earnestly. When employing observation Haki, one must never succumb to anger. The effectiveness of observation Haki is contingent upon maintaining composure. The more furious you become, the less clarity you will have regarding your opponent's actions, Bista cautioned. I understand, Gabriel acknowledged with a nod. Seeing Gabriel's resolve, Bista proceeded to instruct him on the cultivation methods of the two types of Haki. First, the observation Haki. The core of observation Haki lies in anticipation, determining through the opponent's movements and positioning, primarily through visual perception. Bista began to elucidate the training of observation Haki, launching punches at Gabriel, who could not retreat but had to rely solely on evasion. This served as the foundation of their training. The path of training is invariably arduous. Despite Gabriel's commendable combat prowess, he could do little but endure the blows in such a regimen. Chapter 92. The training of Haki. The cultivation of Haki is always a rigorous endeavor. Even as Gabriel advanced in his training, he was permitted to retreat. Yet, his skill level saw significant enhancement. Training while blindfolded required him to depend solely on his hearing and instinctive bodily responses to evade. In this manner of training, Gabriel could only leap about erratically, attempting to evade Bista's relentless strikes. Alas, such a flawed approach to defense could hardly withstand Bista's focused onslaught. Do not flail about, Gabriel. Instead, attune your senses and listen carefully. Your aimless dodging serves no purpose, Bista admonished while wielding his wooden staff. Upon hearing Bista's words, a bittersweet smile crept across Gabriel's face. It sounded simple enough, yet he soon realized the true difficulty of the task at hand. Relying solely on instinct to evade blows and on auditory cues to navigate his surroundings proved challenging. If Bista deliberately made noise, it was manageable. However, if he chose to remain silent or intentionally created distractions, Gabriel would be utterly oblivious to the direction of Bista's attacks. Moreover, depending on instinct to avoid being struck had become an insurmountable challenge for him. In recent times, he had endured nothing but blows upon blows. When blindfolded, Gabriel could only sense adversaries in every direction, rendering it impossible for him to discern the exact origin of Bista's assault. Once deprived of his sight, he felt as though Bista was omnipresent. Observing Gabriel in such a state, Bista could not help but let out a sigh. With his eyes covered, Gabriel appeared tense, swaying anxiously from side to side. How could one possibly hone the ability of observation haki in such a state? Never mind, under your current condition. It would be prudent to focus on armament haki instead. Bista sighed and shook his head. However, I have yet to master observation haki. Directly practicing armament haki seems ill-suited for your present state. Once you have cultivated your mindset, we can revisit the practice of observation haki. Furthermore, there is no need for concern, as there exists no direct correlation between observation haki and armament haki. Both can be cultivated independently, Bista elucidated. Upon hearing Bista's words, Gabriel could not help but exhale in relief. Very well, remove the eye bandage and let us commence with armament haki, Bista instructed, clapping his hands to summon Marco. Marco descended from above and, noticing Gabriel's battered visage, was taken aback. Initially, he had been skeptical of the rumors regarding Gabriel's training in haki. Now, however, he found it quite intriguing. Marco, what brings you here? Gabriel exclaimed as he pulled down the eye bandage and opened his eyes, his expression shifting to one of surprise. What kind of statement is that? Marco waved his hand in exasperation. I have come to instruct you in armament haki. I am, in a sense, your half-teacher. Should you continue to address me in such a tone, I might reconsider my role. Oh, I see now. My apologies, Gabriel said, scratching his cheek sheepishly. Since I am teaching you armament haki, and you are my half-teacher, how should I address you? Marco asked with a mischievous grin. Hearing Marco's words, Gabriel's lips quivered slightly. The man, observing Gabriel's troubled expression, could not help but burst into laughter. Haha, I never imagined you would actually find yourself in such a predicament. As Marco laughed heartily, Gabriel's face grew darker. All right, I was merely jesting. Do not take offense. Marco chuckled, noticing Gabriel's somber demeanor before swiftly changing the subject. Now, let us commence. As Marco spoke, he activated the powers of the phoenix fruit, his body emanating a radiant blue-white glow, transforming him into a phoenix enveloped in blue flames. What does this mean? Gabriel inquired, bewildered by Marco's metamorphosis. The mastery of armament haki lacks a straightforward method of learning, so I can only impart to you the most rudimentary technique. Grasp and arm yourself, Marco declared, flapping his azure wings. Grasp and arm myself? Gabriel echoed, increasingly perplexed by Marco's words, unable to comprehend his intent. Let us try this. Attack me, Marco suggested, seeing Gabriel hesitate. So I should come at you? Gabriel asked, no longer hesitating as he swung his fist toward Marco. As his fist passed through Marco's form, Gabriel glanced back, uncertainty clouding his mind. Did I evade him, or did I pass through him? With this question lingering, Gabriel approached Marco. He made a gentle swipe with his hand toward Marco, but his palm merely grasped at air, as if it had vanished into nothingness. Despite his efforts, his hands could never quite reach Marco's body. This situation bears a striking resemblance to his earlier confrontation with the user of the swamp swam fruit. The only difference is that while he could grasp the former's physical form, he is unable to even touch this one. Is this what they refer to as a Logia-type devil fruit ability? Gabriel inquired, perplexed. Not quite. I possess a Zoan-type fruit. The reason you cannot seize my body is that my Zoan type is rather unique, being a mythical Zoan that allows for transformation into a mythical beast, Marco elucidated. I see. Listening to Marco's explanation, Gabriel began to grasp the essence of the matter. Enough of this. Let us proceed, Marco urged, fluttering his wings slightly. What must I do to capture your body? Gabriel asked, still puzzled. Every individual harbors a latent energy within. Concentrate this energy in your arms, and it will manifest as armament haki. Simply put, envision channeling your willpower into your arms, and the armament haki will emerge, Marco instructed. I understand, Gabriel replied, closing his eyes to focus on gathering his inner energy. He concentrated the energy into his palms and reached out towards the transformed Marco. Yet, the armament haki did not materialize. Gabriel glanced at his palms and then at Marco, questioning if his visualization was flawed. He shut his eyes once more and attempted again. But the armament haki remained elusive. Do not rush, meditate, and concentrate your energy in your palms, Marco gently reminded as he noticed Gabriel's distraction. Gabriel nodded and tried once more. Chapter 93. Procuring sustenance. Months swiftly passed. Gabriel's dual-colored haki had achieved preliminary results. The armament haki could now envelop the blade, and his observation haki had progressed to the point where he could discern a vague silhouette. Gabriel felt a sense of excitement about this development. Though the progress was somewhat sluggish, he had at least made an entry into this new realm. After all, an entry signifies the potential for mastery over time. The Moby Dick sailed steadily towards an unknown island. Marco stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the approaching land with a gleam of joy in his eyes. It appeared they were nearing solid ground. After months at sea, they would finally be able to replenish their provisions and take a well-deserved rest. Turning back to the deck, he approached Gabriel, who was still diligently practicing his dual-colored haki, a smile gracing his features. "Gabriel, how has your training with armament haki progressed?" Upon hearing the call, Gabriel opened his eyes. "I would say I have made a rudimentary advancement. I can now generally cover my weapon with armament haki," Gabriel replied, drawing the second-generation Katetsu and arming it. The dark haki instantly enveloped the blade, forming the armament haki of the second-generation Katetsu. "You are learning quite rapidly, I must say." Observing the fully armed blade in Gabriel's hand, Marco couldn't help but express a degree of astonishment. In terms of the extent of his mastery over haki, Gabriel had indeed reached a beginner's level. In merely a few short months, he had refined his haki to such an impressive degree. This fellow possesses considerable talent. "Marco, why not give my haki a try again? I feel there are still areas in which I could improve." Gabriel brandished the second-generation sword, Onitoro, as he spoke. "Let us not dwell on it. I believe you've practiced quite well," Marco replied, offering an awkward smile as he glanced at the gleaming Onitoro in Gabriel's hand. If it had been a few months ago, when Gabriel had yet to perfect his training, Marco might have considered it, but now, it was different. "By the way, Gabriel, we're about to reach the island, and we need to procure some provisions. Would you care to join us?" Marco suggested, shifting the topic. The outside world, the distant island, the civilizations beyond, food procurement? Gabriel couldn't help but feel intrigued at the prospect of venturing to an unknown island. The allure of undiscovered cultures piqued his curiosity. "Very well, I shall accompany you," he declared. The Moby Dick arrived at the island, and Gabriel ultimately agreed to disembark with Marco and the others to gather supplies. As the ship approached the island's waters, the residents gazed in astonishment at the massive pirate vessel. Although they did not fully comprehend what manner of pirate craft this was, the sheer size left them with a sense of unease. All they could do was hope that the newcomers would not bring trouble. The island quietly offered its prayers. Amidst the hopeful multitude, there stood an unexpectedly stout, dark-skinned youth, who gazed with fervor at the immense pirate flag fluttering in the distance. If his eyes did not deceive him, it was indeed the illustrious Whitebeard pirates, the formidable sovereigns of the New World. The very thought of this pirate crew stirred an extraordinary excitement within him. Should he manage to join the ranks of the Whitebeard pirates, his grand aspirations would surely come to fruition. As the dark-skinned youth observed the Whitebeard pirates, Gabriel and the others arrived at the island's quaint town. Unlike the classical charm of Wano country, this town radiated a semi-modern aesthetic. The buildings were crafted from cement, adorned with glass windows, and the attire of the townsfolk leaned towards contemporary styles. As they wandered, Gabriel's gaze roamed, fueled by curiosity. Although he had gleaned much information about the outside world from books, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience, no matter how vividly described. The written word could never capture the reality before his eyes, and the stark contrast between text and image was telling. "Gabriel, there are potatoes over there. Shall we purchase some to take back?" Marco suggested, noticing a vendor selling the tubers not far off. "That sounds fine," Gabriel replied, though his expression was tinged with hesitation as he glanced at the towering buildings nearby. For some reason, he felt an unsettling sensation of being watched. Yet when he looked around, there was no one in sight. The group approached a stall selling potatoes, where the vendor regarded Gabriel and his companions with trepidation. He feared offending these individuals, fully aware that as a mere commoner, he could not afford to provoke such formidable pirates. This pirate could easily crush him with but a flick of his finger. What could he possibly desire? "How much are these potatoes being sold for?" Marco inquired, pointing at a pile of potatoes laid out on the ground. "Well, if such a small item has caught your esteemed attention, it must be quite fortunate indeed. If you wish to take some, please feel free," the vendor replied with a humble smile, rubbing his hands together. "Rest assured, we are not villains. You may sell us these potatoes at their usual price," Marco said, noticing the vendor's apprehension and waving his hand reassuringly. "Do not worry. I have no need to deceive you, Marco continued with a smile. If you desire to sell them, how about 50 belly per pound? The vendor tentatively gestured. Let us make it 100 belly per pound for 1,000 pounds. Can you manage that? Marco chuckled, hearing the quantity and price mentioned by Marco. The vendor felt a twinge of temptation. However, the thought of Marco and his companions' identities made him hesitate. After all, they were pirates. If these pirates were to turn on him, he would have no recourse after losing 1,000 pounds of potatoes. Rest assured, I will pay you, Marco said, sensing the vendor's concerns and offering reassurance. If you truly feel uneasy, we can pay you up front, and you can deliver the goods later. Very well, that sounds acceptable, the vendor replied. Upon hearing Marco's words, the vendor gritted his teeth and ultimately acquiesced to Marco's demands. Marco exchanged 1,000 pounds of potatoes and 100,000 berries with the vendor. He instructed the vendor to deliver the goods to the pirate ship, assuring him that someone would take over from there. After conveying these instructions, Marco prepared to explore other items with Gabriel. Naturally, Marco was untroubled by the vendor's delivery. After all, on this isolated island, no one would be foolish enough to jeopardize a pirate's cargo for a mere 100,000 berries. The group continued their journey, acquiring a considerable number of items on the island. They procured durable potatoes for the ship, relatively fresh meat, and an array of fresh vegetables, ensuring their provisions were ample. Most importantly, Marco did not overlook the necessity of fresh water and long-lasting bread and grains, as they would require sustenance if they found themselves at sea for an extended period without access to an island for resupply. As Marco and his companions gathered their supplies, the shadowy figure of Teach lurked in a dim corner, intently observing them, waiting for the opportune moment to board. He was acutely aware that this was his sole chance. Chapter 94. Teach's request to board on the unknown island. The vendor Marco had found was busily transporting goods to the beach. Members of the Moby Dick crew were diligently sorting and transferring the supplies back to the ship's hold. After completing their rounds of the small town and replenishing the necessities for the Moby Dick, Marco and his companions returned to the shore. They engaged in discussions regarding the next destination of the Moby Dick, completely unaware that someone on the beach was fixated on them. Teach, leisurely maneuvering a cart laden with goods, kept his gaze fixated on Whitebeard, Marco, and the ice witch. His mind consumed by a singular thought: how to gain entry to the Whitebeard pirates. As the crew unloaded their cargo, Teach's eyes darted about, unable to find a suitable moment, which vexed him. He had long awaited this opportunity, investing a substantial sum to procure these vegetables to deliver to the Whitebeard pirates, all with the aim of requesting to board. With only one chance available, he knew he had to seize the moment with precision. As Teach's cargo was loaded onto the Moby Dick, the resupply mission concluded. The vendor prepared to return, and the Whitebeard pirates readied themselves to set sail once again. All right, the resupply is complete, let us embark. With the resounding cry of Whitebeard, the previously lethargic crowd swiftly gathered, preparing to board the ship. Upon witnessing this, Teach's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurried over. If he were to leave at this moment, all his meticulously crafted plans would be in vain. Upon arriving aboard the Moby Dick, he cast his gaze upon the members of the Whitebeard pirates, briefly lingering on each individual in search of Whitebeard's presence before drawing a conclusion. I have long yearned for a life aboard a pirate ship, and I aspire to become a pirate myself. I implore you, esteemed captains, to grant me passage. Teach knelt before Whitebeard, pleading earnestly. His sudden leap startled the onlookers, who quickly regained their composure, turning to witness the astonishment etched upon Teach's face. When will this fellow arrive? The crowd was taken aback, yet Whitebeard remained unfazed. He harbored no fondness for the suddenly appearing Teach. We have already reached our quota for interns. We are no longer accepting any more, Whitebeard said, frowning. Upon hearing this, Teach's face paled, and he resolutely made a daring decision. Please, allow me to board your ship. Teach clung to Whitebeard's leg, tears streaming down his face. I have been an orphan since childhood, enduring inhumane treatment in this small town. They all despise me for being an orphan and refuse to play with me. Even when I go to buy food, they take advantage of my status, often shortchanging me and giving me expired provisions. Until recently, when I encountered the legendary pirates who treated me without discrimination, seeing me as a normal person. From that moment, I secretly resolved to become a pirate. So, I implore you, let me be a pirate, let me board your ship. With tears and snot, Teach lamented, while Jozu could no longer stand by. He approached Whitebeard and attempted to pull the weeping Teach away, grabbing his collar and pulling back, only to find him immovable. Seeing this, Jozu placed both hands on Teach and tugged with all his might. Despite his efforts, he could not budge Teach an inch. Jozu silently cursed, marveling at Teach's immense strength. He strained with all his might, but Teach clung steadfastly to Whitebeard's leg, understanding that boarding the ship hinged on this moment. Even if it meant breaking his own hands, he would not let go. You are an orphan? Upon hearing Teach's revelation, Whitebeard's expression changed subtly. The mention of orphans reminded him of his own childhood. Indeed, I have been an orphan, wandering alone, and it was the pirate crew that first offered me warmth. Teach continued his lament. An orphan, you say? Whitebeard sighed deeply. Encountering a wandering orphan here might indeed be fate. Let go, Jozu, Whitebeard finally sighed. Jozu released his grip, and Whitebeard looked down at Teach, saying, all right, let go. You may board the ship. Really? Is it true? Teach's face lit up with surprise upon hearing Whitebeard's consent. Yes. Seeing Whitebeard nod, Teach released his grip on Whitebeard. Thank you, Captain, he expressed gratefully. On this ship, you are all my sons, and I shall treat you as such. Therefore, you need not call me Captain. Simply refer to me as Dad, like the others. Whitebeard sighed once more. Yes, Dad, Teach responded with excitement. Now, everyone, come aboard. Whitebeard cast a glance at the crowd waiting below and spoke. He boarded the ship, followed closely by the others. The earlier commotion was of little concern to them. After all, there were countless orphans seeking refuge aboard pirate ships. Most of those present were orphans themselves, having joined the ranks of the Whitebeard pirates due to their shared circumstances. In a fundamental sense, they were all orphans, and thus felt little inclination to pry into the affairs of another orphan, Teach. However, Gabriel found this individual rather peculiar. Reminiscent of the oddity he had witnessed in Kaido of the 100 Beasts. This individual exudes an unsettling aura, marked by excessive self-deprecation, an exaggerated display of misfortune, and a profound sense of humility. It remains uncertain whether this is a reflection of the world itself or a fade they have chosen to adopt. Gabriel let out a sigh, subsequently shaking his head. He resolved not to delve further into this matter. They were companions now, and pondering such thoughts seemed futile. It would suffice to exercise caution in the presence of such a person in the future. Let us proceed. We are boarding, Marco said, patting Gabriel on the shoulder. Indeed. Let us go. Gabriel followed Marco aboard. The Pequod commenced its next voyage. On this obscure island, the onlookers exhaled a sigh of relief as they witnessed the departure of the Whitebeard pirates. Although, at present, the crew had not exhibited any inappropriate behavior. The essence of piracy was inherently difficult for the locals to accept. As the 95th chapter drew near, the indomitable Moby Dick sailed across the vast ocean. The crew rejoiced in celebration of Teach's arrival. A colossal pot of Oden was set before them, and they raised their sake in jubilant cheers. Let us toast to Teach's arrival, Marco proclaimed, lifting his cup with a hearty laugh. The others, upon seeing this, could not help but join in the merriment, raising their cups in celebration. In the spirit of gratitude, Teach seized a bottle of sake. Thank you all for organizing this gathering in my honor. To express my appreciation, I shall partake in this drink first, he declared, laughing heartily as he downed the sake in one go. Huh, what a remarkable capacity for drink. Since you have indulged, we cannot lag behind. Inspired by Teach's boldness, the crew followed suit, each raising their cups to drink deeply. As the crew reveled in the sake, Teach's gaze swept across the surrounding faces. Initially, he anticipated a warm reception devoid of hostility. However, his eyes fell upon Gabriel, who lay sprawled on the deck, seemingly oblivious to the festivities. Witnessing this, Teach felt a flicker of uncertainty stir within him. What is the matter with this individual? Has his manner of boarding the ship provoked such disdain? Does he wish to distance himself from me? Or has he seen through my intentions and, by his aloofness, sought to sever any ties between us? The former would be manageable. We could simply avoid future encounters. However, if it is the latter, a fleeting cruelty flashed across Teach's face. Regardless of who it may be, anyone who obstructs his plans must perish. That moment of malice quickly faded, as the most pressing issue at hand was to ascertain Gabriel's situation. To this end, Teach sought out Marco for clarification. Marco, my friend, I wish to inquire about that individual. What is his situation? Why does he not join us in our gathering? Teach inquired with an amiable facade. You mean Gabriel? That fellow is just like that. You'll get used to it in time, Marco responded, his demeanor unfazed by the peculiarities of others. Is that so? Observing Marco's reaction, Teach felt a sense of relief. It seemed that Gabriel's character was simply one of eccentricity, disinclined to partake in social gatherings, a true oddity. Yet, Teach remained cautious. He was determined to thoroughly understand Gabriel's stance. He seized 2 bottles of fine liquor and approached Gabriel, unceremoniously taking a seat beside him. Gabriel sensed someone hesitantly regarding him and turned to face Teach. "Hello, may I sit here?" Teach asked, maintaining his pleasant demeanor upon noticing Gabriel's response. "Sit if you wish." Gabriel replied dismissively, rising to seek a more suitable place to rest. Teach, taken aback by Gabriel's departure, attempted to call out to him. However, Gabriel left without a backward glance. Witnessing Gabriel's indifference, Teach's expression darkened. "What is this situation?" "Haha, it seems you have met a closed door, my friend." Vista couldn't help but laugh at Teach's disheartened expression. "Senior, what is going on?" "I haven't offended him," Teach said, somewhat disgruntled. "That's just Gabriel. You'll get used to it," Vista reassured him. "Is that so?" Upon hearing Vista's words, Teach's expression relaxed a bit. Vista's explanation mirrored Marco's, prompting Teach to contemplate whether he had indeed overthought the matter. "Senior, could you share some insights about Gabriel?" Teach inquired thoughtfully. "Oh, so you are interested in Gabriel?" Vista replied, somewhat surprised. Although Gabriel had been aboard the Whitebeard ship for some time, his peculiar character meant that apart from a few, like Kazuki Oden, who hailed from Wano, only Vista had a relatively amicable relationship with him. Even Marco's relationship with Gabriel had only improved after Vista had intervened. The fact that someone was now inquiring about Gabriel was truly unprecedented. However, seeing Teach's enthusiasm for learning, Vista felt no inclination to obstruct him and began to recount some tales about Gabriel. As Teach listened to Vista's stories, a look of surprise crossed his face. Perhaps he had indeed been overthinking it. Gabriel was merely a fellow who enjoyed lazing about, sleeping, and fighting, disinclined towards the hustle and bustle of life. Meanwhile, a pirate ship was gradually approaching. The Whitebeard crew stationed around the Moby Dick looked alarmed. Upon seeing the flag adorned with a skull and wolf's head, they realized it could belong to only one individual, Joseph. They hadn't anticipated Joseph's return. Captain, trouble. Joseph's pirate ship is back," a crew member exclaimed in terror. Upon hearing that name, Whitebeard's expression shifted to one of surprise, mixed with resignation. That guy is back again. Ever since Whitebeard had defeated Joseph 5 years ago, Joseph had challenged him annually, only to be defeated time and again. It was one thing to lose, but every time he left, he would always depart with a barrage of harsh words. The situation has cast a shadow of concern over Whitebeard. Perhaps it would be better to simply eliminate him this time. Where has that fellow gone? Whitebeard sighed. Joseph is no more than 2 miles away from here. His crew replied. 2 miles, you say? Whitebeard rubbed his temples at the mention of the distance. Very well, you may leave. I shall handle this matter myself. With a resigned sigh, Whitebeard stood up. Indeed, it seems the most straightforward solution is to confront him directly. He grasped his naginata, preparing to overturn that vessel. The crew, witnessing Whitebeard's actions, cast him puzzled glances. What is the old man doing with a weapon? It was only after some inquiries that they learned Joseph had returned. The newly boarded pirates, believing a formidable enemy was upon them, hastily armed themselves for battle. Those like Marco and Vista, who had been by Whitebeard's side for many years, wore expressions of exasperation. The name Joseph was all too familiar to them. After years of challenging Whitebeard and failing each time, they found themselves weary of the entire affair. They simply awaited Whitebeard's inevitable victory over him. Everyone, remain calm. This is a matter for the old man to resolve, Marco said, rising with a look of resignation. But rest assured, Joseph. Marco began to elucidate the relationship between Joseph and Whitebeard, leaving the crew in a state of bafflement. Over 5 years, Joseph had challenged Whitebeard 5 times, and each time had been swiftly defeated. After each annihilation, Whitebeard had refrained from delivering the final blow, resulting in Joseph's increasingly inflated ego. With every failure, he would leave behind a barrage of threats. Upon hearing this, the crew's expressions darkened. How utterly shameless this fellow is. As the crowd listened to Marco's words, the ship suddenly jolted violently. A colossal wave surged forth, startling everyone. What has transpired here? The crowd rose in unison, gazing towards the origin of the colossal wave. They beheld Whitebeard brandishing his naginata, striking the surface of the sea towards a vessel. Above the ship, a glaring skull flag adorned with a wolf's head fluttered ominously, unmistakably indicating it was a pirate ship. Judging by the emblem of the wolf's skull, this must be the fabled ship of Joseph. Observing the old man's demeanor and the now vanished vessel, a grim realization settled in the hearts of the onlookers. It seemed Joseph had met his demise, leaving nothing but remnants. Poor Joseph, May you find peace. Just as the assembly surrendered to this melancholic atmosphere, a booming laughter resonated across the waters. Whitebeard, you cannot kill me. I am now invincible. A mere Joseph is no match for me. Before Joseph could finish his tirade, Whitebeard's expression darkened. Harnessing the powers of the tremor fruit, he unleashed a series of strikes upon the ocean's surface. Instantly, monstrous waves surged forth, obliterating the very spot where Joseph had stood. By all appearances, Joseph was indeed beyond salvation this time. Enough, there's nothing more for you here. Return to your posts. Whitebeard commanded, retreating to the cabin as the tumultuous scene subsided. Marco and the others, witnessing Whitebeard's ferocity in the utter annihilation of Joseph, found themselves swallowing hard. The wrath of the old man was truly fearsome. Chapter 96. An unaware challenger. The Moby Dick sailed steadily onward. Amidst the vast ocean appeared a small boat, upon which stood a youthful boy, seemingly no older than 14. With a long sword slung across his back, the boy, named Mig, was a prodigious swordsman. He began his training at the tender age of 5, and by 10, he had already bested the entire village. At 15, he had become invincible on his small island. Believing himself unparalleled in skill, he had come forth to challenge the legendary strongest man, Whitebeard. Regardless of Whitebeard's might, he was confident that he could triumph with the sword in his hand. As Mig's small vessel traversed the ocean, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates noticed the passing craft. Peering through telescopes, they observed only a mere child aboard, devoid of any pirate insignia, and instinctively dismissed him as inconsequential. Just a child, they thought, choosing to disregard him and turning their attention elsewhere. As Mig approached the colossal Moby Dick, his excitement was palpable. Here was the ship of the man reputed to be the strongest in the world. The prospect of soon engaging in combat with such a formidable figure sent shivers of anticipation coursing through his hands. This trembling is not born of fear towards the strongest man in the world, but rather an exhilarating anticipation, a thrill at the prospect of facing the mightiest. As he gradually approaches the colossal Moby Dick, Mig glances at the Whitebeard pirates, who remain blissfully unaware of his arrival, and a flicker of disdain rises within him. Is this the pirate crew that boasts the strongest man in the world? Remarkably, his arrival went unnoticed upon the vast seas. The strongest man in the world, as well as the mightiest pirate crew, seem rather unimpressive. Upon arriving beneath the Moby Dick, he exerted himself and leapt directly onto the ship. Once aboard the Moby Dick, Mig began to prepare for battle. Observing the unresponsive crowd, a flicker of exasperation crossed his face. After all, he had infiltrated the Whitebeard pirates and even plundered their home. Do these individuals possess any sense of safety awareness? Gabriel, reclining on the deck, could not help but exclaim in exasperation. Upon hearing someone speak, Mig's expression flickered with a hint of excitement. Has he finally garnered attention? Would he finally have the opportunity to confront the legendary Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world? Do you not realize how impolite this is? I was asleep, and now you have approached me, disrupting my slumber, Gabriel remarked as he sat up, resigned. Hearing this, Mig's countenance darkened further. Here he was, a living stranger, yet no one seemed to acknowledge his presence. I don't believe I've seen you before. Are you part of our crew? Gabriel inquired, eyeing the somewhat unfamiliar Mig with curiosity. Mig had intended to articulate the purpose of his visit, but was interrupted by Gabriel. Oh, I see. You must be a recent addition to our pirate crew. Please take good care of yourself, Gabriel stated before lying back down. Hey, I am an intruder. I have come to defeat Whitebeard. Can you not show any reaction? Mig shouted, his expression now one of anger. Oh, an intruder? Gabriel responded. Sitting up once more, he scrutinized Mig from head to toe, taking in his gaunt frame and lack of imposing presence, raising an eyebrow in bemusement. Is there finally a response? Seeing Gabriel's reaction, Mig brandished his weapon. Enough with the jesting. I wish to return to my slumber. If you seek a sparring partner, Marco is over there. Gabriel gestured towards Marco's direction and then reclined on the ground again. You scoundrel! Do you not understand the concept of respect? I am an intruder, Mig roared, swinging his longsword. The blade flashed out like lightning, aimed at Gabriel. Gabriel, lying on the ground, narrowly evaded the attack. Observing the sudden onslaught, his expression turned frosty. If he had not trained in Kinbunchika hockey, he would have surely sustained an injury. You wretched fool, Gabriel remarked coldly. Even if one were to jest, it should not be in such a manner. I have repeatedly stated that I am an intruder. Mig, visibly displeased, replied. I am not impressed. Marco, Gabriel shouted with urgency. What is it, Gabriel? Marco retorted, clearly annoyed by the interruption. "Who is this man? He nearly struck me down," Gabriel exclaimed, his irritation palpable. "Well, I do not know him either," Marco responded with resignation. "Then, since he claims to be an intruder, can I not rightfully slay him?" Gabriel's anger escalated even further. What on earth is happening? He is merely sleeping on the deck, yet so much commotion has ensued. "Wait, let me inquire." Marco could not help but question the Whitebeard crew observing the sea. Upon hearing the crew's response, Marco's expression turned perplexed. No intruders? After pondering the matter concerning Mig, Marco hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to ask if they had seen a little rascal. Upon mentioning Mig, the Whitebeard crew displayed a rather strange demeanor. "That little imp is an intruder, boldly invading the Whitebeard pirates?" The crew was taken aback by this revelation. How could such a small brat dare to openly invade the Whitebeard pirates? Was that fellow's head made of tofu? Perhaps the kind that crumbles easily. The Whitebeard crew recounted the incident regarding the little rascal to Marco. They were indeed astonished that this imp had the audacity to infiltrate the Moby Dick. They could hardly fathom that there truly existed someone so audacious, venturing alone to the Moby Dick. Listening to the crew's narration, Marco wore a look of helplessness. An imp daring to infiltrate the Whitebeard pirates? He truly is a stubborn individual. Having comprehended the ins and outs of the situation, Marco approached Gabriel's side. Indeed, it was an intruder. How to address this matter, he could only leave to Gabriel's discretion. With a resigned wave of his hand, Marco departed. Was he truly an intruder? Observing Marco's nonchalant demeanor, Gabriel couldn't help but scoff. This is indeed an intruder. Though he may appear feeble, one should not be so careless. You bunch of rascals. Do you not hold me in any regard?" Witnessing the utter disregard displayed by Gabriel and his companions, Mig unleashed a fierce roar while brandishing his long blade. "Very well. I shall indulge you." Gabriel sighed and waved his hand in resignation. "You fool, you underestimate me far too much. My target this time is Whitebeard, not a mere lackey like you." With a thunderous shout, Mig swung his long blade, the motion akin to a flash of lightning. Observing such speed, Gabriel couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. Although this fellow's demeanor seemed somewhat unhinged, his swordsmanship was indeed commendable, steady, and swift. Had it been several months prior, Gabriel might have found some intrigue in facing such an assault. However, after months of rigorous training and mastering the dual-color hockey, Gabriel now regarded the encounter with a sense of tedium. These attacks appear formidable. However, in the presence of Gabriel, they are excessively slow and clumsy. Relying on his observation and insight, Gabriel effortlessly evaded the assaults from Mig. Observing Gabriel's continuous evasion, Mig hastened the force behind his strikes. Yet, despite Mig's increased vigor, it proved futile against Gabriel. The very techniques Mig once took pride in failed to inflict any harm upon Gabriel. Each blow deftly sidestepped. "You coward! All you do is dodge. Have the guts to confront me." Mig bellowed in frustration at Gabriel's persistent evasion. Gabriel, reflecting on Mig's words, felt a tinge of disrespect. After all, as a swordsman, engaging in combat with swordsmanship was the true path. Mig's approach was rather unbecoming. Contemplating this, Gabriel ultimately resolved to procure a weapon to face Mig. "Very well, if it is a duel you seek, please wait for a moment while I fetch a weapon," Gabriel said hesitantly. "Go ahead, I shall await your return," Mig replied, retreating from his aggressive stance to sit on the deck. "Then I shall be off," Gabriel responded, taken aback by Mig's unexpected willingness to wait. He then ventured into the cabin to retrieve a weapon. Chapter 97. Apologies, I could not find a weapon. A kitchen knife will suffice. Inside the cabin, Gabriel searched for a weapon, rummaging through the area, but failing to uncover the second-generation kitch. As he surveyed the thoroughly searched cabin, a frown creased Gabriel's brow. Where could the second-generation kitch be from the last time he had rested? Could it be on the bookshelf? Remembering the bookshelf, Gabriel hurriedly made his way there. Upon seeing the scattered books, his brow arched in surprise. The disarray was so profound that it was uncertain when or where one might find what they sought. After a moment of contemplation, Gabriel entered the kitchen, scanning the surroundings. His gaze landed on the kitchen knife resting on the cutting board. Without hesitation, he seized the knife and emerged from the kitchen. The tasks that the second-generation Kichiro could accomplish, this kitchen knife could achieve as well. Certainly, if Kichiro could inflict harm, so too could this knife. With the knife in hand, Gabriel approached the deck. Marco, Bista, Viper, and Inuami had already gathered to observe. Their skepticism regarding Gabriel was not due to disbelief, but rather concern that he might falter after such a prolonged silence. "Hey, what are you all doing?" Gabriel remarked as he noticed the crowd. I thought you had been thrown overboard, given the lack of activity. What's with that comment? Even if I were weak, I wouldn't stumble against a mere little ghost, Gabriel retorted, his expression darkening. Who knows? Marco shrugged helplessly. All right, let's get started. I'm eager to see just how formidable this challenger to Old Man is, Bista interjected, unable to contain his anticipation. If you're itching for a fight, why not step up yourself? I don't see Gabriel making any moves, Marco jested. Good idea. Gabriel, why not let me take this one? Bista suggested, brimming with enthusiasm. I've brought my weapon. Are you really suggesting this? Gabriel brandished the kitchen knife. Whoa, Gabriel, that's rather disrespectful to your opponent. Using a kitchen knife, Bista complained. You know nothing. No matter how skilled one is, a kitchen knife can still be a formidable weapon, Gabriel countered. All right, let us get on with it. I have things to attend to after your match, Marco said, waving his hand in resignation. Fine, Gabriel replied, not wishing to delay further, and made his way to the deck. There, Mig awaited, having been prepared for some time. Upon Gabriel's arrival, Mig stood up, his expression serious, wielding a longsword. You're here. Let us begin, Mig stated earnestly as Gabriel approached. From earlier, he had observed that the Whitebeard pirates were as powerful as monsters. The legendary Whitebeard likely surpassed them, and if he could not defeat these small adversaries, how could he hope to conquer such a formidable giant? Mig silently vowed to swiftly vanquish this minor threat. Come on, Gabriel raised the kitchen knife, ready for the confrontation. You bastard! Is this how little you think of me? Using such a weapon to fight? Mig shouted, initially intent on attacking but halted by Gabriel's choice of armament. Apologies, I couldn't locate my weapon. So this will have to suffice for the time being, Gabriel replied with an air of indifference. You. All right, it's all about to begin. Gabriel waved his hand and said, but if you perish, do not blame me. Miguel roared as he lunged at Gabriel. The blade flashed like lightning, striking in the blink of an eye. Witnessing such speed, Gabriel furrowed his brow. With merely a kitchen knife in hand, he knew he could not withstand this onslaught. Resolutely, Gabriel enveloped the blade with his armed color, manifesting his will. With a resounding clash, the two blades met. Miguel was taken aback to find Gabriel had caught his attack head-on. He knew he had exerted at least 8/10 of his strength. On their small island, no one had ever been able to withstand such an assault. I am aware you have not yet unleashed your full potential. Go all out, Gabriel asserted, exerting a slight force with his right hand, sending Miguel staggering back several meters. Observing how easily Gabriel had withstood his technique, Miguel's expression hardened. Without further hesitation, he pivoted his body and swung his blade forward. 9/blade, Night Rebirth, Miguel bellowed, as a radiant white light emanated from his long sword. Following the brilliance, several sharp waves of sword energy surged forth alongside Miguel's thrust. Gabriel's brow furrowed once more. This individual possesses considerable skill. As the assault commenced, Gabriel brandished the kitchen knife in his hand to thwart the attack. Several strands of sword energy surged forth, yet Gabriel effortlessly shattered them, intercepting Miguel's lethal strike. With a resounding thud, Miguel's long blade was deflected by Gabriel. Miguel gazed at the thwarted attack with an expression of disbelief. This is not merely his most powerful strike. It can undoubtedly be ranked among the top 5 of his repertoire. Yet, astonishingly, this blow has been dismissed with ease. Just how formidable is this individual? Miguel retreated several steps, creating distance between himself and Gabriel. He gazed at the long knife in his grasp, then at the kitchen knife in Gabriel's hand, his expression reflecting profound disbelief. Are the minions aboard Whitebeard's ship truly this formidable? If the lackeys are so powerful, how immense must Whitebeard's strength be? Am I truly akin to a frog at the bottom of a well, gazing up at the sky? As such thoughts crossed his mind, a trace of bitterness flashed across Miguel's face. Whether a frog in the well, or merely gazing at the sky, since I have arrived. Let us bring this to a conclusion. Even if this leads to death, it is a death worthy of its cause. Miguel, with a resolute expression and a voice like thunder, strode confidently before Gabriel. Gabriel gazed at Miguel, whose aura was as sharp as a sword, momentarily taken aback. This individual appears to have undergone a transformation. This is my ultimate strike. Should you be defeated, allow me to challenge Whitebeard. Conversely, if I falter, I shall lay down my weapons for you to decide my fate. With unwavering resolve, Mig raised his long blade, poised to deliver the final blow. Come forth, he urged. Observing Mig's determination, Gabriel furrowed his brow, gripping the kitchen knife in readiness to respond. The two stood, brimming with potential energy. Nearby, Bista raised an eyebrow, initially believing him to be a mere reckless youth, only to discover that this fellow possessed a modicum of skill. The earlier strike, coupled with the current palpable sword intent, led Bista to recognize him as a proficient swordsman. Given time, he might indeed achieve remarkable feats. Alas, Bista sighed at this thought. Across the 3,000 realms, none shall escape my blade. Within the myriad phenomena, none shall elude my creation. 3,000 vast worlds, moonlit abyssal path, 9 cycles of rebirth, shatter. Mig bellowed. His body transformed into a shooting star, hurtling towards Gabriel with astonishing speed, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. A flash of lightning seemed to strike. And had this been a few months prior, Gabriel might have struggled against such an attack. However, the Gabriel of today, having mastered the dual-color hockey, was reborn. Regardless of Mig's swiftness, he could always sense the trajectory of the incoming blade. Though rapid, it did not surpass the limits of human perception. The sword technique was straightforward, devoid of any extravagant embellishments. This seemingly formidable assault is, for Gabriel, nothing more than a mere trifle. Such an assault was best withstood. Gabriel leaned slightly, the kitchen knife in his hand angled downward. As he awaited Miguel's impending strike, he suddenly lifted the knife, deflecting the blade that descended like a meteor. The long sword veered off its course, no longer aimed at Gabriel. Miguel, swinging his arm, attempted to reclaim the sword to continue his assault. In that fleeting moment, Gabriel seized the opportunity. The knife in his hand whirled, and then struck down upon Miguel's shoulder, perfectly poised across his neck. "You have been defeated," Gabriel declared, gripping the knife firmly. With the blade resting against his throat, Miguel's countenance betrayed a hint of bitterness. He had once boasted of challenging the world's mightiest. Yet here he was, faced with his own inadequacies. A sardonic chuckle escaped him. He had believed himself to be at the pinnacle of existence, only to realize he had merely been a frog in a well, blinded by arrogance. "I concede," Miguel uttered, letting the long sword fall heavily to the ground. In that moment, he appeared utterly disheartened, the vigor he once possessed now a distant memory. Observing Miguel's despondent figure on the ground, Gabriel felt his interest wane, retracting the knife as he prepared to depart. "Leave Marco to your mercy. I am off to rest." Hey, I still have matters to attend to," Miguel protested. "Farewell," Gabriel replied nonchalantly as he walked away, while Marco wore an expression of discontent. The man glanced at Miguel, who was sitting forlornly on the ground, and Marco cast a troubled look towards Bista, seeking the opinions of his companions. "Well, I'll leave this matter in your capable hands, Marco. I have faith that you will manage it well," Bista encouraged, patting Marco on the shoulder before hastily departing. "Meow meow," suddenly reminded of the viper. "You wouldn't happen to have any issues, would you?" Marco said with a half-smile, patting the viper's shoulder. "No, how could I? I'm perfectly fine," the viper replied, scratching his forehead with an awkward smile. "All right then, since you are untroubled, I shall entrust this matter to you. I am confident that you will handle it adeptly." Marco solemnly entrusted the task to the viper before gracefully departing. Left standing in bewilderment, the viper pondered, "How am I supposed to resolve this?" Glancing at Miguel, who lay despondently on the ground, the viper felt overwhelmed. Kill him? Release him? Take him under my wing? Ultimately, finding Miguel a nuisance, the viper opted for the latter. Chapter 98. Entering the winter seas with Miguel's situation coming to a close, everyone resumed their respective tasks. Kazuki Oden and his companions were engrossed in their gathering, while Bista and Gabriel focused on swordsmanship. Thus, several months slipped by. The Moby Dick had been sailing for nearly a week and soon entered a new maritime region. As the ship crossed into this area, a chilling current swept through. Gabriel, who was napping on the deck, felt the drastic drop in temperature and his expression changed. He sat up, wrapping his arms around himself. Despite the thick fur of his kind, this biting cold was unavoidably chilling. Gabriel estimated the temperature to be well below freezing. Glancing up at the sky, he noticed light snow beginning to fall and exhaled heavily, his warm breath crystallizing in the frigid air. Rising to stretch, Gabriel prepared to retreat to the cabin for warmth, but upon surveying his surroundings, he was taken aback. A thin layer of ice coated the sea, and the Moby Dick was gliding across the surface, breaking through the ice. In the distance, he could see thick ice layers and icebergs, indicating a significant drop in temperature. They had clearly ventured into the icy seas. As he turned to head back to the cabin, he spotted Marco shivering on the deck, visibly affected by the cold. "BRR. It's freezing." Marco, clutching his body, involuntarily entered the cabin. He decided to return first and don a heavy cotton coat. Upon stepping into the cabin, he discovered a considerable number of people already gathered there. Their faces were ashen, their bodies trembling, as they hugged themselves against the cold. It was evident that these individuals were suffering considerably. "Marco, you've arrived," exclaimed Bista, shivering as he rummaged through a box for warm clothing. Upon noticing Marco's arrival, his expression revealed a hint of surprise. "Yes, it is exceedingly cold outside," Marco nodded in agreement, bending down to search through the box for garments. "I recall that your devil fruit grants you the power of flames. Yet how is it that you are not immune to the cold?" Bista inquired, his body quaking. "My devil fruit does not bestow me with immunity to such temperatures," Marco retorted, somewhat exasperated. As the two conversed, they continued their search through the box for suitable attire. Despite the box being quite large and filled with numerous garments, finding appropriate clothing proved to be a challenge for Marco and Bista. Although there were some winter clothes, the majority consisted of summer attire. Even the cotton coats they found were ill-fitting, their oversized frames clearly unsuitable. "Ah, at last, I found it," Bista exclaimed joyfully as he pulled out a black cotton coat from the box. The cotton jacket was worn just 5 months ago, and now it fits perfectly. "You have found it." Upon seeing Bista locate the garment, Marco could not help but feel a pang of disappointment. "Take your time, I shall step out first." Bista smiled as he exited the cabin, leaving Marco alone to search for the clothing. Feeling the chill, Gabriel then entered the cabin, observing the empty space. He was somewhat taken aback. With the temperature having plummeted, he had expected to find many people here, but given the current situation, Gabriel realized he had overestimated things. As he scanned the cabin, he noticed Marco standing alone in a corner, which surprised him. He had not anticipated that Marco would also be sensitive to the cold. "Marco, you too?" Gabriel approached him, appearing slightly astonished. "Is it strange for me to be here? What about you? Are you also afraid of the cold?" Marco responded, eyeing Gabriel's white fur with a hint of skepticism. He had presumed that such a multi-furred creature would not be affected by the cold, but clearly, he was mistaken. "Well, it's not odd for me to be here, but while I do have fur, it's quite sparse and certainly not sufficient for warmth," Gabriel replied with a hint of resignation. "Is that so?" Marco nodded in acknowledgement. "But aren't you capable of generating flames on your own? Do you also fear the cold?" Gabriel inquired with curiosity. "Now that's a peculiar statement," Marco remarked, a hint of exasperation crossing his face. "I possess the powers of a devil fruit. I am not a devil fruit user. How could that possibly provide resistance to the cold? Is that so?" Gabriel was taken aback by Marco's words. He had thought that devil fruit powers could sustain themselves. But evidently, he had been mistaken. "Enough of this. Let's find some clothing." "I'm nearly freezing to death," Marco stated wearily. "Very well." The two began rummaging through the scattered boxes in search of clothing. In a short while, each found an outfit, a white cotton jacket for one and a blue cotton jacket for the other. Although their appearances were not particularly appealing, practicality took precedence. Style or warmth? Clearly, warmth was the priority. Dressed in their newly found jackets, they stepped outside. Meanwhile, the Moby Dick was delving deeper into the icy seas. A thick layer of ice had accumulated on the ocean, and the ship's own momentum would scarcely be enough to break through. Whitebeard had intended to steer clear of this frozen realm, heading elsewhere. However, Kazuki Oden's earnest plea softened Whitebeard's resolve. "Whitebeard, let us venture in. I have never witnessed such a spectacle," Kazuki Oden earnestly implored. "Very well, let us proceed." Whitebeard's heart softened involuntarily as he continued onward. However, this was contingent upon clearing a path through the thick ice layer. After all, such formidable ice would render the Moby Dick immobile, even if it were possible to navigate. Whitebeard was not inclined to take risks. The thickness of the ice posed a significant threat. Should the Moby Dick force its way through, it might sustain irreparable damage, resulting in a considerable loss. "Very well, I shall go." Kazuki Oden's face lit up with joy upon hearing that he could venture into the unknown icy world. He hastily drew Enma, preparing to carve a path with his Tengu-style sword technique. Standing at the bow of the ship, Oden found himself at the threshold of the snowy realm. With his body bending instinctively, he leaped forth and shouted, Oden's dual sword-style ultimate move, Tao Yuan 10 Fists. His feet propelled him skyward as his muscles swelled, channeling power into his twin blades. With a mighty swing, the swords transformed into a colossal red dragon. Oden descended with force, directing the red dragon to attack the thick ice layer. Boom! The ocean roared as the ice shattered. A visible fissure erupted from Oden's strike, rapidly spreading outward. Crash! The ice exploded, unleashing towering waves that surged several meters high. The colossal waves relentlessly pounded the ocean, causing the waters to churn violently. What on earth is happening? As the giant waves approached, the Moby Dick rocked violently. Gabriel, standing in the ship's cabin, felt the tumultuous movements of the vessel and was left utterly perplexed. Had we not entered the realm of glaciers? Why are there still towering waves here? What is Oden up to? Even if he is clearing the ice, this cannot be the way to do it. The Moby Dick rocked violently, and Marco struggled to stabilize himself, unable to suppress his complaints. Once the tumultuous waves subsided, the Moby Dick regained its steadiness. The ice barrier ahead had vanished, revealing a navigable passage to the distant island. How is it? Kazuki Oden leaped onto the Moby Dick, surveying the cleared ice with a look of satisfaction as he inquired of the crew. Oden, could you not make such a ruckus? Are you trying to endanger our lives? Marco retorted with evident displeasure. What's wrong? Kazuki Oden looked bewildered. Wasn't he tasked with clearing the ice? Now that the ice had been removed, why was everyone unhappy? Do you realize that your actions were far too vigorous? That colossal wave nearly capsized the Moby Dick, Marco criticized. Oh, is that so? My apologies. Kazuki Oden scratched his head sheepishly. Well then, let us proceed to the island above. Seeing Oden's demeanor, Marco sighed. Off we go. To the unknown world. Chapter 99. Stepping onto the uncharted island, the Moby Dick approached the icy waters, reaching a beach of the island. As it drew near, the temperature noticeably dropped. Moments ago, a deep breath had merely transformed into a puff of white mist. Now, inhaling resulted in visible ice forming in the air. The Moby Dick had arrived at the island. The crew disembarked, and standing on the icy beach, Marco felt a chill wash over him. It's quite cold, he shivered. Marco, are you all right? If you're feeling unwell, you should rest on the ship, Jose said as he stepped off the vessel, noticing Marco's trembling. No, I'm fine. I just need to move around a bit. Marco waved off Josu's concern. So this is the world blanketed in snow and ice. It is truly magnificent. In contrast to the others' boredom, Kazuki Oden radiated excitement, resembling a curious monkey leaping about. Oden, don't run off too far. Be careful not to get lost. Whitebeard sighed as he observed Oden's erratic movements. I know, Oden replied, though his body was evidently more honest, eagerly exploring the frosty landscape. Honestly, I wonder what's so fascinating about this desolate place, Gabriel remarked as he disembarked from the Moby Dick, surveying the expanse of white. Aren't you supposed to be napping on the ship? Marco questioned, astonished to see Gabriel emerge. This marks the first occasion that Gabriel disembarks the ship on his own. Upon hearing the word sleep, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of Gabriel's mouth. As memories of the ship's oppressive temperature flooded back to him, he dismissed the thought, realizing that the frigid conditions above could very well be lethal. Haha, is that so? Marco chuckled heartily at Gabriel's reasoning. There's nothing humorous about this, Gabriel thought, a hint of annoyance crossing his brow at Marco's laughter. All right, let us be on our way. If we linger any longer, our father and the others will be far ahead. Noticing Gabriel's displeasure, Marco swiftly shifted his focus. Let us go? As they observed the white-bearded crew gradually moving away, Gabriel ceased his banter with Marco, and the two of them followed suit. Upon stepping onto the icy terrain, an unmistakable chill enveloped them, more intense than before. Even clad in heavy winter garments, the biting cold seeped through, sending shivers up their spines. With a thud, 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 Gabriel stomped firmly on the ice. Gazing at the unyielding surface, he couldn't help but furrow his brow in concern. Such hardness suggests that this glacier has existed for quite some time. As the group advanced, they arrived at a lake, which, however, had lost all visibility of water. Instead, the surface was entirely covered by a thick layer of ice. Had small fish not been seen swimming beneath the ice, the group might have remained oblivious to the fact that they were at a lake. How marvelous! Is that water beneath? Exclaimed Getsu Yutian, crouching down in curiosity, observing the fish darting below the ice. Yutian, be cautious. Beneath lies a treacherous lake, shouted Whitebeard, watching Getsu Yutian wandering across the icy surface. Rest assured, Whitebeard, it is quite safe. The ice is exceedingly thick, Getsu Yutian replied, fearing Whitebeard's disbelief, and began to jump to prove the truth of his words. Seeing Getsu Yutian's antics, Whitebeard's expression darkened. Regardless of the ice's thickness, such behavior would inevitably lead to a collapse. The thought of the ice breaking away and plunging into the lake was too daunting for him to contemplate. Whitebeard considered rushing onto the ice to pull Getsu Yutian back, but ultimately chose to refrain due to his massive stature. "Marco, fetch that rascal Yutian," Whitebeard commanded, his tone grave. "Understood," Marco replied. With that, he activated the powers of his phoenix fruit, transforming into a majestic phoenix and soaring towards the lake. "Marco, do not worry. It is truly safe," Getsu Yutian exclaimed, bouncing in excitement as he saw Marco approach in his phoenix form. "I'm sorry, but Dad sent me to bring you back, so please stay put and let me assist you," Marco said, extending his talon toward Getsu Yutian. In that moment, Getsu Yutian, in a bid to demonstrate the ice's solidity, retreated as he approached the center of the lake where a fissure was present. Before he could utter another word, the crack widened, and Getsu Yutian fell through the ice in an instant. "Yutian!" Marco's pupils dilated in alarm as he swiftly flapped his wings and dove towards the ice below. Fortunately, the water beneath was not a trap, but rather a safe refuge. This moment effectively halted Kazuki Oden's descent. Just as Oden was about to plunge into the lake, Marco swiftly seized him. Grasping Oden, he flapped his wings and glided towards the shore. Soaked by the lake's water, Oden trembled all over, his complexion pale. "It's so cold," he shivered, clutching his body. "I told you not to run. Consider this a lesson learned," Whitebeard remarked with a hint of sarcasm upon witnessing Oden's plight. "All right, let us get those wet clothes off. I'll dry them for you," Marco said, looking rather exasperated. "Come on, let us do it." Oden, shaking, began to remove his clothes, leaving only his undergarments. Still shivering, he felt an unbearable chill. "I need to move. I must keep warm, or I might freeze." With this thought, Oden began to twist and turn, attempting to generate some warmth. "Oden." Whitebeard's expression turned stern as he reprimanded when he saw Oden attempting to wander off. "I'm too cold. Let me move around a bit," Oden pleaded, writhing. "Just don't stray too far," Whitebeard sighed. "Don't worry, I'll stay close," Oden assured with a smile. Oden continued to move about, seeking warmth, while Marco vigorously shook the garments to expel the excess water. Once he deemed it sufficient, Marco instructed Vista and Gabriel to spread out the clothing. He then activated the powers of the phoenix fruit to dry them. Remarkably, Marco had never envisioned that one day his devil fruit would be utilized to dry clothes. Blue and white flames emanated from Marco's hands, steadily heating the already drenched garments. He meticulously controlled the temperature, ensuring it was warm enough to dry without igniting. Soon, under Marco's careful tending, Oden's clothing was thoroughly dried. Though slightly discolored, it was at least no longer wet. Touching the now dry fabric, Marco handed it over to Oden. "Oden, stop moving around. Your clothes are dry." Approaching a more spacious area, Marco noticed Oden darting about and sighed in resignation. "Are they dry?" Oden's face lit up with joy upon hearing the news, and he rushed over eagerly. "Here," Marco said, presenting the clothing. As Oden felt the warmth of the garments, he beamed with delight. Indeed, they were dry. Once he donned the attire, a wave of warmth enveloped him. "This feels wonderful. I, Kazuki Oden, am revitalized," he exclaimed, raising his arms in triumphant laughter. "All right, let us go. Father is still waiting for us." Marco shook his head and walked towards Whitebeard. Kazuki Oden, unwilling to lag behind, joined Whitebeard's side. Upon seeing that Oden was unharmed, Whitebeard immediately reprimanded him, insisting that he should behave himself. He warned that should Oden continue to wander recklessly, he would be sent straight back to Wano. The mere mention of returning to Wano made Oden instantly submissive. With a sulky expression, he obediently trailed behind Whitebeard. Chapter 100. The enormous snow monster. The group continued their journey and arrived at a colossal iceberg. The iceberg was a series of interconnected layers, resembling a majestic mountain range surrounded by a thick veil of white mist. The ethereal scenery appeared almost divine, leaving Oden in awe. He had never imagined that ice and snow could be so breathtaking. "Do not run amok, Oden," Whitebeard admonished as he noticed Oden's restlessness. "Understood, Whitebeard," Oden replied with an awkward smile, retreating to the safety of Whitebeard's shadow. As the group gradually traversed the iceberg, they emerged on the other side, only to be met with a scene that left them astounded. Beyond the iceberg lay a serene lake, its waters flowing freely and untouched by ice. 3 towering icebergs encircled the lake, while a gentle mist enveloped the area above. Had they not approached from the side of the iceberg, they might never have discovered such a wondrous place. As they stepped further inside, they felt the temperature of the air shift, and each individual's face was filled with uncontainable astonishment. The temperature here is considerably higher than that outside, although it is equally frigid. The external temperature plummets to -20 degrees. The temperature here barely reaches -5 degrees. How astonishing it is. What could have possibly led to such a phenomenon? Marco gazed upon the bizarre scenery with a look of profound curiosity. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that there were no sources of heat, nor were there any hot springs bubbling forth from the ground. How could such a low temperature, coupled with the formation of white mist overhead, occur? Not only Marco, but Gabriel too wore an expression of intrigue. He had just surveyed the surroundings. Aside from the glaciers, there was little distinction from the world outside. How is this even possible? Gabriel wandered around the vicinity and arrived at the lake. He reached out to test the water's temperature, only to find it surprisingly warm. Expecting icy waters, he was astonished to discover that the temperature was nearly equivalent to that of the open sea, several degrees higher than that of the enclosed space surrounding him. How could this be? Gabriel furrowed his brow as he sensed the warmth of the water. Logically, the water temperature should align with that of the air, and the outside temperature should be quite similar. Why was there such a significant disparity between the two? As Gabriel pondered, he sensed a disturbance in the water. Before he could react, a massive shark, having lurked beneath the surface for some time, lunged at him. With its jaws wide open, the shark attacked, and instinctively, Gabriel's hand crackled with static electricity. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a tremendous surge of electricity enveloped the surrounding lake. Before the shark could breach the surface, it was incapacitated by the overwhelming static charge. Not only the shark, but numerous smaller fish in the lake were also thrown into disarray, surfacing alongside the great beast. Gabriel's brow furrowed in disbelief. Was this instinctual? Observing his left hand, which had just released the static discharge, and then glancing at the shark floating in the water, he hesitated. He had been unaware of the shark's approach and had not devised a proper response. He had not anticipated that his body would instinctively retaliate. The prowess of his observation hockey was indeed remarkable, he thought, reflecting on the events. What exactly had transpired? As Gabriel contemplated, Marco hurried over, having heard the commotion. "Are you all right?" he inquired, to which Gabriel simply shook his head in response. Thank goodness, Marco sighed in relief. Just as he was about to turn back, a glimpse of the lake caught his eye, and he froze, staring at the shark floating on the surface. Doubting his own vision, he rubbed his eyes. Once he confirmed the presence of the shark, he rushed over, bewildered. Isn't this a freshwater area? Why on earth is there a shark here? Marco gazed at the shark, a hint of hesitation crossing his features. It is widely acknowledged that sharks dwell in saline environments, specifically the ocean, for an extended period. Sharks have relied on the ocean's salinity for essential nutrients. Once a shark departs from its saline habitat, it faces the peril of dehydration. Hence, it is generally uncommon for sharks to venture into freshwater zones. Should a shark find itself in such an area, it could only be due to two circumstances. Either the shark encountered an unforeseen event that led it to freshwater, or this so-called freshwater locale is, in fact, a saline environment. The lake, perhaps, is merely an extension of the sea. Of the two possibilities, Marco leaned towards the latter. With a furrowed brow, he scrutinized the shark in the lake. After a moment of contemplation, he crouched before the lake, dipping his fingers into the water. It was salty. Indeed, they had hastily assumed this body of water to be freshwater. Meanwhile, as Gabriel pondered this revelation, a dire situation unfolded for Getsu Oden. By mere chance, he stumbled into a cavern, only to encounter a colossal snow monster. Towering at 10 meters, the creature was covered in a thick coat of white fur, its muscular arms exuding formidable strength, and its sharp fangs gleamed menacingly. This snow monster was undeniably a formidable adversary, a true behemoth. Any ordinary person would have fled in terror. Yet, Getsu Oden was no ordinary man. Confronted with such a minor beast, he was far from intimidated. He unsheathed his swords, Enma and the second-generation Kitetsu, and charged forth. As he swung his dual blades at the creature, it must be conceded that the monster was indeed powerful. Even when Getsu Oden's blades struck true, they merely grazed the creature's fur, inflicting no substantial harm. With a thunderous roar, the snow monster pounded its chest, unleashing a deafening bellow. A tremendous gust erupted from its mouth, causing the cavern to tremble, and the walls to shed layers of rock. Getsu Oden was forcefully expelled from the cave, a testament to the sheer might of the monster's roar. How formidable! Lying on the icy ground, Getsu Oden found himself in a state of disarray. The snow monster's tremendous roar also drew the attention of Gabriel and the others. As they braced themselves for the resounding noise, a shadow of gravity passed over their faces. What is that sound? Following the trail of the noise, I approached. Suddenly, a colossal snow monster leapt from the cavern. It pounded its chest incessantly, emitting a ferocious roar. Witnessing this sight, the creature appeared to be in a frenzy. Yuta! Yuta! Marco shouted as he rushed over to where Yuta lay on the ground, glancing at the rampaging snow monster. Without hesitation, Marco activated the Phoenix Fruit, launching himself forward with a powerful kick. He had anticipated that this strike would at least cause the snow monster to stagger back a few steps. The imagination of such a scenario was delightful, yet the reality proved poignant. Marco's perceived formidable kick barely inflicted any harm upon the beast. The kick landed squarely on the Yeti, yet it elicited not the slightest reaction. What on earth is happening? Observing the lack of response to his assault, Marco swung his arms wide and soared once more to a height of several meters. With a powerful leap, he directed another kick at the formidable creature. The snow monster has finally reacted, yet the damage inflicted upon it is negligible. To the creature, Marco is merely akin to a mosquito, effortlessly swatted away for dozens of meters. Thud! Marco is sent crashing into the ice, akin to a ball, by the monster's powerful strike. He feels an overwhelming pain coursing through his body, rendering him immobile. Damn, this beast is formidable. Gabriel, witnessing an unknown object soaring past him, is momentarily taken aback. What is that? He glances towards the snow monster and the crater it has created, intrigued enough to lean in for a closer look. There he spots Marco, lying in the ice, seemingly unconscious. Gabriel's expression shifts in concern. Enveloping his hands in static electricity, he plunges into the ice, shattering it effortlessly to retrieve Marco. Easy now, easy, he murmurs as he pulls Marco from the icy grasp. Marco, still dazed, shouts from beneath the ice, feeling someone tugging at him. Once freed, he is a sight to behold, bruised and battered, with numerous abrasions marking his body. It is evident that the previous blow inflicted considerable harm. Are you all right? Gabriel inquires anxiously, observing Marco's battered visage. I'm fine, just a bit sore, Marco replies, stretching his limbs. That damn monster, this time I will definitely take it down. After a brief respite, fueled by resentment, Marco rises. He and Gabriel approach the snow monster, which now lacks the imposing presence it once had. The creature lies on the ground, its head swollen and eyes glazed, clearly having been bested. Following the direction of the snow monster, Marco realizes that Whitebeard has arrived. Whitebeard, nonchalantly cracking his knuckles, gazes at the snow monster with disdain. How dare this mere creature harm his brother and son without fear of retribution? Chapter 101, A Great Discovery. The snow monster lies defeated. Marco and the others join Whitebeard's side. Gazing at the creature that had caused him so much suffering, Marco is filled with resentment. That last blow had indeed been quite painful. Are you all right, Marco? Whitebeard asks, noticing Marco's injuries. Don't worry, old man. They're just minor wounds. Marco forces a smile. That's good to hear. Relieved by Marco's reassurances, Whitebeard decides it is time to lead everyone back home. The presence of such formidable creatures here is exceedingly perilous. Just as Whitebeard turned to depart, Kazuki Oden interjected, expressing his dissent. Whitebeard, let us venture inside, just to take a glimpse. I am truly curious about the cave that harbors such monsters, Oden exclaimed with palpable excitement. Oden, are you aware of the danger we just encountered? You wish to enter? What if we encounter such a beast again? Whitebeard admonished sternly. This is a rare opportunity. Should we let it slip away, we may never uncover what lies within, Oden implored earnestly. No, it is far too dangerous, Whitebeard replied, shaking his head. If it were merely a matter between him and Oden, he might have considered it, but with so many sons present, the risk was too great. And he was unwilling to take such chances. Marco, Oden called out, redirecting his gaze towards Marco upon realizing Whitebeard's steadfastness. Marco, unable to bear Oden's pleading gaze, averted his eyes elsewhere. Seeing Marco's lack of response, Oden turned his attention to the snake, Kinemon. The snake bore an awkward expression, torn between his reluctance to assist and the undeniable appeal of Oden's request. With a smile, Marco patted Kinemon on the shoulder. Marco glanced at Kinemon with a bemused expression before shifting his gaze back to Oden, who was filled with earnest entreaty, causing him some vexation. I fail to see what is so fascinating about a cave inhabited by monsters. Just as Marco was about to express his grievances, another pair of paws landed on his other shoulder. Spotting Inuarashi, Marco ultimately capitulated. All right, I shall appeal to father, he conceded resignedly. He understood that he could not oppose Whitebeard alone. Thus, Marco gathered Bista, Gabriel, Teach, Jozu, and others to collectively petition Whitebeard. Their united request left Whitebeard somewhat exasperated. It was one thing for Kazuki Oden to express interest, but when had so many others wished to explore. All right, I concede. Whitebeard relented under the weight of their pleas. Thank you, father. The group exclaimed with uncontainable excitement as Whitebeard led them inside. Upon entry, he established 3 strict rules: no running, no shouting, and absolute obedience to commands. Should anyone breach these rules, they would be barred from entering again. Although these remarks were directed at Marco and others, they also pertained to Kazuki Oden. After all, it is Oden alone who exhibits a complete disregard for rules. Whitebeard, wielding his naginata with caution, entered the cave where the snow monster lurked, followed closely by the others. Many felt a sense of curiosity regarding the snow monster's lair. Upon entering the cave, they were struck by its dimness, relying on the faint light that seeped in from outside to discern their direction. As they ventured deeper, the scene within the cave unfolded before Whitebeard and his crew. Contrary to their expectations, the interior was far from idyllic. The ground was exceedingly hard, seemingly crafted from heavy materials transported from the icy layers of Iceland by the snow monster. The sides of the cave were littered with white bones, some animal, others human. Furthermore, amidst the skeletal remains lay numerous weapons, knives, swords, and firearms. Clearly, many pirates had ventured here, yet none had triumphed over the snow monster. They all succumbed, becoming its next meal. As they traversed the path strewn with bones, Whitebeard and his companions finally reached the end of the cave. The end was shrouded in darkness, rendering it impossible to discern any objects within. However, it was a relief to find that only one snow monster awaited them, with no additional threats. Having confirmed the cave's safety, Whitebeard exhaled in relief. Marco, could you ascertain what lies within that dark space? He inquired, gesturing toward the cave's end. Understanding the command, Marco transformed into a blaze of blue and white flames, illuminating the cavern's shadowy depths. The flames danced, casting their radiant glow. At this moment, everyone beheld the accumulation within. Although it was enshrouded in dirt and dust, the faint glimmer discernible through the layers made it evident. Within this heap lies a trove of treasures. Marco reached into the bounty, and with a casual sweep of his hand, he unearthed a golden crown. This place was replete with riches. Gazing at the crown in his grasp, Marco could not help but affirm his conjecture, calling out to the crowd. Upon hearing the word treasure, the onlookers rushed over. Amidst the debris, caked in dirt and dust, their hands eagerly plunged in. The sounds of clinking gold and diamonds resonated, echoing like a symphony. Mountains of gold cascaded forth, as diamonds flowed like a torrent. The crowd, momentarily engulfed by this abundance, finally managed to lift their heads, overwhelmed by the sight of such monumental wealth. Goodness! So much gold! Even the usually composed Bista could not suppress his astonishment at the sight of such opulence, his jaw dropping in disbelief. So much gold! How many baht could this amount yield? Gazing at the mountain of wealth before him, Marco could not help but express his astonishment. What an astonishing sum it must be! Upon discovering the treasure, the group began to sort through the riches. They unearthed the valuables and piled them within the cavern, then retrieved tools from the ship to transport the treasure aboard, one by one. The Icelandic adventure concluded as the treasures were loaded onto the vessel, and the crew prepared to embark on a new journey. Chapter 102. Bista seeks Gabriel for sword practice. The Moby Dick sailed eastward. It was yet another new day. The crew had departed from the icy waters and welcomed the return of fair weather. The sun shone brightly, and Gabriel lay back in contentment. Indeed, such weather was the epitome of comfort. Gabriel, I knew you would be here, Bista exclaimed, emerging from below deck, his expression brimming with excitement. What is the matter, Bista? Gabriel inquired, observing Bista's peculiar demeanor with curiosity. I've just learned a new technique. Would you be interested in trying it out? Bista replied enthusiastically. A new technique? Gabriel's expression shifted to one of intrigue. What kind of technique? Flower sword. Flower sword? What sort of technique is that? Gabriel pondered, perplexed by the name. You'll find out when you try it, Bista chuckled heartily. Very well, then. Let me see your new technique, Gabriel responded, grasping the second-generation Goetu and moving to a more open area on the deck. With dual blades in hand, Bista faced Gabriel, who wielded the second-generation Goetu. Both opponents locked eyes, recognizing the seriousness of the moment. After extensive training, their strengths were now evenly matched, and they understood that to determine a victor, they must engage with full force. Are you ready? I'm about to attack, Bista announced, eager to employ his new technique. Bring it on. Let me witness your new ability, Gabriel replied, his expression earnest as he gripped his weapon. Rose cycle. With Gabriel prepared, Bista wasted no time and launched his assault. Leaping into the air, he held his dual blades aloft and shouted. Petals of red roses cascaded downwards. As Gabriel beheld the falling roses, a look of hesitation crossed his face. What is happening? Just as he contemplated this, several sword energies surged forth from amidst the roses. The swiftness of the strikes, concealed within the floral display, nearly caught Gabriel off guard, despite his readiness. Instinctively, he leaned back, swiftly twisting his body and thrusting the blade downward to alter his trajectory. Finally stabilizing himself on the deck, he found Bista, with his dual blades, already advancing towards him. Such speed, such force, Bista seemed to be exerting all his might. Static. Gabriel, undeterred by the imminent attack, felt the crackling static energy enveloping his entire being. A dazzling blue-white radiance erupted unexpectedly, causing Bista to instinctively shut his eyes against the brilliance. Seizing this moment of distraction, Gabriel swiftly propelled himself backward, distancing himself from Bista. The sudden burst of light rendered Bista cautious, prompting him to retreat several meters before regaining his composure. When did you learn such a technique? Bista inquired, blinking rapidly to dispel the afterimages cast by the blinding glow. Is it permissible for you to develop new techniques while I am barred from doing the same? Gabriel retorted with an edge of irritation, reflecting on how narrowly he had escaped a potentially fatal strike moments earlier. Indeed, Bista conceded with a nod. Let us continue our battle. With that, Bista leapt into the air once more, initiating the rose rebirth technique again. Gabriel, keenly observing Bista's movements, was intrigued by the way Bista had conjured that intangible sword energy. The petals of roses filled the sky in an instant, transforming the atmosphere into a breathtaking sea of blossoms. This time, Gabriel did not remain foolishly stagnant, awaiting Bista's assault. Instead, he retreated a few paces, observing Bista's movements. As Gabriel withdrew, Bista seemed resolute in his intent to pursue him. With a flourish of his hands, rose petals scattered around Gabriel, accompanying Bista's attack. No longer hesitating, Gabriel drew his second-generation blade, unleashing a wave of sword energy directed towards the sea. The ocean erupted in a cascade of waves, with a considerable amount of seawater flooding the deck. Bista, observing Gabriel's peculiar actions, refrained from immediate aggression, choosing instead to witness Gabriel's next maneuver. Gabriel's blade became enveloped in seawater, and with a decisive sweep, droplets began to disperse in all directions. Sensing the moment was ripe, Gabriel charged his blade with static electricity, preparing to unleash it. As the droplets fell from the sky and the static crackled in Gabriel's grip, Bista swiftly comprehended Gabriel's intentions. Without hesitation, Bista initiated his offensive to interrupt Gabriel's impending strike. A flurry of sword energy surged forth, trailing the petals, yet before they could approach, Gabriel's static assault was already upon them. White lightning surged from Gabriel's blade, spreading into the heavens. Utilizing the raindrops as a medium, the entire sky became enveloped in a dazzling blue-white electric radiance. Crackling and sizzling, the static electricity spread like a spider's web. Gabriel brandished his second-generation blade, charging towards Bista. In response, Bista did not dare to underestimate the situation. He immediately armored his arms and twin blades with Haki. However, even with this defense, the Haki could not entirely shield him from the electric harm, as the blades clashed amidst a brilliant display of sparks. Bista felt a jolt of electric pain course through his body. With a forceful swing of his twin blades, he finally managed to push Gabriel away. This move may seem to have left Gabriel at a disadvantage, yet in truth, it is Bista who finds himself truly ensnared. The incorporation of seawater into the electrostatic assault renders it more corrosive than ever, even with the application of armed color to create a barrier. As Gabriel's attacks dissipate, Bista still feels a lingering tingling in his hands. Utilizing seawater to enhance the fluidity of electricity proves to be a most formidable tactic. After a brief respite, waiting for the discomfort in his hands to subside, Bista rises and speaks. You are quite remarkable as well. Concealing your sword energy within the petals and releasing it at the opportune moment, it truly renders one defenseless. Gabriel recalls the elusive petals of Bista's technique and shakes his head, admitting, even now, I remain unable to discern the essence of that move. Likewise, Bista replies, amused by Gabriel's praise. Following a moment of cordial exchange and a swift recovery of strength, Bista senses the absence of prior discomfort and resolves to determine the victor of this encounter. With the pleasantries concluded, he declares, "Now, let us settle the outcome of this battle." With that, Bista approaches wielding twin blades, prompting Gabriel to brandish his second-generation sword, ready to engage. This time, the two combatants refrained from employing elaborate techniques, instead opting for the most fundamental form of swordsmanship to engage in their duel. Chapter 103. The Navy strikes. The Moby Dick sails eastward. On the deck, Gabriel and Vista are locked in combat, utterly oblivious to the approaching peril. Not far from the Moby Dick, a colossal white vessel advances, its flag billowing in the wind, adorned with a formidable naval emblem that instills dread in the hearts of many pirates. The naval warship is now brimming with sailors, each gripping their firearms with grave expressions. They are acutely aware of the formidable task that lies ahead, the capture of the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. Is the vessel ahead the one that harbors Whitebeard? Among the naval ranks, a burly man with a scarred visage, draped in a white cloak emblazoned with the word justice, steps forward. The man is named Robert, a rear admiral in the Navy, and he is no ordinary individual. He is a formidable force. He once single-handedly defeated a pirate crew with a bounty exceeding 1 billion berries, capturing over 1,000 pirates, earning him the moniker the Pirate Slayer of 1,000. While his strength and reputation may not quite match the monstrous level of figures like Garp, he is nonetheless a formidable force, standing out among the numerous vice admirals within the Navy headquarters. Naturally, he understands that capturing the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, cannot be achieved alone. Thus, accompanying him are 3 vice admirals, each a true powerhouse in their own right, their strength reaching its zenith. Together, they comprise 4 vice admirals and 500 soldiers armed with sea-stone bullets. He could not capture even a mere Whitebeard at such a scale. How is it? It seems Whitebeard is absent? Robert inquired gravely of the observing soldier beside him. According to reports, Admiral, Whitebeard is situated at the very center of that vessel. The lookout reported upon catching sight of Whitebeard's colossal figure through the telescope. Bombard the ship housing Whitebeard, then ensnare him with ropes to prevent his escape. Robert commanded, instructing his subordinates to relay the orders swiftly. Shortly thereafter, the naval ship aimed its cannons at the Moby Dick. With a call from the lookout, the cannon fired. The naval shells hurtled towards the Moby Dick, causing confusion among Marco and the others. An enemy assault? Only Kazuki Oden appeared exhilarated at that moment. He unsheathed Enma and Tengen, ready for battle. Reactions varied among the crew as they observed the surrounding waters, their first instinct being to comprehend the unfolding situation. The telescope was continually adjusted, and as the magnification increased, he finally discerned the primary source of the upheaval. The Navy. As he scrutinized the naval vessel through the telescope, his countenance shifted dramatically upon observing the number of personnel and the ranks of the leading officers. For vice admirals and hundreds of soldiers, this formidable lineup cannot be underestimated. The old man of the sea has arrived. The Whitebeard crew shouted in unison. Marco and the others turned their gazes towards the approaching Navy, their expressions grave as they observed the number of soldiers. It seemed that yet another fierce battle awaited them. Whitebeard, wielding his naginata, stepped forward, squinting at the distant warships. His gaze lingered on Marco and the others before he resolutely decided against engaging in conflict with the Navy. He commanded the Moby Dick to adjust its course eastward, seeking to shake off the pursuing threat. After a moment of hesitation, Whitebeard issued his orders. Why must we flee, Whitebeard? Kazuki Oden, unable to contain his agitation upon hearing of Whitebeard's intent to retreat, inquired earnestly. They are the Navy. While they may be weak, they are backed by a formidable force. Even if we were to eliminate them here, it would prove futile, as they would dispatch more soldiers to pursue us. Rather than fighting them recklessly, it is far more prudent to escape, Whitebeard explained. Upon hearing Whitebeard's reasoning, Kazuki Oden sheathed his dual swords, realizing that this time, there would be no battle. The Moby Dick had chosen to flee. At this moment, Gabriel, who had just emerged from battle, was joined by Bista. Standing on the deck, Gabriel gazed distantly at the warships, his expression somewhat dazed. This was indeed his first encounter with the armed forces that truly embodied the so-called justice of this world. The Moby Dick chose to flee, but the Navy could not remain idle. As the Moby Dick gradually receded into the distance, Robert issued a direct command to pursue. It was imperative to capture the Whitebeard pirates in these waters. The Whitebeard pirates, disinterested in battle, found themselves the target of the Navy's relentless pursuit. Thus, the naval warships commenced a protracted pursuit of the Moby Dick. The naval vessels relentlessly fired their cannons in an attempt to compel the Moby Dick to halt. Yet it resolutely advanced, leaving behind Kazuki, Oden, and Marco to shatter the incoming cannonballs. As the two ships continued their chase, the distance between them widened. The naval officer Robert, growing increasingly impatient, resorted to using the moonwalk to force the Moby Dick to a standstill. However, upon seeing the multitude of pirates aboard the Moby Dick, his intention swiftly evaporated. Ascending into the sky via the moonwalk rendered him an easy target. Retreat. Observing the Whitebeard pirates' lack of desire to engage further, the gap between the Moby Dick and the naval ships continued to expand. Ultimately, Robert opted for a strategic withdrawal. As the Navy retreated, Marco and the others could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The naval warships, relentless as mad dogs, finally succumbed and departed. A sigh of relief escaped as Marco sat at the stern of the ship. Those naval forces are truly obstinate. They have pursued us for nearly a day. This is the first time I've encountered such a prolonged chase, Vista remarked with a laugh from the ship's rear. Do you often find yourselves pursued by the Navy? Gabriel inquired, observing the vanishing naval ships with intrigue. Indeed, those naval officers pursue us with an intensity akin to rabid dogs. Clinging to our ship like stubborn adhesive that cannot be shaken off, Marco retorted with a hint of exasperation. Is that so? Gabriel, upon hearing Marco's response, was not taken aback. It is, after all, only natural for the Navy to hunt pirates. The group rested at the stern while Whitebeard had already made preparations for a gathering. A large pot of Oden awaited them as Gabriel and the others approached. Jozu came over to inform everyone, and Marco, Vista, and Kazuki Oden's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Having spent an entire day at the ship's rear, they were ravenously hungry. The gathering was precisely what they needed. Yet Gabriel sighed, another gathering. I truly cannot fathom why pirates enjoy such assemblies. Do they not find them noisy? Nevertheless, he made his way over, acknowledging that after a long day, sustenance was essential. Chapter 104. Kazuki Oden splits the sea. The Navy's pursuit had reached a conclusion, and the Whitebeard pirates set sail anew. The Moby Dick headed eastward without encountering any issues. However, as they traversed a stretch of calm waters, an air of tension enveloped the crew. The weather of the Grand Line is neither constant nor dictated by the seasons. Instead, it shifts as capriciously as the countenance of a deity. Moments ago, the skies were clear, but suddenly, fierce winds arose, and torrential rain descended upon them. The gale whipped through the Moby Dick, causing the sails to flutter violently. Lower the sails, Whitebeard commanded urgently as the sky darkened and the storm intensified. Marco, clearly well-versed in such scenarios, sprang into action. As the winds surged, the sails billowed uncontrollably, creating immense resistance. Simply relying on the crew below to pull down the sails proved to be exceedingly arduous. To expedite the process, Whitebeard and the others had developed a secondary method for lowering the sails. Utilizing Marco's fruit abilities, he soared to the apex of the mast, balancing the flapping sails while those below worked to lower them. Thus, the equilibrium above was established, and the deviation was significantly reduced. Consequently, the effort required to retract the sail below diminished considerably. In harmonious cooperation, the crew swiftly lowered the sail, which descended effortlessly, eliciting a collective sigh of relief. Yet, before they could catch their breath, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, accompanied by a resounding clap of thunder. The immense roar startled the crew, compelling them to grasp the helm and steer the vessel away from the tempestuous realm engulfed by storms. With a rush of wind and rain, the crew of the Pequod sprang into action as a torrential downpour unleashed its fury upon them. Hurry, hurry, head west, Whitebeard commanded, braving the deluge as he pointed toward the direction of the tumultuous lightning. Observing his urgency, the crew promptly obeyed, adjusting the helm to distance themselves from the suddenly perilous waters. Just as the Pequod emerged from the heart of the storm, a brilliant blue-white bolt of lightning struck down, directly impacting the position they had just vacated. The crew, witnessing this alarming spectacle, felt a chill run down their spines, had they not reacted with such swiftness. That singular bolt could have easily pierced through the hull of the Pequod. Before they could revel in their narrow escape, the area struck by lightning underwent a dramatic transformation. A visible whirlpool began to coalesce, and the surrounding rain ceased its descent, swirling away. Not good, it's a waterspout, Whitebeard exclaimed, his expression darkening as he urgently instructed his crew to hasten their departure from the area. Although the crew was initially bewildered by the unfolding events, Whitebeard's palpable anxiety conveyed the gravity of the situation. In that instant, they resolved to accelerate the pequod's speed. As the waterspout continued to take shape, a towering vortex began to swirl upon the sea, creating a whirlpool that drew in the surrounding waters. Damn it, is it still not enough? Whitebeard growled, realizing that despite their increased velocity, the waterspout's influence was too vast. Even at the periphery of its reach, the pequod was still affected. Everyone, stand clear, Whitebeard shouted, stepping forward decisively. With his harpoon firmly planted on the deck, he fixed his gaze upon the burgeoning waterspout. Break it! With a thunderous roar, the polearm was swung fiercely, unleashing a powerful strike infused with the capabilities of the tremor fruit, akin to a colossal water vortex. The water vortex dissipated under the force of the blow. Yet a more formidable challenge emerged. The impact of the tremor fruit created a vast void at its epicenter, triggering a monumental tsunami. Towering waves, surpassing even the height of the Moby Dick, surged forth. The ocean's surface roiled violently, causing the Moby Dick to sway perilously. The onlookers' expressions darkened at the sight of the colossal tsunami. Although the threat of the water vortex had been neutralized, the impending tsunami was a danger that could not be overlooked. Accelerate towards the west, Whitebeard bellowed. Understood. As the tsunami approached, the crew hastened the Moby Dick's speed. This time, Whitebeard refrained from utilizing his devil fruit abilities, instead focusing intently on the tumultuous sea. He understood that the range of his powers was extensive enough to quell the impending tsunami. However, he could not guarantee that doing so would not precipitate other calamities. The most prudent course of action now was to allow the Moby Dick to be propelled away from the area by the tremendous force of the wave. As the tsunami approached, the Moby Dick made its escape. The crew stood on the deck, their expressions grave as they observed the encroaching wave. Descending at such speed would surely result in being engulfed by the tsunami. Let me give it a try, Bista declared, brandishing his twin blades. His gaze was fixed firmly on the oncoming tsunami, determined to see if his sword energy could cleave through the monstrous wave. Gripping his blades tightly, he enveloped them in armament hockey. With a serious demeanor, he intensified his grip and swung forcefully. Two fierce arcs of sword energy surged forth. Yet, despite their ferocity, the attack proved woefully inadequate. The sword energy met the tsunami, failing to create even the slightest ripple, vanishing into the ocean without a trace. Damn it, Bista exclaimed, disheartened as he witnessed his efforts yield no effect. The notion of severing the tsunami with sword energy had seemed promising, but alas, the task was beyond him. Seeing Bista's intent, Kazuki Oden stepped forward with a smile, wielding Enma and Aim no Habakiri. Bista, recognizing the moment, graciously made way. Though Oden's character was often unreliable, his strength was undeniable. He was indeed superior. Standing on the deck, Oden fixed his gaze on the tsunami, his arms tensed and muscles coiled, wrapped in armament hockey. Dual sword-style secret technique, 1,000 cuts, Oden bellowed, unleashing an unimaginable force. A radiant beam of sword light surged forth, striking the tsunami with unparalleled might. The crew collectively held their breath as the colossal blade of light cleaved the wave in two. With a resounding crash, the brilliant sword light split the tsunami asunder, and the wave gradually dissipated under the overwhelming force. Is it over? Oden sighed in relief upon witnessing the tsunami's disappearance. Oden, you're incredible. I never imagined you could sever even a tsunami, Marco exclaimed as he approached Oden, filled with admiration. Indeed, Oden, you're remarkable. Who would have thought you could cut through a tsunami? The others chimed in, praising him. Whitebeard, observing Oden's feat, clapped him on the shoulder with a proud smile. Oden, well done. With the tumult of the tsunami now behind them, the crew embarked upon a new voyage. The Moby Dick sailed westward, where fresh adventures awaited. Chapter 105. An encounter with the Sky Pirate crew. On an uncharted isle, dozens of pirate ships were anchored. The island, teeming with marauders, was filled to the brim with buccaneers. Thousands of pirates rested here. Have we yet to locate Roger? A tall, middle-aged man with golden hair proclaimed boldly, a cigar clenched between his teeth. This golden-haired man is no ordinary individual. His name is Shiki, famously known as the Flying Pirate Golden Lion. This moniker was not bestowed upon him due to the remarkable height of his leaps, but rather because he possesses the extraordinary ability to soar freely through the skies. His capacity for flight is not merely a result of his own prowess. It is attributed to his consumption of a devil fruit, the float fruit. This devil fruit is an extraordinary anomaly, akin to a bug in existence. Upon consuming this fruit, Shiki acquires the ability to manipulate every object he touches. There exists a limitation, however. He is incapable of controlling living beings. Nonetheless, this skill is remarkably impressive. Furthermore, in addition to his title as the Golden Lion of the Flying Pirate, Shiki possesses another designation. This title exudes an unparalleled dominance, placing him alongside the legendary figures of Whitebeard and Roger in the annals of piracy. One can only imagine the extent of his formidable prowess. I apologize, Captain. The ships of Roger's crew are exceedingly adept at concealment. We have scoured nearly the entirety of the Grand Line, and yet found no trace of Roger. A pirate underling stammered, anxiety evident in his voice. Scoured the entire Grand Line, you say? Shiki regarded the pirate with a bemused expression. See, Captain. We have indeed searched every corner of the Grand Line. We have expended a fortune procuring information from the Navy, bounty hunters, and other pirates. Yet none possess any leads on Roger's whereabouts, the underling replied, visibly shaken. Is that so? Shiki's countenance reflected a moment of hesitation as he absorbed the underling's explanation. Have we truly exhausted all avenues in our search for Roger's ship? He then gestured slightly for the pirate to depart. Very well, go and search once more. Understood. The underling exhaled a sigh of relief at the captain's lack of anger. It was fortunate that the captain had not erupted in fury, otherwise, they would have been in dire straits. Roger, oh Roger, where have you vanished to? After the underling had left, Shiki gazed skyward, murmuring to himself. For a considerable time, Shiki had harbored a singular obsession, the desire for Roger to join their flying pirate crew. He understood that relying solely on his own strength would never suffice to challenge the world government's dominion. Thus, he sought a powerful ally. Among the myriad pirates, he could only regard two with esteem, Whitebeard and Roger. Of the two, Shiki perceived Whitebeard as a fool, one unlikely to cooperate in his grand design. The only one who could potentially align with him in this venture was Roger. He had been relentlessly pursuing Roger's trail for years. Yet despite turning the Grand Line upside down, he had failed to uncover any sign of him. Captain, trouble. Just as Shiki pondered his fate, the frantic underling returned, his face pale and filled with trepidation. What is it, raising such a commotion? Shiki asked, his irritation palpable. A pirate crew has arrived. The underling managed to say, his complexion still ashen. A pirate crew? Shiki looked at him, bewildered. He could not fathom why such a thing would incite fear. After all, it was merely another pirate crew, nothing to be alarmed about. As the leader of the flying pirate crew, it was absurd to be intimidated by another band of pirates. Yes, it is the Whitebeard pirates. The underling finally composed himself to explain. Whitebeard. Upon hearing this response, the Golden Lion raised an eyebrow and gazed towards the ocean. He was thoroughly acquainted with Whitebeard. Once, they both belonged to the Rocks Pirates, and although their interactions were limited, they could hardly be described as friendly. While the Golden Lion scorned Whitebeard's aspirations, considering his so-called family to be nothing more than a farce, he nonetheless acknowledged Whitebeard's formidable strength. That man, despite lacking ambition, was undeniably powerful. The Golden Lion arose, preparing to meet with the Whitebeard pirates. Meanwhile, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates had also spotted the presence of the Golden Lion pirates. What could it be? The crew members of the Whitebeard ship, as per their usual vigilance, surveyed the surrounding waters for potential threats. Yet, the small island was teeming with ships, a number so vast that it caused a bead of cold sweat to form on the foreheads of the Whitebeard crew. Which pirate crew could this be? Peering through the telescope, they trained their gaze upon the ship above, and upon seeing the flag, the crew members of Whitebeard could not help but take a deep breath. Startled, isn't this emblem the insignia of the Sky Pirates? Could it be that we have stumbled upon the lair of the Golden Lion? The thought of the Whitebeard pirates breaching the stronghold of the Sky Pirates caused the faces of Whitebeard's crew to pale. A great battle is on the verge of erupting. Old man, there is a situation. The Whitebeard crew shouted upon the deck. If the old man is not here, do share any developments with me. Marco remarked as he approached the concerned crew member. Quickly, fetch the old man. Something significant has occurred. The Whitebeard crew member said, his face etched with anxiety. What is so significant? You appear quite flustered, Marco retorted. Gold Lion is on the island ahead. The Whitebeard crew member revealed his alarming discovery. Upon hearing this, Marco, who had been carefree just moments before, suddenly adopted a serious expression. The name Gold Lion was not unfamiliar to him, although he had never encountered the man personally. He had often heard tales about him from others. This fellow is known as the Golden Lion. Wait a moment, I shall seek out father." Upon hearing of the Golden Lion's arrival, Marco could no longer remain still and hurried to find Whitebeard. Inside the ship's cabin, Whitebeard listened to Marco's words, his expression momentarily taken aback. The Golden Lion? What could that man want with me? Come, let us go and see. Grasping the Naginata beside him, Whitebeard made his way to the deck. The news of the Golden Lion's arrival swiftly permeated the entire Whitebeard pirates crew, who readied themselves for battle. The members of the crew bore solemn expressions, understanding that this confrontation would not be as simple as those in the past. The Golden Lion, a name that stood alongside that of father? Gabriel stood on the deck, gazing towards the distant island where the outlines of ships were faintly visible, his expression grave. Though he had participated in numerous battles aboard Whitebeard's ship, those skirmishes were against foes far inferior to the Whitebeard pirates. Just those encounters had already left Gabriel feeling somewhat unsettled. Now, faced with a force on par with the Whitebeard pirates, he could scarcely fathom the nature of the impending conflict. "Gabriel, are you not afraid?" Vista, standing nearby, jested as he observed Gabriel's dazed expression. "Afraid? Not in the slightest. In fact, I find myself rather eager now," Gabriel replied, wielding the second generation of the sword, Okit. Chapter 106. The imminent clash. The Whitebeard pirates drew closer. Whitebeard, holding his Naginata, also beheld the Golden Lion. There he sat, a cigar clamped between his teeth, awaiting Whitebeard's arrival aboard his pirate ship. Upon Whitebeard's approach, the Golden Lion raised an eyebrow and then let the cigar drop into the water, exhaling a plume of smoke. "Long time no see, Whitebeard," the Golden Lion remarked, puffing on his cigar. "You've certainly lived long enough, Shiki," Whitebeard replied, laughing heartily at the sight of the Golden Lion perched at the ship's bow. "It seems I truly cannot get along with you, you scoundrel." Hearing Whitebeard's greeting, the Golden Lion expelled the cigar from his mouth. "Are we to engage in battle then?" As the Golden Lion cast aside the cigar and drew his twin swords, Whitebeard's Naginata struck the ground with a resounding thud. "If you are willing to part with the treasures aboard your ship, I would be inclined to spare your lives," the Golden Lion declared, bursting into laughter as he stepped forward. "In that case, I shall not hold back." Seeing the Golden Lion's eagerness for battle, Whitebeard likewise abandoned any pretense of courtesy and leaped down, brandishing his Naginata. As Whitebeard charged towards the Golden Lion, Marco and the others did not remain idle. In the instant Whitebeard launched his attack, Marco initiated his assault. The power of the Phoenix Fruit surged forth towards the adversaries, while Vista and Kazuki Oden, wielding their twin swords, followed suit. Even Gabriel, typically accustomed to a laid-back demeanor, drew his second-generation Okit and charged forward. Observing the Whitebeard pirates' offensive, the Flying Sky pirates did not hesitate, rallying together with a resounding cry of battle. The fierce clash between the Whitebeard pirates and the Flying Sky pirates has erupted once more. At the forefront of this confrontation are the formidable leaders, Whitebeard and the Golden Lion, who find themselves locked in a deadly struggle. As their weapons first collide, the sound of their meeting reverberates through the air, creating a tremendous boom. Following this, a colossal wave of white energy surges forth, shattering the ground and sending massive clumps of earth flying. Witnessing this spectacle, the members of both pirate crews instinctively halt their actions, realizing the extent of the devastation wrought by the two titans. They comprehend that should they remain, they would be reduced to mere collateral damage in this titanic conflict. What a farce! The residual force of their attacks permeates the area, leaving them to ponder their survival. They are fortunate that the brunt of the onslaught is not directed at them. Were it so, they would surely meet their demise. The pirates of the Flying Sky crew flee in a frenzy, their expressions betraying their astonishment at the sheer magnitude of Whitebeard and the Golden Lion's assault. It is utterly outrageous. The mere aftershocks of their attacks reach such a distance. Engaging them head-on would likely result in their utter annihilation. We must retreat. The range of Old Man Whitebeard and the Golden Lion is far too extensive, Marco remarks gravely as he observes the battle unfolding between the two legendary figures. Continuing to skirmish with the Flying Sky pirates amidst this chaos would undoubtedly endanger their very lives. The members of Vista's crew, witnessing the panicked flight of their adversaries and the encroaching turmoil, share in Marco's sentiment, their expressions grave as they acquiesce to the call for retreat. Though they have some allies, they recognize that the scale of this confrontation is beyond their capacity to influence. Ultimately, they choose to withdraw. Kazuki Oden, wielding the Tengu blade, along with Enma, also opts for retreat, acknowledging that even his warrior spirit cannot defy reason in such dire circumstances. As they retreat to the Moby Dick, even Gabriel sheaths his second-generation sword, fully aware that there is no room for his intervention in this battle. What began as a clash between two pirate crews has transitioned into a spectacle of unmatched prowess, as Whitebeard and the Golden Lion engage in an exhilarating duel at the heart of the island. Each strike they unleash reverberates with earth-shaking intensity. Impressive, Whitebeard. I never anticipated that after all these years, your strength would reach such formidable heights, the Golden Lion exclaims, feeling the terrifying power emanating from Whitebeard's naginata. He bursts into laughter. Haha, you are no slouch yourself. I never thought you could match me blow for blow after all this time. Whitebeard swung his naginata with a hint of surprise. Although he shared a reputation with the Golden Lion, it was largely the latter's reliance on the powers of the devil fruit that had afforded him such standing. Indeed, Whitebeard had faced the Golden Lion on several occasions, and in mere displays of raw strength, the Golden Lion had proven no match for him. It was unexpected that after so many years, the Golden Lion had managed to hold his own against him. Enough of idle chatter, Whitebeard declared. Prepare to face my ultimate strike. After a brief exchange, both warriors had gained a fundamental understanding of each other's abilities, prompting them to adopt a more serious demeanor. Come now, Golden Lion. Let me witness the extent of your progress over the years. Whitebeard asserted, his expression turning earnest as he observed the Golden Lion's newfound seriousness. Watch yourself. Do not perish under my strike. The Golden Lion's eyes gleamed with a glimmer of murderous intent as he contemplated the heavens. With a powerful flourish, the Golden Lion bellowed, 10 rolls of the water dragon. As his voice echoed, the powers of the devil fruit activated. The once tranquil sea began to stir, and with a thunderous crash, torrents of water surged skyward. Marco and the others gazed in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle, finally grasping why the Golden Lion was on par with Whitebeard. Such manipulation of the elements was indeed a fearsome ability. Witnessing the relentless torrents of water rising, Marco was struck with disbelief. Surely, Father will be unharmed? He pondered anxiously. Do not worry. Father is hailed as the strongest man in the world. He cannot be vanquished by such trivial assaults, Marco reassured Jozu, patting him on the shoulder. Nevertheless, a shadow of concern lingered in Marco's gaze, for the sky above was now filled with water. Was this the caliber of combat exhibited by top-tier warriors? Truly terrifying. Although the previous skirmish had left Gabriel profoundly shaken, it paled in comparison to the current display. The sheer volume of water that the Golden Lion commanded from the sea was sufficient to inundate an entire island upon its descent. A single strike capable of annihilating land. A curiosity arose within Gabriel regarding how Whitebeard would withstand such an onslaught. Go forth, 10 rolls of the water dragon. The Golden Lion roared, transforming the vast ocean into 10 vividly animated colossal water dragons as they surged towards Whitebeard. Each water dragon was at least several dozen times the size of Whitebeard himself. This formidable assault left the onlookers breathless, their eyes fixed on Whitebeard, eager to witness how he would counter this overwhelming attack. Chapter 107. A battle of astonishing proportions. As the torrents surged forth, a heavy sound of footsteps echoed. Whitebeard strode forward, positioning himself at the very center of the 10 water dragons. He cast a glance upward before lowering the naginata in his grasp. Come now. Let me witness the extent of your capabilities. With his fists clenched tightly, Whitebeard activated the tremor fruit's powers, striking the surrounding air with a resounding force. Crack! An invisible white fissure emanated from his fist, spreading forth. In the midst of the expanding crack, everything came to a standstill. Boom! As the fissure widened, it culminated in a deafening roar. The white crack concluded, and an ominous attack surged forth from it. The ground trembled, and the sea swayed. The entire world quaked as if struck by an earthquake, with the land, the ocean, and even the sky trembling under the weight of Whitebeard's blow.
The 10 colossal water dragons, yet to approach Whitebeard, were instantaneously reduced to naught amidst the tremendous tremors, transforming into a torrential downpour that cascaded to the earth.
Was this the assault of the strongest man in the world? How terrifying! The crew of the Flying Sky pirate ship, witnessing Whitebeard's mere strike upon the air capable of causing such upheaval in the sea and land, could not help but swallow hard. To think their captain stood against such a monstrous figure was truly frightening. Faced with such a formidable attack, a flicker of trepidation emerged in the hearts of the crew. Fortunately, they had reacted in time, avoiding entanglement in the conflict between these two titans. had they become embroiled in this battle between such superhuman entities? Be it the water dragons of the Golden Lion or the tremors of Whitebeard, a single blow would surely spell their demise. Not bad at all. To withstand my strike so effortlessly, the Golden Lion mused, astonished that Whitebeard had so easily countered his 10 water dragons. Among the pirates today, only Roger and the man before him could rival his might. Having endured the 10 water dragons, could he withstand this next assault? With a sweeping gesture, the Golden Lion summoned a shift in the very fabric of the world. Mud and sand trembled, dust swirling wildly. Though the specifics of his intent remained unclear, Whitebeard understood that the commotion stirred by the Golden Lion was nothing short of significant. He quickly glanced towards Marco and the others, who were already boarding the ship, and bellowed, "Get back!" Though the events that transpired remained shrouded in mystery, the grave expression on the old man's face signified the seriousness of the situation. In a hurry, Jozu hurriedly navigated the Moby Dick 1,000 meters away. As the ship gradually distanced itself, Whitebeard exhaled a sigh of relief, for he was finally poised to unleash his full potential. However, at that very moment, the island underwent a dramatic transformation. The tremors stirred sand and stones, lifting debris visibly into the air. The entire island, in a surrounding manner, advanced towards Whitebeard. "Quickly flee!" The pirates of the Flying Sky Pirates, witnessing the island's violent upheaval, instantly grasped their captain's intent to commandeer the entire landmass. They understood the gravity of the impending battle. Even the aftermath was beyond their endurance. The crew of the Flying Sky Pirates hastily retreated, while the island itself underwent a complete metamorphosis, resembling a ferocious lion, its gaping maw poised to devour Whitebeard. Faced with this dire scenario, Whitebeard hesitated no longer. With a powerful flex of his arms and taut muscles, he activated the tremor powers of the Gura Gura no Mi, striking the air with relentless force. Moreover, he extended 10 fingers, seeking to tear apart the very fabric of space itself. 10 visible white claw marks materialized as Whitebeard forcefully pulled downward. In an instant, the sky, earth, and sea convulsed, reversing their very orientations. With a thunderous roar, the heavens shattered, and torrents of seawater surged forth. The entire world seemed to descend into chaos as the island, transformed into a sandy lion, was rendered utterly vulnerable beneath Whitebeard's might. Following his devastating strike, the sandy lion, before even nearing him, was obliterated by Whitebeard's assault. Debris descended slowly from the sky, and the sands returned to the island, leaving a desolate landscape devoid of vegetation, a scene of utter devastation. At that moment, the island bore no semblance of life, reduced to a chaotic expanse. Truly, he was the strongest man in the world. Whitebeard's full-force strike had been effortlessly countered, eliciting genuine admiration from the airborne Golden Lion. The title of the world's strongest man was indeed well-deserved. "What now? Come at me, Shiki," Whitebeard bellowed, wielding his naginata and firmly planting it into the ground. His gaze fixed upon the soaring Golden Lion, a hearty laugh escaping his lips. It had been a long time since he had experienced such exhilarating combat. Aside from his battle with Roger years ago, enough of this play. I have serious matters to attend to. With that, Whitebeard retrieved a cigar from his pocket, ignited it, and, after exhaling a cloud of smoke, departed with nonchalance. Was the battle truly over? The crew aboard the Moby Dick gazed at the distant island, now shrouded in silence, anxiety creeping into their inquiries. How terrifying it had been, the swirling dust and tumultuous sea. Even in their current position, they could not shake off the dread that lingered. Thankfully, their father had ordered their retreat. Had they remained on that island, the recent cataclysmic assault, even its residual waves, could have obliterated them all. Was this truly the nature of combat among the world's elite? Gabriel stood on the deck, his expression grave as he observed the sheer power unleashed with a mere gesture. He had always acknowledged Whitebeard's strength, yet he could hardly fathom its magnitude. The annihilation of an island with a single movement, affecting miles of surrounding ocean. Such an attack could only be described as divine prowess. As the battle drew to a close, Whitebeard stood upon the island, calling out towards the Moby Dick in the distance. Upon hearing his voice, Marco and the others felt a surge of emotion. "Father! It's father! He is unharmed!" they exclaimed, urgency propelling them to steer the ship closer. Reassured by Whitebeard's safety, they all breathed a sigh of relief and hastily made their way to the island. Upon their arrival, they crowded around Whitebeard with anxious inquiries. "Father, are you all right? Who triumphed, you or the Golden Lion? Isn't it obvious? Father won," they bantered, their voices overlapping in excitement, prompting a chuckle from Whitebeard. Indeed, amidst the chaos of battle, it was this tender scene that he cherished most. Just then, from the opposite end of the island, the Golden Lion approached in his pirate ship. The crew, witnessing his arrival, held their breath. Understanding all too well the formidable strength he possessed, such a confrontation was beyond their current capabilities. "Shiki, what do you intend? Do you wish to fight again?" Whitebeard expressed his dissatisfaction as the Golden Lion sailed closer. "We'll save that for another time," replied the Golden Lion, puffing on his cigar and exhaling clouds of smoke, before waving dismissively and departing. The crew exhaled in relief as the Golden Lion left. Chapter 108. Bounty noticed the Moby Dick sailed westward. The crew rested upon the deck, fatigue settling in after the intense confrontation with the Golden Lion. This weariness transcends mere physical exertion. It is also a manifestation of mental fatigue. As the crowd rests, a white bird soars across the sky. Marco, upon witnessing this, is momentarily taken aback and gazes intently. Its pristine feathers adorn a pouch, within which numerous newspapers are nestled. "Isn't this a mere messenger of news? Newsbird, I wish to procure a newspaper." Marco gestured towards the sky, beckoning the newsbird to approach. Upon noticing Marco's desire to purchase a paper, the newsbird swiftly descended. Marco expertly retrieved a 100 billy coin from his pocket and placed it into the newsbird's pouch, subsequently grasping a newspaper. As he unfurled the paper to peruse its contents, Marco yearned to uncover the events transpiring in the outside world. Gazing at the articles, he was momentarily taken aback. Is this Avatar of Yutian? It is not just Yutian. Marco's gaze swept across the newspaper, revealing numerous familiar faces. Bista, Gabriel, and Izo. Even the cat viper made an appearance. Upon reaching this point, Marco couldn't help but feel intrigued. How would the Navy portray them? He opened the newspaper to examine the contents. As he had anticipated, it was indeed a wanted notice concerning the Whitebeard pirates. This time, the wanted individuals are newcomers from the Whitebeard pirates who have never graced the bounty list before. The dual-wielding swordsman, Kazuki Oden, carries a staggering bounty of 385 million berries. Upon seeing this figure, Marco could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Nearly 400 million berries for a first bounty is astonishing. In Marco's recollection, only one individual has ever commanded such a sum at their initial bounty, Charlotte Linlin, also known as Big Mom. A natural-born monster, she was offered a bounty of 500 million at the tender age of 10. It is only such a caliber of monster that could overshadow Kazuki Oden. After perusing Kazuki Oden's dossier, Marco turned his gaze toward Vista. Marco was well acquainted with Vista, having shared the ship for 4 to 5 years. Thus, it was hardly surprising that Vista now had a bounty of his own. Upon inspecting Vista's bounty, Marco raised an eyebrow. 8,750,000 berries. The figure is far too meager. It scarcely amounts to a fraction of Kazuki Oden's bounty. Turning his gaze towards Gabriel, Marco harbored little hope regarding the value associated with him. If Vista's bounty was so modest, Gabriel's would likely be even less. Staring at the numbers recorded in the newspaper, Marco found himself momentarily stunned. 28,950,000 berries. Upon scrutinizing the figure again, he seriously doubted his own vision. How could it possibly be so substantial? Rubbing his eyes, he glanced once more at the inscribed value. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s. Millions, tens of millions. 28,950,000. What on earth is this? How could there be such a discrepancy? Unable to restrain his thoughts in light of such a vast difference, Marco couldn't help but voice his bewilderment. Their strengths were relatively comparable, and Bista was undeniably more active than Gabriel. Why then was there such a staggering disparity in their bounties? After expressing his discontent regarding Gabriel's bounty, Marco turned his attention to Izu. Observing Izu's bounty, he refrained from making any remarks this time. The Navy had set Izu's bounty at 11 million berries. This sum is neither insignificant nor particularly grand. After reviewing the bounties of these individuals, Marco shifted his gaze to the cat viper. Upon seeing the bounty of the cat viper, Marco's expression was one of astonishment. Is the Navy truly serious about this? Upon reviewing the bounty notices, Marco folded the newspaper and prepared to share the news with his companions, eager to witness their reactions. Approaching Kazuki Oden, Marco initiated the conversation, sharing the intelligence he had gathered that day. The mention of their Whitebeard pirates' bounty piqued the group's interest. Marco, whose bounty is it? Do enlighten us. Your teasing is quite torturous. Bista, seated nearby, voiced his dissatisfaction. Indeed, Marco, just tell us. Jozu, standing off to the side, could not help but interject. All right. Let me reveal it to you. Marco chuckled at their impatience and retrieved the newspaper from his pocket. As he produced the paper, Bista and Jozu wasted no time in converging to snatch it away. Hey, you can't just do that, Marco exclaimed, lying on the ground. Wishing to retort, but realizing that Bista and the others were too engrossed to pay him any heed. Ultimately, he decided to concede. Bista and Jozu settled on the deck, scrutinizing the newspaper in their hands. Cat Viper and Dogstorm also squeezed in to see what the fuss was about, their curiosity piqued by the identities of the wanted individuals. Upon glancing at the first face displayed, Cat Viper gasped in astonishment. Lord Oden. The visage of Kazuki Oden graced the front page. How much is Lord Oden's bounty? Cat Viper leaned closer, perched on Bista's back, brimming with curiosity. Cat Viper, stop pushing. Do you realize how heavy you are? Bista complained, feeling the weight increase on his back. I just want to see Lord Oden's bounty. Cat Viper insisted. All right, I'll flip through it for you, Bista replied, shaking off Cat Viper and searching for Kazuki Oden's bounty. 385 million berry. The group collectively inhaled sharply at the astonishing figure. The sheer magnitude of the bounty left them in disbelief. It was indeed an extraordinary sum for a first-time bounty. While the others were taken aback, Cat Viper was utterly astounded. Having been aboard Whitebeard's ship, he had a general understanding of bounties. 385 million was a remarkable figure. It is worth noting that, currently, only the seasoned crew members like the Ice, which had bounties exceeding 100 million within the Whitebeard pirates. Lord Oden, Cat Viper exclaimed, eager to share the good news with Kazuki Oden. Listening intently, Oden's curiosity was piqued. A bounty, you say? How much am I worth? He inquired, stroking his chin with intrigue. 385 million berry, Cat Viper replied, excitement evident in his voice. Almost 400 million berry? Listening to the words of the Cat Viper, Kazuki Oden appeared somewhat exhilarated. He had not anticipated such a high bounty for the first time. The fact that a prominent daimyo of an entire nation was being sought after was hardly a matter for celebration, in stark contrast to Oden's excitement. His companion Aizu wore a troubled expression. After all, Kazuki Oden was a daimyo, and the bounty on a daimyo was a grave concern. Aizu found it increasingly difficult to articulate his feelings in this moment. Chapter 109. The astonishing bounty of the Cat Viper. Bista, do you have a bounty? Inuarashi inquired curiously. Peering over at Bista, Oden already has one. Logically, as his retainer, you should too. Not for you, Bista replied, flipping through the pages of the newspaper and scanning the news. Ah, but here it is, Bista exclaimed, astonished at the sight of his own bounty. Yours? Let me see. Upon hearing that Bista had a bounty, the nearby Jozu became intrigued and leaned in closer. Not only Jozu, but the others present also turned their attention to Bista upon learning of his bounty. As the crowd pressed in, Bista felt a wave of pressure surrounding him. All right. No pushing, he urged, firmly nudging those crowding around him. Seeing Bista's discomfort, the crowd reluctantly parted, allowing him some space. Once he felt a sense of relief, Bista opened the section pertaining to his bounty. 8,750,000 berries. As he gazed at the figure, a few beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, marking his astonishment. The figures presented were far less than he had anticipated. It is worth noting that even Marco's last bounty reached 15 million, yet his own was a meager sum of less than 10 million. In comparison, this was undeniably unjust. Why is it merely this amount? Bista lamented with a scowl. 875,000 berries is still quite commendable. I have yet to receive anything, Jozu consoled, observing Bista's discontent. Ultimately, Bista cast a glance at Jozu and chose to accept the bounty that fell short of 10 million. After all, given that Jozu, who had no bounty at all, remained silent, what grounds did he have for complaint regarding his 875,000 berries as a pirate? With a sigh, Bista turned to the next page. Upon seeing Gabriel's figure, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. Gabriel? Bista first directed his gaze to Gabriel's bounty, which stood at 28,950,000 berries. Staring at such a figure, Bista questioned his own vision. Rubbing his eyes, he began to count the numbers on the wanted poster. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions, tens of millions. Indeed, it was 28,950,000 berries. How could this be possible? Bista exclaimed in disbelief. Haha, stop looking. I've just counted, and it is indeed 28,950,000 berries, Marco chuckled, unable to contain his laughter at Bista's astonishment. On what basis does Gabriel warrant such a high bounty? Bista could not help but voice his grievances. In terms of strength, Gabriel was merely his equal. And as for activity, Gabriel spent his days napping on the deck, while Bista charged into battle at the front lines. With comparable abilities, Bista was undeniably more active than Gabriel. Why, then, was there such a disparity in their bounties? This is unacceptable. I must confront Gabriel for clarification. Unable to reconcile the disparity, Bista resolved to challenge Gabriel to a duel. The reward for that dog left him utterly dissatisfied. Come now, it can't be that serious. Can it? Observing the disgruntled expression on Bista's face as he stood up, Marco couldn't help but chuckle. Why the fuss? Bista stormed away in indignation. The onlookers gazed at Bista's vexed demeanor with confusion. After all, it was merely a bounty. What was there to be upset about? Marco, watching Bista's irritation, shook his head in amusement. He had anticipated this outcome. With comparable strength, Bista was even more active than Gabriel. Yet, the disparity in their rewards was a mere third of what Gabriel received. Such a vast difference was indeed difficult for an ordinary person to bear. This is akin to a scenario where you and your closest friend engage in a game of Honor of Kings, both possessing skills at the esteemed king level. After dedicating a painstaking month and a half to attain the rank of king, just as you are about to boast of your achievement, you discover that your dear friend has ascended to the illustrious Glory King in less than a week. Upon examining his performance, you find a record of negative kills, effortlessly basking in victories. In contrast, your own record showcases consistent MVP accolades, yet you frequently face defeats. Such a profound psychological disparity is indeed beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals, and Bista is no exception. With Bista's departure, Jaz and the others continued to peruse the newspapers in their hands. As they glanced at the subsequent accounts detailing the bounty, their interest was inevitably piqued. 11 million berries. Such a number, for Izong, is neither too much nor too little. Izong had little to say. Upon turning the page, the sight of the cat viper left everyone astonished. They had not anticipated that even the cat viper was subject to a bounty. Gazing upon the portrait of the cat viper, curiosity bubbled within them about the worth of this deceased creature. At that moment, Quanlon also opened his eyes, intrigued by his companion, the cat viper, pondering the extent of its bounty. As they turned to the page featuring the cat viper, gasps of astonishment escaped their lips. As they gazed upon the numbers displayed, a wave of astonishment swept over the crowd. 50,000 berries. The sheer insignificance of such a figure evoked a fit of laughter among them. Ha 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 ha. The cat viper is worth merely 50,000. 50,000 berries. Ha 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 ha. Just imagine conveying this news to the cat viper. The expression on its face would surely be priceless. The onlookers stared in disbelief at the bounty, particularly Inuzuka, who lay on the ground, laughing uncontrollably, unable to rise. 50,000 berries, such a trivial sum. Fortunately, he was not the one being targeted for a bounty. Had it been otherwise, he might have been laughed to death. Inu? Ha ha. Inuzuka? No, it can't be, can it? Jaws sat on the deck, laughing wildly. No, I must share this news with the cat viper. I truly wish to witness its reaction. Inuzuka, managing to rise and steady himself, restrained his laughter. Yet even so, the thought of the cat viper's bounty made him chuckle once more. Cat viper. Inuzuka struggled to approach the cat viper's side, his restraint wavering at the thought of the bounty. Inuzuka, what is it? The cat viper, observing Inuzuka's approach, was filled with confusion. Cat viper. I have delightful news to share. Inuzuka, maintaining a serious demeanor, declared. Delightful news? What is it? The cat viper responded, bewildered. You have a bounty on your head. Inuzuka bit his lip, striving to suppress his emotions and keep silent. A bounty? I have a bounty. The cat viper's face lit up with excitement upon hearing Inuzuka's words. Indeed, Inuzuka managed to say, stifling his laughter. Meow? How much is the bounty? The cat viper exclaimed, brimming with anticipation. Do you truly wish to know? Inuzuka asked, fighting back a grin. Of course I want to know. The cat viper insisted, nudging Inuzuka with its paw in eagerness. Come closer, I will whisper it to you, Inuzuka said, leaning in towards the cat viper's ear. How much is the bounty? The cat viper inquired impatiently. You have been offered a bounty of 50,000 berries, Inuzuka declared as he knelt on the ground, laughter overwhelming him. It was not that he felt unwell, rather, he found the situation utterly hilarious. So amusing was it that he could scarcely maintain his footing. 50,000. You must be joking. The cat viper responded, incredulous. Ha 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 ha. If you doubt me, you may check the newspaper. It truly is 50,000. Inuzuka laughed heartily while pounding the ground. Is that for real? The cat viper, still skeptical, approached Inuzuka. What a ridiculous joke. 50,000. What concept is this? Even if cat meat on the market sells for at least 7 or 800 Bailey per pound, considering his physique, even if he were sold as cat meat, it would exceed 50,000. Is the reward for this bounty truly so meager? This is truly something that the cat viper cannot accept. What could possibly be so amusing? Why do you appear so joyous? Kazuki Oden, observing the mirthful Inuarashi kneeling on the ground, could not help but inquire. The cat viper has been placed under a bounty. A staggering 50,000 berries. Inuarashi exclaimed, unable to contain his laughter. How much? Kazuki Oden was taken aback by the news of the bounty. My lord, you heard correctly. It is indeed 50,000, Inuarashi replied, rolling on the ground in fits of laughter. This is utterly ridiculous. With the cat viper's size, if one were to dismantle him for sale, he would surely fetch more than 50,000. It is perplexing to fathom what the Navy is thinking. Meow. No. This cannot be. Meow. While Oden roared with laughter, the cat viper was consumed by a heart-wrenching cry. This bounty of 50,000 berries would forever be a source of shame for the cat viper. Chapter 110. Vista's challenge to Gabriel. The situation for the cat viper continued to deteriorate. At the bow of the Moby Dick, Gabriel's south resting place was far from peaceful. As Gabriel lay on the deck, Vista emerged, armed with twin swords. Vista's expression was somewhat grave, revealing little of his current emotions. Gabriel, Vista called softly as he approached. Gabriel, still sprawled on the deck, cast a puzzled glance. Why disturb my slumber in the middle of the afternoon? Oh, Vista, what brings you to me? With a hint of laziness, Gabriel sat up, rubbing his slightly foggy head. Come, let us engage in a duel, Vista stated with displeasure as he drew his twin blades. Perhaps another time. I am quite fatigued at the moment, Gabriel replied, the prospect of battle causing a twitch at the corner of his mouth as he attempted to return to sleep. Very well, then I shall wait until you awaken, Vista said, making himself comfortable beside Gabriel. As Vista settled down, Gabriel raised an eyebrow in response, followed by a resigned sigh. What has come over this fellow today? His words are laced with an unmistakable bitterness. Observing the simmering resentment emanating from Vista, Gabriel comprehended that unless he addressed this issue, a restful night would elude him. With a deep sigh, Gabriel ultimately acquiesced to Vista's challenge. Very well, let us engage in combat, he stated, rising to his feet. Vista, no longer hesitating, braced himself with his left hand against the ground and forcefully propelled himself backward. The distance between them widened, and Gabriel stretched, performing a few simple exercises to invigorate his somewhat sluggish mind, subsequently preparing for battle. As he reached for his waist to draw the second-generation gilt cutter, he was struck by the realization that it was absent from his person. Wait a moment, let me locate my weapon, Gabriel gestured dismissively, scanning his surroundings before discovering his weapon had fallen onto the deck. Upon retrieving the second-generation gilt cutter, Gabriel faced Vista once more. Come at me, he declared. Barely had the words left his lips when Vista launched his assault. Two fierce arcs of sword light surged forth, prompting Gabriel to swiftly wield the second-generation gilt cutter to defend himself. With a resounding clash, the blades met, a burst of electric energy erupting from the impact. A powerful gust of air swept through, rustling the edges of their garments. This fellow, Gabriel mused, feeling the weighty force in his hand, his brow furrowing in response. The fellow is quite earnest. One must not be distracted. Blades do not discern. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Gabriel found himself besieged by a tempestuous onslaught from Vista. The sword strikes descended like raindrops, swift and nimble, yet lacking the force to be fatal. Faced with such an assault, Gabriel's expression hardened, and he hastily wielded the second-generation Guetu to evade the strikes. With a series of resounding clashes, they engaged in combat, exchanging blows in the blink of an eye. Hey, what are you doing? Are we sparring, or are you trying to kill me? Gabriel remarked, stepping back to create distance from the frenzied Vista. Come again. Vista showed no signs of pausing. As soon as they had separated, he charged forward once more. Rose reincarnation. Vista approached with calculated restraint, gripping his twin blades at an oddly peculiar angle, tracing a path through the air. As he did so, petals of roses began to cascade down. Gabriel's expression shifted as he recognized the urgency of the situation. He could not allow Vista to proceed unimpeded. If this technique took form, he would find it exceedingly difficult to counter. With armed haki enveloping the second-generation Guetu, he activated an electric charge along the blade. A striking blue-white luminescence flared to life as Gabriel surged forward. The crackling Guetu appeared, and Bista, sensing the danger, did not hesitate to cover his twin blades with armed haki, meeting Gabriel's charge head-on. The clash of their blades sent a powerful current rippling through the air. The entire Moby Dick trembled under the force of this surge, prompting Whitebeard to gaze quizzically at the sudden disturbance. He felt an instinctive sense that a battle was unfolding aboard the ship, yet the relaxed demeanor of the crew made him question his instincts. Shaking his head, he dismissed the notion as mere illusion. Meanwhile, the crew began to react, sensing the commotion. Just as they were about to investigate, Marco called out to them. There was no need to look closely. It was evident that Bista and Gabriel were engaged in fierce combat. The reasons behind this were largely discerned by Marco. Perhaps Bista was reluctant to concede defeat in this bounty. Bista desired to demonstrate that he was not in any way inferior to Gabriel. Upon seeing Marco intervene, the others could not help but inquire about the situation. After hearing Marco assure them that all was well, they returned to their respective tasks. As Bista and Gabriel intensified their efforts, their confrontation escalated to a fever pitch, though both maintained control over their techniques. The sheer force of their combat inevitably led to numerous injuries. The second-generation Kido slashed across Bista's cheek, blood streaming down, dripping onto his hand, leaving Bista with an unsettling sensation. Rising to examine his arm, he was taken aback by the continuous flow of blood. Instinctively, he touched his cheek, finding his palm smeared with crimson. Witnessing such a scene, Bista's expression turned contemplative. Had the fight escalated to this extent? He cast his gaze towards Gabriel, surveying him closely. Gabriel bore varying degrees of sword wounds on his arms and face, and this sight caused Bista's expression to harden. Initially, he merely sought to engage Gabriel in a friendly spar, wishing to prove that he was not at all inferior. He had not anticipated that the bout would escalate to this level. Very well, let this contest conclude here. After a brief hesitation, Bista ultimately decided to cease the confrontation. Given the gravity of their current predicament, he could hardly fathom the dire consequences that further combat might entail. At last, it was over. Hearing Bista declare the end of the battle, Gabriel could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. As the assault continued, Gabriel felt a twinge of fear that he might lose control over the formidable power of the second-generation Gueche. Gabriel, he muttered, scratching the back of his head. Congratulations on Bista reclaiming his twin blades. Before Bista could respond, the thunderous roar of the Viper echoed through the air. Both men stared in bewilderment at the furious Viper, pondering its purpose for being there. What is wrong with the Viper? Gabriel wondered, scratching his head in frustration. Lately, it seemed that everyone was seeking trouble with him. Chapter 111. The origin of events. Meow wants to challenge you to a duel. What? A duel with me? The Viper declared boldly. But Gabriel merely raised an eyebrow, his expression one of exasperation. What had possessed the Viper to seek him out for a one-on-one fight? Meow? Indeed. Meow has come to challenge you. The Viper asserted with utmost seriousness. Are you certain? Gabriel queried, arching an eyebrow. Meow is certain. The Viper's earnest demeanor caused Gabriel's lips to twitch. He could not defeat Bista. Could he possibly be bested by this audacious feline? Seeing the Viper so eager for a bout, Gabriel decided against hesitation, sheathing the second-generation Gueche at his waist and rolling up his sleeves as he approached with determination. Upon seeing Gabriel advance, the Viper's expression brightened. It instinctively raised its claws in preparation for combat. Today, the Viper intended to prove that it was worth more than 50,000 berries. Shaking its fists, the Viper prepared to strike as Gabriel drew nearer. Without any further delay, the Viper unleashed its claws, which were as sharp as a blade, slicing through the air with dazzling brilliance. Such an attack, if it were to strike steel, would surely cleave it in twain. This assault may pose a certain threat to Gabriel in Wano country. However, having embarked on a journey to cultivate the dual-color haki, Gabriel finds this attack to be rather sluggish. Utilizing his observation haki to anticipate the serpent strikes, Gabriel deftly evades the multiple attempts of the cat Viper, leaving the latter looking grave. It appears that Gabriel has grown significantly stronger, and not by a trivial margin. In their previous encounters, although Gabriel managed to dodge such attacks, he did so in a rather disheveled manner, lacking any discernible footwork. The current Gabriel, however, is astonishingly elusive. Every move of the cat Viper seems to be foreseen by him, allowing him to evade even before the attacks reach him. Meow? Let us see how you handle this. With such resolve, the cat Viper prepares to unleash a newly mastered ultimate technique, refusing to believe that Gabriel can so effortlessly evade it. Lightning sphere. The cat viper leaps into the air, static electricity crackling in his hands. The electricity spreads through the air, manifesting as several blue and white orbs. Illuminated by this ethereal glow, Gabriel finds himself momentarily dazed, his eyes unable to open. By the time Gabriel regains his sight, numerous orbs of energy hover above him, darting unpredictably from various directions. Ranged attack? Gabriel is momentarily taken aback, astonished that the cat viper has developed such a novel technique. Yet, despite its ingenuity, it possesses a notable flaw. Its speed is woefully inadequate. Although the varied angles of attack serve well to hinder escape, to Gabriel, who wields observation hockey, the assault feels as sluggish as a tortoise. With remarkable ease, Gabriel sidesteps the incoming orbs. As he departs, he extends a finger, enveloped in armament hockey, to gauge the potency of the cat viper's attack. Even with hardened hockey, the electric current stings his hand. The concept, the method of attack, and the damage are acceptable. But the speed is simply too slow. How is this possible? The cat viper stares in disbelief as Gabriel effortlessly steps out of the range of his attack. This was a technique he had studied for many years, yet it inflicted no harm upon Gabriel whatsoever. Do you possess any other moves? If not, it is my turn to strike. Gabriel approached the viper cat, who was taken aback and instantaneously adopted a different demeanor. The viper cat extended its claws, intending to conclude this battle. Meow. However, before the viper cat could finish its words, Gabriel landed a solid punch squarely on its face. Caught off guard by the sudden blow, the viper cat appeared momentarily dazed. When did this happen? Before the viper cat could gather its wits, Gabriel delivered yet another punch. After enduring a flurry of strikes, the viper cat quickly regained its composure. Although it attempted to retaliate, its efforts proved futile against Gabriel's prowess. Soon, the viper cat found itself on the ground, bested by Gabriel. This battle lacked the grandeur of a tiger's assault, characterized solely by the visceral impact of fist meeting flesh. The one-sided nature of the conflict swiftly left the cat viper battered and bruised, leading him to realize he was no match for Gabriel. In desperation, the cat viper began to plead for mercy. Meow. I was mistaken. I shall never dare again. Please spare me. Upon witnessing the cat viper's submission, Gabriel finally relaxed his fists and ceased his assault. With Gabriel's attack halted, the cat viper exhaled a sigh of relief. Should the fight continue in this manner, it would not be long before he was reduced to a mere pulp. Now, tell me, why did you seek me out for a duel? Gabriel inquired as the cat viper settled down. Meow. Good brother, your strikes are rather severe, the cat viper lamented, clutching his swollen face. Who asked you to challenge me? Gabriel retorted with a roll of his eyes. I sought you out for a duel because of your bounty. The cat viper could not help but complain. Bounty? What bounty? Gabriel asked, perplexed. You mean you don't know? The cat viper replied, a hint of hesitation in his tone. I have no idea. Gabriel shook his head. Thus, the cat viper relayed the details surrounding the bounty to Gabriel. As he listened, Gabriel's brow furrowed in concern. He had assumed the cat viper sought him out due to an imbalance in bounties, perhaps to demonstrate that he was not inferior. Upon realizing the situation, Gabriel finally grasped the underlying motives. Was he attempting to defeat him to prove himself? What a mundane rationale, Gabriel thought to himself. You don't find it surprising that your bounty is so high? Bista approached after the battle concluded, observing Gabriel's nonchalant demeanor with disbelief. It is well known that for pirates, bounties are everything. Many would go to great lengths, slaughtering towns and assaulting navies, all to elevate their bounties and make a name for themselves in the world. Encountering a pirate like Gabriel, who displayed indifference towards his bounty, was a rarity for Bista and hard to fathom. I lack any interest in it. I would much rather sleep than chase after a bounty, Gabriel replied dismissively. If anyone else had said such a thing, Bista would have found it incredible, but knowing Gabriel, he had no choice but to believe it. After spending so much time together, it seemed evident, aside from battle, Gabriel's greatest passion was indeed slumber. Well then, if you are here to celebrate my bounty, there is no need. It does not pique my interest. Gabriel arose and stretched, preparing to return to the cabin for some rest. The two, Viper and Bista, exchanged a glance, their expressions laden with resignation. They were truly at a loss as to what to do. Chapter 112. The island of ice and fire. The bounty affair had reached a conclusion, and the Pequod commenced a new voyage. On a snow-covered isle, flames soared into the sky, and steam billowed forth. At this moment, the island was beset by a catastrophic event, a volcanic eruption. At the edge of the island, A colossal volcano erupted, spewing molten lava amid a blaze of fire. The dark, icy isle was enveloped in a dazzling light. A brilliance akin to iron trees adorned with silver flowers, erupting forth. This resplendent glow was fleeting, yet the devastation it wrought upon the island was nearly eternal. As the radiance faded, the island did not revert to its former state. Scorching lava erupted from the volcano's mouth, cascading onto the island's frozen surface. The isle, once encased in ice for years, was instantaneously transformed by this searing lava. Half of the island's icy mantle melted away, and the once frigid land began to metamorphose under the shower of molten rock. One half of the island remained cloaked in ice and snow, while the other half, where the lava splattered, became a steaming hot spring. Ice and heat coexisted. The icy layers and the thermal springs existed side by side. The once icy isle had, due to the eruption of lava, astonishingly transformed into an island where fire and ice intersected. The Pequod approached slowly. Kazuki Oden stood aboard the ship, gazing at the small vessel with an undeniable thrill. Is this the extraordinary island of the outside world? The intersection of ice and fire is truly marvelous. A small island where ice and fire converge is indeed fascinating. Gabriel sat at the bow of the boat, gazing curiously at the island in the distance. One side blanketed in snow, while the other exhaled warm steam. He pondered what kind of environment could give rise to such a magnificent spectacle. Good brother, he mused, stroking his chin, when suddenly the cat viper rushed over. What is it? Gabriel inquired, noticing the cat viper's hurried demeanor. Look over there. One side is snow. The other is a hot spring. How astonishing! The cat viper exclaimed, pointing excitedly towards the distant island. I see it. Gabriel waved his hand dismissively. Isn't it marvelous? The cat viper laughed. Indeed, somewhat. Gabriel nodded in agreement. Why don't we go take a look and discover what is happening over there? The cat viper suggested, waving his paws animatedly. Did father agree? Gabriel asked, glancing towards the old man with a white beard. Father consented. He said the Moby Dick will soon dock at the shores of that ice and fire island. The cat viper replied with enthusiasm. Is that so? Upon hearing the approval, Gabriel nodded and prepared to explore. His curiosity about the island where ice and fire coexisted was piqued. As the Moby Dick gradually approached the ice and fire island, excitement illuminated the faces of the crew. Clearly, this enigmatic island had ignited their curiosity. The Moby Dick slowly glided to the shores of the island. Kazuki Oden was the first to leap ashore. The moment he set foot on the island, he was met with a piercing chill. He had wandered onto the snow-covered side. Mirar, it's so cold. Oden shivered involuntarily. Seeing Oden in such distress, Gabriel shook his head with a sigh. He truly could not comprehend this fellow. Was he devoid of common sense? Lord Oden, to your right. Gabriel called out, observing Oden's chattering teeth. Right to the right? Oden exclaimed, hastily running in that direction. As he drew closer to the hot spring, the temperature rose rapidly. By the time he reached the hot spring, Oden found the cold no longer affected him. How truly marvelous. Kazuki Oden stood upon the icy surface. Exhilaration etched upon his face as he felt the warmth wafting towards him. This fellow, Kazuki Oden, disembarked from the ship, followed closely by Gabriel and his entourage. Due to the presence of the hot springs, the group was not heavily clad. They wore merely a shirt and a light jacket. Upon their arrival, a slight chill was evident, but as they moved closer to the springs, that coldness gradually dissipated. In its place emerged the invigorating heat emanating from the hot springs. Standing at the edge of the spring, watching the bubbling waters, Gabriel raised an eyebrow in intrigue. Bubbles? It is well known that warm water can produce bubbles. This phenomenon occurs due to the high temperature and the continuous heating of the water, reaching its boiling point. The sight of bubbles emerging from the hot spring piqued Gabriel's curiosity about just how scalding the water might be. After gently rubbing his fingers together, he extended his hand towards the spring. The moment his fingers entered the water, a wave of intense warmth enveloped him. The temperature, while not particularly high, cannot be deemed low either. The searing sensation felt by the fingers suggests that it is at least 40 to 50 degrees. From the perspective of hot water, such a temperature is rather modest, far from reaching the boiling point. However, when considered solely in the context of a hot spring, it is indeed quite elevated. As Gabriel contemplated the hot spring, the cat viper was already impatient, having departed from the land of harmony. It had been a considerable time since it last indulged in a hot spring bath. This time, he was determined to have a thorough run. Meow? Meow longed to indulge in a soothing hot spring bath. The cat viper shed its outer garments, leaving only a pair of leggings. gazing at the steaming hot spring. The cat viper felt a rush of excitement. "Wait, cat viper," Gabriel chided, attempting to intervene. However, the cat viper was a step ahead, leaping into the hot spring. Upon entering, the cat viper's face flushed a deep crimson, its entire body gradually turning red. "Meow. It's so hot, so hot, so hot," the cat viper cried out, hastily emerging from the water. Despite this, it was still scalded quite severely. Lying on the ground, the cat viper radiated heat. Its once yellowish skin was now a vivid red. The cat viper stuck out its tongue, releasing heat from its body. At that moment, it wished for nothing more than to lie on the ground, to calm down, to cool off. "I told you to wait, yet you were so impatient. Now look. You nearly became cat soup." Gabriel chuckled at the sight of the cat viper's flushed appearance. "Meow, dear brother, since you knew, why didn't you warn me sooner?" The cat viper couldn't help but retort while lying on the ground. "I intended to, but who could have anticipated your swift actions?" Gabriel waved his hands in helpless amusement. "Nevertheless, it must be said, you truly are sensitive to heat," he remarked, gently touching the cat viper's fiery body with a sigh. A mere 50 degrees was all it was. Astonishingly, that modest temperature could inflict such discomfort on the cat viper. Indeed, the cat viper's aversion to heat was no mere exaggeration. Chapter 113. An unexpected discovery on the island where fire and ice intersect. Not having detected any danger, Whitebeard chose to turn a blind eye, allowing everyone the liberty to roam. The cat viper lay on the ground, panting and cooling off. Observing the cat viper's state, the others hesitated to enter the hot spring. They reached out to test the water's temperature, only to find it a mere 50 degrees. While 50 degrees might seem scalding to an ordinary person, for beings of their caliber, it felt like a mere tickle. Not to mention, even temperatures reaching 100 degrees would scarcely pose a threat to them. Having confirmed the temperature was safe, several crew members of Whitebeard decided to take the plunge. Naturally, individuals like Marco and Jozu, who possessed devil fruit powers, refrained from entering. They understood that consuming a devil fruit rendered them incapable of swimming, making frolicking in a natural hot spring an impossibility. As many of Whitebeard's crew descended into the hot spring, Kazuki Oden found himself unable to resist the temptation. Seeing everyone else enter, he cast aside all reservations and leapt in beside the cat viper. Bang! With a sudden sound, Kazuki Oden entered the hot spring. Upon entering, he was taken aback, initially expecting the water to be scalding due to the reaction of the cat viper. However, upon experiencing it firsthand, he realized the temperature was quite manageable. Although it was somewhat warm, it felt like a gentle drizzle to Kazuki Oden. "Gabriel, aren't you joining us?" The others eagerly descended into the spring, leaving behind a few devil fruit users to observe the wonders of this extraordinary island. Marco approached Gabriel, noticing his reluctance to join, and inquired with curiosity, "Aren't you interested?" Gabriel replied, "I'll pass. It's not to my taste. Perhaps if he were alone, he might have been tempted to try it. But with so many people present, he was not accustomed to sharing a bath with a multitude." "Is that so? What a pity," Marco sighed. After their brief exchange, Gabriel began to wander, intrigued by the contrasting elements of this enchanting island. How did this intricate interplay of ice and fire come to be? Following the direction of the hot spring, there was nothing particularly remarkable along the way. The hot spring was vast, seemingly endless. It appeared as if it divided the island of ice and fire in two, one half frigid and the other searingly hot. After a short while, just as the figures of Marco and his companions were nearly out of sight, Gabriel unexpectedly stumbled upon a path. This road is exceedingly peculiar, winding and twisting in various shapes and sizes, its construction oddly unconventional. The very essence of the path is extraordinarily bizarre. It is a deep shade of black, almost tinged with a hint of purple. Upon exerting even a slight pressure upon it, one can distinctly perceive the road's softness and viscosity. Moreover, alongside this stickiness, Gabriel could palpably sense an unsettling warmth emanating from it. The temperature along this road is exceedingly high. Even Gabriel finds it somewhat unbearable, despite his ability to penetrate the surface. What is the situation? As he continues to tread upon this eerily peculiar path, Gabriel's expression turns serious. He raises his gaze toward the end of the road, then glances back over his shoulder. Resolutely, Gabriel decides to step forward and investigate. The moment he sets foot upon this road, darkened to a deep purple hue, he is immediately met with a searing sensation of intense heat. The searing sensation is far beyond what a mere 50 degrees Celsius hot spring could ever compare to. If we were to liken the hot spring to 50 degrees, then this must surely ascend to at least 80 degrees or more. Utilizing the armament color hockey to shroud his feet, Gabriel found that the unbearable heat was significantly alleviated. Nevertheless, even with the prolonged use of the armament color hockey, Gabriel could not help but feel a wave of burning discomfort. Following the path, which was dark and tinged with purple, Gabriel reached its terminus. At the end of the road lay yet another hot spring, though this one bore a peculiar distinction. Within this spring, there existed not only water but also scattered fragments of a black substance. This black matter appeared strikingly similar to what Gabriel had trodden upon, albeit these fragments were more dispersed and considerably harder. As he picked up a piece of the black substance, Gabriel could not help but feel its weight in his hand. This substance is not only black in color but also possesses significant density. The small fragment in Gabriel's hand weighs at least 10 pounds. Observing the black material, Gabriel instinctively tapped it with his palm. The sound was deep and resonant, indicative of its high density. Striking the ground, the piece of black substance showed no signs of damage whatsoever. Upon closer examination, Gabriel found himself perplexed by the true nature of this enigmatic material. With a crackling static charge, he made contact, yet the current traversed the black substance without any observable transformation. What on earth could this be? Gabriel mused, continuing to strike the object. Its hardness was remarkable, resisting shattering from ordinary blows. Its resilience was equally impressive, even when the electrical current was adjusted to a level capable of incapacitating an average person instantaneously. This stone exhibited no substantial change whatsoever. Just as Gabriel was pondering over this object, preparing to take it for further examination, a massive black monument, cloaked in fragmented dark matter, caught his attention from not far down the road. The monument lay atop the dark substance, which pressed down relentlessly, rendering the dark matter nearly invisible, leaving only the monument aligned parallel to the water's surface. Had it not been for Gabriel's peripheral vision, he might have overlooked the monument entirely. Following the direction of the monument, Gabriel stepped forward. As he placed his foot upon it, he was struck by its remarkable hardness. The stone tablet appeared to be crafted from some extraordinary material. Perched upon the tablet, Gabriel examined it, intending to discern its composition. It was then that he noticed what seemed to be inscriptions upon its surface. He gently brushed his hand across the tablet, clearing away the grime. Yet, upon reading the characters, Gabriel was met with utter bewilderment. The inscriptions bore no resemblance to the script he had been studying. From his perspective, he could glean nothing of the tablet's contents. He yearned to transport the tablet for further examination. With a leap, he attempted to shift the stone, only to discover that it was not fixed in place and could be moved. However, a formidable challenge lay before Gabriel. The tablet was exceedingly heavy and without a fulcrum. It proved difficult for him to maneuver alone. After pondering the predicament, he ultimately decided to entrust the task to Marco, for aerial retrieval was indeed his forte. Returning to the gathering, he sought out Marco amidst the crowd and conveyed his purpose. Yet, Marco's expression reflected a sense of vexation at the prospect of having to transport a stone tablet. This is not merely reducing oneself to the role of a porter. Although reluctant to go, Marco sighed and resolved to proceed for Gabriel's sake. Chapter 114. The eccentric steel. Marco followed Gabriel to the location of the steel. Gazing upon the inky road, Marco raised an eyebrow, astonished that such a concealed path had been discovered by Gabriel. Gabriel, where is the steel you mentioned? Marco inquired, standing beside the shadowy road, his eyes scanning for any sign of the steel. The steel lies at the end of this road. You simply need to soar above and follow it to the conclusion, where you shall find a black stone, Gabriel elucidated, pointing towards the dark road's terminus. Is that so? Listening to Gabriel, Marco felt a sense of direction emerging within him. Activating the powers of the phoenix fruit, he took flight and glided down the shadowy path. Upon reaching the end of the road, Marco halted, as per Gabriel's guidance, and began to search for the steel. Above the hot spring, an abundance of black substance floated. The dense mass of this dark material caused Marco to hesitate. From the very beginning, he sensed something amiss. What could this black substance possibly be? Despite his curiosity, Marco resolved to prioritize the search for the steel, recalling Gabriel's mission, peering intently at the dark matter and the water's surface. It wasn't long before Marco located the steel that Gabriel sought. The steel drifted upon the water, not particularly large, merely slightly taller than Gabriel. Observing such a sight, Marco could not help but exhale in relief. Given its appearance, it likely weighs around 100 pounds, even without a fulcrum for support. With the prowess of a phoenix's talons, it can be effortlessly grasped. Aiming for the position of the stone tablet, Marco descended. His dual claws landed on either side of the monument, attempting to stretch it. As he flapped his wings, ready to ascend, the moment the stone tablet broke the water's surface, a wave of aching sensation surged through his legs. Feeling the discomfort beneath him, Marco couldn't help but grimace in exasperation. He had initially assumed it was merely an ordinary stone tablet, yet its weight proved otherwise. Struggling to flap his wings towards Gabriel, Marco lamented his plight. The stone tablet was far heavier than he had anticipated. At first, he had estimated its weight to be around 100 pounds. But now he found himself chuckling at the absurdity of that notion. 100 pounds? Given the pain radiating from his legs, it was hard to believe it weighed anything less than 500. With great difficulty, he managed to flap his wings to the shore. He gestured for Gabriel to step back as he set the stone tablet down. Thud! The tablet struck the ground with a resounding thump, causing the earth to tremble. And Gabriel felt a shiver run through him. The ground shook, and Gabriel steadied himself, his gaze fixating on the tablet, his expression shifting to one of concern. Initially, he thought it weighed merely 100 pounds, but now it appeared to be something entirely different. As the tablet settled on the ground, Gabriel approached to inspect it. Observing the unscathed monument, he furrowed his brow. Not only was its weight extraordinary, but the material from which it was crafted seemed remarkable as well. It had fallen from such a height yet remained intact. The quality of the material piqued Gabriel's curiosity regarding the contents inscribed upon it. Such a substance. Adorned with a script he had never encountered, what secrets did it hold? Marco, can you decipher the text upon it? Gabriel inquired, gazing at the peculiar script. This. I don't recognize it, Marco replied, releasing his phoenix powers, sitting on the ground with aching legs, shaking his head at the strange symbols etched on the tablet. If you wish to understand its inscriptions, you might consider seeking out Old Dad. He may have some knowledge. Marco added, observing Gabriel's confusion. Old Dad. Gabriel's expression flickered with hesitation upon hearing Marco's words. He respected Whitebeard's strength, yet when it came to knowledge, he found it difficult to comprehend. Since boarding the ship, it seemed Whitebeard had not perused a single book. What are you pondering? Marco asked, noticing Gabriel's skeptical demeanor, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. I meant for you to take this stone tablet to ask Old Dad, who knows this script. Then you ought to be clearer. Gabriel couldn't help but retort. Is it my fault you didn't listen properly? Marco spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Observing Marco's demeanor, Gabriel could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He felt the urge to speak, yet after glancing at Marco, he ultimately swallowed his words. I understand. I will seek out Father. With clarity on whom to find, Gabriel wasted no time, lifting the stone tablet from the ground, preparing to depart. Meanwhile, Marco sat nearby, massaging his legs to rest. It was not that he was unwilling to assist, but rather that he lacked the strength to do so. Having just used his foot to grasp that cursed stone tablet, he found his foot painfully sore. With both hands gripping the sharp edges of the tablet, Gabriel attempted to lift it with all his might. As he barely elevated it a few centimeters, a sudden, excruciating pain shot through his palms. This stone tablet is incredibly heavy. Gabriel could not help but grumble. He endeavored to carry the tablet, but after taking just a step forward, he felt a stinging sensation on his hands. Enveloping his hands with armament hockey alleviated the pain somewhat. Yet Gabriel realized that transporting it to Whitebeard was an unrealistic hope. Even if he managed to bring it to him, his hands would likely be rendered nearly useless. In a moment of indecision, Gabriel's gaze fell upon the icy surface. Observing the smooth expanse of ice, then glancing back at the stone tablet in his hands, he conceived a brilliant idea. If the tablet possessed such admirable material properties, why not push it instead? Resolute in his decision, Gabriel set to work, placing the tablet on the ice and giving it a gentle shove. To his delight, the tablet glided effortlessly in the direction he pushed. Marco, watching the unfolding scene, was astonished. Such a technique exists. Reflecting on his own aching feet, he felt a pang of regret. Had he known earlier, he would have emulated Gabriel, utilizing the water's tension to glide that wretched stone tablet along. Chapter 115. The historical text. The black stone tablet was slowly maneuvered back, leaving a distinct path in the snow behind it. As Gabriel pushed the tablet, he prepared to search for Whitebeard's whereabouts. Initially, he believed he would encounter Whitebeard only upon reaching the resting place. However, as he traversed a more expansive snowy area, Gabriel was taken aback. There stood Whitebeard in the snow, wielding his naginata, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Seeing Whitebeard there, Gabriel's expression brightened, and he exerted extra effort, kicking the tablet towards Whitebeard. The tablet slid across the ground, producing a series of jarring sounds. Whitebeard, hearing the cacophony, furrowed his brow. As he turned to investigate the source of the noise, he caught sight of Gabriel. "What are you doing, kid?" Whitebeard questioned, his face a canvas of confusion at the sight of Gabriel pushing a black stone tablet. "What is the purpose of this? Old man, do you understand what is inscribed here?" Gabriel pushed the steel before the old man with a white beard, pointing at the text with his finger, inquiring, "What is written?" Following the direction of Gabriel's finger, the old man gazed at the steel, observing the densely packed small characters etched upon it. The characters twisted and turned in peculiar shapes, completely diverging from the dominant script of the present world. "I do not comprehend it," the old man with the white beard replied, shaking his head in response. Such peculiar script is not historical writing, but rather the unique script of a small nation. The remnants of this text are scarcely comprehensible. How could an orphan who has wandered since childhood possibly understand it? Is that so? Gabriel's expression reflected a realization, as he had imagined. While the old man possessed remarkable prowess in combat, he was utterly ignorant when it came to knowledge. "Old man, do you know who might comprehend this writing?" Gabriel inquired once more. "Comprehend this?" The old man gazed at the inscriptions on the stone tablet, his eyelids twitching. Although he had once aspired to cultivate his sons into learned individuals, the reality had proven harsh. His sons had shown no interest in reading, despite his initial efforts to provide them with books. Eventually, even he had succumbed to resignation. Now, witnessing Gabriel's endeavors left the old man genuinely bewildered. "Why not ask them? They might possess the knowledge," he suggested, gesturing towards a group behind him. "Them?" Gabriel's understanding dawned as he followed the old man's gesture. "I see." With newfound clarity, Gabriel maneuvered the heavy stone tablet toward the resting place of Bista, Kazuki Oden, and others. As he pushed the burdensome tablet, it emitted a cacophony of sound. The onlookers, intrigued by Gabriel's actions, cast their gazes upon him, eager to discern his intentions. "What are you doing, Gabriel?" Bista inquired. Curiosity etched across his face as he observed Gabriel struggling with the weighty tablet. "One moment," Gabriel responded, propping the tablet upright before posing his question. "Are you familiar with the writing inscribed here?" He pointed to the characters etched upon the stone. "The writing?" Bista's interest was piqued as he listened to Gabriel. His gaze roamed over the tablet, scrutinizing the densely packed, serpentine script, his brow furrowing. He had initially believed it to be a script he had studied previously. Bista, perplexed, shook his head at the peculiar script. "Does anyone here recognize this writing?" Gabriel inquired of the group, noticing Bista's unfamiliarity with the characters. The crew members, each adorned with white beards, approached to examine the enigmatic inscription. They were eager to discern the nature of the text, yet it left them all confounded. One by one, they scrutinized the strange symbols, only to shake their heads in bewilderment. This script is evidently not in common use today. It appears to be a diminutive form of writing, possibly an ancient script that has been lost to time. It is indeed astonishing that this group of illiterates can comprehend such text. As the crowd examined the writing, the cat viper squeezed through the throng. Upon encountering this familiar script, the cat viper was taken aback. The text seemed familiar to him. Approaching to scrutinize the inscription, the viper's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "Gabriel, where did you acquire this stone tablet?" The viper exclaimed, visibly shocked. "How do you recognize it?" Gabriel inquired, puzzled by the viper's intense reaction. "Recognize it? I am intimately familiar with this script," the viper replied earnestly while leaning against the tablet. "It's from the enormous tree hollow in Zo, on that red stone tablet. The inscription is identical to this one. It was precisely the information inscribed on that red tablet that enabled my journey to the land of Wano." "Is that so?" Gabriel responded, taken aback by the revelation. He had not anticipated that among so many individuals, it would be the viper who possessed such knowledge. "Since you are acquainted with it, could you enlighten me about the content inscribed upon it?" Gabriel inquired with a hint of curiosity. Perhaps this stone tablet could unveil the secrets of the island where ice and fire coexist. "Well, I can't," the viper chuckled, scratching its head. "Did you not claim to know?" Gabriel raised an eyebrow. "I do know, but I never said I could read it," the viper replied, feeling somewhat aggrieved. "If you don't recognize it, then what's the point?" Gabriel couldn't help but retort. "But I do recognize it. I saw a stone tablet identical to this one in Zo." The viper countered. "Zo." Upon hearing this term, Gabriel's expression shifted. He had not anticipated encountering that word here. As he gazed at the peculiar inscription and recalled Zo, Gabriel's demeanor darkened. "Then tell me, where exactly did you see it in Zo?" Gabriel asked the Viper about the enormous stone tablet. The Viper briefly recounted the details regarding the massive red tablet and the content it bore. Of course, the Viper could not translate the content of that immense stone tablet. Its comprehension was solely due to the fact that the reverse side of the red tablet had been translated by someone else. Is that so? Although surprised by the Viper's account, Gabriel felt intrigued. He had initially presumed this was merely an ordinary stone tablet, not realizing it was entwined with such a narrative. What are you all gazing at? A figure approached, curious about the solemn expressions of the group. They are studying the stone tablet. Though I'm not sure what there is to study, one of the crew members remarked, noticing the puzzled expression on the newcomer's face. Studying a stone tablet? What stone tablet? The newcomer inquired, perplexed. That one, came the reply, pointing to the stone. The crew member gestured towards a nearby monument. Following his indication, Kei-Gitsu promptly beheld the stone tablet that had captivated the attention of onlookers. As Kei-Gitsu approached, her expression momentarily faltered upon gazing at the tablet. The inscriptions etched upon it were familiar to her. Yet, this was not the crux of her astonishment. Rather, it was the realization that the text belonged to her own era. It is worth noting that her time was no less than 8 centuries distant from this place, and her presence in this age was solely enabled by her ability derived from the time fruit. The stone tablet has astonishingly endured for over 8 centuries. How could she not be amazed? Where did you acquire this stone tablet? Asked Kei-Gitsu Shirjima, her face etched with shock as she gazed at the inscriptions. How do you recognize it? Gabriel inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. This is the script from my era. How could I possibly not recognize it? Chapter 116, Eruption of the Volcano Script from your era? Gabriel's expression betrayed a hint of skepticism. He had heard of Kei-Gitsu Shijima's identity during idle conversations. She was a being from 800 years ago, a consequence of the devil fruit that transcended time. If this script indeed belonged to her time, then logically, this stone tablet must have remained intact for 8 centuries. A stone tablet that has withstood the ravages of time without weathering or decay. As Gabriel gazed upon the tablet, his curiosity deepened, wondering what kind of content warranted such a remarkable medium for preservation. Can you discern what is inscribed upon it? Gabriel asked, still puzzled. Wait. Let me take a look, Kei-Gitsu Shirjima replied as she approached the stone tablet to examine its inscriptions. Upon studying the contents, a look of astonishment spread across her face. This is a warning monument, inscribed with accounts pertaining to this small island. The island was once a quaint town, but due to a volcanic eruption and the erratic climate, its inhabitants fled. Upon their departure, to prevent future generations from falling into the same predicament, they erected a stone monument to serve as a record. This monument chronicles the island's perils and issues a stern warning against setting foot on its shores, let alone considering it as a place for habitation and prosperity. Upon reading this, Kagetsu could not help but take a sharp breath in astonishment. A volcanic eruption? Thus, could it be that this hot spring is? With this thought, Kazuki Momonosuke couldn't help but gaze towards the distant mountains. A flicker of trepidation crossing her features. What does this inscription reveal? Noticing the grave expression on Kazuki's face, Gabriel could not suppress his curiosity. This is a warning monument, cautioning us against setting foot on this island. Kazuki steadied her emotions and replied. A warning monument? What exactly is inscribed there? Gabriel inquired, his countenance faltering. It states that this island is a zone severely affected by volcanic eruptions, often engulfed by the magma spewed forth during such events. Kazuki succinctly conveyed the essence of the monument's inscription. Gabriel's expression shifted as he absorbed the information. Volcanic eruptions, magma splattering. So, does this mean that the hot spring and the extremely high-temperature black substance he observed are both products of volcanic activity? A sudden, ominous premonition surged within Gabriel. His gaze turned towards the iceberg, his expression growing increasingly solemn. Marco. Gabriel called out to the surroundings with a shadowed demeanor. What is the matter? Marco emerged slowly, intrigued by the tone. Ascend to the summit and take a look at that iceberg. Gabriel pointed emphatically at the colossal ice formation. Ascend? Upon hearing the word fly, Marco's lips twitched. My injuries from the stone tablet incident have yet to heal, and now there is more work to be done. Look at my foot. Stop rambling and go check. Gabriel's urgent command brooked no dissent, urging Marco forward. Observing Gabriel's resolute demeanor, Marco sighed in resignation and took to the skies. What is happening today? Why must he be assigned such arduous tasks? Marco activated his phoenix fruit abilities, soaring into the air and flapping his wings as he approached the apex of the iceberg. Upon reaching the ice mountain, he gazed at the seemingly endless expanse of ice. Letting out a sigh, what is there to behold on this iceberg? As Marco soared over the icy expanse, preparing to return, a flicker of crimson flames behind the iceberg captured his attention. What could it be? Intrigued by the unusual red hue, Marco flapped his wings and ventured closer. Upon reaching the foot of the volcano, clarity dawned upon him. Flames erupted skyward from within the volcano, and a thick plume of steam continuously ascended into the atmosphere. Even from several hundred meters away, Marco could feel the oppressive heat emanating from it. What manner of volcano is this? Observing the flowing magma, Marco's expression turned grave. He had initially thought this island was merely a peculiar blend of ice and fire, yet he was mistaken. Watching the bubbling, roiling magma, restless and alive, Marco's demeanor darkened. He now understood why Gabriel had urged him to witness this phenomenon. Confirming the volcano's existence and the imminent threat of an eruption, Marco hastily returned. He descended gently beside Gabriel, relinquishing the powers of the phoenix fruit. Before he could speak, Gabriel approached him with palpable excitement. So what did you find? Marco replied gravely. As you surmised, the other side of the iceberg conceals a volcano. Upon hearing Marco's words, Gabriel displayed no signs of surprise. This situation was entirely within his expectations. Furthermore, there was another matter I neglected to mention. The volcanic situation has become exceedingly unstable, and it appears poised for a secondary eruption, Marco stated gravely. What are you waiting for? Organize the evacuation, Gabriel declared, promptly mobilizing everyone back to the Moby Dick. Upon hearing of the volcano on the island, with its magma restlessly stirring, the crowd could no longer remain calm and hurried towards the Moby Dick. Gabriel was busy directing the evacuation, while Kazuki Oden stood there, utterly bewildered. Observing the frantic rush of people from the hot spring, he could not comprehend what was unfolding. Hey, what is going on? He inquired as Gabriel directed the crowd to return. There is a volcano on this island, and it's about to erupt, Gabriel replied, his expression darkening. A volcano? You must be joking. Kazuki Oden raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Suddenly, before Oden could finish his sentence, a thunderous roar erupted from the volcano behind the iceberg. A massive surge of magma shot skyward, flames bursting forth and searing heat enveloping the air. Fortunately, this eruption was relatively minor. The magma only ascended several dozen meters before subsiding. Kazuki Oden stood there, dumbfounded, realizing that Gabriel's words had been true. What are you still doing? Don't you know to leave? Gabriel bellowed, witnessing Oden's daze. Understood, Oden responded, hastily donning his clothing before swiftly departing. Gabriel couldn't help but twitch his lips at the sight of Kazuki Oden dashing away like the wind. As he watched Kazuki Oden depart, Gabriel swiftly ensured that no one else was around before making his own exit. Not long after the group vacated the ice and fire island, a new volcanic eruption commenced. With searing magma shooting skyward, unfurling like the blossoms of an iron tree, the molten rock cascaded down, enveloped in a thick cloud of steam. A wave of heat surged towards the Moby Dick, where the crew sat, feeling the oppressive warmth and gazing at the magma's spectacular display. They breathed a collective sigh of relief, grateful for their timely departure. Otherwise, they would have faced dire consequences. Chapter 117. Learning history. Having fled from ice and fire island, the crew watched the fiery spectacle of the magma, reminiscent of iron tree flowers, and exhaled in relief. Fortunately, Gabriel's timely alert had facilitated their escape. Otherwise, the aftermath would have been unfathomable. To celebrate our escape from ice and fire island, let us commence a gathering, Marco exclaimed, breaking into laughter as he gazed at the receding island. The table was adorned with a grand spread of Oden, bubbling joyfully in the pot. Each member of the crew, holding a bottle of sake, sat beside the steaming delicacies, their faces alight with excitement. Another gathering, indeed, Gabriel remarked, unable to suppress his playful teasing at the exuberance of his companions. What has transpired with the pirate ship's crew, one might wonder, as they incessantly gather for festivities. Nearly every other day, or sometimes even twice in a single day. Do they not find such revelries tiresome? Amidst the merrymaking, Gabriel withdrew to a secluded corner. Observing Kazuki Shirshir standing aside, his expression one of perplexity. Aren't you joining the festivities? Gabriel inquired as he approached Shirshir. Oh, I am feeling a bit unwell, so I shall refrain from attending, Shirshir replied, shaking his head. I see. And what about you? Why do you choose to abstain? Shirshir curiously questioned Gabriel. I think it shall pass. I have never been fond of such gatherings, Gabriel responded with a resigned gesture. Is that so? Shirshir pondered, realizing that indeed, Gabriel had been a rare sight at numerous previous celebrations. Initially, he assumed Gabriel simply preferred to remain inconspicuous, unaware that his aversion stemmed from a deeper reason. As their conversation unfolded, Gabriel broached the topic of historical texts. Upon hearing Gabriel's interest in such matters, Shurshu's enthusiasm was piqued. He had thought that the retainers of Kazuki Oden were solely warriors and revelers. He was surprised to discover that among them was an anomaly, someone intrigued by historical writings. You seem quite curious. Would you like me to teach you? I wonder if you would be interested? Shurshu offered with a smile. To learn about historical texts, you say? Gabriel mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. Initially, his curiosity was merely about the differences between historical and contemporary writing. However, with Shurshu now proposing to instruct him, Gabriel found his interest ignited. Historical texts, you say? Very well, though I am uncertain of your availability. Gabriel considered aloud. I am free at this moment. If you wish to learn, I can teach you right away, Shurshu replied, beaming. Then I am most grateful, Gabriel expressed. Gabriel returned to the room alongside Kazuki Shimon. Kazuki Shimon produced a modern text, and now he only needed to teach Gabriel the ancient script using the contemporary written form. The two of them remained in the room, immersed in their studies. Before long, half a day had passed. As the gathering concluded, Kazuki Oden surveyed the surroundings, yet he could not discern the presence of Kazuki Shimon. In a state of confusion, he began to search for him, moving from room to room. It was in Gabriel's chamber that he finally discovered Kazuki Shimon. Observing the scene before him, where Kazuki Shimon was earnestly explaining something to Gabriel, Kazuki Oden was struck by an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Rubbing his eyes, he looked into the room once more. There he saw Kazuki Shimon, with an intense expression, imparting knowledge to Gabriel, who was listening with remarkable attentiveness. This was vastly unexpected for Kazuki Oden. It was well known that Gabriel was notoriously lazy. Back in Wano, one had to tie him up just to compel him to study. Yet now, Gabriel was diligently engaging in his learning, which left Kazuki Oden astonished. Cautiously entering the room, Kazuki Oden was eager to discover what exactly Gabriel was studying. On the modest table lay a book, while Kazuki Shimon was inscribing a series of exceedingly peculiar symbols. Upon witnessing the strange symbols being drawn by Kazuki Shimon, Kazuki Oden's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He is utterly familiar with this symbol. Isn't this symbol the secret script of their nation? Such script is typically mastered only by the generals of Wano. How did Kazuki Oden acquire it? As Kazuki Oden pondered this, he and Kazuki Mitsuki noticed the arrival of Kazuki Oden. A flicker of astonishment crossed Mitsuki's face upon seeing Oden. What brings you here? Good day, Lord Oden, said Gabriel, waving his hand in greeting upon Oden's arrival. However, Oden paid little heed to Gabriel, and instead picked up the historical text that Mitsuki had drawn on the table. Mitsuki, how did you come to know this script? Oden inquired, his expression filled with curiosity. Is there a problem? Mitsuki responded, equally puzzled by Oden's question. This is a unique secret script of Wano, known only to its generals. Generally, outsiders do not learn it, so I am rather intrigued by how you came to acquire this knowledge. Oden expressed his bewilderment. Ah, this? Mitsuki said, glancing at the historical text in Oden's hand. In my era, this was indeed a common script, widely used, much like the characters you utilize today. Is that so? Oden listened to Mitsuki's explanation, a bemused smile creeping across his face. It turned out that what he had perceived as a secret script was merely a common form of writing many years ago. The generational passing down of this script by the generals of Wano had led to such a misconception. Having grasped the situation, Oden decided not to intrude further on their studies. After all, this was one of the rare occasions when Gabriel wished to learn independently. It would be inappropriate to disrupt that. Very well, I shall not disturb you any longer. Please continue, Oden said, setting down the drawing in his hand. As he prepared to leave, he reached out and ruffled Gabriel's hair. Do ensure you teach this little rascal well. He is quite lazy, and it is high time he begins to learn. Kazuki Oden laughed heartily before departing, leaving Gabriel seated in place, a look of exasperation etched upon his face. Chapter 118. An Encounter with the Roger Pirates. 2 years have swiftly passed. Gabriel has gradually acclimatized to life within the Whitebeard pirates. He immersed himself in studying the historical texts, honing his swordsmanship, and occasionally sparring with Vista. From time to time, he would embark on adventures to uncharted islands. Over these 2 years, Gabriel has thoroughly mastered the historical texts, capable of deciphering them without the guidance of Kazuki Oden. In terms of strength, through relentless training, Gabriel has experienced a remarkable transformation. Although Vista has also made progress during this time, the gap between their abilities has widened significantly. Previously, they were evenly matched. However, in their current encounters, Vista is no longer a worthy opponent for Gabriel. The Moby Dick sails gently across the ocean, with Gabriel perched on the deck. Gazing out at the vast sea, an indescribable sense of ease enveloping him. Despite his former laziness, he has seemingly worked diligently over the past 2 years. Mornings were spent perfecting his swordplay, afternoons engaged in martial arts practice with Vista, and evenings dedicated to studying historical scripts with Kazuki Oden. Now, he has achieved mastery in both swordsmanship and historical texts. Feeling a sense of lightness, Gabriel suddenly finds himself overcome by an inexplicable emptiness. Perhaps this is the aftermath of a relentless schedule finally unwinding. He rises to stretch and invigorate his body. As he gazes into the ocean, Gabriel notices an extraordinary sight. Countless fish are surging through the surface of the sea, leaping joyously, all swimming in a singular direction. The sheer density of their presence is astonishing. One could easily scoop a handful of fish with little effort. What could be the cause of this phenomenon? In stark contrast to Gabriel's calm demeanor, Marco and the others furrow their brows at the unusual behavior of the fish. These fish utterly defy ecological norms, swimming against the current in a manner most peculiar. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Marco and his companions sensed that something momentous was unfolding. Father, what do you make of this?" Marco called out to Whitebeard. Grasping his naginata, Whitebeard stood upon the deck, his brow furrowing as he observed the aberrant fish. Instinctively, these creatures seemed to perceive some terrifying presence. Fleeing from the area in a collective exodus, Whitebeard's expression hardened. He had never witnessed such an extraordinary phenomenon. The fish, abandoning their natural habitat, were evidently escaping due to an unseen force. Escaping? Marco pondered Whitebeard's words, a sense of incredulity washing over him. There had been no visible disturbance. Yet a mere aura of intimidation had stirred such unrest. Does such a monstrous entity truly exist in this world? The crowd examined the anomaly, eager to discern the origin of this peculiar creature. As they followed the trajectory of the fish, they indeed uncovered something extraordinary. From where do these fish continuously emerge? And to where do they swim? They share a common trait, a marked avoidance of the nearby isle. Father, that menacing presence must emanate from that small island. Marco remarked after observing the fish for a moment in search of the reason. A small island, you say? Upon hearing Marco's words, Whitebeard's expression grew grave. Following the direction Marco indicated, he noted that indeed, the waters surrounding the isle were devoid of fish. What manner of creature resides upon that isle to instill such fear in these fish? Whitebeard gestured for his crew to employ the telescope to gaze at the island. Under Whitebeard's command, the crew, not daring to hesitate, swiftly raised the telescope to their eyes. As the telescope extended, the landscape of the island became vividly apparent. Adjusting the direction of the telescope, they found no anomalies upon the isle itself. Fixing their gaze upon the waters, Whitebeard's crew searched diligently. Their perseverance bore fruit. At last, they discovered what they sought on the sandy beach of the island's eastern coast, a pirate ship. Though modest in size, the ship was merely a fraction, 1/10 to be precise, of the Moby Dick. Yet, upon beholding such a vessel, Whitebeard's crew remained vigilant. He understood that for Whitebeard to take such interest, this pirate ship was surely more than it appeared. The telescope's view shifted upward to the ship's flag. The moment they beheld the insignia, a cold sweat broke out on the crew's brows, and their faces drained of color, a skull adorned with a hat and a beard. The pattern depicted is unmistakable to the crew of the Whitebeard. Amidst this grand maritime rout, who other than that individual could bear such a flag? Alongside Whitebeard and Gold Lion, he stands as one of the legendary 3 great pirates, Joel D. Roger. Old man, that is the Roger Pirates. The Whitebeard crew swallowed hard, their nerves palpable. Roger? Upon hearing the name, Whitebeard couldn't help but chuckle. If it were Roger, it would be no surprise to stir such commotion. After all, he is indeed the man renowned alongside himself. If that individual were incapable of causing such an uproar, it would be utterly absurd. Very well, let us steer the ship closer. It has been many years since I last beheld Roger. Whitebeard laughed heartily. However, as Whitebeard expressed his desire to approach, the crew wore expressions of conflict. It was not that they were unwilling. The remnants of the brutal clash between Whitebeard and Gold Lion had left them with profound psychological scars. Even the mere recollection sent shivers down their spines. The thought of a confrontation between Whitebeard and Roger was unfathomably terrifying. "What are you waiting for? Set sail," Marco admonished as he noticed the crew's hesitation. "I shall do so at once," understanding the absence of dissent among his comrades. The crew reluctantly turned the bow of the Moby Dick towards the island where the Roger pirates were located. As the Moby Dick approached the island, the previously resting crew of the Roger pirates sensed an impending presence upon the sea. They hastily raised their binoculars for a clearer view. Upon spotting the massive pirate ship, their expressions shifted to shock. Could it be? Eager to confirm their suspicions, they quickly directed their binoculars towards the sails. The sight of the enormous mustache emblazoned upon the sails caused their faces to pale. "Captain Roger! Captain Roger!" The crew of the Roger pirates cried out in urgency. "What is the matter? Why the commotion?" Roger responded with a hint of displeasure at the crew's frantic behavior. "Captain, the Whitebeard pirates are approaching." One crew member pointed nervously towards the horizon. "Whitebeard, you say?" Roger paused, momentarily taken aback, before a wave of exhilaration washed over him. It had been many years since he last laid eyes on him, ever since their fateful parting with Rocks. This time, let him witness the extent of Whitebeard's progress. Chapter 119, The Imminent Battle. The Moby Dick glided slowly towards the small island. Gabriel, gripping the second-generation blade, wore a solemn expression as he sat at the bow of the ship. Just moments ago, Marco had informed him about Roger. Upon hearing that they were to engage in battle with the Roger pirates, Gabriel's countenance darkened considerably. He was well aware of Roger, one of the legendary 3 great pirates, renowned alongside Whitebeard and the Golden Lion. Such a formidable presence, Gabriel could not fathom being weak at that level. He recalled the last confrontation between Whitebeard and the Golden Lion, a battle that remained vividly etched in his memory. The overwhelming attacks, the cataclysmic scale of the clash. Thinking back on such a fierce battle still sent shivers down Gabriel's spine. As the Moby Dick approached the small island, everyone held their breath in anticipation, drawing their weapons in preparation for the impending conflict. Just as the Moby Dick neared the shore, before anyone could react, Kazuki Oden leaped down from the ship, ready for battle. Seeing this, the others did not hesitate and followed suit. With dual blades in hand, Oden charged into the heart of the island. Inside, Roger sensed something amiss, his expression turning excited as he looked ahead. The commotion felt as if a monstrous presence was arriving. "Haha, let me lead the way," Roger bellowed with laughter as he sprinted forth. The crew of the Roger pirates looked on, sweat beads forming on their foreheads. This is not a reconnaissance. It is merely a manifestation of his impulsiveness. You should let it be, allow him to proceed. The ship's doctor, observing Roger in such a state, contemplated intervening, but Rayleigh, noticing the situation, chuckled lightly and interrupted Kuno Cass. With Kuno Cass unable to obstruct him, Roger, brimming with excitement, dashed forward. Not far ahead, a figure wielding twin blades approached with an exuberant expression. Upon witnessing the warrior's demeanor, Roger instantly deduced his identity. Could this be the warrior from Whitebeard's crew? Kazuki Oden, brandishing his twin swords, recognized Roger as the formidable presence he had sensed moments before. "A strong opponent, I have arrived," Oden bellowed, leaping into the air with his blades drawn. An immense force swirled around him. Observing this, Roger, without hesitation, laughed heartily and unsheathed his long sword. "Godflash!" Roger exclaimed, swinging his blade with fervor. In an instant, the sword, enveloped in a dark, formidable aura, sliced toward Kazuki Oden at an astonishing speed. Before Oden could react, he was sent flying several dozen meters, crashing through multiple trees before being forcefully embedded into a rock, finally coming to a halt. So, this is the might of a powerful warrior from the outside world. How astonishing. Lying against the rock, Oden felt a surge of pain. That attack was overwhelmingly strong. He had been taken down before he could even comprehend it. A powerful opponent, indeed. Just wait, I will not concede. Struggling to rise from the rock, Oden took a moment to catch his breath, allowing the pain to subside, before once again charging forward with his twin swords. As he sprinted, just as he was nearing Roger, a figure atop a tree caught his attention. There stood Whitebeard, wielding his naginata, leaping from branch to branch as he rushed toward Roger. "Whitebeard." Oden's expression shifted in surprise upon recognizing the familiar figure. Whitebeard seemed intent on claiming his opponent. "No, Roger is mine." Observing Whitebeard's approach, Oden quickened his pace, aiming his blades at Roger. Before Oden could reach him, Whitebeard had already arrived, his naginata clashing against Roger's long sword. The collision of the two blades unleashed a tremendous shockwave, uprooting the surrounding earth as the entire island was beset by a tempestuous force. Boom! With a resounding explosion centered around Whitebeard and Roger, dust and debris were sent flying, even from a considerable distance. Kazuki Oden could not escape the shockwaves generated by their clash. He intended to drive his twin swords into the ground to shield himself from the impending force. But he greatly underestimated the ferocity of the battle between these two titans. The shockwaves they unleashed uprooted the earth to a depth of several meters. Oden's plan to anchor himself with his swords was rendered utterly futile. Before he could stabilize himself, he was hurled backward, along with clods of earth, tumbling several hundred meters away and landing heavily on the ground. Beholding the ongoing tumult from afar, Oden's face was etched with disbelief. He had believed that his years of struggle had honed him enough to contend with the likes of Whitebeard, yet the disparity proved to be immense. Although he yearned to intervene in their fierce conflict, witnessing the intensity of their battle compelled him to relent. He recognized that this confrontation was far beyond his current capabilities. As Oden sought an opponent, members of Roger's crew began to close in. Observing the fervent clash between Roger and Whitebeard, the crew felt a wave of admiration. Indeed, true monsters are beyond the reach of ordinary warriors. Such a caliber of combat was not something they could interfere with. Are you the samurai from Whitebeard's ship? One of Roger's crew members, navigating around the fierce duel, sought an adversary. Jabba, quick on his feet, was the first to find a match. You are from Roger's crew. Perfect for me to hone my skills. Oden, brandishing his twin swords, remarked with a grin. I've heard you're formidable. Let me test that. Jabba declared as he brandished his axes. However, Rayleigh stepped forward, placing his left hand on Jabba's weapon with a sly smile. This opponent is too strong. Your current prowess is insufficient to face him. Leave this formidable foe to me. Hey, I discovered him first. It's quite shameless of you to swoop in like that. Jabba retorted, visibly displeased. Huh, I'm merely concerned for your safety, Rayleigh responded, drawing his longsword. Just as Rayleigh was about to engage, Jabba, with a grim expression, placed a hand on Rayleigh's shoulder. He had waited too long for a worthy opponent to simply relinquish the chance to Rayleigh. Are you going to fight or not? If not, I shall take my turn. Kazuki Oden, seeing the hesitation of a few, promptly charged forward without a trace of doubt. As Oden launched his attack, Jabba, recognizing the moment, seized the opportunity and wielded his twin axes to counter the assault. The clash of dual blades and axes unleashed a wave of force, causing Rayleigh's expression to darken. He had not anticipated Jabba's decisiveness in directly engaging his adversary. The two became entangled in a fierce struggle, leaving Rayleigh unable to intervene, compelling him to press on in search of his own opponent. At this juncture, he could only hope to encounter a rival of equal caliber. Synopsis. Are you the fabled newcomer, Dracula Mihawk? I apologize, but I possess no smaller blade than this. One fateful day, the novice Mihawk, while setting sail, chanced upon a rabbit. The rabbit brandished a small knife, bestowing upon him one of the most unforgettable days of his life.